In the 25th year of Yonghua of the Great Shang Dynasty, late autumn, half a year had passed since the late emperor's death, and the new emperor had only just turned 6. The capital had been drenched in rain for days on end. The people were uneasy, and rumors ran wild through the streets. At such a time, the demon star of the capital, who had been unconscious for 10 years, suddenly brought chaos to the princess's residence. A maid, so frightened that her hands and feet trembled, dropped a flower pot to the ground. She kept shouting, "Princess Chengping has awakened." Speaking of Princess Chengping, she was the eldest legitimate princess born to the late empress. She had once been deeply favored by the late emperor, yet it was said that before even reaching marriageable age, she rode horses into people, forced opera performers to death, abducted men, and kept male favorites, wicked to the very core. Her infamy as a great she-devil had spread far and wide. In the residence of Ing Dongjun, after Princess Chengping had been properly dressed and attended to, she slowly slipped a jade bracelet on her wrist and asked, "Little Ji Xiang, tell me, do you think heaven has gone blind?" Ji Xiang was her close attendant. Kneeling on the ground, he listened to her and smiled gently. Chengping turned around, saw him kneeling there so obediently, and lowered her voice. "I forgot again, you're mute." Then she casually handed him a stuffed toy, which Ji Xiang hurriedly accepted. Seeing him like that, Chengping said with some amusement, "Even if you're mute, you're at least an interesting mute. Sparing your life back then wasn't a waste." Just then, a strange-looking maid entered carrying a tray and respectfully reported, "Princess, it's time for your medicine." As soon as the maid lifted the lid of the bowl, a thick medicinal smell rose into the air. Chengping frowned at the smell and raised a hand to cover her nose. "I don't want to drink it. Leave." The maid beside her kept up a fake smile and patiently explained, "This afternoon, Princess still has to enter the palace to pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress. You'll only have energy if you take your medicine." Before she could finish speaking, Ji Xiang suddenly grabbed the steaming bowl of medicine and dumped it straight over the maid's head. Caught off guard, the maid could only clutch her scalded head and scream. Before she could recover herself, Ji Xiang had already dragged her out the door, his face icy and utterly expressionless. Meanwhile, Chengping rested her chin in one hand and said in a careless tone, "I haven't been here these past years. Little noble consort standards have really fallen. She doesn't even know to send someone sharper as her eyes and ears, and dares be so perfunctory with me." Chengping looked toward the door, where Ji Xiang now stood guard, and said, "Tell me, do you think the vast realm of our great Shang dynasty is about to fall into the hands of that useless Xiao Ying and her son?" Hearing this, Ji Xiang hurriedly gestured with his hands, as if to say that she had nothing now and was no longer worth Empress Dowager Zhao's fear. And besides, that woman was no longer noble consort Xiao, but the Empress Dowager now. Seeing that, Chengping waved a hand in annoyance and said, "How many times have I told you? Don't flail around at me like that. I can't understand it." At that moment, Ji Xiang took a black pill from inside his robe and carefully held it out before Chengping, smiling brightly as if to say, "Princess, take your medicine." She took the pill from his hand and put it into her mouth with complete trust, then immediately drank water to swallow it down. After finishing it, Chengping ordered, "Go prepare the carriage. I want to return to the palace." Then Ji Xiang carefully pushed Chengping in her wheelchair inside. Beside her, the maids fanned her and bowed in deep respect. Chengping frowned as she looked down and said, "Why are there so many steps here?" At that moment, one of the guards saw her enter and trembled inwardly, praying non-stop, "Heaven protect me. Please let me survive this demon star's hands. Best if I survive whole and uninjured." Chengping motioned to stop in front of the man and asked, "Are you the commander of the princess's residence, Zhou Yan?" Hearing that, the man hurriedly knelt and saluted respectfully. This humble official is, "Greetings, princess." But inwardly, a question surfaced in his mind. After waking up, the princess could no longer walk. Chengping sat in the wheelchair, cast him a bored glance, and said, "Who picked this person for me? He looks far too ordinary. Replace him with a handsome one." Seeing her disdain him so openly, the guard became frantic with fear and repeatedly knocked his head on the ground, crying loudly, "This official obeys. This official's appearance is lowly and unworthy of serving the princess. I'll go to the Ministry of Personnel at once and report the princess's request." Chengping rubbed her temple and continued instructing, "Go replace him with that fool or whatever his name was. If forgotten, that top scholar surnamed you. Have him come serve me." Hearing that, the guard hesitated in confusion and asked, "The top scholar you that princess speaks of, is it the top scholar from the 25th year of Yonghwa?" The question made the surroundings fall into an unnatural silence. Ignoring everyone's reaction, Chengping clapped her hands as if remembering and declared loudly, "That's right, you Shunshin. Yulong, so dazzlingly handsome, one of a kind." The guard stared at her in disbelief, stunned by how certain she sounded. After a while, he trembled as he replied, "Princess, I'm afraid Lord you cannot come to the princess's residence to serve anymore." Chengping's eyes darkened at once, and she asked, "Why not? It's not as if he's never come here before. Could it be that after I fell unconscious, he married and had children?" Sweat poured down the guard's forehead as he stammered. "No, not that. It's just that Lord Yu is now the Central Secretariat Minister, one of the Regent Ministers. The late Emperor also appointed him Junior Marshal to the Crown Prince." At that, Chengping looked somewhat puzzled. "Central Secretariat Minister? That low-born Yulang, who used to be my #1 male favorite." A memory from 10 years earlier surfaced. At that time, Shunshin was still a young man, saying in extreme irritation, "Princess, what are you doing?" My mother said it clearly. "I must absolutely not give myself to the princess. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Let me go." Suddenly, Chengping lunged forward, lightly pinched Shunshin's chin, and drawled, "Conduct myself with dignity? Yulang really is adorable. I like this look of yours, all proper and tense. It's truly very seductive." Chengping let her fingers brush over Shunshin's body and went on with a smile. "Spring nights are short, and there's no need to keep following those boring rules. Better to enjoy pleasure with me." As soon as she finished, she unhesitatingly yanked loose the tie of Shunshin's robe. Back in the present, Chengping sat in her wheelchair, her expression somewhat dark as she swept her gaze over the guards. Under her stare, the guards looked at one another fearfully, not daring to make a sound. Chengping turned to Jixiang, pouting a little childishly as she asked, "Something this important, why didn't you report it to me as soon as I woke up?" Hearing that, Jixiang began gesturing again, trying to explain that she had been unconscious for 10 years. The people she had once taken a liking to were either beautiful or talented. If someone like that had gone 10 years without promotion and still hadn't married or had children, then he could hardly still count among the living. After hearing this, Chengping sighed helplessly and waved a hand in resignation. "Fine, keep doing this job for now. Once I find someone suitable, I'll replace you then." The guard beside her immediately nodded. "Yes." Jixiang then carefully lifted her into the carriage, resting in his arms. Chengping still muttered non-stop, "My imperial father had terrible taste in women, but when it came to choosing men, he was spot on." Chengping departed, with the guards coming out behind her to see her off. Once the carriage had gone far enough, the guards immediately huddled together and began whispering among themselves. "So the rumors between the princess and Lord Yu were true? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Lord Yu is such a high-ranking official, and so cold and aloof in temperament. Yet he actually used to be something the princess kept all to herself. I even heard that Lord Yu was injured by the princess back then, and that's why he still hasn't married. No way. I clearly heard that Lord Yu still hasn't taken a wife, not because of the princess, but because hearing the maids gossiping in low voices like this." The guard whom Chengping had just called too plain turned and barked, "Shut your mouths. Are you all tired of living? You even dare discuss other people's private affairs? By the laws of Great Shang, those who slander their superiors are to be thrown into prison for a year and given 60 lashes. Since this is your first offense today, I'll spare you once. All of you, go to the front courtyard and receive 5 strokes. 1 quarter's wages will also be docked." As soon as he said this, the soldiers dragged away the maids who had been gossiping for punishment. As for the guard, he could only look after them in despair and think, when will these days ever end? Meanwhile, on the bustling street, a commoner suddenly cried out in alarm, "Princess Chengping is here." As Chengping's carriage approached, the street that had just been full of lively chatter was now completely empty, without a soul in sight. Looking out from inside the carriage, Chengping said with some disappointment, 10 years, and the capital is still the same. How boring. This carriage is already moving very slowly, and there's still this fright. At that thought, she recalled that 10 years ago, her carriage had run someone over and killed them. With the late emperor protecting her, she had emerged unharmed, but the eunuch driving the carriage had been brutally executed. Thinking of this made her a little angry, and she stopped dwelling on it. The driver called out, "Princess, we've arrived." The attendants quickly brought out the wheelchair. Chumping slowly got down. Just then, a group of people walked over, and the woman leading them spoke in a haughty tone. Jian, look, doesn't this happen to be Princess Qingping? So the princess has awakened? Princess, after waking up, your legs are crippled now, are they? This woman was Xiao Hui, a younger female cousin of Empress Dowager Xiao. Seeing the unfamiliar group before her, Qingping turned to Ji Xiang and asked loudly, "Who are they? Do I know them?" Flushing red with irritation, Xiao Hui snapped, "I am Xiao Hui of the Xiao family, younger sister of the current Empress Dowager Xiao. And you dare say you don't remember me? Standing beside me is your imperial younger sister, Princess Jian." Qingping smiled faintly and replied in a sarcastic tone, "So you're Xiao Fourth. I truly didn't recognize you. 10 years apart, and you look more and more like Minister Xiao. Just as round." Then she looked at Jian and said, "Imperial younger sister, you've changed a lot too. I didn't recognize you at first. Back then, you were always standing behind me. I rarely ever saw your face from the front." Stung by the mockery, Xiao Hui changed the subject and cleared her throat before saying, "The princess wishes to enter the palace now? Today, Her Majesty the Empress Dowager is discussing state affairs with several regent ministers in the main hall, so I'm afraid she has no time to receive the princess. Things aren't like before anymore. In the past, whatever the princess wanted, she got. But now, the princess should just wait here." The guard around them were somewhat alarmed by the scene before them and wanted no part in it. Xiao Hui stepped closer to Qingping, her tone dripping with mockery. "As it happens, the heavy rains a few days ago damaged the roof of Qingyan Hall, and it still hasn't been repaired. So Princess will just have to wait outside the palace gate." At that moment, Qingping sat alone in her wheelchair, while the surrounding guards seemed to have no intention of speaking up and only stood there watching the spectacle. Qingping lowered her voice, her sharp gaze full of threat as she said, "If the Empress Dowager is putting state affairs first and has no time to receive idle people, then shouldn't you all also wait at this palace gate for 2 hours? Xiao Hui raised her chin and replied irritably, "That's right. Of course we also have to wait here." Hearing her declare that so forcefully, the corners of Qingping's lips lifted in satisfaction. "Then I'll trouble you all to do just that. I'll be entering the palace first." Xiao Hui froze, her mouth twisting as she demanded, "What are you talking about?" Right then, the heavy palace gates slowly opened, and a voice rang out respectfully from within. "Welcome, Your Highness, eldest princess." Both Xiao Hui and Jian were visibly startled when they saw who came out, their eyes widening in shock. It was Mama Hua, the chief matron of the Office of Punishments. She quickly approached Qingping and, without hesitation, knelt respectfully. "Your Highness, the Grand Empress Dowager invites you." Seeing her kneel like that before her, Qingping could not help but feel a pang in her heart. She immediately reached out to help her up and said with a smile, "It's been many years, Mama Hua, and you still seem in such good spirits. I entered the palace today to see grandmother. I wonder if she's been well." Mama Hua nodded carefully. "Your Highness need not worry. Her Majesty is well." Then the guards carefully lifted Qingping's wheelchair to carry her inside. But suddenly Qingping's voice rang out, cold as ice. "Wait, Mama Hua." As she spoke, she decisively pointed at Xiao Hui and Jian, then ordered the attendant beside her, "Keep watch here. Make sure they stand here for a full 2 hours." Hearing that, Xiao Hui trembled with fury and shouted, "You! What right do you have to make us stand here and wait?" Qingping was already being carried inside by the guards. She turned back leisurely and said in a mocking tone, "If you don't stand there long enough, I'll submit a memorial accusing the current Empress Dowager of colluding with her maternal family to humiliate the eldest princess, who is in mourning for the late emperor, right before the palace gates and in full public view. I sincerely wish to know whether the Xiao family no longer holds the late emperor or my Ying clan in its eyes." Xiao Hui was left speechless, furious to the extreme. Her face flushed dark red as she thought bitterly. Today, Qingping deliberately wore mourning clothes. But that makes sense. When the late emperor passed away, she still hadn't awakened. Filial piety comes first, so her wearing mourning is only natural. That bitch. Ignoring the resentful people behind her, Qingping softly said, "All right, Mama Hua, let's go." After walking for a while, Mama Hua looked around carefully, then said worriedly, "Princess, having only just returned to the palace, immediately confronting Empress Dowager Xiao was truly not a wise move. Qingping remained indifferent and replied in a low voice, Mama knows my temper. Whoever makes me unhappy, I'll make them even more unhappy. It's a pity second imperial brother is gone. If he had inherited imperial father's realm, would I have to watch that woman Xiao Yan's expression? Why is it that good people never live long? Mama Hua found Qingping's tone a little too casual and unguarded, so she quickly reminded her, Princess, be careful with your words. After the second prince died, noble consort also fell ill and passed away. And now even the late emperor, the Grand Empress Dowager, had to send off the younger generation again and again. Her health was no longer what it once was. She earnestly reminded her once more. Later, in front of Her Majesty, Princess must watch her words and not make Her Majesty sad. Hearing this, Qingping obediently gave a soft to reassure her. Meanwhile, at the Yu residence, home of Central Secretariat Minister Yu Shunshin, Madame Rong saw her son adjusting his clothes and asked in confusion, Where are you going? Isn't today your day off? Shunshin remained calm as he replied, Mother, something has come up in the palace. I need to go there. Hearing this, Madame Rong frowned and reminded him, What important matter requires you to go today of all days? Didn't I tell you that members of the Yu clan are coming today? But Shunshin was unmoved, still firm in his original intention. Your son knows. I'll try to come back early today, but I must go now. It's extremely important. With that, he strode away decisively, his handsome face still devoid of any emotion. At Shoshin Palace, Qingping looked at the desolate scene before her, unable to suppress her confusion, and asked, Why is it so bleak? I remember grandmother liking lively places. While carefully pushing her wheelchair, Mama Hua explained gently, In recent years, Her Majesty has suffered from headaches and can't bear noise. Anyone who could be dismissed has been dismissed. Only a few servants remain for daily care. Just then, an elderly woman with a full head of white hair emerged from inside, supported by attendants. Her voice trembled with affection as she called, Qingping, is that you? This was the Grand Empress Dowager, Ing Dongjuan's grandmother. The moment she saw her beloved granddaughter safe before her, she could no longer hold back her emotions. She immediately rushed forward and embraced her, calling out with deep emotion, My Qingping. Qingping's eyes also filled with tears when she saw the person closest to her, and she said in a choked but joyful voice, Grandmother, I missed you so much. Seeing her like this, the old woman lifted a hand to wipe her tears and said softly, Grandmother missed Qingping very much too. I wanted to go see you, but your imperial father wouldn't allow anyone to visit. Grandmother even quarreled with him several times over it. At the mention of the past, Qingping grew a little annoyed and puffed her cheeks in grievance. Wasn't it all because imperial father listened to that nonsense from Master Yu Yang? That Taoist said your granddaughter had suffered a severe head injury and that medicine could not save me. He said I had to be placed in the 5 elements, 8 trigrams formation in the underground palace, and every month he would come perform acupuncture and Taoist rites. During that time, no one was allowed to disturb me. Having lain trapped in the underground palace for 10 years, the more she recounted it, the more anger blazed in her eyes. She declared, As I see it, he only held a grudge because I teased him before and wanted revenge. Otherwise, why did I wake up the moment he left? Once I catch him, I will strip him naked and tie him up. His temperament was still as headstrong as ever. The Grand Empress Dowager was suddenly overcome with nostalgia and softly called out, Qingping. The atmosphere was abruptly broken when a voice sounded from outside. Your Majesty, the Commandery Prince has come to pay his respects. A handsome young boy and a woman entered right after that. This was Ing Shun, the only son of Qingping's second imperial uncle. At once, Ing Shun obediently knelt and said respectfully, This grandson greets great-grandmother. The Grand Empress Dowager took Ing Shun by the hand and gently brought him before Qingping as she introduced him. Qingping, this is your second imperial uncle's son. His name is Ing Shun. He is a child with a bitter fate. This is the first time you two have met. Since the day he was born, he has never seen his father, and his legal mother has never cared for him either. If the two of you can rely on each other, only then can I rest easy. At this point, the Grand Empress Dowager's voice grew heavy with emotion as she remembered the past. Back then, you were wounded by assassins while saving your second imperial uncle, and you remained unconscious for 10 full years. Sadly, your second imperial uncle had no backbone. After the assassins cut off his arm, he gave up on himself completely. In the end, after overdosing on Changdong powder, he jumped into the lotus pond and left behind only this child. Seeing that she was about to cry from the painful memory, Changping hurriedly comforted her. "Grandmother, what's past is past. Don't think about it anymore." Seeing this, the Grand Empress Dowager wiped away her tears and said cheerfully, "Very well, I won't mention it again. Right now, all I want is to see Shun'er grow up safely and to find you a good husband. Then even if I die, I can die in peace." Hearing this, Changping asked with some confusion, "A husband? 10 years ago, Father Emperor had already chosen one for me, hadn't he? Even if he wasn't as handsome as Wu Lang, he was still easy enough on the eyes, and his family background was barely worthy of me." When the Grand Empress Dowager heard that name, she faltered for a moment, then sighed. "The one you're referring to is Gu Fengqi, Marquis Jing'an. Gu Fengqi is handsome and outstandingly capable. He is now the great general of the Flying Cavalry Guard, 3rd rank. He truly was a suitable match. Unfortunately, a few years ago, he married Xiao Hui. Their eldest daughter is already 3 years old now." Her words struck Changping like a spear straight through the body. She widened her eyes and demanded loudly, "Gu Fengqi had a betrothal with me. How could he marry someone else?" The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and she shouted, "Men go around preaching rules and virtue for women all day long. Doesn't anyone teach them what men's virtue is supposed to be? Shameless. And of all people, he married Xiao Hui. What awful taste." The Grand Empress Dowager was also somewhat troubled by the matter. Rubbing her temple lightly, she said, "The engagement between you and Gu Fengqi back then was only spoken of informally. Your father had not yet issued an edict before you fell unconscious. After you went into a coma, the Gu family waited 5 years before asking your father for permission for him to marry someone else." Hearing this, Qingping could only reluctantly accept it and replied with a pout, "Fine. A man like that is no great loss anyway. But if grandmother wants to choose a new husband for me, he absolutely cannot be inferior." At that, she began counting on her fingers. "First, he cannot be uglier than Gu Fengqi. Otherwise, wouldn't your granddaughter be mocked by the whole world? Second, his official rank cannot be lower than 3rd rank. Third, his family must hold at least a marquis title or above." Seeing her ramble on with such lofty demands, the Grand Empress Dowager interrupted in exasperation. "Qingping, you are already 25 years old. For ordinary girls, by your age, they can only wait to be chosen. Fortunately, your status is high, so you can still choose for yourself. But you cannot make your standards too high." Hearing this, Qingping felt somewhat sorrowful about her own fate and replied dejectedly, "Just because I'm 25, I'm not allowed to have standards for my own marriage? I have to settle for worthless men?" Back then, even that assistant minister Chu from the Ministry of Revenue, at 65 years old, still managed to take a beautiful 15-year-old girl as his concubine. The Grand Empress Dowager pitied her deeply and sighed. "He is a man. You are a woman. This world is simply like that." Unable to bear the unfairness any longer, Qingping burst out angrily, "What kind of rotten world is that? If someone wants to be my imperial consort, not just any stray cat or dog will do. If not, then I would rather choose no husband at all and simply pick a few pretty young men to attend me at my side." At this moment, Chengping's gaze had turned sharp, and she declared coldly, "I, Princess Chengping, will never obediently listen to the world's nonsense and muddle through my whole life. If men can do it, then I can do it too." The Grand Empress Dowager felt somewhat helpless hearing such outrageous demands, but because she doted on her granddaughter, she could only nod and agree. "All right, I'll keep an eye out according to what you said first. I have a bit of headache. Go back for today." Seizing the chance, Chengping instantly changed her attitude and happily leaned close to the Grand Empress Dowager. Smiling sweetly, she asked, "Grandmother, your granddaughter has been a little short on money lately. Could I possibly get a bit of allowance?" Hearing this, the Grand Empress Dowager pretended to be annoyed and scolded her affectionately. "You've only been awake a few days. How could you already be short of money?" Qingping immediately put on a pitiful expression, her eyes brimming with tears as she said miserably, "Your granddaughter was never well off to begin with, and now that woman Xiao Ying is in charge, she cuts corners on everything I eat, wear, and use. Just look at how poor my princess residence has become. It's an insult to the imperial family." The Grand Empress Dowager explained softly, "It's not that she's cutting back on your expenses. The palace is trying to economize now as well. Aside from my Shoshin palace, which she did not touch, the supplies to every other palace have been cut in half. Even her own Jawa palace is the same. As she spoke, she signaled to the maid beside her. Go fetch it. Yes. The Grand Empress Dowager continued. That action won her praise throughout the court and earned her no small amount of goodwill. Chengping beamed as she received the brocade box handed over by the Grand Empress Dowager. She immediately thanked her delightedly. Many thanks, grandmother. I knew grandmother treats me best. But when she opened it and looked inside, her tone instantly fell, and she said in bitter disappointment, Why is there only 10,000 taels? Didn't grandmother just say that Xiao Ying hadn't cut your expenses? The Grand Empress Dowager replied sternly, For now, this is all there is. If you don't want it, put it down at once. Chengping hugged the box tightly to herself and said radiantly, Thank you, grandmother. Then your granddaughter will take her leave now and come visit grandmother again another day. With that, she signaled for her attendants to push her carriage away. From behind, the Grand Empress Dowager suddenly called after her. Chengping. She had someone hand over a food box as well, and did not forget to remind her, I specially had this made for you. I remember that when you were little, you liked these silver thread cakes best. The tiny little girl once used to sit on the steps of Fengxi Palace, hugging a box far too big for her. If no one watched her, she could finish half of it in one go. The Grand Empress Dowager placed the food box in her hands and instructed her lovingly. If you want to eat them again next time, just come to the palace and find grandmother. Chengping, don't be afraid. Even though your father is gone, you still have grandmother for everything. Hearing this, Chengping's eyes immediately grew moist with emotion. She answered obediently. Yes, Chengping will remember. By now, Chengping had already been pushed out into the courtyard by her attendants. Sensing that the two people behind her kept following all the way, she finally turned and asked, You've been following me for quite a while. Is there something you want? The woman in pale purple then stepped forward and introduced herself. This concubine is Commandery Prince Shun's birth mother. My name is Han Shuang. I was originally a singing girl in the residence of the second prince. I know that back then your highness was deeply attached to the second prince and was the person he trusted most. Han Shuang bowed respectfully and continued. This concubine often tells the commandery prince that in this deep palace, he must never easily trust anyone's words. Aside from the Grand Empress Dowager, only the princess can be trusted. After hearing that, Chengping nodded slightly in approval. No wonder after you gave birth to Ying Shun, grandmother did not keep the child and cast aside the mother. It's because you're a clever woman. It would be a pity to kill you. Don't worry. Ying Shun is my nephew, and I will take good care of him. Then Chengping pointed at Ying Shun and asked, You're 10 years old now, aren't you? What do you usually do for amusement? When Ying Shun heard her question, he honestly listed them off. Read books. What else? Write essays. Hearing that, Chengping looked rather dispirited. Propping up her chin with one hand, she said, If all you do all day is read, doesn't that make you a terribly dull little bookworm? That won't do. In another 2 years, when you're a little older, I'll take you to Shuiyue Tower to broaden your horizons. It's a wonderful place. Ying Shun innocently asked in confusion, What kind of place is Shuiyue Tower? Han Shuang did not let the increasingly improper conversation continue and hurriedly changed the subject. Princess, the commandery prince caught a chill last night, and when he woke this morning his stomach had been aching dully. This concubine will have a palace servant take him back first. Once Ying Shun had gone out of sight, Han Shuang stepped closer and said respectfully, Princess, the truth is that I came to see you today because there is something I wish to tell you. Earlier in the Grand Empress Dowager's palace, I heard your highness mention Lord Yu. What I want to say is related to Lord Yu. At this point, Han Shuang's tone grew low and mysterious. Holding a flower branch she had picked by the roadside, Chengping said softly, If it concerns my Yulang, then I want to hear it all the more. Han Shuang continued her report. This concubine has discovered that Lord Yu and Empress Dowager Xiao are having an affair. At those words, Chengping crushed the flower branch in her hand. Her face darkened at once, clouded with gloom and confusion. Seeing the rapid changes in Chengping's expression, Han Shuang could not suppress her fear and unconsciously stepped back. Seeing that, Changping's face hardened. Her eyes turned icy as she ordered, "Why are you retreating? Am I that frightening? Come closer and keep talking." Han Shuang swallowed and steadied herself, then continued tremblingly. "It happened one night over a month ago. Commander Prince Shun had overeaten and was so bloated that he couldn't sleep. I was worried, so I personally went to the Imperial Medical Institute to fetch some digestive medicine for him. Because I was in a hurry to get back and check on my son, I boldly took a shortcut. To my surprise, as I walked on, I accidentally saw Empress Dowager Xiao and Lord Yu standing in the shadows, speaking intimately. Lord Yu is normally very cautious, so he was extremely alert. I was curious and quietly moved a little closer, but unfortunately, he heard something unusual and was about to come over to investigate. Just then, a white cat suddenly leaped out of the bushes. Thanks to that, this concubine narrowly escaped disaster. But the frightening part was that the very next day, I heard that a palace maid named In Hong from the imperial kitchen had suddenly died without warning. That In Hong happened to keep a white cat exactly like the one from the night before. I secretly had someone investigate, and to my horror, I learned this. In Hong had been brutally strangled to death and her body was thrown into the river. Hearing this, Changping snapped the branch in her hand in two. Her gaze sharpened as she challenged her. "This is only your side of the story. Do you have any concrete evidence that can prove the two of them are having an affair?" Han Shuang hurriedly shook her head. "This concubine has no evidence, but there have long been rumors in the palace. They say that before the Empress Dowager entered the palace, she had secretly pledged herself to Lord Yu. Unfortunately, even though Lord Yu took top honors as the Zhuang Yuan, the Xiao family still despised his humble origins and resolutely refused to allow the marriage. Because of this, Lord Yu bore a deep grudge against the Xiao family and has repeatedly clashed with their faction in court." After hearing the story, Changping curled her lips into a cold smile and lowered her voice to speculate. "But recently, the relationship between Lord Yu and the Xiao family has suddenly eased. I'm afraid Empress Dowager Xiao stepped in to mediate. You really think too highly of Xiaoing." Then she scoffed, as if she were worthy. Seeing this, Han Shuang eagerly chimed in, her face brightening as she flattered, "Naturally, a talented and wise man like Lord Yu. How could he possibly change convictions he has held for years just because of a woman?" To her surprise, Qingping immediately countered in high spirits. "Why couldn't he? Just because Xiao Ying can't do it doesn't mean I can't." Han Shuang, standing beside her, felt somewhat helpless at the princess's strange train of thought. "Is that so?" It seemed that Changping had already grasped the key point. With a light wave of her hand, she said, "All right, I understand. You may go." Han Shuang respectfully bowed, answered yes, and quickly withdrew. Once Han Shuang's figure had disappeared completely, Qingping turned and asked Jixiang, "How much of what she just said do you think is believable?" Jixiang thought for a moment and then explained with hand signs, "There is no basis and no evidence. 3 parts out of 10 believable. First, In Hong from the Imperial Kitchen really did keep a white cat, and she is dead. Second, there really have been rumors in the palace about Empress Dowager, Xiao, and Lord Yu. Third, Commander Prince Shen really does often get bloated from overeating." Qingping pondered for a long while before giving her own opinion. "I think what she said may be 5 parts believable. Fourth, that woman Xiao Ying did secretly meet my Yulang in the Imperial Garden in the middle of the night. Fifth, the two of them must have known each other before, because I once saw one of Xiao Ying's intimate belongings in my Yulang's hands." At this point, her eyes turned distant and sorrowful as old memories suddenly flooded back. She began recalling the past. On a still and silent night long ago, Yu Shunshan was sleeping soundly in bed when suddenly a mischievous hand reached over to touch him. He swiftly seized the intruder's wrist, opened his eyes to look at the person before him, and asked with helpless embarrassment, "Princess, do you know what hour it is now?" Caught red-handed, Chengping put on a pitiful, coquettish face and said, "But I can't sleep. Beloved Yulang, come play with me." Hearing that, Yu Shunshan sighed and said, "If your highness cannot sleep, I do have a method you could try." Chengping's eyes lit up with eager anticipation. But Yu Shunshan then mercilessly poured cold water over her hopes and said, "I'll recite poetry to your highness. It will lull your highness to sleep." Those dull words dragged Changping out of her earlier romantic fantasies. She laughed lightly and said in disappointment, "Yulang really has no sense of romance." Just then, something strange fell out from the book in Yu Xuanxin's hand. Quick-eyed and quick-handed, Chengping picked it up to examine it, asking with delighted curiosity, "Yu Lang, which beauty gave you this love token?" In her memory, Yu Xuanxin still wore a calm expression as he gently explained, "This poetry collection was written by my good friend Jiang Yanqing. He must have accidentally left it inside." Hearing that, Chengping suddenly pressed close to him, her bright eyes sparkling as she happily said, "If Yu Lang says so, then I'll believe you." Returning to the present, Ji Xiang listened to her recount that old incident with such infatuation written all over her face, and curled his lip in disdain. He gestured, "And you believed him? Are you really that easy to fool?" Chengping still held the crushed flower branch in her hand. Lost in thought, she said dreamily and nostalgically, "You wouldn't understand." His eyes back then were so sincere and innocent, and the way he recited poetry was so beautifully cadenced. How could I not believe him? Standing behind her, Ji Xiang showed no mercy and continued signing. "Lord Yu is truly no good." Seeing that, Chengping gently defended him. "You can't say that either. He must have lied back then because he cared about me. He was probably afraid I'd get jealous, so he only lied to coax me." Suddenly, Yu Xuanxin's figure appeared right before Chengping's eyes. Looking at the poised and elegant man in front of her, she thought in surprise, "It's him? Yu Xuanxin, the only man truly worthy of being called uniquely peerless and exquisitely handsome." There were also several people following behind Yu Xuanxin at this moment. Yu Xuanxin and Chengping looked straight into each other's eyes. In that instant, beautiful fragments of the past surfaced once more in her mind. Unable to hold back, Chengping spoke first. "Yu Lang, it's been many years. Have you been well?" The people following behind her were all startled when they heard such an intimate form of address. Good heavens! Yu Lang. Yu Xuanxin slowly bent down and picked up the flower branch that Chengping had accidentally dropped. He placed it back in her hand and said politely, "Thank you for your highness's concern. This minister is very well." Then he turned and left without hesitation, never once looking back. The people behind him watched and silently felt indignant on their master's behalf. This was the very princess who had once monopolized Junyao, and now she was calling him Yu Lang. Fortunately, Junyao had a temperament as calm as drifting clouds and startled winds, and could not be bothered to bicker over it. Having witnessed the scene, Ji Xiang stepped before Chengping and waved his hands in questioning signs. Was my lord's reaction just now concern for the princess? Chengping pointed furiously at Yu Xuanxin's retreating back and said, "Who does he think he is? Why is he acting as if I were the one who betrayed him? Am I someone just anyone can look at with that kind of expression?" Ji Xiang then smiled in a rather meaningful way and gestured in explanation, as if saying, "Is the owner of that poetry collection, the friend of Lord Yu named Jiang Yanqing. Your Highness and Jiang Yanqing were strangers to one another, so of course Jiang Yanqing's impression of you came entirely from his good friend. Princess, why don't you guess what exactly Lord Yu said about you in front of him to make Jiang Yanqing treat you that way?" Chengping gave a light snort. With a slightly sulky tone, she avoided the point and said, "You know nothing. That medicine your wretched servant gave me must have had something wrong with it. My head is starting to hurt again. I ought to exterminate your 9 clans." Ji Xiang was used to her temper by now, and simply gestured along perfunctorily, "Yes, whatever you say is right." At that moment, the man walking behind Yu Xuanxin, Jiang Yanqing, spoke up. So Princess Chengping really is woken up. Inwardly, he thought, back then, Junyao was forcibly taken back to the princess's residence and detained there for months. It was not easy for him to finally escape. As he thought this, Jiang Yanqing recalled Yu Xuanxin's miserable appearance in those days. At the time, he had not only looked utterly shaken out of his senses, but his whole body had also been covered in suggestive marks. It had truly been too tragic to describe. From then on, he became even more wary of women. The old madam keeps urging him all day long to marry. He would rather bear the charge of being unfilial than compromise. The more Jiang Yanqing thought about it, the more he could not bear the injustice done to his friend. So he spoke up to advise him. "Junyao, you are now a regent minister, no longer that penniless poor scholar who let her bully you back then. Princess Chengping has already lost her power. In the past, she could do whatever she wanted to you, but now it should be you who can do whatever you want to her." Yu Xuanxin turned his head. His face remained cold, but his eyes eyes were deep and unreadable as he said, "Do whatever I want to her." Like what? That expression and that question left Jiang Yinching stunned. He thought, Junyao, what kind of reaction is that? This is bad. How did I forget to tell Junyao something this important? Inside the quiet carriage, Chengping sat in silence, absently turning a crushed flower branch in her hand. Seeing this, Ji Xiang, who sat beside her, raised his hand to gesture. Today, the Shao family deliberately made things difficult for your highness at the palace gate. Do you need me to find a chance to teach Shao Hui a lesson? Gouge out her eyes, cut off her ears, or chop off both her hands? Seeing her loyal guard speaking such nonsense again, she lifted her hand and lightly knocked him on the head. Then she turned and leaned her head against the window, looking outside as she analyzed in a thoughtful tone. After the new emperor ascended the throne, more than half of the imperial guards were replaced. Almost everyone in the palace now supports the new emperor. Do you really think Shao Hui was stupid enough to provoke me today for no reason? No matter what, I am still the current eldest princess. Without an order from Empress Dowager Shao, her elder sister, even if you gave her 100 times the courage, she would never dare act so brazenly. Ji Xiang gestured again in confusion. Then what was the Empress Dowager's purpose? Resting her chin on one hand, Qingping turned back and smiled brightly, full of implication, as she asked, "Take a guess." At Zhaohua Palace, Shao Hui was pacing back and forth with an aggrieved expression. "Your Majesty said Chengping would endure my taunts. She really could endure them, but then she spread word that she was going to teach the Shao family and Your Majesty a lesson. If uncle and father hadn't instructed us beforehand to act modestly, I would have, before she could finish, a powerful woman slammed her teacup onto the table and coldly cut her off. You picked up your life today. Do you know that? If this were 10 years ago, your blood would already have been spilled all across the palace gate. You have never witnessed her demonic temper before she fell into that coma. Countless young nobles were beaten half to death or crippled by her. The person seated high above was none other than Shao Ying, the current Empress Dowager Shao. Narrowing her eyes, she continued, "But you needn't worry too much. I had already secretly sent people to protect you." Shao Hui asked in confusion. "Then why did your Majesty want me to deliberately provoke her at the palace gate today?" Shao Ying replied darkly. "I wanted to know whether the dragon-patterned jade pendant left behind by the late emperor, the one that should have been passed to his Majesty, is in her hands." Back then, Qingping was able to be so arrogant because the imperial guards and palace attendants all obeyed her orders. But now more than half the people in the palace have been replaced. If she wants to command the imperial guards, she can only rely on the dragon-patterned jade pendant. That is why I suspect the pendant is in Chengping's possession. Shao Ying continued her analysis. "Today I had you humiliate her in front of the common people. If she truly had the dragon-patterned jade pendant in hand, then with that temperament of hers, I feared she would order the imperial guards to strike you down right there at the palace gate." Only then did Shao Hui understand. She hurriedly tried to reassure her. "Your Majesty needn't worry so much. The late emperor is gone. Everyone in the palace is ours now. Even if Princess Chengping were to bring out the dragon-patterned jade pendant, so what? Could there still be anyone willing to obey her?" Shao Ying lifted her teacup to drink and said pensively, "I hope so. But I have long wondered, if it were truly useless, why would the late emperor still have given the dragon-patterned jade pendant to her for safekeeping?" Back on Chengping's side, she was now holding a gleaming jade pendant in her hand and saying calmly to Ji Xiang, "Tell me, isn't that woman wicked to the core? She even wants to snatch away the one thing father left me as a keepsake." At this, Ji Xiang's eyes lit up with hope, and he gestured excitedly. "So the late emperor's dragon-patterned jade pendant really can still command the palace guards?" Qingping immediately burst out laughing and denied it. "Would I be lucky enough for something that useful to fall into my hands? If I could command the imperial guards, the first thing I'd do would be to shave Shao Ying's head bald." At this, Ji Xiang's shoulders slumped in obvious disappointment. Just then, as Chengping's carriage was moving along, it suddenly swerved sharply. Caught off guard, she only had time to cry out, "Ah!" Regaining her balance, anger flared up at once. Chengping leaned out the window and shouted irritably, "How dare someone crash into my carriage? Are you tired of living? I want to see exactly who it is." Before she could finish cursing, Yu Shunshun walked over, his expression cold and composed. The moment Qingping saw who it was, all her anger vanished. Inside, she was already secretly rejoicing. Heavens, such a dashing beauty, peerless and magnificent. Shunshin stepped forward politely and asked, "Is your highness all right?" Keeping that same distant expression, Yu Shunshin explained in a cold tone, "I was hurrying home to receive guests, so I had my servant take a shortcut. We were moving too quickly just now, and I did not expect to run into your highness's carriage." Seeing this, Qingping immediately seized the chance. Clutching her chest, she put on a weak act. "Not all right at all. Yu Lang, you hurt me just now when you crashed into me. If you don't believe me, take a look." Her bold words made Yu Shunshin flush red for an instant. Qingping pressed her advantage at once. Leaning in close to him, she spoke in a teasing, seductive tone. "Yu Lang, tell me, how should you compensate me? Or perhaps tonight you could come to the princess residence, and I." As she spoke, her voice grew lower and lower, full of suggestion. But suddenly Yu Shunshin ruthlessly flicked his sleeve away, turned, and left. Qingping was left a little bewildered and dissatisfied. Turning back into the carriage, she puffed out her cheeks and asked Jixiang sulkily, "Yu Lang doesn't care about me? He must be getting old and boring. Teasing young men was much more fun back when I was younger." Jixiang immediately nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Then your highness should keep looking for younger handsome men." Qingping kept rambling. "It's a pity I was unconscious for so long. I wonder who the most handsome young man in the capital is now." She paid no attention at all to the fact that Yu Shunshin had returned and was standing right behind her, holding a food box in his hand. His face was so dark it was impossible to read, but the killing intent radiating from him made everyone nearby wonder inwardly, why does it suddenly feel freezing when the sun is still out? Yu Shunshin now held out a wooden box before Qingping. His tone remained cold, but his gaze had softened somewhat as he said, "I am not carrying anything valuable on me. Please accept this as compensation to your highness." She accepted the box in surprise and thought, "Wan Fu Tower?" She opened it. Inside was a still-hot braised pork knuckle nestled among green vegetables. Pointing at the food box, Jixiang gestured in confusion. "Your highness, this is..." Qingping turned to look out the window, her voice turning gentle and faintly sorrowful. "Little Jixiang, do you remember what date is today? Today is Mother Empress's birthday. I personally picked the flowers she loved most in the palace for her. At first, I had intended to order the braised pork knuckle from Wanfu Tower that she liked best, to celebrate her birthday. But Wanfu Tower sells very few of them. They have to be ordered a day in advance." As she spoke, she looked toward Yu Shunshin's retreating figure with a complicated expression. Jixiang then expressed his very practical thoughts in sign language. How could Lord Yu just happen to know Her Majesty the Empress's birthday and preferences? He definitely ordered it a day in advance to take home for his guests. He just threw it over here conveniently, so he could get away from you. Qingping hugged the food box tightly, speaking in a stubborn, sulky tone. "Were you waving your hand around for now? How would I understand any of that? Yu Lang put thought into buying this for me." By then, Yu Shunshin had already reached the entrance of his residence. A man on horseback hurried up from behind, calling out with some urgency, "Junyao, don't you usually move so slowly? Why are you in such a hurry today? I was on horseback and still almost couldn't catch up to you." This man was Jiang Yinqing. Panting, he continued, "I forgot to remind you. Your residence is now on the same street as the princess residence. Did you happen to run into her on your way back?" Yu Shunshin turned to him and answered blandly, expression unchanged, "You are overthinking things. How could we possibly run into each other that easily?" Hearing that, Jiang Yinqing looked somewhat relieved and continued chattering away. "Good if you didn't. I heard Princess Chongping has all kinds of tricks. Who knows whether she might deliberately ram her carriage into yours on the road, then use it as an excuse to seduce you. That sort of lowly tactic is something the street ruffians in the capital often use to lure proper young ladies." Jiang Yinqing kept talking carelessly, completely failing to notice that Yu Shunshin's expression had already turned furious and dark to the extreme. He turned to glare at his friend with murderous intent, as if he wanted to devour alive the man who was slandering the person in his heart. Only then did the man beside him notice the killing intent in Yu Shunshin's eyes, and he started an alarm. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Inside, he was already panicking. Why does Junyao seem so terrifying today? At that point, the man could only awkwardly change the subject and advise, "Why don't you move house? This small residence of yours is in the most expensive area in the entire capital. Even renting it can't be cheap. Why not buy a small place near mine instead? I really don't understand why you insist on living somewhere so expensive. Yu Shunshin withdrew his gaze and replied indifferently, "Thank you, but I have my own plans." "Don't worry." When he returned home, Madame Rong saw that Yu Shunshin was only just getting back and immediately tapped her chopsticks against the table in reproach. "I told you this morning that you had to come back early today. Your third aunt came especially to see you, and yet here you are, only coming back this late. She has already gone home. Now that you're an official, have you become full of yourself?" Yu Shunshin hurriedly bowed his head respectfully and admitted his fault. "Your son would not dare. But today something truly important came up, which is why I was delayed. Another day, I will certainly go in person to apologize to third aunt." Only then did Madame Rong calm down a little and say, "Good that you know. Back then, if your third aunt's family had not helped us, then the two of us, alone and powerless as we were, would never have been able to settle down in your family village. Don't forget this kindness." Yu Shunshin sat down at the table and softly answered, "Yes." Then he asked, "Why did third aunt come by today?" Madame Rong lightly tapped her son on the head with her chopsticks and said in a stern voice, "Who else would it be for, if not you?" She went on excitedly, "Your third aunt said that Magistrate Chun of Tongfang County went to the village to find a matchmaker. She remembered that you're also at the age to marry, so she personally helped you look into Magistrate Chen's granddaughter. Your third aunt said that young lady of the Chun family is outstanding in character, talent, and looks." After hearing this, Yu Shunshin narrowed his eyes and asked, "Tongfang County? Magistrate Chen's granddaughter?" Seeing his attitude, Madame Rong put down her chopsticks and gave a light snort. Raising her voice, she said, "What? Now that you're a high-ranking official, you think her family status is too low? Then do you also look down on your own mother? Compared with a magistrate's granddaughter, my father was just a poor licentiate, and I'm nothing more than a woman cast off by her husband." The moment he heard his mother say this, Yu Shunshin immediately dropped to his knees and said respectfully, but firmly, "Your son absolutely does not mean that. Not long ago, this Magistrate Chun sent people to the capital to try to approach me. Magistrate Chun has a bad reputation, and in the last two evaluations of officials, his performance was rated merely average. Next year is another year of official evaluation. If he is rated average or below again, at best he will be demoted, at worst, dismissed from office." So, as he spoke, he hesitated slightly. A moment later, Yu Shunshin continued, "If mother truly likes that young lady, then it can still be done. I have some acquaintance with the official in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. I could speak to him and ask him to take care of this Magistrate Chun." Hearing her son lay out the full story so clearly, Madame Rong could only sigh. "I'm not so muddle-headed that I'd use my son for something so absurd. Get up. Who are you kneeling for?" As she ladled him a bowl of soup, she continued, "Forget this matter. But I've already asked people to help inquire after suitable young ladies for you. Let's see how many more excuses you'll have to refuse me." Yu Shunshin took a sip of soup and replied cheerfully, just to placate her, "Yes, yes." But Madame Rong suddenly continued in a firm tone, "Don't think you can fool me again with that nonsense about some hidden illness. Old Imperial Physician Zhang has assured me several times already that there is nothing wrong with your body at all. I even found some tonic medicine for you. Drink this soup, and I guarantee that issue of yours will be cured at once. It absolutely won't affect your marrying a wife and having children later." Hearing this, Yu Shunshin choked and sprayed out the mouthful of soup he had just been drinking. His face flushed bright red with embarrassment and helplessness. At the princess residence, a servant was meanwhile presenting Changping with all kinds of exquisite jewelry. At the sight of them, she said happily, "Grandmother really loves me best to send me so many things." Standing beside her, Mama Hua smiled and said, "Mama Hua also has your best interests at heart. Knowing your highness is clever, she sent this person over as well." A young maid stepped forward and respectfully said, "This servant, Hua Mian, greets your highness." The moment Chengping heard the maid speak, she clicked her tongue while gesturing to Jixiang. "You can talk? That's troublesome. I don't like girls with tongues." Hua Mian was instantly terrified out of her wits. She dropped to her knees at once and kowtowed, pleading, "Your Highness, spare my life." But Qingping immediately changed her tone and said cheerfully, "Fine. For grandmother's sake, go find yourself an empty courtyard and stay there a few days. When you've learned how to regard yourself as mute, then you may come serve me. After all, once a tongue is cut out, it doesn't grow back." Trembling, Hua Mian respectfully withdrew, her heart still pounding with fear. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy." Once the girl was gone, Chongping picked up a plate of pastries. In a nostalgic tone, she said, "There's even this good thing." Grandmother really was thoughtful. After all these years, she still remembers that I like silver thread cakes. Her eyes suddenly turned cold as she murmured, "Too bad this isn't meant for people to eat." With that, she threw the plate of pastries into the lake, her face utterly devoid of regret. Ji Xiang then gestured, "Your Highness, go in first. I'll go to the study and bring that person over." Then she stood up and adjusted her clothes. "I'll go myself." At that moment, Qingping had already changed into a brilliant red robe, bright as flame. She walked into her bedchamber and lightly triggered a hidden mechanism behind the wall. At once, another hidden space opened before her eyes. Qingping gently picked up an old portrait. Nostalgia surged up endlessly within her as she thought, "Mother Empress, Father Emperor, Junior has come to see you." Right then, Chongping personally set out a lavish table of food. Her hands moved swiftly as she arranged the dishes, and she turned happily to say to Ji Xiang, "Today is Mother Empress's birthday." Junior prepared braised pork knuckle and osmanthus cakes from Wanfu Tower. They're all dishes Mother Empress and Father Emperor like. Mother Empress liked me best in red, so if I wore morning clothes, she would definitely be angry. That is why I dressed beautifully. Junior still remembers the rules. The first cup is a toast. With that, she picked up a cup of wine and respectfully raised it high. "To peace under heaven." As soon as she finished speaking, she drained it in one gulp. Chongping then lifted a second cup and said with a smile, "The second cup, to wish Junior safety and good health." Next comes the third. The third cup, to wish Junior happiness always. She went on drinking cup after cup until the wine slowly took effect. By evening, Chongping had clearly drunk too much. Her face was flushed red, and she began to ramble. "Mother Empress, don't worry. Junior is living well. Even though you and Father Emperor are no longer in the palace, Grandmother is still alive, and she treats me very well. The little emperor who inherited the throne is still too young to bully me." "Oh, right." And the regent minister, who is also my lover, is completely smitten with me and can't escape. He bought today's pork knuckle to offer to Mother Empress. Standing to one side, Ji Xiang watched her and could not suppress his growing worry. The princess had dismissed all the servants and shut herself in here, drinking alone for a long time. If she kept drinking, he feared it would harm her health. Seeing that Chongping was so drunk she was nearly losing consciousness, Ji Xiang hurried forward to catch her slender body. "Your Highness!" Ji Xiang quickly brought a pill to her lips and said in a weak voice, "Your Highness, take the medicine." Chongping forced herself to reassure him. "It's fine. I probably drank a few extra cups, so the poison in my body is acting up. Once I take the medicine and endure it a little, it will pass quickly." Hearing that, Ji Xiang hurried off, not forgetting to turn back and say, "I'll go brew a bowl of sobering tea." Chongping's tone had by now turned dejected. Her eyes glistened as she looked at the portrait before her and complained softly, "Mother Empress, are you disappointed? You only wish for me to live a happy life, but I cannot become what you hoped for. Because my revenge, peace under heaven, safety and health, a lifetime of joy, yet the wish of your daughter Junior in this life is..." Beneath the quiet late-night sky, a figure suddenly appeared. Chongping laughed bitterly at herself and said, "Looks like I really am drunk. I'm even seeing things now." The figure before her gradually became clear in the candlelight. At the sight of it, Chongping's cheeks flushed faintly red, and she reached out her hand as she said softly, "You Shunshin." At once, Shunshin dropped to one knee, lifted Chongping's hand, and pressed a light kiss to it. In a gentle voice thick with feeling, he said, "Even if I must give up everything, I will still fulfill your wish in this lifetime, my one and only princess." Seeing how embarrassingly sentimental the man before her was, Chongping could not help but giggle. "No, you're not him. My Yu Lang is the most proper and upright of men. He would never say such things. But I do think you are very handsome, and you do resemble Yu Lang a little. Why don't you attend on me tonight?" As she spoke, she leaned in until her face was almost against his. Shunshin showed a trace of embarrassment and asked softly, "How does your Highness wish me to attend you?" Qingping immediately pushed him down and in a seductive, spellbinding tone said, "What? You don't know? Then shall I teach you?" Staring fixedly at the handsome man standing right before her, Qingping could not restrain herself from praising him. "You look so much like my Yulang. Look, even that dazed expression is exactly the same. This is the Yulang I like best." As soon as she finished speaking, she casually began to slowly remove Xuanxin's outer robe. Seeing this, he hurriedly reached out and tightly caught her wrist, lowering his voice as he asked, "Your Highness, is this truly what you want? You once said that Xuanxin was of humble birth and unworthy of you." Old memories instantly surged into Xuanxin's mind. Back then, Qingping had been seated amid piles of jewels and treasures, idly toying with one ornament after another, as she said with indifference, "I am also of an age to be married. The prince consort Father Emperor chose for me is quite suitable, well matched in family background and of equal standing. Compare with these things, what is love? In this deep, man-eating palace, those who have love only meet a miserable end. That is how it is. No matter how good Yulang may be, in the end his birth is lowly. He is not worthy of me. Even if we shared some romance, in the end we would still be strangers." When Xuanxin heard those heartless words back then, a flash of sorrow rose unbidden in his heart. Returning to the present, Xuanxin suppressed the hurt on his face and, keeping a grave expression, asked again, "Even now, do you still think that way?" At that moment, Qingping struggled to rise with what little strength she had left and tried to speak. But perhaps because the wine was too strong, she swayed for a moment, then collapsed helplessly into Xuanxin's arms. Resting her head against his chest, Qingping spoke in a despondent voice tinged with a sob. "You don't understand. If my prince consort does not have a noble background, then how could he protect himself? What I want is not a companion, but an ally. I cannot follow in Father Emperor's footsteps." Once she had said that, she tiredly shut her eyes, though tears had long since rolled down her fair, moving face. After listening to every word of her confession, Xuanxin replied softly, his voice full of deep understanding, "I know. That is why this time I will protect you for a lifetime of peace." A little while later, Jixiang arrived carrying a bowl of hangover soup. He saw that Qingping had already fallen fast asleep on the table, covered with a large warm blanket. Seeing the scene before him, Jixiang secretly found it strange and thought, did the princess even remember to bring out a blanket before sleeping? This really is ghostly. Early the next morning, in the solemn main hall, a childish but deliberately authoritative voice rang out. "I do not approve." The little emperor sat high on the throne and continued in a loud voice. "As for conferring the title of Grand Princess on Princess Qingping, I do not agree." In his heart, the boy puffed out his cheeks and thought angrily, "I heard this imperial elder sister used to bully Mother Empress in the palace. I'm going to avenge Mother Empress. I refuse to confer a title on this hateful elder sister." The officials below immediately broke into animated whispers. Just then, a dignified man stepped out from the ranks and said in a resonant voice, "Your Majesty's concerns are not without reason. The title of Grand Princess carries exalted status, almost like that of a feudal prince. It is indeed something that should be approached with caution." The one who had spoken was Songzua, director of the Secretariat, one of the 4 powerful regents. He turned towards Xuanxin and, with hidden meaning, asked, "What does Lord you think?" As soon as the crowd heard his name, murmurs instantly spread through the hall. After all, no one in court was unaware of the rumors of an ambiguous affair between Lord Yu and Princess Qingping. Everyone was curious to know how Lord Yu would react. They thought, Princess Qingping is absurd and overbearing. She truly is unfit to serve as an example for the imperial clan. Making her grand princess is simply, in the entire court, Lord Yu is probably the one who least wished to see the princess gain power. Yet contrary to expectations, Xuanxin kept his face dark and composed, and said in a serious, respectful tone, "According to the edict issued by the founding emperor in the first year of Kaitan, Princess Qingping is the legitimate eldest princess born to the late empress. To confer the title of Grand Princess upon her follows precedent. For your majesty to oppose it now would be improper." Hearing that, the little emperor flushed with anger and shouted, "Grand Tutor you." In his heart, the boy fumed. "It's one thing that Grand Tutor Yu is always strict with me, and even in memorials he only ever puts me below him, but now he even wants to oppose me over this matter." From behind the hanging screen, Xiaoying lowered her voice and sternly reminded him, "Your Majesty, mind your words." After speaking, Xiaoying turned and calmly said, Lord, you means that the court bestows honors solely according to established rules. But if an evildoer abuses power and influence, would not the court be aiding that person? I believe that is not the original intent of the law. Hearing this, Shunshin replied coldly, Princess Qingping should be ennobled according to precedent. As for what crimes she may have committed, those can be handed over to the Ministry of Justice and the Court of Judicial Review for investigation and punishment according to the law. The assembled officials were astonished and inwardly praised him. Truly worthy of Lord Yu. First raise her to high rank, then question her crimes after. Not a single imperial edict or court law would be cast aside. Let her climb high first, then knock her down. Lord Yu's grudge against Princess Chongping really is no ordinary one. Exactly. Lord Yu is truly ruthless. High above them, Xiaoying softly murmured, Junior, then continued clearly, Grand Tutor Yu's words are reasonable. Then let it be done as Grand Tutor Yu suggests. The next day, Chongping had sobered up by now. Rubbing her forehead, she complained, My head hurts so much. Standing beside her, Jixiang quickly handed her a bowl of water and said, Who told your highness to drink so much wine last night? Luckily, even drunk, you still remembered to spread out a blanket. Otherwise, you would have caught a chill. Taking the bowl, Chongping replied cheerfully, I am naturally that meticulous. But last night, I seem to have had a very lovely dream. In the dream, a handsome young lord confessed his feelings to me. Seeing how unconcerned Chongping still looked, showing not the slightest worry for her own safety, Jixiang said a little irritably, Empress Dowager Xiao is about to throw you into prison to suffer, and your highness is still thinking about some young lord from a dream. That maid Hans Huang has already hurried over with the news she heard. So why aren't you anxious at all? Yet on hearing this, Qingping not only failed to panic, she even blushed a little as her mind drifted to scenes in the prison. She said shyly, In prison? I'd be wearing prisoner's clothes, shackled in chains, while Yu Lang would be in his court robes, holding a whip as he walked over. Just thinking about it makes it feel quite different. Hearing her say something so outrageous, Jixiang snapped in exasperation. Princess, seeing how flustered he was, Chongping finally soothed him. What's the hurry? Do I look that easy to bully? You really have no patience at all. Look, hasn't the person I wanted to wait for already arrived? Just as she finished speaking, a timid figure suddenly stepped inside. At once, a maid dropped to her knees and saluted. This servant, Lu Xiniang, greets the princess. May I ask why your highness summoned this servant? Inwardly, Xiniang was uneasy. I'm only a cleaning servant in the princess's residence. So why has the princess suddenly called for me? Resting one hand under her chin, Qingping fixed her with a sharp gaze and began. In the 30th year of Yonghe, a military transport officer from a merchant vessel returned drunk at night and was robbed and beheaded. The authorities investigated for over a month without finding any clues. Later, the murdered man's younger brother's wife accused her sister-in-law of teaming up with an adulterer to rob him. If I remember correctly, that sister-in-law who was accused of murdering her husband and stealing his property had the surname Lu. By the time Qingping said this, Xiniang's face had already gone stiff with shock. Qingping leisurely continued. In the end, the authorities did not convict her of murder. Hearing these things exposed, Xiniang began to tremble and said in a low voice, Princess, you... Chongping smiled meaningfully. Relax. Don't be nervous. I have no interest in pursuing something from more than 10 years ago. Killing someone is all. I've killed before too. It's not such a big matter. When ordering someone to do things, it's best to know the roots and branches clearly. As she spoke, she calmly wrote something down on paper, then handed the letter to Xiniang. Qingping went on, I think you act decisively and boldly, and you seem to have some freedom to move about. If you work for me, then you are my person. Deliver this letter to the place written on the envelope and hand it to the master there. Trembling, Xiniang accepted it and answered uneasily, Yes, this servant Lu Xiniang will do exactly as the princess commands. Once Xiniang's figure had disappeared, Jixiang finally asked curiously, That letter just now, the kind used by noble young ladies in the capital to write to the man they fancy. Princess, are you sending a letter to Lord Yu? Sitting before her dressing table and looking into the mirror, Chongping replied calmly, No, the one receiving the letter is the first beautiful young man I ever took a fancy to, even earlier than Yu Lang. Today I want to see him again, and I must give him a reunion gift. As she spoke, Chongping carefully arranged her hair. 3 days later, the decree conferring Princess Changping the title of Grand Princess was issued, along with a formal accusation. It charged that 12 years earlier the princess had seized commoners' land, driven the victim to suicide, and also borrowed 100,000 taels of silver from the national treasury. It further alleged that she had raised the land and used treasury funds to build a luxurious estate there, where she kept countless handsome young men for pleasure, indulging in delight night after night. The censors all jointly impeached the princess and demanded an investigation. The Empress Dowager issued an order. The case of the princess seizing commoners' land was to be tried by the Court of Judicial Review. At this moment, Jixiang gently pushed the princess's wheelchair as they headed outside. Suddenly, an old mama approached from afar and respectfully called out, "Princess." On seeing her, Changping frowned and asked loudly, "Mama, what exactly is going on? I heard that even the imperial guards are already on their way to arrest me." The mama leaned close to Changping and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "This is clearly Xiao Ying deliberately trying to deal with you. I don't want to go to the Court of Judicial Review. Doesn't grandmother care about me? How could Her Majesty not care about the princess? But this case is too big. The uproar is so great that even the Grand Empress Dowager cannot suppress it. But princess, rest assured, the Xiao family is not yet powerful enough to cover the sky with one hand. You need only go boldly." Changping pouted and continued, "But I heard this case also involves the matter of the 100,000 taels I supposedly owed the court back then. Of those 100,000 taels, I did not take a single coin. The second prince borrowed it in my name and lent it to Uncle Yang's family to make up a shortfall." Seeing that she was about to blurt everything out, the mama immediately raised a hand as if to stop her mouth. Worried, she said, "Princess, be careful with your words. Back then the Yang family was persecuted so badly that they had to leave the capital and return to their ancestral home. Only later did Her Majesty manage to help Uncle Yang find a local post, and only then did he have the chance to rise again. It would be best if you did not dig up the events of that year, lest your uncle be implicated and stripped of office." Changping puffed out her cheeks and said sulkily, "I know the Yang family has not had it easy. Back then, for grandmother and second imperial brother, I took on this disgraceful reputation. If this matter had not been dug up again, I would have carried it to my grave. But now that I've suffered such a huge injustice today, I have to make grandmother compensate me." Hearing that, the mama smiled and probed, "What does the princess want?" But inwardly she thought, "I have to soothe this little ancestor today. If she goes mad, there will be endless trouble." Changping answered casually, "If grandmother could arrange an official post for Uncle Yang, then I also want a post for my beautiful young lord. Don't worry, my beautiful young lord passed the Jinshi exam and truly has talent and learning. It was only because he fell gravely ill for a time that his future was delayed until now." The mama fell silent and considered for a moment before replying, "Very well." Changping said happily, "Thank you, mama." She smiled, but in her heart she had long since made plans of her own. At the imposing Court of Judicial Review, a crowd of commoners surrounded the place and kept up a noisy discussion. Some spoke maliciously, some denounced the princess. Heaven truly has eyes. The princess has finally met her retribution. Evil meets evil in the end. The princess stands accused and still gets a proper seat? Bah! At this moment, Shunshin stepped forward and respectfully greeted her. "Princess." Changping looked at him with tender eyes full of affection and said softly, "Why has my lord come to the Court of Judicial Review?" Shunshin replied coldly, "This minister and vice censor-in-chief lord do have come by imperial order to observe the trial." At that moment, Yu Guang slammed the striking block on the table with a sharp crack and declared loudly, "Bring the plaintiff into court." At his order, a careworn man entered and bowed deeply. This commoner, Xia Duoxiu, greets all the honored lords. After paying his respects, the man lifted his head and began tearfully listing the charges. 12 years ago, the princess seized the Xia family estate. She forced our whole family out of the capital. My father, old and sickly, died on the road. To make a living, I had no choice but to work hauling cargo at the docks. As a result, I accidentally fell and was injured. After I was hurt, the old and young of my family had neither food nor clothing. In order to treat me, my wife first sold our daughter, then sold herself as well. In the end, I was separated from my wife and child, and my family was destroyed. Hearing such a tragic story, the people outside all showed righteous anger and began loudly condemning her. That's too miserable, inhuman, seizing someone's estate and treating human life like grass. Where's the justice in that? Qingping, seated to one side, calmly objected, I did not seize it. At the time, I gave the Xia family 12 taels of silver. But those words only made the crowd even angrier, like adding oil to the fire. 12 taels? How is that any different from robbery? That's bullying people far too much. Qingping added another sentence. After that, I gave the place away to a friend. At once, Shunshin questioned her. May I ask the name of this friend to whom the princess gave the property? Where does he live? He is also connected to this case and must be brought before the court as well. Suddenly, from within the noisy crowd, a clear voice rang out. There is no need for such trouble. I am here. A refined, scholarly-looking man stepped forward and introduced himself. This humble scholar, Xia Daiyun, greets the honored lords. I am precisely the friend to whom Princess Changping granted that estate. With that, he elegantly walked toward Qingping and greeted her. Princess, it has been a long time. Seeing the two of them so close together, Shunshin's displeasure became obvious, his gaze turning as sharp and cold as a blade. Qingping, seeing Daiyun appear, smiled lightly and asked after him, Little Peony, have you been well these past years? Daiyun answered gently, Thanks to the princess's blessings. Aye. Before he could finish, Shunshin appeared and cut him off. Witness Xia Daiyun, answer only questions relevant to the case. Seeing Shunshin step in, the crowd immediately cried out in unison, Lord Yu is so upright. Inwardly they thought with some shame, just now we were only staring at that wicked princess. Truly disgraceful. Even Yu Guang beside him did not stint in his praise. I never expected Lord Yu to be so proactive in this case. His whole heart is on the case alone. Daiyun took a scroll from his sleeve and began to present his statement solemnly. Yes, I came today to lodge an accusation as well. Once your excellencies hear my accusation, you will know the full story. Meanwhile, the man called Xia Duoshou, still kneeling behind him after making his accusation, stared at Daiyun and wondered, why does this fellow look so familiar? Holding the paper, Daiyun said in a ringing voice, I, Xia Daiyun, accuse Xia Duoshou of plotting robbery and murder 12 years ago, murdering my father Xia Tsongshan, forcing my mother to death, all in order to seize the Xia family estate. The man kneeling on the ground was stunned when he heard this and cried out in terror, You're Xia Tsongshan's son? Weren't you dead already? 20 years ago, in my father's native village, his younger brother Xia Duoshou and his wife came seeking shelter. My parents were kind-hearted. Thinking that we sprang from the same roots, they took them in unconditionally. Who would have thought that after seeing our family's wealth, Xia Duoshou would grow greedy? He lured my father up the mountain and murdered him, then lied to my mother, saying father had been kidnapped by mountain bandits. He deceived her into signing a contract to sell the house in exchange for ransom money. My mother believed him and truly signed the deed, handing over all the money to him. She never imagined that our estate would become Xia Duoshou's residence. Afterward, Xia Duoshou forced my mother to remarry him. She refused and smashed her head against a pillar, dying on the spot. Hado tied my mother's corpse and me together and threw us into the river. Then he announced to the outside world that after learning of my father's death, my mother had taken her son and jumped into the river to commit suicide. Once the surrounding crowd understood the twists and turns of the story, they erupted in anger and loudly condemned him. What the hell is this? He's truly a beast with a human face. Seeing the tide of public opinion turning against him, Dado panicked and began shouting in self-defense, speaking complete nonsense. He's one of the princess's people. He must have colluded with the princess to frame me. Qingping was sitting leisurely in her chair, a cunning, contemptuous smile on her lips, and said in a mocking tone, If this princess wanted you dead, wouldn't it be easier than crushing an ant? Are you even worthy of making this princess rack her brains and conspire with others? Both Yu Guang and the man beside him heard that and inwardly bristled, thinking, that actually makes sense. I can't even refute it. But Dado stubbornly continued to defend himself, craning his neck as he shouted, Don't listen to just his side of the story. Who can prove that what you're saying is true? Suddenly, A sharp voice rang out from the doorway. I can't. A hard-faced woman walked in and introduced herself in a forceful voice. I am Trane Hoa, the servant Hada, though, sold off 12 years ago. This is the bill of sale from when Hada, though, sold me into a brothel. It still bears his signature and thumbprint. Seeing the woman he had thought dead long ago appear before his eyes, Dodo trembled in fear and stammered, Trane Hoa, you, why are you here? The surrounding crowd saw that there was another living witness, and the wave of condemnation grew even fiercer. There's a signature and thumbprint in black and white. Hada, though, you're not human. You even sold off your own servant, and you still have the nerve to claim he sold himself? Ahoa knelt on the courtroom floor in agony, her voice trembling as she continued her accusation. This common woman can testify. Back then, Ha Tong Tien was strangled to death by Hada, though. Afraid he wasn't fully dead, Hada, though, viciously stabbed him once in the chest as well, then buried the body in a lotus pond 3 miles from Ha residence. Pointing straight into Dodo's face, Ahoa angrily exposed him. He embezzled the Ha family estate, and most of the silver he stole was offered up to his adoptive father. That adoptive father is a high official in the Ministry of Personnel. By currying favor with him, he could buy an official post. Seeing Ahoa continue to pour out his secrets, Dodo feared he would be completely exposed, so he lunged at her as if to silence her and shouted, Shut up! Don't you want to live anymore? Maybe you don't want to live, but I still do. At that moment, the man seated beside Hugh Kwong saw that the situation was turning unfavorable and spoke up in a low voice to stop her. The most urgent matter today is to investigate the case of the princess forcibly purchasing farmland. As for whether the Ha family bribed officials to buy office, that can be examined in another case later. Inwardly, he was alarmed, thinking, this case is not. We cannot let Trane Hoa keep talking. Only then did Chengping leisurely speak up in rebuttal. Is Hada, though, so afraid Madame Tran will reveal the identity of that adoptive father? It seems that adoptive father's background is even more impressive than the Dali temples. This princess is rather curious what kind of lofty figure he might be. Hada, though, gave most of the money taken from Ha Tong Tien's household to that adoptive father. Doesn't that mean the adoptive father is directly connected to this case as well? Just now, Lord Ngu said that anyone involved in the case must be brought before the court. Lord Ngu, I remember correctly, don't I? Shunshin heard this and calmly replied, Your Highness remembers correctly. That is indeed so. Chengping smiled in satisfaction, then turned away, not forgetting to add meaningfully, Naturally, I must remember Lord Ngu's words very carefully. Watching her proud figure as she turned away, Shunshin felt a little embarrassed, and a faint blush crossed his face. At that moment, Hugh Kwong slammed the table and ordered, Lord Ngu is right. Draga do out. How dare you be so unruly in court? Suddenly, Ahoa gathered all her courage and shouted out, That adoptive father is Assistant Director Li Takai of the Ministry of Personnel, Lord Li. Hearing that, Hugh Kwong was startled and repeated, Assistant Director Li Takai of the Ministry of Personnel? Inwardly, he began to worry. Although the rank of Assistant Director was not high, the Li clan had the Empress Dowager as a powerful backer. This was about to become very troublesome. The censor beside him immediately barked. Absurd. It seems to me this Madame Tran is clearly biting at random. Maybe the princess is trying to drag others into disaster. Let us adjourn the court for now and continue the interrogation tomorrow. Chengping immediately responded in a sharp voice. Watch your words. Censor do that estate never belonged to Hada, though, in the first place. Back then, the princess merely returned property to its rightful owner. How is that harming others? And now that there is a new lead, before investigating anything, you cut Madame Tran off and call it random slander. Censor do, you're this anxious. Could it be that you're trying to protect someone? The crowd outside found her argument perfectly reasonable and quickly joined in. Exactly. Back then, the princess didn't seize commoners' land by force. She was delivering justice. What kind of nonsense is this? Princess Chengping can be interrogated, so why can't that other man be interrogated? Chengping silently assessed the situation. Although Li Takai was only a 6th-rank official, he came from the prestigious Li clan. Grand Censor Li Changfu was his uncle. After a brief pause, she questioned, Censor Du, as a trusted subordinate of the Grand Censor, you're trying to avoid this case, aren't you? Hearing the question strike right at the heart of the matter, he grew slightly uneasy, but still forced himself to stay calm and answered, "We censors handle our duties independently. Why would this official need to avoid anything?" Hu Kwang immediately ordered the soldiers, "Men, go summon Assistant Director Li Ta-kai of the Ministry of Personnel here. Jinla guards, go to the location Madame Tranukas Ed and recover Ha Tong Tien's remains." "Yes, sir." Watching the soldiers depart, Qingping felt a trace of nostalgia. Those young men of the Jinla Guards didn't look bad at all. Suddenly, Shunshin stepped forward, blocking her line of sight, and called in a cool voice, "Princess." Qingping looked up in slight confusion. "Engi Ulang." Shunshin abruptly noticed that the hairpin in Qingping's hair had tilted a little, so he leaned close and gently reminded her, "Your Highness's hairpin is a little crooked." Hearing that, Qingping merely raised a hand and touched it lightly, replying indifferently, "Oh, is it? I put it on in a hurry before coming out. So Lord Ngu has seen me make a fool of myself. This butterfly among peonies hairpin is a little heavy. If I wear it too long, it slips. Gulang, help me see whether it's still crooked." The moment Shunshin heard the name of the hairpin, his expression darkened, because it immediately reminded him of Hot Deep Yuan. Unable to hide his displeasure, Shunshin quickly said, "It isn't straight, and it doesn't suit your highness. Better change to another one." Seeing his attitude, Qingping smiled indulgently and replied cheerfully, "All right, I'll listen to Gulang. I'll change it when I get back." A short while later, Li Ta-kai appeared. From outside came a loud, respectful announcement. "Assistant Director Li Ta-kai of the Ministry of Personnel has arrived." An official entered and cupped his hands in salute. "Li greets all my lords." The man who had just arrived was indeed Assistant Director Li Ta-kai. Hada, though, was kneeling on the ground at this point. Seeing someone familiar, he crawled over and pleaded repeatedly, "Adoptive father, save me, adoptive father." Li Ta-kai showed him no mercy at all and kicked those straight away from him. Open disgust was written on his face as he shouted, "Where did this dog come from? This official doesn't know you." After cleanly severing their connection, Li Ta-kai turned to report to Hu Kwang, "Lord Zeng, the responsibilities of our ministry are weighty. Li always performs his duties without regard for personal feelings and has offended quite a few people. If anyone who dislikes me can come to the Dali Temple at any time and falsely accuse Li, then doesn't that mean Lord Zeng also bears some dereliction of duty?" Hu Kwang still maintained a calm demeanor as he answered in a low voice, "If Lord Li is truly clean and upright, then even being accused is nothing to fear." Qingping, meanwhile, was sitting leisurely in one corner enjoying the spectacle. Seeing how arrogant the man's tone was, she spoke up with a sneer, "Lord Li certainly speaks boldly. Is this because you have the censorate at your back and think you can threaten others?" Only then did Ta-kai notice Qingping. He faltered for a moment before reluctantly greeting her. "So it is the princess. Li has been discourteous." Seeing how unwilling he looked, Qingping curled her lips and immediately mocked him. "If you don't want to pay your respects to this princess, then don't force yourself. After all, the Li family has such great power and influence. This princess wouldn't dare offend the censorate. The entire capital knows that the Dali Temple intended to question me today. What exactly are you city officials pretending for? Are you deaf?" Hearing her say that, the commoners outside all burst into laughter, and Ta-kai's face turned black on the spot. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, he turned and said tensely, "Since today is about the case involving the princess and the Ha family," Li asked himself, "What acquaintance do I have with the Ha family? May I leave now?" Ahoa, who had been kneeling in the back, suddenly cried out in anger, "You're lying. You are Hada, those adoptive father. Back then, what you accepted from Hada, though, wasn't only his silver. It was also because he knew massage techniques and could treat your neck pain. Hada, though, also said there's a large mole on your right shoulder blade." As soon as the crowd outside heard such detailed accusations from Ahoa, they all chimed in. "She even knows there's a mole on his shoulder. Then she definitely isn't making it up. Lord Li, take off your clothes and prove it." Hada, though, is even older than Lord Li, and yet he calls him adoptive father. Just as the atmosphere was growing tense, a loud shout from soldiers suddenly rang out from behind. "Make way, make way. The Empress Dowager has issued a decree." A group of soldiers carrying the imperial decree entered and began to announce, It has been determined that Princess Qingping did not forcibly seize commoners' land. The Dali Temple is to conclude this case at once and immediately release the princess back to her residence. On hearing the proclamation, Takai looked as if he had struck gold and said smugly, "Did you hear that?" In contrast, the crowd outside was deeply dissatisfied with the announcement and began noisily protesting all at once. What? The questioning isn't even finished yet. Why release her already? Standing there observing everything, Shunshin silently analyzed the situation. This decree came too quickly. It couldn't be a coincidence. The Empress Dowager wants to shield the Li family. She must have already issued the order before Li Takai even came to court. Thinking it over, that made sense, didn't it? Right when Madame Tran exposed Li Takai and Hada though in public, everyone had been stirred up. Though she heard the announcement, Qingping showed no joy at all. She clapped her hands, propped her chin on one hand, and said, "Her Majesty the Empress Dowager's decree has come at a truly perfect moment. No wonder the Li family fears no one. But this princess does not wish for the case to be closed so perfunctorily. I am willing to remain in prison for a few more days, and I also hope the case can be thoroughly investigated so the wicked may be punished." The crowd seemed to agree with Qingping's words and began voicing their support. That's right. The princess is right. So the princess truly is the righteous one. Even the princess is willing to stay in prison. Then what excuse is there not to investigate further? Qingping, her gaze sharp, continued, "When the founding emperor established the Great Shang Code, he once said, 'The judgments of the authorities must follow the law. Otherwise, the law will be thrown into chaos and the realm will be endangered.' The Empress Dowager has ordered the Dali Temple to close the case hastily. Under what statute is that justified? Does she think the laws of our Great Shang are a joke?" Hearing those forceful words, Hugh Kwong was puzzled. Since when could the princess casually quote the Great Shang Code like this? The censor standing beside him whispered, "Wasn't the princess supposed to be a useless straw bag who only knew how to collect handsome men?" Shunshin silently watched Qingping's steadfast figure, warmth rising in his heart as he thought, "In this world, perhaps no one but me knows that although the princess is playful on the surface, she is also deeply learned, and has never been lazy for a single day." Back then, old memories came flooding back, and he began to drift into recollection. In the past, Yu Shunshin had once coldly swept aside the plate of pastries Qingping brought him and said in an icy voice, "I don't need them. Your Highness need not waste your effort personally bringing food here. Please let me go." Seeing how firmly he rejected her, Qingping was not angry at all. Instead, she teased him with a smile. "What's wrong, Galang? Are you still angry about last night? Even if this princess was a little abrupt last night, if you didn't want it, in the end this princess didn't force you, did I?" Hearing this, Shunshin could not help recalling that seductive scene, and the tips of his ears instantly turned red. Seeing that, Qingping pressed on, "You even pushed this princess away and ran. Am I really that frightening?" Shunshin's face was already a little flushed now as he said awkwardly, "Princess, please have some self-respect. It is said that if sentient beings in the six realms had no desire, they would not follow the cycle of birth and death. One should regard desire as one would a venomous snake or a thief." Qingping listened and still replied casually, "You like the Shurangama Sutra? This princess doesn't care for that." She gave a soft laugh, then continued, "Compared to that, I prefer. Before one's eyes are mountains and rivers sinking in dusk, flowers falling in wind and rain wound the spring still more. Better to cherish the person before you." Hearing this, Shunshin felt suspicion arise in his heart. The Shurangama Sutra was a text of the Heavenly Gate sect. How could a princess recite it so fluently? Qingping suddenly moved closer, pressing herself near him. Her breath brushed lightly against him as she teased, "Speaking of books, could it be that in Gulang's eyes, this princess is worth less than those lifeless books? If I told you my residence contains many rare books not found outside, would you be willing to stay?" Embarrassed, he turned his face away to hide his agitation, his cheeks flushing red as he replied, "Princess, please stop teasing this humble one. Everyone in the world says Princess Qingping was born overbearing and has not a scrap of literary talent in her head. How could there possibly be rare books in your residence?" Before he had even finished speaking, Chengping quickly stuffed a pastry into his mouth to cut him off. Giggling, she continued, whether it's true or not, Ngulang can see with your own eyes and know immediately. If I'm lying, then count it as this princess owing you an apology. And this is the deposit. As for the rest of the compensation, Ngulang can collect it slowly later. As soon as she finished speaking, she bent down and lightly licked away the pastry crumbs at the corner of Xuanxin's lips. The bold act made his whole face burn red. Returning to the tense reality of the courtroom, the censor ground out his rebuttal. As the princess herself just said, official judgments must place weight on evidence. According to the law, Ha Tongtian's body is still missing, so the charge of murder and robbery against Hada, though cannot yet be established. Nor has the princess fully cleared herself of suspicion. Better to suspend the hearing for now and wait until the victim's body is found before making any further determination. Chengping did not waver in the slightest and swiftly answered, very well. Trouble yourselves to prepare a clean prison cell for this princess. I will remain at the Dali Temple in obedience to the law. Today, I am determined to keep my eyes open and see exactly who dares insult and trample upon the laws of Great Shang. Seeing this, Hu Kuang immediately declared, then the court is adjourned for now. Soldiers, escort De Tho away at once. The furious crowd seized the chance to pelt him with stones while hurling abuse. Damn vulture! Damn cur! Godi! Amid the chaos, a stray stone suddenly came whistling toward Chengping. Xuanxin reacted with extreme speed and rushed forward to shield her, saying anxiously in a low voice, Princess, be careful. Chengping glanced over and saw that the back of Xuanxin's hand had swollen red from taking the blow for her. Her heart tightened in pain, and she hurriedly asked, Ngulang, your hand. Are you hurt anywhere else? Let this princess see. Xuanxin was slightly embarrassed by her excessive concern, and only after a moment did he gently reassure her. It's nothing, only a superficial injury. Your Highness need not worry. Suddenly, Chengping called sternly, Ngulang. Seeing that determined expression, Xuanxin could only stare blankly for a moment, before lowering his head in obedience. I understand. I will do as the princess says. What does your Highness want me to do? As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned close to Chengping's ear and whispered, I will do exactly that. In another quiet space, Chengping was leisurely toying with a fresh flower. Mama Hua stepped forward and respectfully reported, Princess, the physician has arrived and is already treating Lord Ngu's injury. Fortunately, it is not too serious. Your Highness may rest assured. Chengping let out a relieved breath and replied, That's good. If anything happened to Ngulang, this princess would die of heartbreak. Mama Hua hesitated for a moment before asking directly, Were the matters concerning Ha Deep Yuan and Madame Tran all arranged behind the scenes by the princess? Was it you who used the situation against itself today and made Hada, though, expose himself in court? Hearing this, Chengping curled her lips into a faint smile and feigned innocence as she said, What nonsense is Mama talking about? This princess lay unconscious for 10 whole years, where I've gotten the ability to deploy people like a general. Himno immortal. I suppose that over these past years, Ha Deep Yuan has been secretly keeping watch on Hada, though, and Li Ta Kai. Knowing that the surnamed Ha intended to accuse this princess, and seeing the moment was ripe, she simply went with the current and stepped forward to avenge her family. Hearing that perfunctory answer, Mama Hua reproached herself inwardly. Perhaps I am overthinking it. If the princess truly were so shrewd and resourceful, how could she have willingly disguised herself as a useless person in the eyes of the world? Back then, because the late emperor pitied the princess for losing her mother at a young age, he took her with him wherever he went. She heard much of court affairs, so none of it was unfamiliar to her. It was only a pity that her temperament was overbearing. Though she had a little cleverness from beginning to end, she still had not been able to accomplish anything great. Drawing her thoughts to a close, Mama Hua continued with her advice. No matter what, the current situation is advantageous for us. In order to preserve the reputation she has worked so hard to build, the Empress Dowager will most likely let Li Ta Kai go. We can take this opportunity to place a few of our own eyes and ears inside the Ministry of Personnel. After hearing her out, Princess Chengping only replied indifferently, Is that so? But to me, that seems far too foolish. She drew back her usual teasing manner, her gaze turning deep and unreadable as she began to analyze things. The Ministry of Personnel is the nerve center of the six ministries. All officials below the sixth rank in the Great Shun Court must pass through it to be selected, and it is divided among the power bases of the four great clans. If we risk planting our own people there, we will only alert those four families. Rather than fixating on the Ministry of Personnel, which all four houses are watching closely, we would do better to focus on dealing with the censorate, which is currently monopolized by the Li family. Mama Hua bent down to pick up the flower petal that Changping had carelessly dropped. Shaking her head, she said softly, "That won't be possible. The four great clans have always stood together, especially the Shao and Li families, who are on the closest terms. They would never let us move against the Li family so easily." Princess Changping crushed the flower in her palm and said in a low voice, "Mama, don't forget, the one firmly seated on the throne is the Shao family's grandson. The Li family may bear the name of being the head of the four great clans, but ever since the little emperor ascended the throne, the Shao family's power has soared. How could the Shao family willingly remain second to anyone else? And do the other three families not fear that once the Shao family fully monopolizes imperial authority, it will turn on them next? So the best move for you, Mama, is to seize this chance and incite the other three families to oppose Li Chongfu's exclusive control over the censorate. After all these years, they must have had their fill of the Li family's arrogance. They'll surely be more than happy to add fuel to the flames." Hearing such sharp analysis, Mama Hua immediately lowered her head respectfully. "Your Highness is truly far-sighted. This old servant cannot compare." At that moment, however, Princess Changping clasped her hands together, changed her manner, and turned to Mama Hua in a coaxing tone. "I know grandmother doesn't have many capable people around her. A matter this important needs someone truly competent to take the lead. What do you think of Yulang? Or should I go seduce him? Oh no, persuade him? I think Yulang still hasn't forgotten our old feelings. If Mama is willing to help me." Hearing this, Mama Hua sighed. A trace of contempt flickered across her face as she thought, "A leopard cannot change its spots. She is still the princess whose head is full of nothing but handsome men. I truly should not expect too much of her." But outwardly, she remained calm and said, "Leave this matter to this old servant. I will arrange someone more suitable. There is still much to attend to in the palace, so this old servant will take her leave first." As soon as Mama Hua disappeared behind the door, the innocent expression that had been on Changping's face darkened in an instant, filled with killing intent. Coldly, she said, "Little Ji Xiang, tell me, this flower is truly an eyesore, isn't it?" With that, she dropped the crumpled flower from her hand onto the ground and ruthlessly crushed it beneath her foot. Standing beside her, Ji Xiang smiled and gestured, "Why should your Highness dirty your feet? Sooner or later, those four clans will vanish from this world. It will only take a little more time." Just then, a steady voice came from outside. "Princess." Yu Shunshin stepped in, his face cold and expressionless. The moment Princess Changping saw him, she happily ran forward to greet him. "Yulang, is that you? Come in quickly. Has your hand gotten any better? But why does the wound look even worse than before? Didn't the physician already treat it?" Ji Xiang carefully examined Yu Shunshin's injury and immediately signed a warning to Changping. "This wound obviously wasn't caused by those stones from earlier. Lord, you must have deliberately done something just now to end up in such a miserable state. Princess, don't let yourself be fooled by a self-inflicted injury." Yu Shunshin lowered his eyes and put on a pitiful look. "The physician already treated it. It's only that on my way here, I carelessly bumped into the edge of a table. By bad luck, I struck the old wound." Hearing that, Princess Changping immediately turned and scolded Ji Xiang. "Why are you slandering Yulang? Who in this world would be crazy enough to deliberately injure himself? He was already hurt by accident, and that's pitiful enough. Hurry and bring over that jar of ointment you made before." Ji Xiang reluctantly brought the medicine box over, his face full of provocation as he gestured. Lord Yu's other hand is still perfectly healthy. Why not let him apply it himself? Why keep pretending? Don't think I don't know that you understand sign language. Even when exposed like that, Yu Shunshin still wore an innocent, blank expression as if he knew nothing. Seeing the tension in the room, Princess Changping snatched the medicine box away and waved Ji Xiang off. "You're always fussing so wildly. How could Yulang possibly understand any of that? I want to apply the medicine to Yulang myself. Go outside." "Oh, And while you're at it, go check whether little Peony needs anything. He's an important witness. Staying at the Dali Temple may not be very comfortable. Jixiang, subtly dismissed, pouted and left in a huff. Now only the two of them remain. Yu Shunshin sat down across from her and asked thoughtfully, "It seems that the princess likes Xia dying quite a lot." As she carefully opened the medicine box, Princess Changping answered breezily, "That's right. Little Peony is both beautiful and talented. Don't tell me Yu Lang doesn't like him." Upon hearing that, Yu Shunshin leaned closer to her. His eyes burned as he asked in a low voice, "May I ask what kind of liking the princess has for Xia dying? Is it ordinary fondness? Or is it like the way you once liked me?" Hearing the sour, vinegar-laced question, Princess Changping laughed softly, shook her head, and replied calmly, "Of course it's not the same." Yu Shunshin still would not let it go. The corner of his lips curved slightly as he pressed. "How is it not the same?" Princess Changping's gaze drifted afar as she began to recount the past. "The first time I met little Peony, he was just a filthy little beggar in rags. Other people snatched his food away, and he could only stare helplessly, not even knowing how to resist. At the time, I thought to myself that this fellow really was useless. But the second time I saw him, when someone tried to steal a tattered old book from his arms, that useless little wretch suddenly seemed like a different person. He was beaten black and blue, yet refused to hand over the book no matter what. He even learned how to kick and bite people. That look on him was rather interesting." Hearing the tense part of the story, Yu Shunshin asked curiously, "So then the princess helped him?" Princess Changping shrugged and answered cheerfully, "Of course not. I just stood there and watched as everything he had was taken from him. He was injured too, flattened on the ground, and unable to crawl back up." Yu Shunshin shook his head inwardly. That really was the princess's style. Unable to curb his curiosity, he continued, "And after that, recalling that scene from years ago, Princess Changping went on. After that, I kicked him once to wake him up and asked why he was risking his life like that. He said he only wanted to study, so he could avenge his father's death and his mother's ruin. At the time, I thought this little scrap of trash really had some nerve to dream so boldly." Her voice lowered, and a trace of pity flickered through her eyes as she continued. "Even ordinary families find it hard enough to support one person's schooling. Yet a beggar boy who could barely feed or clothe himself still dared to dream of it. But that day happened to be my imperial mother's birthday. I did not want to see someone die and bring ill luck, so I took him to the charity hall. Wasn't it only reading books? Then let him read. I wanted to see whether he could truly avenge himself." After hearing the story, Yu Shunshin hastily said, "The princess was truly kind-hearted. For someone in his circumstances then, that was the most suitable path for him." As she carefully spread medicine over his wound, Princess Changping said gently, "I like talking to Yu Lang. Only Yu Lang, no matter what I say, always manages to think of the bright side. Even when praising others, you sound sincere and pleasant." Yu Shunshin suddenly changed his tone and asked coldly, "So 12 years ago, the princess only helped him recover his estate, but did not move against Xia Duoshou and his people?" Princess Changping did not notice the shift in him and answered as casually as ever. "A blood debt for murdering his father and ruining his mother naturally had to be repaid by his own hand. Why should I help him with that? But he truly was gifted when it came to studying. Other people needed more than a month to memorize a book, but he only needed 10 days. Yu Shunshin, unwilling to lose, immediately cut in, "I only need 3 days." Hearing the childish grievance in his tone, Princess Changping leaned closer and praised him. "That's true. Yu Lang is still the most impressive of all." Those words made Yu Shunshin blush faintly. Seeing that shy expression, Princess Changping thought to herself, "So adorable. I really want to pinch his cheeks." Suppressing her laughter, she continued, "Still, I never expected little Peony to be so gifted in studying. His looks aren't bad either. The first time I saw him, his face was all bruised and swollen, so I couldn't tell what he really looked like. Who would have thought that after he recovered?" Yu Shunshin, hearing her praise someone else again and again, hurriedly reminded her, "Princess, you've strayed from the point. You've finished talking about Xia dying. Next, continue talking about me." Princess Changping blinked in confusion and asked, "My past with Yu Lang? Yu Lang knows it himself, so what is there to say? Besides, those things happened many years ago." Yu Shunshin's gaze dimmed. "If the princess does not remember, then let it be. I was presumptuous today." With that, he made as if to rise and leave. Seeing this, Princess Changping quickly reached out to pull him back. "Wait a moment. The sudden movement made Yu Shunshin lose his balance, and he fell straight into Princess Chungping's arms. Their faces were now so close that their noses touched. In that intimate distance, Princess Chungping spoke softly. Yulang is so clever. You should know that the more important something is, the harder it is to say aloud. After I woke up, hearing news of Yulang made me very happy. Back then, I already knew it. Yulang would surely be able to shatter the world's scorn and climb to a high position. And you achieved it a full 10 years earlier than I expected. Yu Shunshin stared deeply into her eyes and asked hesitantly, "Have I not disappointed the princess?" Princess Chungping smiled and answered firmly, "Of course not. From the past until now, Yulang has always been the very best version I could imagine." Though he had received such sincere praise, deep inside Yu Shunshin still could not rid himself of self-reproach. Lowering his head, he said softly, "But I feel deeply ashamed. I fear that after waking and seeing this chaotic world, the princess must despise all that she sees and hears." Hearing such self-deprecating words, Princess Chungping comforted him gently. "Silly Yulang, you should understand that some great matters cannot be accomplished overnight simply because one wishes it, nor can one person alone turn heaven and earth upside down. Besides, what is it that I cherish and love most in this world? Does Yulang truly not know it in his heart?" Under that earnest gaze, Yu Shunshin hesitated and answered cautiously, Princess Chungping did not let him finish. She lightly placed a finger against his lips to stop him, then smiled and continued. "From the distant past until now, my feelings have never changed. My Yulang is still exactly the same as before, always so shy and bashful. It truly makes one cherish you. It makes me unable to restrain myself." Feeling Princess Chungping's hand stroking and roaming over him, Yu Shunshin flushed scarlet, his heart pounding and his legs weakening. He hurriedly said, "Princess, please stop teasing me. I am only an ordinary man of flesh and blood. I am absolutely not some iron-hearted gentleman of perfect restraint, as the princess thinks." Hearing this, Princess Chungping not only failed to stop, but answered decisively, "I care even less whether Yulang is a gentleman or not." Those words, laden with invitation, struck straight into Yu Shunshin's already chaotic heart like an arrow of love. Knowing he was on the verge of losing his composure, Yu Shunshin hurriedly helped Princess Chungping to her feet and, forcing his tone to remain serious, said, "In any case, I will take today's impropriety as a momentary whim of teasing on the princess's part. I would not dare act recklessly. I ask leave to depart first." Princess Chungping leaned wearily against the table as she watched him leave in haste, thinking to herself, "At least I succeeded in forcing Yulang to go." But the moment that thought ended, a violent wave of dizziness struck her. Heaven and earth spun around, and she suddenly collapsed to the floor. In her dazed haze, her heart kept urging, "Medicine, little Jixiang, where are you? Why haven't you come back yet?" Meanwhile, Yu Shunshin was striding down the road. Recalling the alluring scene from moments ago, he blushed and scolded himself. "Yu Shunshin, you truly are depraved. Fortunately, at the last moment you managed to restrain your desire and did not do anything disrespectful to the princess." Yet he soon realized something was wrong. Still, today the princess was far more forward than usual. His steps abruptly halted as the oddity struck him. No, though the princess's temperament is overbearing and free-spirited, in truth, she is a person with great self-restraint. Ever since waking, aside from when she is drunk, she has always kept herself in check, observing propriety and maintaining distance. A bad premonition surged through him. He turned around at once and sprinted back toward Princess Chungping's residence. Inwardly, he cried out in panic, "Princess!" Yu Shunshin burst into her room in alarm. The sight of her lying motionless on the floor nearly stopped his heart. He rushed forward, lifted her up, and called out loudly, "Princess! Princess! What happened to you? Wake up!" Princess Chungping lay weakly in his strong arms, her brows drawn together in pain as she let out a faint cry. "It hurts." Yu Shunshin clenched his teeth and asked with a face full of worry, "If you go on like this, you'll bite yourself bloody." He then brought 2 fingers to her mouth to check, but in her dazed state, she suddenly bit down. He did not react, only silently endured it while soothing her. Just wait a moment. I'll fetch a physician for you at once. The instant he finished speaking, knocking sounded from outside the door. A hand reached in and pushed him aside. Startled, Yu Shunshin looked back. Ji Xiang had somehow arrived and already taken Princess Chengping from him, feeding her a pill. The moment she swallowed it, her complexion visibly eased. Only then did Ji Xiang lower his voice and gently remind him, "There is no need for Lord Yu to trouble himself. I am enough for the princess. I still need to perform acupuncture on her, so I ask Lord Yu to return for now." Yu Shunshin looked at him directly and asked bluntly, "What exactly is wrong with the princess? Why has no imperial physician been summoned to treat her?" He added, "Before, when I stayed at the princess's residence, I never heard that the princess had any illness." As if afraid Princess Changping might hear, Ji Xiang kept his voice low as he explained, "Lord Yu, you are a clever man. The princess has been very careful all these years to hide it and not let others discover it. If you truly wish her well, then you should pretend not to know. If the princess had wanted to tell you, just now she would not have endured the pain like that." Each sentence left Yu Shunshin frozen in place. In the end, Ji Xiang concluded with one final line. "The princess does not wish to speak of it, and I have no right to say anything to you in her stead." By then he understood enough. Yu Shunshin immediately stood up. "I understand. I was the one who overstepped." With solemn formality, he cupped his hands. "Then I leave the princess in your care." With that, he lowered his head in farewell. He then left just like that, leaving Ji Xiang behind with her. But Ji Xiang did not feel at ease either. He silently reminded himself, "There is no need for you to say it. She's my princess." Yu Shunshin continued walking out into the crowded streets. From somewhere, Dain came running over to him delightedly. "Junyu, so you're here. I've been looking all over for you." But with his simple, honest heart, he froze in surprise the moment he saw Yu Shunshin's face. It was the exact look of a man nursing heartbreak. "What's wrong with you? You look like you've just been abandoned." Then he reconsidered. "No, that can't be right. You don't even have a woman. Where would you find a chance to be abandoned? Your heart is full of state affairs. You've never had any interest in women, let alone someone in your heart." Yu Shunshin had silently watched the man opposite him carry on his one-man monologue. At last, he dropped a shocking sentence. "Of course I have someone in my heart." Dain could hardly believe what he had just heard, as if he had suddenly gone deaf at exactly that moment. "What?" Yu Shunshin said nothing more and kept walking, but the other man trailed after him like a curious little tail, determined to get an answer. "You're not lying to me, are you? If you really do have someone in your heart, then why haven't you married yet? With your current status and position, what reason could that young lady possibly have to refuse you?" Yu Shunshin looked at him and replied, "There is one." The wind blew past, leaving his heart just as hollow. She once said that marriage is an alliance between two families. She would marry a man worthy of her, and I am not worthy of her. Dain stood there in thought, watching his figure recede into the distance. If he put it that way, then that woman's background must surely be extremely noble. No matter how high Yu Shunshin's status had risen now, the more Dain thought about it, the more distant it all seemed. After all, he was still born of a lesser clan. It was not so easy to overturn the contempt and exclusion that the great families held toward lesser-born lines. Suddenly, Dain jerked in shock, as if he had discovered something earth-shattering. But wait, a woman that even Yu Shunshin could not approach. The clues were becoming clearer and clearer. Hold on, the woman in Junyo's heart couldn't really be, just like the rumors say, Empress Dowager Xiao, could it? The scene shifted to the site of the shocking incident. Following Chun Ahua's directions, the Jinla guards found Xia Songshan's remains. Once the corpse was found, the evidence was ironclad. Xia Duoshou could no longer deny it and was sentenced to execution after autumn. The next day, the Empress Dowager issued a decree ordering a thorough investigation into Li Zicai. Sure enough, a search of the Li residence turned up a great many gold, silver, and jewels of dubious origin. Li Zicai was convicted and thrown into prison. When one man is miserable, someone else is naturally pleased. Princess Qingping, meanwhile, was proven innocent. Back then, not only had she not seized Commoner's land, she had even saved the young master of the Xia family and helped him recover his inheritance. Rumor now had it that she was the great Shang dynasty's princess who hated evil most fiercely. A few days later, a roadside tea house, The common people gathered and buzzed excitedly over the Empress Dowager's decision. The Empress Dowager has spoken. She absolutely won't shield anyone from the Li family. This Li vice director is probably about to lose his head. But I heard the Grand Empress Dowager went to threaten Empress Dowager Xiao, saying that if she kept allowing the Li family to exploit the people, she would kneel before the late emperor's spirit tablet. That was when Empress Dowager Xiao changed the decree. Everyone else only got a light warning. Quit spouting nonsense. A middle-aged man slapped the table and declared with absolute certainty to the crowd around him, "Listen to me, all of you." Another man chimed in eagerly, "Our Empress Dowager is upright and just. Of course, she would never protect the Li family. Look at the Li family instead. They've always been used to bullying the common people. Even a collateral branch son of the Li family dared to openly take bribes. He's worse than a pig or a dog." The crowd shouted in furious agreement and contempt. That's right, the Li family is worse than pigs and dogs. A nearby voice rang out, as if quietly observing all. "Fourth Lady Lu has done a good job." Princess Chengping leaned back against the long bench, smiling faintly in satisfaction as she listened to the report. She took a sip of tea, calculation clear in her eyes as she saw her plan taking shape. In just a few short days, Xiao Ying's good name had spread throughout the capital. She signaled for her maid to bring over the reward. "This is for you." Fourth Lady was stunned when she saw the paper Princess Chengping handed her. "This is..." Only then did Chengping explain, "This is a recommendation letter for Wanyan Academy. Don't you have a nephew? Give it to him." Fourth Lady's eyes filled with tears. Her hand trembled as it touched the sheet of paper, and she cried out, "Wanyan Academy." To explain briefly, Wanyan Academy was one of the best academies in the capital, as famous as Mingda Academy. Every year, half of those who passed the Jinshu examinations came from these two academies. Minister Yu of the Central Secretariat had himself once studied at Wanyan Academy. Mingda Academy only recruited the descendants of great aristocratic clans. Although Wanyan Academy also admitted students of humbler lineage, they still needed a teacher's recommendation letter. Anyone without talent could never enter that academy. Fourth Lady immediately dropped to her knees and kowtowed in gratitude. "This servant thanks Your Highness the Princess. Your Highness's grace is as vast as heaven and sea. Even if I had to climb mountains of blades and plunge into seas of fire, I would obey the princess." After Fourth Lady left, Jixiang looked at Princess Chengping with puzzled eyes and asked softly about the cost of such an exchange. "Your Highness only had 2 recommendation letters to begin with. This was the last one. Once it's used, there are no more. Was it really worth using it to win over an old servant?" Chengping propped up her chin, pouted, and sighed. "That old academy head really is stingy. Just tell me, if he were willing to give me 18 recommendation letters, would I still worry about not having anyone to use them on?" Standing beside her, Jixiang attentively poured her tea and replied, "Empress Dowager Xiao probably never dreamed that Your Highness would find people to spread praise of her." Chengping's eyes flashed sharply as she analyzed the growing cracks between the two great families. The more the Xiao family is praised, the more the Li family will be dragged down. The Xiao family gains the advantage and still preens over it, while the Li family loses both men and face. She turned to Jixiang with a meaningful smile. "Tell me, do you think the Li family will still support the Empress Dowager with all their hearts?" She only asked for effect. She already had a plan. Her face was full of scheming delight. "Before long, the 4 great families will be like a pot of boiling water. They'll explode." Jixiang immediately played along with her. "Brilliant." Suddenly, her expression changed, and her breathing became labored. Jixiang asked anxiously, "Princess, hurry and take your medicine. Otherwise, the poison will flare up again like last time." She took it and drained it in one gulp. Her face grew even paler as a thought crossed her mind. This poison struck whenever it pleased. Last time it had even flared up right in front of Yushanshin. He was so perceptive. Who knew how much he had already noticed? Xiang, worried, brought the matter up again and asked, "Your Highness doesn't intend to explain anything to Lord Yu?" The question seemed to stir something in her. After that day, Lord Yu had sent someone with a letter, but the princess had only replied with a single sentence, "I'm fine. Don't worry." Then she reassured Xiang, "There's no need. Yu Shunshin has always understood people well. If I don't say anything, he won't press me." But then she still hesitated. There are some things it would be better if he never knew. In the luxurious palace, Xiaoing did not even bother to turn back to look at the man kneeling on the ground. Why must you torment yourself like this? The man kneeling there wore a helpless expression. He was her third granduncle, Vice Director Li Xiangfu. Then she turned around and coldly informed him, "As soon as I received your message earlier, I immediately issued an order for the Court of Judicial Review to sentence him quickly. But who could have guessed that before my decree even arrived, someone else had already produced ironclad evidence? Li Zicai is base and useless. In truth, he is unworthy of the reputation the Li family has preserved for generations." The old man lowered his head in shame. This old minister is ashamed. Though Li Zicai is incompetent, but the words that followed concealed a startling truth about blood ties. Li Zicai is this old man's illegitimate son. By reckoning, your Highness should even call him cousin-uncle. Her eyes widened in shock at the confession. "What?" Li Xiangfu began recounting his shameful past. "When I was young, a maidservant schemed against me, and that is how Zicai was born. My wife disliked the child, so I gave him to relatives in a branch family." As he spoke, he wiped his tears. "My eldest son died young, leaving behind only one grandson, Hengqing. Half my body is already in the grave now, and only this one son, Zicai, remains. I beg your Highness for mercy." Xiaoing could no longer suppress her anger at the deceit of the Li family head all these years. Absurd. Third granduncle. All these years you and your wife have seemed deeply devoted. Back then you even swore never to take a concubine, and the whole capital praised you for it. And now, Li Xiangfu raised his head and looked her straight in the eye. His plea now carried an unmistakable threat of power. "Your Highness, ever since His Majesty ascended the throne, this old man has known that I am advanced in years. The time has come for me to step down. I, too, wish to resign my post, return home, and enjoy the happiness of children and grandchildren around me. But if I no longer even have descendants left, how can this old minister retire in peace?" After he left, Xiaoing gritted her teeth in fury as she realized the old fox's true intention. "Very good, Li Xiangfu. Shameless. He's threatening me. He wants to enjoy his descendants around him before he returns power to His Majesty." Tired, she gave the order to transfer the case, so as to avoid direct trouble for herself. "Forget it. Let the censorate handle this case." The old man lowered his head. "Many thanks for your Highness's great favor." Having achieved his purpose, he departed calmly. Xiaoing summoned a trusted subordinate, a sinister light flashing in her eyes. "Send someone to pass a few words to Li Xiangfu's wife." She fixed this grudge firmly in her heart. Her husband did such a disgraceful thing. As his wife, she naturally cannot possibly have known nothing. Elsewhere, a carriage rolled down the long road. Li Xiangfu asked the man beside him, "Are you certain the people spreading unfavorable rumors about the Li family during this time are all the Empress Dowager's people?" His confidant replied, "That's hard to say. There are too many of them, out on the streets, in the alleys, everywhere. But some of them are indeed retainers of the Shao family. Even if they want to praise the Empress Dowager, there's no need to trample all over the Li family's face like this." Li Xiangfu fell silent, digesting those words. Then perhaps it isn't the Shao family either. Maybe someone else is stirring trouble from within. He instructed, "Go investigate. Don't let us fall into someone else's trap." Elsewhere, as a game of chess was underway, a doubtful voice asked, "Princess, will Li Xiangfu really fall for it?" She smiled in triumph, because she knew very well the weaknesses of those who held power in their hands. If he were that easy to deceive, he would never have become the head of the Li family. As she spoke, she set down a chess piece. But as long as suspicion rises in his heart, the Li and Shao families will start probing each other. What a pity Li Xiangfu has forgotten this. Empress Dowager Shao is no longer the Shao and he could arrange it well back then. She continued, "Just wait. Xiaoing will not save Li Xiangfu's son so easily." Elsewhere, there was only dim lamplight and the sound of orders. "Bring him out." The moment Zicai saw Li Xiangfu's figure, He rushed forward and clung to him like a drowning man grasping at driftwood. Fa, third uncle, you've finally come to save me. Yoguang looked at the Li father and son with mocking eyes. Lord Li's luck truly is excellent. I only wonder whether he'll still be this lucky next time. Li Xiangfu patted his chest proudly. With my Li family here, of course his good fortune can continue forever. There's no need for Lord Zheng to trouble himself. Whether he remains fortunate or not depends on my word. But at those words, both men suddenly stiffened as if they had sensed something. Li Xiangfu turned around in shock, all color draining from his face when he saw his wife. Madam, why are you here? Shen Jilan strode forward with murderous force. If I hadn't come, who knows how much longer you would have deceived me? Thinking back to the past, in the founding era of the Shang dynasty, Grand Marshal Shan Wanjun had commanded the armies of the realm and pacified war across the four seas. People called him the pillar of the nation. The descendants of his Shun family were a distinguished house of the former court. Those gifted in letters brought peace to the world. Those gifted in arms mounted horses and went to battle. And Shun Wanjun's granddaughter was. Shun Jilan stormed up to Li Xiangfu and slapped him several times, regardless of his desperate attempts to explain. Madam, listen to my explanation, she struck him again and said, before coming here, I had everything investigated clearly. I've already had that wench taken away as well. Wonderful. You dared to have a grown son behind my back. She beat Li Xiangfu until he nearly fainted. Then she turned to the official beside her and said, I have troubled you, minister. I have already explained the reason to the Empress Dowager, and Her Highness has granted permission. This case will still be tried by the Court of Judicial Review. Miley family's century-old reputation cannot be ruined by a bastard. The official, frightened out of his wits, quickly replied, This is within my duty. Madam truly understands reason. She was so furious that as she stared at her husband, she recalled the vows of the past that had now vanished like smoke and punished him on the spot. Back then you swore that in this life you would marry only me, and only then did I agree to wed you. Who would have thought I trusted the wrong man in the end? Just wait and see how I deal with you. By now he could not hear a single word clearly and only kept crying out, Madam, it hurts. Zitsai stood frozen, watching the head of his household get dragged away when their reunion had lasted less than 10 minutes. Third uncle, Yoguang, standing to the side and enjoying the spectacle, finally said, Enough staring. Wash yourself clean. The next day, the newspapers were full of sensational headlines. Sitting in her carriage, Chengping read through the entire farce. This is even more dramatic than I expected. She gave a cold laugh when she saw that Li Xiangfu's attempt to save his son had turned to dust under his wife's hand. I told you, Li Xiangfu trying to save that bastard son from Xiao Ying's hands was nothing but wishful thinking. Her laughter was so unsettling that even the coachman felt afraid. The princess is truly terrifying. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rushed out and blocked her carriage. Your Highness the Princess, please stop. The driver shouted angrily. What wild brat crawled out from nowhere? You dare block the princess's carriage? Are you tired of living? The young man copied the neighborhood women and flopped onto the ground in exaggerated protest. This humble student is Nanding. I have long admired the princess and wish to recommend myself. Her attendants looked at him with suspicion and froze in place. Recommend yourself for cultivation? Behind him, a group of servants came chasing after him, shouting, Where do you think you're running off to, you brat? Seeing that he was in real danger this time, he threw caution to the wind and rushed forward. This humble student can play the zither and sing, and I can also compose poetry and prose. I beg the princess to consider me. A hand seized him, and the servants threatened him. You still dare run? Our county princess, taking a fancy to you, is the fortune of 8 lifetimes. Don't refuse a blessing you don't know how to appreciate. Nanning struggled wildly. I'd rather die than go. Your county princess is insane. She's already tortured so many people, and now she's driving people mad too. From inside the carriage came a voice dripping with mockery. So, your county princess Ningxiang has fallen so low that she's snatching men off the street now? And the men still refuse to go with her. The county princess's servants were not about to back down. They glared and snapped back. Who dares insult our county princess? Are you tired of living? As soon as the words left his mouth, the man received a slap. Chengping smiled faintly, lifted the curtain, and stepped down from the carriage. Her imposing presence silenced the crowd at once as she countered coolly, "I'm still not scolding her enough." The servant recognized her and immediately changed his tone. "So is Princess Chengping. Forgive our offense. But isn't our county princess merely following the princess's example?" Back then, when the princess snatched men right off the street, who in the entire capital didn't know about it? Chengping remained calm at his words. "Back then, when I took men off the street, every one of them happily came with me. How is that anything like your county princess, who turns flirtation into coercion through power?" The servant looked annoyed and pressed her further. "Then does the princess insist on snatching him from us?" Chengping stepped in front of Yi Nanding, her smile openly teasing. "Who said I wanted to snatch your man? I simply cannot stand seeing, in broad daylight in the capital of our great Shang dynasty, someone daring to forcibly seize a man." The other seemed to think she was the one bullying people too far, shamelessly so. She went on, "Therefore, Ji Xiang, already prepared at her side, took a deep breath. Chengping suddenly shouted, "Today, I will uphold justice on heaven's behalf. This hero will save the beauty." At a single whistle from Ji Xiang, the Jinla guard suddenly appeared and seized the troublemakers right there in the street. Street abduction, caught red-handed. The two men were dumbstruck. Yi Nanding stared at the imposing soldiers and blankly watched the group being taken away. They were the Jinla guard, men from Prince Huai's estate. Then he understood why they had appeared here. So the whistle in the princess's hand had simply been a signaling device. The princess knew this area fell under the Jinla Guard's jurisdiction. He marveled. The Jinla Guard are only government troops. Can they really be connected to a princely estate? Chengping folded her arms and watched the people being led away. She explained the reality of power in the capital with perfect calm. "Of course not. They'll be released almost immediately. But that isn't my concern, and begging me won't help." Her eyes swept around the scene. She looked distinctly dissatisfied with the appearance of the current Imperial Guards. They're soldiers of the court too, but why do they look so different? The Jinla Guard are an Imperial Guard unit and also the face of the great Shang dynasty. Only men with good looks are selected into their ranks. Why do the ones who came today look even older and uglier than the men I saw at the Court of Judicial Review before? Beside her, Yi Nanding gritted his teeth, shut his eyes, threw away his pride, and approached her. He did make an effort to pose dramatically, though not to much effect. "Is your highness dissatisfied with this humble student's appearance?" She stepped closer, lifted his chin, and examined him. "You." Then, without warning, she asked a bizarre question to test this young man's learning. "Do you know the Daofa Huiyuan?" He stared blankly, not understanding the question at all. What Yuan? What Huiyuan?" Seeing his confusion, she waved her hand and turned back toward her carriage. "So you don't know it? In that case, I can't take you back to my residence." And just like that, she climbed into the carriage and rode away, leaving him humiliated and bewildered. A brief note on the sheer enormity of the book Chengping used as her standard for selecting people. Only later did Yi Nanding learn that the Daofa Huiyuan was a Taoist text consisting of 268 volumes, totaling 1.8 million characters. A few days later, she sat there sighing deeply, staring at the book in genuine thought. Yu Shunshin really did trick me back then. The bookmark tucked into the book was something Xiaoying gave him. She turned and said to the two people beside her, "Look, this is the most popular storybook circulating in the capital these past few days. And it says the same thing in here." Roughly speaking, it told the story of a sheltered young lady, deeply infatuated with her tutor. A noble young lady raised in the inner chambers falls in love at first sight with her teacher. Under the moon, they exchange poems together. The girl's heart begins to stir. Day after day, the young lady recites poetry with her teacher, and her springtime feelings bloom. To get close to the man in her heart, the noble lady comes up with every possible excuse, meeting him in the garden, bringing him snacks, and even deliberately borrowing books from the young tutor, secretly tucking into them a bookmark with her own name written on it, discreetly revealing her feelings. But unlike what she had hoped, the young tutor paid no heed to the noble lady's affection. After realizing her feelings, he took the initiative to leave his employer's household. In the final despair, when her love letter was never answered, the noble young lady, her heart burning like fire, wrote one last letter laying bare all the feelings in her heart, begging for pity from the man she loved. Sadly, after sending it out, there was no response at all, and the young tutor never returned. That noble young lady fell gravely ill and, in utter despair, obeyed her family's arrangements and married someone else. The townspeople whispered eagerly about the true identity of the characters in the wildly popular storybook, including her. Who in the whole capital doesn't know the legend of Qionglu? Cheongzhou back then was none other than the current Empress Dowager, Xiao. A servant hinted quietly, since the princess dislikes Empress Dowager Xiao, this is the perfect chance for us to act. Mama Hua has just sent word that her side is fully prepared. We can move at any time. She pondered for a moment, then ordered a delay, waiting for a more perfect moment. What's the rush? When the time comes, I'll naturally tell her. Send word to Mama Hua that for now, she is not to act, lest she ruin the opportunity and turn success into failure. The servant replied, yes. At the side, Jixiang offered his own scheme, though he sounded somewhat unwilling to leave things as they were. Princess, are we really just going to keep that maid Huamian around like this? Should I think of a way to make her disappear for good? She can't be trusted. She smiled and reassured him. All right. I know you're more trustworthy than her, so stop wanting people to disappear every time something happens. Hearing that, he felt secretly pleased. I'm the person the princess trusts most, right? He kept pressing, asking where he stood in her heart compared with everyone else. Then I'm the second person the princess trusts most, right? She cannot be bothered to argue anymore. Fine, are you really going to compete with a dead person? At Zhaohua Palace, where Xiao Ying lived, Xiao Ying flew into a rage the moment she read the scroll and flung it away. How did that letter from back then end up in the Li family's hands? The maid at her side was long used to scenes like this. Whenever it involved Lord Yu, Her Highness would lose her temper. I'm desperate too, but what can I do? Trembling, she explained, back then, as Your Highness ordered, it was placed under the blanket. Logically, he should have seen it. Could it be? Xiao Ying cut her off decisively. Impossible. Even if he refused to accept it, he would only pretend not to have seen it and destroy the letter. He would never hand it to someone else. Her heart was in turmoil as well. Junyao, he could never betray me. She immediately gave an order. Go. Summon Gu Fengqi here. Gu Fengqi was Ying Dongjuan's former fiancé. A brief side scene. At the Jinla Guard camp, the soldiers were abuzz over a sudden transfer order from above. The jurisdiction of Squad 2 and Squad 4 is being changed? What does that mean? He gave the order sternly. The area near the princess residence will now fall under Squad 4. Recently, Chu Zheng has been dissatisfied. Squad 4 is too young and inexperienced. It would be better to let the battle-hardened Squad 2 take over. Everyone hearing this immediately understood. So that's what it is. Lord Yu is reminding us that the fiend Princess Changping has awakened. The commander nodded knowingly at Lord Yu's concern over the palace factions. The Grand Empress Dowager disliked her, and the princess residence was bound to become a source of endless trouble. Squad 4 was full of youngsters. They probably would not be able to handle it. The veteran Jinla guards all saluted Yu Yao in unison, showing their resolve for the new assignment. Please rest assured, Lord Yu. Starting today, we seasoned veterans of Squad 4 will take charge of the area around the princess residence. He nodded in satisfaction, but his final instruction carried a distinctly personal protective tone. Good. And from now on, do not let any young man get near the princess residence. She pouted at the plot in the book. That heartless Yu Ling again, getting tangled up with that woman is Xiao Ying like this. Ji Xiang, standing nearby, eagerly chimed in. Exactly. Lord Yu is just too awful. Suddenly a servant rushed in, panic written all over his face. Princess, this is bad. Men from the Flying Cavalry Guard have arrived. Qingping raised an eyebrow slightly, her gaze turning cold at the familiar name. The Flying Cavalry Guard? As she was thinking, a group of fully armed soldiers stormed in. At their head was a young general with a severe expression. We have come under orders to search for contraband. We ask for the princess's cooperation. She closed her book, the smile on her lips edged with mockery as she looked straight at an old acquaintance. I was wondering who it was. So it's the eldest son of the Gu family, General Gu of the illustrious Flying Cavalry Guard of Great Shang. Gu Fengqi gave the reason for the sudden search. Someone reported that this morning the princess sent people to a bookshop to buy 50 forbidden books. Is there such a matter? The maid at her side immediately spoke up indignantly in defense of her mistress. Nonsense. Our princess abides by the law. How could she possibly? She pointed to the book in her own hand and asked in return, "You mean this copy of Tales of the Jade Tower?" The guard looked at her helplessly. They were trying so hard to cover for her, and she ruined it all in one stroke. Gu Fengqi immediately took the book from her hand. "Princess, this is a forbidden book. It may not be kept privately, nor passed on to others. Where are the rest?" In just a few seconds, she put on a gentle, demure act while practically admitting everything. "I thought this book was wonderfully written, so I bought one copy for everyone in the residence." Every word pierced Zhou Yan's heart like a knife. "Princess, please do not be dishonest. My face hurts on your behalf." She ordered, "Zhou Yan, take them to collect the books." The slap to his dignity landed squarely on his face. He accepted the order with resignation. Yes. Once the soldiers had gone farther off, her voice lowered, heavy with implication. "General Gu, now that you've finished the task assigned to you, let's have a private word." Frowning in displeasure, he looked at her. Miss Gu has long forgotten the past. There is nothing private left for Miss Gu and the princess to discuss. Besides, the engagement of those years was nothing more than a casual remark by the late emperor. She laughed mockingly, bringing up his current fiancée as a barb. She said, "General Gu, do not flatter yourself. I have no interest in rekindling old feelings with you. Xiao Hui is plump and adorable, and she suits you very well. I cannot aspire so high." She abruptly changed the subject to a material debt dating back to when her father was still alive. "I only wish to ask this. Back when father bestowed me in marriage to General Gu, he personally gave you a chest of betrothal gifts. Since General Gu has now made a match with someone else, shouldn't you return them?" The maids beside her added with disdainful looks. Who would have thought General Gu was that kind of person, so wealthy, yet still greedy enough to keep someone else's betrothal gifts? Another chimed in, "Or maybe he just can't forget his old love for the princess, so he refuses to give them back." Hearing this, he was furious and snapped back. The late emperor gave one box, yes, but it was not a betrothal gift. It was an imperial reward. She did not care in the least what it was called and cut him off at once. "If you don't want to call it a betrothal gift, then fine, it isn't one. Call it whatever you like. The point is, shouldn't you return it to me?" The two maids beside her pricked up their ears, eager for the gossip. "It's only a few worldly possessions. If the princess wants them back, then give them to her and spare yourself other people's wagging tongues." He wanted to end this entanglement as quickly as possible to avoid further scandal. "Fine. I'll go back and look for it. I'll have it delivered to the princess later." He spoke boldly enough, but when he walked out the door, he looked utterly drained, as if all the strength had been sucked from his body. After he left, Ji Xiang stepped forward and curiously asked what she was really after. "Princess, you went to all this trouble to summon General Gu here, just for this?" She opened the chest of betrothal gifts she had just received. Ji Xiang looked at the items inside and asked in surprise, "These were the gifts the late emperor awarded General Gu back then?" She examined each item one by one. Every piece carried a deep meaning left behind by her late father. These were all father's hopes for my future consort. The 4 treasures of the study meant he wished for him to excel in letters. The saber meant he hoped he would have the ability to protect his wife. The Buddhist scriptures and Guanyin statue were to bless him with a life free of illness and disaster. The jade pendant was a blessing that my consort and I would enjoy lasting marital harmony. She closed the lid of the chest, determination returning to her eyes as she prepared for a larger plan. It is a pity that in the end, father did not get what he wished. Then she turned to give Huamian an order. An important move had begun. "Huamian, come here. Go with Mama Hua. The time has come." And the next day, at last, it arrived. In the throne hall, everyone stood in solemn rows. A censor stepped forward and presented a memorial in great indignation over the rumors harming the Empress Dowager's prestige. "Your Majesty, Your Highness the Empress Dowager, at present a popular storybook, Tales of the Jade Tower, is spreading everywhere among the common people. All of it revolves around the matter of the Empress Dowager's fief from years ago, causing the imperial family to lose face and damaging the dignity of the court." He then made a bold proposal. "In this subject's opinion, the Empress Dowager lacks womanly virtue and should immediately issue a self-condemnation edict to rectify public sentiment." Li Shuangfu was very pleased to hear that. The Empress Dowager had refused to listen. It was time she learn a lesson. Yu Shunshin, on the other hand, frowned at this crowd. When she heard it, she shouted an order to the guards. "Men, drag this man outside." He was hauled away in utter bewilderment. He had thought he was being a hero, but this took a very strange turn. The other officials hurriedly spoke up to dissuade her, reminding her of the dynasty's laws protecting remonstrating officials. Censor Chun is a remonstrating official. Since the founding of Great Shang, no remonstrating official has ever been convicted for what he said, "Your Highness." The opposite side was equally unyielding and barked back. "Just because Great Shang has never had such a precedent, you think that gives you the right to be so arrogant? If the Empress Dowager acts this autocratically, the government will descend into chaos. The ones causing chaos are your censorate. Your censorate belongs to the Li faction, snakes and rats in the same nest, making trouble and stirring up demons." Seeing the situation turning chaotic, she glared down at them. She challenged anyone who still dared plead for that censor. Anyone who pleads for him is someone who also thinks AI Jia lacks womanly virtue and ought to issue a self-condemnation edict. Calmly observing the verbal brawl, someone finally spoke and shattered the tense atmosphere. It seems not everyone at court is a brainless fool. To demand that the reigning Empress Dowager issue a self-condemnation edict based only on a few rumors circulating among the people is simply ridiculous. Another official seized the opportunity to accuse Li Shuangfu of his crimes. "Your Highness, this subject is not a censor, but today I must risk everything to denounce Censor-in-Chief Li Shuangfu. For his own selfish desires, Li Shuangfu has monopolized authority over the censorate. He has personally manipulated the tongues of the realm, slandered the virtuous, and framed loyal officials." As he spoke, he pointed straight at him. He suppresses dissent and acts on personal whim. Only now did Xiaoing really notice this man. Which faction does he belong to? Where did he even come from? But no matter. Every sentence he speaks echoes what is in my heart. In truth, her mind was not on this matter at all. Xiaoing turned and asked the opinion of the man she had always trusted and harbored special feelings for. "Lord Yu, what do you think?" Stubbornly, he thought to himself, "I think nothing at all." But outwardly, he still had to maintain a proper demeanor. The founding emperor once said, within the censorate, there is no chief superior. He continued, if an impeachment requires the superior's permission, then if the superior himself is at fault, before the censor impeaches him, must he first ask Censor-in-Chief Li for approval? Censors are the eyes and ears of the wise ruler, not the eyes and ears of the Censor-in-Chief. The surrounding officials whispered in astonishment at his boldness in confronting the Li faction head-on. He really went straight for the heart. Lord Yu truly dares to speak. He only stopped short of pointing at Li Shuangfu and cursing him for usurping sovereign power. Shuangfu nearly burst into tears and wailed, "You people are bullying me too much." Xiaoing gazed at his figure, her heart stirring warmly. She told herself, just as I thought, he still cannot let go of me. At her side, the director of the Secretariat suddenly felt the urge to speak and added, Lord Yu speaks reasonably. According to our dynasty's old system, censors never needed the approval of the censor-in-chief to impeach. The rules of the censorate should indeed be revised. Hearing this, Xiaoing seemed satisfied and sat back down. Very well then. She immediately gave the order. From this day forth, censors may directly impeach court officials. The censor-in-chief is not to interfere. The officials answered yes. After court adjourned, A questioning voice sounded within Xiao Ying's palace. Have you found out yet? The maid before her reported. The man who impeached Li Shuangfu today usually has no connections with any factions. This servant has not yet found any clues. Nian Yu then produced a small slip of paper and recounted a strange incident involving the Grand Empress Dowager's attendants. But just now, someone threw this note to me and told me to remind Your Highness that the man is from the same hometown as Manhwa, who serves at the Grand Empress Dowager's side. Xiao Ying frowned. A note. She opened it and froze. This handwriting. Xiao Ying was visibly moved. A familiar fragrance rose to her nose, making her heart tremble faintly. The paper carried the scent of Hengwu incense. This scent, it was one I had specially blended for that person to rub onto his book tags. The image of that man surfaced in her mind. He still remembers. Nian Yu stepped closer and explained further. This servant tested Lord Yu several times, trying to get him to help Your Highness. But each time Lord Yu ignored me. I thought he truly was that heartless. I never expected him to secretly remind Your Highness after all. Xiao Ying thought back, her heart brimming with tolerance and understanding for the difficulties faced by the man she loved. At court today, it was fortunate he spoke up for me. It cannot have been easy for him to reach his current position. If he becomes too deeply entangled with the great clans, he will lose the trust of the lesser gentry. In the future, you need not test him anymore. As long as he can help in secret as he did today, that is enough. She ordered the evidence destroyed while laying out a plan to use the Li family against another faction. Take it away and burn it. The official who impeached the Li family today is one of the Grand Empress Dowager's people. Leak that to the Li family and let the Li family and the Grand Empress Dowager fight each other. Nian Yu admired her calculations. Your Highness is wise. If Lord Li deals with the Grand Empress Dowager, he will stop troubling Lord Yu. Elsewhere, at the princess residence, Princess Changping was sniffing the scent drifting through the air. She immediately pinched her nose in disgust. How vulgar. What kind of taste does Xiao Ying even have? Throw this Hengwu incense away at once. Ji Xiang answered obediently and went to do it. But before leaving, he secretly laughed to himself, remembering how cleverly she had used Yu Shunshin himself as bait to lure the Empress Dowager into her trap. The princess had me prepare Hengwu incense, then used Lord Yu to scheme against the Empress Dowager. If Lord Yu finds out, will he be angry? She replied, the one who should be angry is me. Before this, that Mr. Yu deceived me and said that book belonged to Jiang Yanqing. She cannot even be bothered to dwell on it. Right now, she was carefully calculating how to protect his road to promotion. Besides, by doing this, I can both stop the Empress Dowager from obstructing him at every turn and help him divert Li Shuangfu's hatred elsewhere. In all the world, who else plans every step for his sake the way I do? Ji Xiang nodded in admiration. The princess is absolutely right. She glanced out the window, thought for a moment, and then ordered, go prepare the carriage. We're going to inspect the betrothal gift we reclaimed from Gufengqi outside Huangwu City before a dilapidated old house. Ji Xiang looked baffled that she would care about a place like this. This residence is in ruins. It was abandoned long ago. Why would the princess want to come back here? A place like this is worth asking Gufengqi for. She curled her lip disdainfully, then explained, what do you know? This is no ordinary ruined house. This is blessed land. Suddenly footsteps approached, and someone called out, the princess has arrived. Diane stepped out and bowed respectfully. This student pays respects to the princess. She nodded and got straight to the point about the position she had arranged for him. Well, have you gone where you were assigned? He reported Mama Hua's displeasure that he had not chosen the most lucrative department. Yes, Mama Hua originally wanted to place me in the Ministry of Revenue, but in accordance with the princess's instructions, I went instead to Chongwen Hall and took the post of 9th rank proofreader. Mama Hua was very unhappy and said I did not know what was good for me. Hearing that, she chuckled. The Ministry of Revenue is the purse of our great Shang dynasty. If you choose not to go, then fine. But you insist on going to Chongwen Hall, which offers no future at all. Isn't that the very definition of not knowing what is good for you? Dayan looked at her with complete loyalty and affirmed his unconditional obedience. I do not seek to please anyone else. Wherever the princess tells me to go, that is where I will go. Smiling at the ruined house, she assigned him a task. All right, spare me the extra words. I called you here today because I want you to think of a way to renovate this abandoned residence. He answered. This student would never refuse an order from the princess. Suddenly, an odd noise sounded. A shrill voice from behind instantly made the air tense as a woman charged forward to attack. Ing Dongjun. With one move, she knocked Ai Yun to the ground. Qingping remained calm as she watched the scene before her, her cold eyes fixed on the newcomer with contempt. So it's you, Ning Xiang. She was the commandery princess of Ningyang, the only legitimate daughter of the heir of Prince Huai's household. She looked at Qingping arrogantly. We haven't seen each other in years. Seeing you fallen this low now makes me wake up laughing even in my dreams. Qingping showed no fear, only looked straight at her. Ning Xiang, 10 years ago, I tried to teach you how to be human, and you refused to listen. You insisted on becoming a ghost, and now you can't even manage that. You only want to be an animal. The woman glared at her and brought up the blood debt from a decade ago. 10 years ago, you crippled one of my legs. I have always remembered that. Even though you're crippled now, too, it wasn't by my hand, so it doesn't count. She flung Yi Nanning directly in front of them. I may not be able to touch you, but no one at your side will live in peace. She shrieked on by herself. Doesn't this brat desperately want to become your man? Then let him suffer in your place. From now on, every man around you, I'll break his arms and legs. She turned to Dai Yun and made a disgusting offer meant to humiliate Qingping. Xia Dai Yun, if I couldn't take your life today, you won't be this lucky next time. If you abandoning Dongjun and become a servant beneath this commandery princess's skirts instead, I'll spare you. Well, what do you say? He did not waver in the slightest. Rising to his feet, he shot back with a proud declaration. There is no what do I say. I was born a human being. I will never be of the same kind as an animal. Ning Xiang's face turned purple with rage. She threw down one last threat, then left with her followers in furious humiliation. Good. Very good. You chose this road yourself. Don't regret it. With that, she spurred her horse and galloped away. Ji Xiang, enraged, was about to act. She grabbed his hand and stopped his impulsive move. That was a provocation. There is definitely an ambush at the end of the road. If you chase after her, she will have a reason to kill you. She's smarter now. She knows that if she wants to deal with me, she must first remove the people around me. First, check whether their injuries are serious. Though Ji Xiang was unwilling, he had no choice but to obey. Yes, he went to examine Yin Tingnan. There were many wounds, large and small. Though none were life-threatening, his right hand was ruined. The wrist bones had been shattered and could not be healed. She clenched her teeth, fury playing on her face at the sight of her subordinate so badly maimed. Let's go. Treat their injuries first. Return to Ningxiang. Sooner or later, I will make her repay this debt. The next day, when she returned to the princess residence, she sat by the fish pond, enjoying the moment. Look at them. These fish really are heartless. Her expression looked calm, but her words carried deeper meaning. Usually, whenever I feed them, they all come to the surface. But today, just because I smell a little fishy, not one of them will show itself. Could it be that I used to feed them too well? Standing beside her, Jixiang proposed a truly ruthless solution. He gestured that he could drug the fish. Yet the princess refused. With just one handful of this powder, not a single fish in this pond would escape. It was really no more than venting her anger on innocent targets. Since yesterday, the princess had been in a foul mood. Although Hidayan had suffered only superficial injuries and was not seriously hurt, Yin Tingnan, hearing that, she waved her hand, forbidding him from doing anything reckless. Go, go, go. Move aside. I have always won people over through virtue, and fishing is no exception. A familiar chuckle rang out, making her turn around in surprise. Yu Lang, why are you here? Yu Shun stepped forward and gave an official excuse to conceal his real concern. I heard Hidayan was staying at the princess residence, so I came by. Then he added, Chowan Hall is revising a number of classical texts and urgently needs more hands. I came specifically to ask whether Lord he would be available to take up the post. Dayan was delighted and stepped out at once, answering with a strong sense of duty. Official business is important. I can assume the post at any time. Shunshin stared at the wound on his body, then asked after him, though his tone carried a trace of probing. I heard you were injured. Is it serious? Daiyun was startled. Had word of yesterday's incident already spread throughout the capital? Even Lord Yu had heard about it. Shunshin gave a faint nod and repeated Ningxiang's threat against all the men around Qingping. I heard a little. Princess Ningxiang truly said it. Starting now, any man involved with the princess will lose one hand. Daiyin was unnerved by the murderous intent behind those words. There have been rumors that the princess and Lord Yu are entangled in an unclear relationship. Is Lord Yu worried that he, too, may become Princess Ningxiang's target? He hurried to reassure him. Please rest easy, Lord Yu. The rumors about the princess and you are just baseless gossip. No one will take them seriously. Besides, your status is so exalted that even Princess Ningxiang would not dare lay a hand on you. Jixiang chimed in as well, deliberately emphasizing the words baseless gossip to tease him. Exactly, just baseless gossip, Lord Yu. You absolutely mustn't take it seriously. Finding it amusing too, she joined in, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Is that so? Yiling also thinks it's baseless gossip, right? He sighed. Princess, you really are used to teasing me. Noticing the empty basin, he conveniently changed the subject. Princess, are you no longer fishing? She answered a little sullenly. It's not that. The fish just refused to bite. He seized the chance to step behind her and murmur into her ear, suggesting a more interesting spot. If that's the case, let me take the princess somewhere else to try. Jixiang found the scene unbearable to watch and immediately stepped in to interfere. He gestured, there's no need to trouble Lord Yu. I can push the princess over there myself. Did they think he was gentle and easy to bully? Shunshin was determined not to let go this time. Please move aside. But Jixiang refused and kept slapping at Shunshin's hand until he let go. Seeing this, she frowned as well. Little Jixiang, at once he looked wronged and pitiful, as innocent as could be. Only then did she explain things to him. Ever since I was ambushed 10 years ago, he's always blamed himself. Since then, he hasn't dared let anyone else get close to me. He isn't deliberately targeting you, Yulang. He looked at her, his voice softening with sincerity and forbearance. Princess, in this lifetime, you never need to apologize to me for anyone else. In the end, they still went fishing. He handed her the fishing rod. All right, the two stopped before another small pond. He pointed into the distance, while she kept looking only at him. Princess, the fish are over there. But instead of looking where he pointed, she kept gazing at his face and began recalling a memory from long ago. I know. I just suddenly remembered that there used to be a big fish in this pond. A very beautiful fish. I like it very much. I had meant to keep it in the house and have it by my side every day. Her words turned layered with meaning, and he looked a little awkward. Who would have thought that fish didn't like staying by my side? It panicked and fled straight into the pond, getting soaked all over. In the end, I was the one who pulled it back up. She was talking about 10 years ago, when he had been trying to escape the control of the princess residence. What nonsense about there being countless rare books in the residence. It was obviously just the princess tricking him into staying. No matter what, he had to find a way out as quickly as possible. As he was running, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure in the distance and hurriedly found a place to hide. The princess? Why is she here at this hour? But she was standing before a lantern, tears streaming down her face. At the sight, he froze in surprise. Then he remembered something else and hurried off again. The important thing now was still escaping the princess residence. What does it matter to me what kind of state this princess is in? I don't care in the slightest. But heaven was not on his side. He slipped and fell straight into the water. Both he and she were stunned. Yulang, he kept crying out, help. Seeing that, she gritted her teeth to stop herself from cursing him. This idiot. With that, she leapt in, while he sank deeper and deeper, his desperate cries growing more hopeless. Save me! Someone save me! The moment he fell into the water, horrifying memories of his childhood, neglect, and abuse came flooding back and closed in around his mind. Am I really going to die in such a ridiculous way? Just like before, those children from his past kept driving him away. Go die, you bastard. Get out of our village. He gave up, feeling that he was still that frail, lonely child from years ago. No one is coming to save me. I'm still the same. I can't do anything. I can't do anything right. Pathetic and laughable. At the very height of his despair, a warm yet commanding voice rang out, calling his name like a lifeline. Yu Shunshin. In the end, she did manage to save him. Then came the interrogation. Yulang, where were you trying to go? How did you fall into the water? He remained silent, coughing violently. His whole body shook, whether from the cold water or from fear of this princess. He himself could not tell. The princess must know he had been waiting for a chance to escape. It was said that Princess Qingping was brutal and vicious. How would she punish him? Yet she showed no anger at all. As if she had guessed his thoughts, she merely said, "Go back. The night dew is heavy and you're soaked through. Be careful not to catch a chill." Even as she spoke, her own body trembled from the cold. Shunshin stared at her blankly, confusion plain on his youthful face. He could not understand. Clearly the princess knew. So why? Qingping laughed, bright and radiant, yet the smile never reached her eyes. She stepped closer and teased him in her familiar lazy tone. "Why is Yu Lang making that expression? Don't tell me you were moved because I risked myself to save you, and now you want to devote yourself to repaying me?" Shunshin hurriedly changed the subject, avoiding her gaze. "Princess, it's so late. What are you still doing here?" Her eyes suddenly dimmed, turning toward the far horizon, full of unspoken thoughts. "Today is the birthday of someone very important to me. I came here to wish that person a long life." He wondered what distance could keep her from being by that person's side. If this person is so important, why not meet them in person and wish them a happy birthday directly? She herself did not quite know how to answer, more or less because, "I can't see them." It was then that the young Yu Shunshin suddenly realized that the perfect shell she always wore was her way of facing a world full of danger. The princess, rumored to be overbearing and cruel, was still smiling right in front of him. From the moment they met, no matter when it was, whether rejected or humiliated, she was always smiling, saying things no one could tell were true or false, teasing everyone. That smile was like a mask she wore. There was clearly no warmth in it, nor was it carefree in the way he had imagined. She sighed, looking at the birthday meal that had long since gone cold with time. The braised pork and soybean paste was hard enough to get, and now it's gone cold. The sky lantern is broken too, so I can't release it anymore. Back in the present, he looked at the fish thrashing in the bucket and calmly asked Changping for her decision. "Is that right? Does the princess want to take this fish back and keep it?" She looked at the fish, then at him, her eyes carrying a light, quiet sense of letting go. "This is not the one I used to keep. Better to let it go." He lowered his head, his hand moving gently in accordance with her wishes. "Very well, as the princess commands." With that, he really did release it. After they had spent some time idling there, Dayun, who had been standing nearby, noticed the strange atmosphere between them and spoke up to excuse himself so he could take up his post. "If there is nothing else, I will follow Lord Yu back to Chongwon Hall first." Chengping nodded. She was concerned about his injuries and about repairs to his old house. "Little Peony, right now you have to recuperate and revise texts at the same time. Don't worry about the residents. I will think of a way." Hearing that, he asked in confusion, "Princess, who do you plan to ask? The people you can use now are probably..." Shunshin, standing nearby, unexpectedly spoke up and voluntarily offered to help shoulder the task for her. "The princess wants to repair a residence. There are people in my clan who understand such matters well. If the princess trusts me, why not leave it to me?" She looked at him in surprise, a little uncertain whether he was reliable in this. "Yu Lang knows how to handle residence repairs too," he answered firmly, his gaze full of promise. "Ido." She smiled in satisfaction. "Then I'll trouble Yu Lang." Taking the opportunity, he brought up yesterday's matter as well. "Yesterday, the princess also saved a young man, didn't you? If the princess doesn't know how to arrange for him, why not hand him over to me? I heard he once wished to sit for the examinations, but gave up because of poverty. It would truly be a pity. Even if his right hand is injured, it doesn't matter. He can hold a brush with his left." Ji Xiang listened, finding it hard to say anything. In truth, he simply did not know. But she enjoyed acting along. She brought up his own past as proof of extraordinary perseverance. That's right. Back then, Yu Lang's right hand was injured too, but even so, he could still write well with his left. During the examination, Yu Lang used his left hand, and father even praised your calligraphy as that of an extraordinary man. He paused slightly, not expecting that she still remembered such trifling details so clearly. The princess still remembers. Her gaze softened, affirming the special place he held in her mind. "Of course I remember everything about Yu Lang." He restrained himself and set a date to bring that young man back for instruction. Then once his injuries improve a little, I will come to fetch him. Watching Xuanxin's figure recede into the distance, Jixiang finally asked after noticing something. The princess admitted to her servant that she had deliberately baited him into helping her. Princess, you intentionally brought up the matter of repairing the residence in front of Lord Yu, didn't you? She admitted it. Yes, because as long as I mention it, Yu Lang will definitely think of a way to solve it for me. Even so, some guilt stirred in her heart at his devoted attentiveness. I do feel that I may be treating Yu Lang a little unfairly. But never mind. Later on, I'll just return even more to him. A few days later, she stepped into the room and asked after Tingnin's injuries. How are your wounds? He lowered his head, his face clouded with sorrow now that he knew his hand would never fully recover. I fear that from now on, I am a cripple. She proposed. If you are willing, I can send you to Lord Yu. He will teach you how to use your left hand. Pointing at the fish she had just caught, she showed it off to him and said, As it happens, today I caught a big fish. I was planning to have someone deliver it to Yu Lang as payment for repairing the residence for me. You can pack a few things and go over there with it. Unexpectedly, Tingnin dropped to his knees and refused. He did not want to follow the scholarly path of the examinations and wished to remain by her side instead. I do not wish to go to Lord Yu. I only hope the princess will allow me to stay. I know that there are countless people in this world who wish to study under Lord Yu, but cannot. But man must know his own limits. I have no talent for study. For me, taking the metropolitan exam is nothing but a road to death. Qingping looked at the young man before her and questioned his true motives for insisting on remaining in the notoriously ill-famed princess residence. You don't want to study under Lord Yu, and you don't want to stay at Prince Huai's residence relying on noble favor. My reputation outside is no better than Ningxiang's. Why do you want to follow me? Tingnin lifted his head, his gaze steady as he spoke of a debt of gratitude from 15 years ago. The evil deeds Ningxiang has done are too many to record. It is only that Prince Huai's residence has suppressed them. But your highness, you are absolutely not what the rumors say. I already knew that 15 years ago. Tingnin then began recounting the fateful meeting between her and two beggar siblings all those years ago. Perhaps the princess doesn't remember. 15 years ago, you encountered a pair of beggar sisters by the roadside. Chengping sat listening, trying to recall whether she had ever done such a charitable deed. Don't tell me you mean that at the time, I saw those poor sisters and saved them, and you were their younger brother? She affirmed that she was not someone who bestowed kindness unconditionally, but merely pointed out a way for those who knew how to save themselves. Unfortunately, I have never scattered kindness at random. I would only say this: saving others is not as good as saving yourself. Helping yourself is better than waiting for others to help you. Tingnin nodded emotionally. Her words had changed their lives. Yes, that is exactly what you said to us then. You told us that if we just kept walking another 500 steps forward, thanks to that guidance, they have found a place to rely on and survive their hardship. There was a charitable hall established by the late empress when she was alive. There were physicians there and food as well. As long as we got there, we would be saved. That is how we went on living. He continued, speaking of the elder sister who had sacrificed her life for him, and of the reason he had worked at Shiyue Tower. After that, in order to earn money for my studies, my sister worked day and night and ruined her health. I hid from her the fact that I had dropped out and gone to Shiyue Tower to make a living, wanting to earn a little silver to help nourish her body. But last year, my sister still died in childbirth because her body had grown too weak. Tears streamed down his face as he begged to remain and serve the only benefactor he had left. Princess, I no longer wish to study, but once I did it only because I wanted to rise above others. Now Tingnan has nowhere left to go. I begged the princess to keep me. Qingping, who had been listening all this time, coldly reminded him of a rule. I do not keep useless people. Your life story is indeed worthy of sympathy, but what does any of that have to do with me? If you want to remain in the princess residence, you must be of use to me. Tingnan swore absolute loyalty. As long as I can be of help to the princess, even death would not deter me. A testing thought suddenly occurred to her. What if I ordered you to return to Prince Huai's residence, stay by Ningxiang's side, monitor her for me, and serve as my eyes and ears? Hearing that, he gritted his teeth, but without the slightest hesitation, he accepted at once. If I can help the princess in any way, even if I must die, she let out a snore of laughter. Seeing how serious he was, she immediately changed to a subtler plan. I was only joking. If I want Ningxiang dead, I don't need to go to such trouble. Is she even worthy of it? How about this? you find a way to get into Mingda Academy?" he asked in return. Mei Tingnan asked what purpose the princess has in sending me to Mingda Academy. He probed carefully, knowing that only by understanding her intentions could he act more effectively. He also knew something about the place she was referring to. Mingda Academy only recruits the descendants of great noble clans. It is not open to commoners. I did not know whether someone of mixed and humble status like me could get in. She smiled mysteriously. She had already chosen an identity for him, one that would allow him to enter through the front gate openly. Of course, by becoming the prince consort. Meanwhile, at the U residence, he reported on the progress of the residence repairs he had arranged. Over the last few days, I have had third Uncle Yu bring several craftsmen to the residence in the outer city. For now, they have begun simple repairs. Tiles, broken bricks, and timber have all been prepared. Two maids from the Yu residence spoke up. Young Master Yu is back. Qin Yun mentioned the strange gift sent from the princess residence, drawing his attention at once. Just now, the princess residence sent over a large fish. Madam has already had it taken to the kitchen. He was startled. The princess residence? The kitchen. Then he immediately turned to leave. I'll go take a look. In one corner of the courtyard, two young maids were whispering about their master's purity. Sister Qinyan, stop looking. The young master is upright and proper, and he keeps away from women. He would never have an unclear entanglement with some little maid. You'd better give up sooner rather than later. Qinyan snapped angrily. What does a little girl like you know? It's not that the young master doesn't keep close to women. I've even seen him hiding a painting of a beauty. So you didn't believe her, assuming it was nothing but wishful thinking. You're talking nonsense. You must be slandering the young master, or else your dog eyes are blind. Qin Yun became even more forceful. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. In the young master's painting, there was the young master and a beauty, and both of them were wearing very little. Siyu was rendered speechless. So much for sisterhood. That's impossible, absolutely impossible. Qin Yun confidently declared her ambition to enter her master's chambers. Silly girl, what do you know? One day, I will make the young master. On the other side, when he rushed into the kitchen and called out, "Mother," he saw that his mother was preparing to cook fish to nourish him. He lunged forward to stop her, but he was a little too late. With one chop of the knife, he stood there in silence, his feelings impossible to describe. Mother, this was sent over from the princess's residence. But she did not care much about that at all. The fish was brought over to strengthen your body. Don't tell me you wanted to keep it as a memento? Thoughts you shouldn't have should be cut off in time. He said nothing more and only stood there quietly watching. She sternly asked why he was still alone after all these years, even though he was no longer young. You've refused to marry all these years, and you've never taken a concubine either. Is it because you already have someone in your heart? He did not evade the question and admitted the truth sincerely. Yes, she slammed the knife down hard onto the chopping block. She reminded him that a man should have self-respect and not rely on marriage to rise in status. In this life, what I hate most are men who are only a little better looking than average, yet scheme to use marriage to climb upward. Son of mine, are you that kind of person? He said firmly that he felt exactly the same as his mother. What mother hates is also what your son despises. She looked at him with deep heartache and spoke of the vast gap in status between him and that girl. She is a noble princess of the realm. Can you even marry her? His eyes were unwavering, showing a deep love that belonged to one person alone. If it isn't her, then it will be no one else. Mother and son were now locked in a silent battle of stares. In the end, she had no choice but to surrender to her son's stubbornness. Fine then. Remember to keep drinking the kidney tonifying, yang-strengthening soup I stewed for you. In her heart, she was still quietly supporting her son. The princess had so many male favorites. He must not let the others outdo him. In another corner of the splendid inner palace, an announcement rang out. Princess Changping has arrived. She was slightly startled. Oh, the old lady seated there waved her over. Changping, you're here. When she saw the princess consort of Prince Huai, Princess Changping could not help mocking her youthful appearance. Old madam, you're still alive? The grandmother's anger flared up at once. What kind of way is that to speak? The woman narrowed her eyes at her. Her words were full of envy for the princess's fortunate fate. I haven't seen you in many years, Changping. Your looks haven't changed at all since your 50s. Who would have thought your temperament hasn't changed either? You're still as innocent as ever. Changping was not one to lose either. She struck back by pointedly mentioning the other woman's age. Old madam, you've aged quite a lot, though your temper has improved a great deal from before. Princess Consort Huai gave a cold laugh, preparing to trap her. Sure enough, she sighed and began complaining about her family to hide her jealousy of Chengping's freedom. I pity my poor granddaughter with her crippled leg, and I also have to care for a bedridden daughter-in-law. Of course I've grown old, not like your highness, who slept for 10 whole years and still remains so innocent and carefree. Chengping smiled smugly and emphasized the protection the imperial family had always given her. It seems my fate is simply good. I have Father Emperor and Grandmother protecting me. Your fate is not as fortunate, Princess Consort, so you can only worry yourself sick over other people. The woman was left speechless. Princess Consort Huai was furious, but there was nothing she could do. She could only find an excuse to leave before being humiliated further. Your Majesty, today Divine Physician Duan is coming to the residence to take my daughter-in-law Lan Xine's pulse. So I ask leave to withdraw first. Chengping watched her departing figure. There was no way she would let her off so easily, so she made a sharp remark about Prince Huai's household favoring sons over daughters. If you ask me, the illness of heir consort Lan Di is all Guanyin Bodhisattva's fault. For all these years, Lan Di only gave birth to one daughter, Ningxiang. It wasn't until 10 years ago, when Prince Huai's concubine bore a son, that Prince Huai's household finally had an heir to continue the family line. If Guanyin Bodhisattva had only granted my kind Lan Di a son, her illness would have been cured long ago. The Grand Empress Dowager spoke awkwardly in reproach, but her words were full of indulgence. Princess Consort, please don't be angry. Chengping has always been straightforward, but her mouth is too quick. Please don't take offense at her. Princess Consort Huai lowered her head in salute and left resentfully. How would this old woman dare argue with the princess? Chengping knew she could do nothing to her and chimed in. That's good, then. The woman left in a huff, not forgetting to say, this old one takes her leave. One silence remained between only the two of them. The Grand Empress Dowager turned and gave Chengping a proper scolding. You wretched child, speaking nonsense all day. I heard that outside the palace, you were fighting with Ningxiang again. Before, you crippled one of Ningxiang's legs, and Prince Huai's household finally let it go. Can't you be a little more magnanimous toward Ningxiang? Chengping shrugged. She had never been the sort to be generous to an enemy. Grandmother, when have you ever seen me act magnanimously? Even Lan Di herself doesn't value her own daughter, so why should I value that blockhead Ningxiang? The Grand Empress Dowager sighed and decided to carry out her plan of choosing a husband to settle her granddaughter's life. I really have no way to deal with you anymore. It's time to find you a husband. As she spoke, she summoned someone in. Mama Hua. Mama Hua entered and handed the princess a booklet. Your Highness, please have a look. Chengping opened it curiously and was immediately startled. The Grand Empress Dowager explained, these are the candidates for Prince Consort that I selected for you. In terms of family background, appearance, and talent, every one of them is among the finest of our great Shang dynasty. Chengping was briefly stunned. Prince Consort, this. She flipped through the pages, clearly displeased, finding fault with every single person. The Grand Empress Dowager's patience finally ran out, and she asked irritably, what exactly are you dissatisfied with? She pointed at one talented man from the Song family. Look at this one, Song Anqing, the most outstanding student at Mingda Academy. Though he is from the Song family, he is not from the same branch as Song Zhe of the Eastern Residence. He is from the Western Residence. Chengping rejected him outright. I don't care whether he's from the Eastern Residence or the Western Residence. I want nothing to do with that old fox Song Zhe. Besides, there's a mole under his eye. He has the look of a wife-doomer. Unwilling to give up, the Grand Empress Dowager continued selecting candidates. His grandfather is Prefect Fan Ji of Qingzhou, and his father serves as Vice Minister of War. He is currently also studying at Mingda Academy. Chengping looked at the age and scoffed. What am I doing hunting Red Boy? 16? He's far younger than I am. Am I supposed to bring him into my residence and raise him as a son? The list of candidates was still long, so the Grand Empress Dowager moved on. Yao Chun. His grandfather is Yao Songnian of the Court of Imperial Finance. Though he has retired from office, the Yao family still holds considerable power in court. Chengping kept criticizing. The family background is indeed not bad, but The Grand Empress Dowager finally lost patience when she saw her granddaughter being so picky, even after she had already carefully screened them all. But what? I've gone without a proper night's sleep these past few days just to choose a prince consort for you. And what about you? This one won't do. That one won't do. Any one of these dozen men could bring you tremendous benefits. Qingping smiled bitterly and blamed the painters for making everyone look the same. I'm not being difficult. Which court painter drew these? They all look almost identical. After looking at so many, I can't even tell one from another. Hearing that, the Grand Empress Dowager reluctantly proposed a last resort. How about this? The Mid-Autumn Festival is almost here. I'll hold a moon viewing gathering for you and invite these talented young men, so you can see them in person. Will that do? Qingping smiled brightly and agreed, not forgetting to flatter her grandmother to soothe her anger. Yes, Qingping will definitely choose carefully. Grandmother, don't be angry anymore. It's almost dinner time. How about Qingping stays and eats with grandmother? The old lady immediately shooed her away. Go, seeing you give me a headache. Qingping could only obey. Yes. Outside, eunuch Tian was lecturing his disciples on the rules of serving palace meals. How many times have I taught you? Even the speed at which you deliver the dishes matters. The bigger your steps, the more heat escapes, and that affects the flavor and experience of the food. As Qingping walked past, she could not resist teasing him. Eunuch Tian, are you fooling your apprentices again? You old men are truly awful. You keep your real skills to yourself and refuse to teach them. Yet you teach all these useless things instead. Tian, San lowered his head and saluted. Old Tian greets the princess. Is your highness not dining with the Grand Empress Dowager today? Old Tian even specially prepared several dishes your highness likes. She did not care to respond and left at once. I have urgent business and must return to my residence today. He bowed his head as well. Then next time the princess enters the palace, old Tian will serve your highness again. As she walked, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. Please stop, princess. The one who spoke was Lu Li, a commandant of the Shunwei Guard and Mama, Hua's adopted son. He stepped forward and said, the Shunwei army carries out military duties. Whoever violates the rules is killed without pardon. Now to this little side episode. That fellow Shun was grinning with delight. I heard the Grand Empress Dowager has already begun selecting a prince consort for the princess. In terms of talent, looks, status, or family background, if you dare call myself second, then no one would dare call himself first. The court's prince consort is surely going to be me. Not just anyone possessed such confidence in self-training. There's going to be a lot to do next. What a headache. He picked up a brush and casually began writing. Marriage is a major life event and must not be delayed. Let's begin with the invitation list. And so he sat there writing for a long while. Needless to say, everyone from a Yu clan had to be invited. Uncles and brothers, cousins and close kin, 2 eldest uncles, 3 great uncles, 7 grandaunts, 8 grandaunts by marriage, 9 grandaunts on the maternal side. He listed them one by one. Also Aunt Zhang from the same hometown who used to bring eggs to the house. Brother Deng, who helped mother fix the window, Denyo, and Heir, who the neighbors he herded cattle with as a child, and Huawan, Hei, and Wu from the village school. All of them had to be invited. This was what true ceremony looked like in a wedding invitation. He absolutely had to give the princess the grandest wedding possible, so everyone could witness the happiness of the princess and himself. A few days later, when Lord Yu saw the booklet of prince consort candidates, he furiously threw it to the ground. From fantasy to nothingness. In that entire selection album, he was not there at all. Jixiang pushed Princess Qingping's wheelchair inside, surrounded by eunuchs and palace maids standing in attendance. Qingping spoke in a lofty, overbearing tone, such imposing official authority. I wondered who it might be, but it turns out to be little auspicious one. Long time no see. You become quite promising now. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes. The Shunwei army is now stationed in the capital and its surrounding region. I heard that not long ago, you wiped out a bandit gang in only 2 months and returned to the capital in triumph. Quite glorious indeed. Under the blazing red sky, Lu Li led his soldiers in salute before Qingping. Greetings, princess. We have just received intelligence that someone nearby is concealing a baleful object and intends to harm the Grand Empress Dowager. Then he gestured with his hand, and the soldiers brought an old Tian. As the eunuch struggled, one soldier barked, behave yourself." Old Tian, looking disheveled, shouted loudly. "Even old Tian is being searched now? I have served the Grand Empress Dowager for 40 years. How could I possibly attempt assassination?" Lu Li's expression was hard and fixed as he declared, "At this moment, anyone appearing near Shoshin Palace is considered a suspect." Then he added slowly, "Forgive the offense." At that moment, Jixiang stepped forward protectively in front of Qingping. 3 needles were instantly drawn into his hand. His glare was fixed on Lu Li as he thought, "What assassination? You mad dog are clearly using public duty for private revenge. Don't think that just because you've acknowledged the eunuch Lu Guang and Mama Hua as your foster parents, you can bully our princess." Meanwhile, Qingping calmly asked, "What? Could it be that I, too, am counted among those suspected of trying to assassinate grandmother?" Lu Li drew his sword as he replied, "The princess may be exempted, but the people in the princess's entourage are not." At that moment, Ji Xiang raised the 3 needles. Behind Lu Li was a patch of dense grass, and a sound immediately came from within. A huge python suddenly appeared, its jaws wide open before Qingping. The eunuch screamed in terror, "A snake! There's a snake!" The serpent immediately lunged at Qingping. Startled, she sprang to her feet to avoid its fangs. Jixiang instantly shot all 3 needles into the snake's head, killing it on the spot. Jixiang felt smug. "I'm amazing." The eunuchs, however, were stunned to see Changping standing on her feet. One stammered, "Princess, you—" Changping stood up, looking thrilled, hopping lightly on her leg. "Can I really stand and walk again?" At that moment, old Tian seized the chance and was overjoyed too. "Oh my, this is truly wonderful. The princess has turned disaster into blessing." But just then, Lu Li stared at her with cold eyes and said in an icy voice, "Congratulations, princess, on turning disaster into blessing." Chengping immediately challenged him. "Didn't Lord Lu keep claiming he wanted to protect my grandmother? Yet under your protection, there was a venomous snake outside Shoshin Palace. Instead of dealing with what should be dealt with, you kept pestering and troubling me. Is this how your Shenwei army does its job?" After that, Lord Lu turned and left. "We will investigate the truth of the matter. Princess, please take better care of yourself." Staying behind, old Tian beamed at Chengping as if he had escaped disaster himself. "I still haven't delivered the food to the Grand Empress Dowager. The dishes are about to go cold. Princess, old Tian will go first. The Grand Empress Dowager will surely be overjoyed to learn that your highness's leg has healed." A while later, when only the 2 of them remained, leaves rustled softly in the wind. Seeing Changping lost in distant thought, Jixiang stepped to her side and spoke, "Princess, you—" But Qingping immediately said, "No need to worry. I told Tian Sanwei to bring that snake." Hearing that, Jixiang was dumbfounded, his eyes wide and his mouth hanging open. Outside the city, in a moving carriage, Chengping sat inside with her chin propped on her hand, pondering. "What happened today makes it obvious Lu Li was targeting me. Lu Guang has always been suspicious. I happened to wake up just when he had left the capital, so of course he would suspect me. That is why he sent Lu Li to probe me." As she spoke, she beckoned Jixiang closer, then took the sachet from his person. "If they had searched you just now and found this sachet containing medicine, I'm afraid the secret that poison remains in my body could not have been hidden. I've been pretending to be crippled for long enough anyway, and I was already looking for an excuse to stand up again. Today's opportunity was not bad." Even so, Jixiang was still puzzled. Then can this action by the princess dispel Lu Guang's suspicions? Qingping lifted the sachet close to her nose and inhaled its scent as she said, "Lu Guang is suspicious by nature. I had no choice but to wake up at that time, so naturally he would become suspicious. But he does not know the truth about the poison in my body. If he cannot uncover what happened back then there is nothing he can do to me." Then she rested her chin on her hand again, gazing at the sachet. "As for the poison in my body, so many people died in that incident back then. If he truly has the ability to investigate it, then I'll wait eagerly." In the clear, early morning, amid rows of unevenly spaced buildings at the Lu residence, headquarters of the Shenwei General, Lu Guang, Lu Li's adoptive father, commander of the Shenwei army, and Mama Hua's paired eunuch partner, was sitting at the dining table. Lu Li lifted a wine pot and filled his cup. Lu Guang then asked, "You said a venomous snake appeared, and after being frightened, the princess was able to stand?" Lu Li replied, "Yes." Lu Guang held the wine cup and thought it over. "The timing is rather suspicious. Did her move make you forget your original objective? It was to search little Jixiang's person." Hearing that, Lu Li was surprised. Adoptive father means there is some secret on little Jixiang's body that the princess wanted to hide. But Lu Guang only shook his head and sighed. "I do not dare say these words in front of your mother. Qingping is very much like Empress Shun. It is a pity that in this world, there will never be a second woman like Empress Shun." 10 years ago, Qingping was gravely injured while saving the second prince and fell into a coma. At the time, everyone believed she would never wake again in this lifetime. But who would have thought that 10 years later, she would suddenly awaken? While he was recounting the events of that year, a subordinate suddenly rushed in anxiously. "Eunuch Lu, Mama Hua sent this servant to inform you that by order of the Grand Empress Dowager, she has left the palace to visit Princess Qingping. She will not be coming today." As soon as he heard that, Lu Guang flew into a rage. He slammed his hand onto the table so hard that the stone tabletop cracked, then shouted, "What?" Lu Li watched him, grinding his teeth with a dark expression. Has mother forgotten what day today is? Elsewhere, before the grand and imposing residence, Mama Hua came to Princess Qingping's room. "Princess, your leg has recovered. Why didn't you send word to Her Majesty?" After hearing the news, Her Majesty was so worried she could not even eat, so she ordered me to bring the imperial physician. Qingping pursed her lips and glared, feigning anger as she said, "It's all that adopted son of yours, Lu Li's fault. He actually suspected the people around me of plotting to assassinate grandmother, and even wanted to search my people. I was so angry I couldn't wait even a moment longer." In front of them, Qingping sat on a stone stool in the courtyard, and Mama Hua, alarmed, clasped her hands and pleaded, "This old servant has only just heard of this as well." Lu Li was merely carrying out official duty. He absolutely was not targeting the princess. "After I return, this old servant will certainly scold him severely." Qingping turned her face away, pretending to be hurt as she acted spoiled. Mama must punish him properly. Otherwise, when others see it, they'll think he's relying on Mama and Eunuch Lu's influence and no longer puts his masters in his eyes. Mama Hua quickly replied, "This old servant will remember." Then she gestured and ordered, "Imperial Physician Zhang, quickly examine the princess's leg." Yes. A while later, the two of them left. Walking beside her, Mama Hua asked, "Imperial Physician Zhang, 10 years ago you examined the princess and said there was a strong chance she would remain asleep forever. Then why is it that 10 years later?" Imperial Physician Zhang stroked his beard and said, "A strong chance does not mean certainty. Some difficult conditions cannot be cured by medicine, but that does not mean witchcraft and gu arts cannot treat them. Back then, the late emperor invited Master Yu Yang to treat the princess. This is probably his doing." But Mama Hua was still puzzled. Then how is it that the princess's leg could recover just like that? At that, Imperial Physician Zhang stopped walking and whispered into her ear, "The princess's leg was most likely healed long ago. She simply concealed it for some reason. Today, she suddenly encountered an unexpected incident, so she forgot herself for a moment. This is something I should tell Mama, but please do not expose me before the princess. You know the princess's temper. If she learns I talk too much, I fear she won't let me enter the residence next time." After that, Imperial Physician Zhang took his leave. Mama Hua replied, "Don't worry. This old servant understands." At the Niu residence, the bowl in Lord Niu's hand suddenly shattered from being crushed in his grip, making the servants who had been hard at work there turn to look. Lord Yu raised his voice and asked his subordinate, "So, in the end, did Lu Li dig up anything or not?" As he spoke, he dusted off his hands. The subordinate clutched his chest with one hand, eyes wide. "My lord, you nearly scared me to death." But then Lord Yu only sighed and said, "Everyone, take a break and have some tea. Sorry to trouble you all, but please finish renovating this courtyard as quickly as possible." The servants immediately lit up. "Thank you, Lord Yu." After that, Shunshin left, with Chang'an hurrying after him, glancing all around while chattering nonstop. The princess said this residence only needed to be repaired enough to live in, but Your Excellency even went to Master Lu to learn about design. You come here every day to supervise the workers in person. You have to let the princess know how much effort went into building this grand residence. Otherwise, how will she know how thoughtful you are? The competition is so fierce. We have to crush that little vixen. But then he received a cold look from Shunshin, warning him not to speak nonsense. Chang'an suddenly remembered something and quickly raised a hand. Reporting to your excellency, Luli caused quite a commotion in the palace, but he still failed to find the assassin, so he returned to his residence. Clearly, Shunshin crossed his arms and thought for a moment. He deliberately came to probe the princess. Seeing that Shunshin had figured it out, Chang'an smugly folded his arms. Your excellency is brilliant. The princess is too pitiful. She almost got bitten by a venomous snake. It looks like Lu Li still wants to keep making things difficult for our princess. He's really not human. Shunshin turned and continued walking. Chang'an hurried after him and asked, Your Excellency, where are you going? With a grim expression, Shunshin strode toward the gate and said, To take out the trash. Looks like Lu Li still wants to keep making things difficult for our princess. He's truly not human. In a magnificent palace, the sunlight made the towering glazed rooftops glitter even more brilliantly. Manhwa was walking into the residence. When Luli appeared and bowed, Godmother, at once she grabbed his sleeve, pulled him upright, and admonished him. In the palace, you're not to call me Godmother. Just call me Mama, so people won't talk. Then she frowned and pointed at him. Today, you deliberately made things difficult for the princess. I don't know how Lu Guan usually taught you. The princess is your master. What you did was a servant offending his superior. No matter what happened before, a servant has no right to haggle or hold grudges. Luli looked aggrieved after hearing this, but he stayed silent. Mama Hua sigid inwardly. This child still remembered his old grudge against the princess. Then she looked around and lowered her voice. Last time I told you to investigate the whereabouts of Master Yu Yang. Have you found anything yet? Luli clasped his hands and reported, Qinghua Temple is empty now. No one is left there. I've already sent men outside the capital to search. The moment there is news, I'll report it to you, Mama. During this period, I will remain in the capital to investigate this matter. At that moment, a man in purple approached, and upon seeing him, said, Commander Lu Li. It was you Shunshin with Chang'an. He stepped forward and asked, Why are you still here? I heard His Majesty just issued an edict. There's been rampant banditry in Binzhou these past few days, and you are ordered to lead the Xinwei army there first to suppress the unrest. Mama Hua quickly stepped up to speak for him. Luli has only just returned to the capital. Why would His Majesty dispatch him out again? Wasn't the matter of pacifying Binzhou supposed to be assigned to Commander Li Heng? But Shunshin answered with stern composure. Commander Li lacks experience. This was also the decision just made by Her Majesty the Empress Dowager and several of the regent ministers. If Commander Lu Li is dissatisfied, he may go and request to withdraw himself. As he turned to leave, he added mockingly, I've heard Binzhou is overrun with miasma, with snakes, vermin, rats, and insects everywhere. The conditions are terrible. Commander Lu, do take care. After they had walked past the other two, Chang'an followed behind him, excited. Your Excellency's move was brilliant. Luli made the princess almost get bitten by a venomous snake, and now you're sending him off to keep venomous snakes company. Truly, so petty, so vengeful, so scheming. Chang'an immediately received a blood-chilling look and hurriedly changed his tune. No, I mean very fair indeed. Shunshin said, Luli commands the Xinwei army. If he remains in the palace, it will be detrimental to the princess. Only if he leaves for a while will the princess dare to act. Thinking of Chengping, he added inwardly, I'm only removing the stone blocking the princess's path. That night, with the moon already high in the Grand Empress Dowager's residence, she sat there tiredly, supporting herself as she complained, If Chengping has long been able to walk again, why did she hide it from me? Does she not trust me? Mama Hua stood beside her, fanning her as she replied, That may not be so. I heard from Huamian that she once accidentally overheard a conversation between the princess and little Jixiang. A crippled leg has its advantages too. When entering the palace to see the Grand Empress Dowager and the Emperor, no one dares force her to kneel. After hearing this, the Grand Empress Dowager pondered. That does sound like something Changping would say, and exactly the sort of thing she would do. That child was spoiled rotten by her imperial father. Her pride reaches the heavens. Then she stared off into the distance and sighed. Today she lashed out at Princess Consort Hawaii, and it reminded me of the past. Back then, she clearly knew that Princess Consort Hawaii stood on my side and the Emperor's side, yet she still ruined Ningxiang's leg, nearly turning Prince Huai's household against us. She did it to avenge her own mother. When Ningxiang was little, she ran around recklessly and accidentally shoved the Empress, who was about to give birth, causing the Empress to fall and deliver prematurely. As the Grand Empress Dowager recalled it, her eyes grew moist. She's the type to remember grudges. Tell me, does she hate me? Before she could continue, Mama Hua cut her off. Your Majesty, there is no back then. You have always cherished her, and the princess has always been close to you and relied on you. With the princess's temperament, if she truly hated someone, she would never be able to hide it. You've seen how she treats your Majesty. The Grand Empress Dowager seemed soothed by those words. She sat there thinking for a moment. Yes, that is her nature. She will not endure the slightest grievance. Forget it. I was only speaking carelessly. Then she instructed Mama Hua, go to the storeroom and bring out the 500-year-old ginseng for Changping to nourish her body. I only hope this child will remember that I've treated her well. Late at night, at the Zhang residence, where Imperial Physician Zhang lived, the trees grew thick all around, and cheerful laughter could already be heard from outside. Good wine. It's been a long time since things were this lively. Imperial Physician Zhang was sitting in the courtyard drinking with someone and blurted out, in a single day, first the Grand Empress Dowager, then Mama Hua, then Princess Changping, and after I got back home, Lord Yu was already waiting for me. All of you, your minds are not on the wine. Shunshin sat at the same table as Imperial Physician Zhang, his face grave as he pushed a plate of food farther away. Imperial Physician Zhang was already thoroughly drunk, his face flushed as he mumbled, "You'd better not try to get information from this old man. Today I exposed the princess's fake lameness. I fear for now and the princess's residence won't even allow this old man through the door." Shunshin lifted the wine jug and said, "The princess knows right from wrong. She will not blame the old physician." Hearing that, Imperial Physician Zhang, who had been about to put a chicken leg into his mouth, froze. The princess in your excellency's eyes and the princess in everyone else's eyes really do not seem to be the same person. At that moment, Shunshin again thought of Chengping's radiant face. The world had far too many misunderstandings about the princess. As he poured another cup, he asked, "May I ask, Imperial Physician Zhang, how is the princess's health?" Imperial Physician Zhang, face red, stroked his beard and pronounced, "Her pulse is stable. She is in no pain and has no illness. But she lay unconscious for 10 years. If she looks normal on the outside, that only makes the inside more abnormal. Moreover, the princess's pulse is very similar to that of the late empress." At this, Shunshin stiffened, eyes widening. He immediately asked, "It is said that the late empress died suddenly of an illness. Is that true?" But Imperial Physician Zhang seemed unconcerned and simply raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Seeing that attitude, Shunshin dipped his finger in water and wrote on the table, "Was it really so?" But after reading it, Imperial Physician Zhang wiped it away with his sleeve and denied it. In the palace, however they say Her Majesty died is how Her Majesty died. Why ask so many questions? Then he stared at the thoughtful look in Shunshin's eyes, stroked his beard, and said, "All these years, it seems you were convinced the princess would wake up." Why? Shunshin abruptly rose to his feet and replied, "The princess and I had an agreement. Later, one day, the late emperor summoned me and said that if the day ever came when the princess awoke, I was to protect her. When the late emperor and I approached the curtained bed and looked at Chengping lying unconscious inside, I knew then that the princess would definitely wake up." Imperial Physician Zhang was still seated, sipping his wine. "So you were gambling too. But the late emperor did not say only that to you, did he? Since you care so much about the princess, do you want to become her consort?" He snorted. "I advise you not to dream. The Grand Empress Dowager is currently selecting a husband for the princess. She even had a catalog of handsome men specially painted. Every single one on it is a top talent." Hearing this, Shunshin became slightly dejected and crushed the wine cup at his hand. But he still answered, "I've known that for a long time," thinking, there must certainly be a certain Nyo on that list. Seeing his arrogance collapse so completely, Imperial physician Zhang bared his teeth in alarm. No. Instantly, Shunshin seemed to turn to stone on the verge of shattering. Then he downed another gulp of wine and slammed the cup onto the table, shattering it, not forgetting to leave Imperial physician Zhang with a murderous glance. I still have matters to attend to. I won't trouble Imperial physician Zhang further. Imperial physician Zhang shivered in fright. After that, Shunshin turned and left. Farewell. Imperial physician Zhang still held his wine cup and mocked. Young people really have no self-restraint. Outside, Chang'an already had the carriage waiting. Shunshin, face flushed and clearly unhappy, climbed into the carriage. Chang'an thought to himself, my lord has just come from Imperial physician Zhang's place, and now insists on going to the princess's residence. Could it be? Chang'an's smile gradually lost its humanity. He's going to confess to the princess while drunk. Wow, what ambition. If it works, wouldn't my lord become the current princess's consort? Then wouldn't I, little Chang'an, bask in the glory too? Tomorrow I must hurry and order a few new sets of clothes. No matter what, we're now part of the princess consort's household to be. We can't let the princess and her consort lose face. A while later, Shunshin arrived in front of the princess residence. Standing behind him, Chang'an cheered, "You can do it, lord you." But he only saw Shunshin standing there blankly. "My lord, why aren't you knocking?" Suddenly, Shunshin plopped down on the ground and said dazedly, "Chang'an, go back first. I'll wait here alone for a while." In the dark night, with heavy rain pouring down, Shunshin still sat outside the gate of the princess residence. Inside the room, needles were being withdrawn from Changping's shoulder. Dressed in a backless robe, she was receiving acupuncture. She turned and said, "I don't want acupuncture anymore." But Jixiang held one of her hands and continued, "I know it hurts, but must be done once every 10 days. It can't be any less often." A little later, Changping put her clothes back on and said in a weary voice, "So what if the poison can be temporarily suppressed? I don't even know how much longer this body of mine can hold out." Seeing this, Jixiang dropped to his knees before her, tears shining in his eyes as he tried to comfort her. "As long as I, little Jixiang, am still alive, I won't let anything happen to you, princess. Please wait for me. I will definitely find a way to completely cure the poison in your body." Seeing his sincerity, Changping rubbed his head. "Don't make that face." "Fine, I'll wait for you." Just then, an announcement came. "Princess, Lord Yu has arrived." Jixiang immediately stood up. Changping asked the eunuch, "At this hour, why has Yu Lang come to the princess residence?" The eunuch answered awkwardly, hesitating, "Well, it seems Lord Yu is drunk. He's sitting outside the gate of the princess residence." Outside the gate, Shunshin was still sitting in the rain with his eyes shut tight. Changping stepped out and softly called, "Yu Lang." She held a lantern in her hand. "Why did you come here? Could it be that you want to use wine as an excuse to do something improper to me? I'd welcome it very much." The moment she finished speaking, he suddenly grabbed both her hands and pulled her in. The lantern fell to the ground. Shunshin suddenly held Changping tightly in his arms, eyes still shut in drunkenness as he said, "Princess, I'm back. I'm back at the princess residence. Aren't you happy?" His action made Changping's heart skip a beat. Then she patted his back. "You're drunk. The princess residence has never been a place you should return to. Go home." She thought to herself, "If he were sober, Yu Lang would never say such things to me." But then he stared fixedly into her eyes and stubbornly forced out, "I'm not drunk. Clearly, princess, you were the one who brought me back, and now you don't want me anymore." Then he turned to leave in a huff. "The princess is the worst. I'm not going to care about the princess anymore." Changping could only reach out after him and call, "Yu Lang." Shunshin stormed off angrily, and Changping ran after him in a panic, calling, "Yu Lang, wait." When they reached the doorway of her room, she shouted, "You Shunshin, you." But then Shunshin halted because of the book on the table. This room was exactly the same as when he had once lived there. Even the last book he had read was still in its original place. He turned sharply back to Changping and demanded, "Princess, you said I should not come back, but it has been 10 years. Why have you kept this room exactly as it was?" Changping answered calmly, "Because I could not bear to." Then she stepped closer and gently stroked his face. "I have always been unable to let go of my memories with Yu Lang. But Yu Lang understands too, doesn't he? To me, those memories are only a little reluctance to part with them, nothing more." At that, Shunshin's face filled with thought and a trace of sadness. He placed his hand over hers where it brushed his hair. But I am not reconciled. Not just a little reluctance, and not a closeness as good as none. In the very next moment, Shun pulled Qingping tightly into his arms and kissed her deeply. I want to possess everything of the princess. 10 years earlier, at the princess residence, Shun was lying on a sickbed, coughing weakly. Qingping entered with Jixiang. What is it? Caught a chill, have you? I fell into the water last night, too, and I'm perfectly fine. Shun sat on the bed with his hair loose, holding a book in his hand as he replied, It's only a slight cold. It's nothing. Qingping snatched the book from his hand and sighed. You're sick, so no more reading. You little bookworm. Once you recover, I'll take you to the library in my residence. Then you can read to your heart's content. Right now. Hurry up and drink your medicine. Then Jixiang, wearing a mocking expression, brought the bowl of medicine over. That's right. I specially brewed this bowl for young Master Yu. Drink it, and I guarantee you'll recover at once. Seeing Jixiang's disturbingly inhuman smile, Shun thought, why does this look rather like poison? Then he refused. I don't think that will be necessary. But Jixiang glared at him, smiled slyly, pinched his mouth open with one hand, and tipped the bowl straight into his mouth. No need to be polite. At once Qingping, standing nearby, flew into a rage. She knocked Jixiang on the head and scolded loudly. Little Jixiang, be gentler for me. Are you trying to make the patient choke to death? Stand down at once. Jixiang withdrew with an indignant look, thinking that Yu Shun is just pretending to be pitiful. The princess has been bewitched by his beauty. After that, Qingping amiably rubbed Shunshin's head. Yulang really is just like a child right now. She gently picked up the medicine bowl. Even if this medicine is bitter, you still have to drink it. Qingping lifted a spoonful of medicine, intending to feed him, but Shunshin said, Princess, I can drink it myself. He thought Qingping would agree, but she only smiled and still brought the spoon toward him. No, if Yulang won't behave, I'll feed you another way, mouth to mouth. The moment she finished speaking, the two of them froze awkwardly. Their eyes met. One of them flustered, while Qingping was simply enthralled. Yulang is far too adorable. Such a beautiful face. If you asked me to feed him all day long, I'd willingly do it. After that, he finally accepted the spoonful of medicine from her. But with just the first mouthful, Shunshin looked as though he had been poisoned, his face turning green as he struggled to breathe at that bitter, spicy taste. Qingping stood beside him and asked innocently, Well, does it taste sweeter when I feed it to you? She had no idea that little Jixiang had deliberately added extra herbs. Seeing Shunshin swallow it all in miserable silence, Qingping became even more enthusiastic and offered him the next spoonful. This is the first time I've ever served someone medicine. Only then did Shunshin pause, because it was her first time. After that, he obediently sat still. Better not tell the princess. This medicine really is awful. Meanwhile, Qingping sat right by his bedside and fed him spoonful after spoonful. See, I didn't lie to you, did I? The next day, in that lofty, grand, vast courtyard, books were piled everywhere, an ocean of volumes all around. Shunshin wandered among the shelves with a blank, astonished face. Qingping appeared behind him and said, Why would I lie to you? I do claim to have read many books. But as for the books here, she stopped halfway. What she meant to say next was, only a small portion of them have I actually read. Most of them I've never even heard of. She watched as Shunshin intently held some book in his hand. Qingping proudly introduced it. Of course you haven't read it. In my study, there are books that can't even be found in the libraries of the great aristocratic houses. Have you ever heard the legend from the early years of Emperor Taizong's reign? It is said that not long after our dynasty's founding emperor passed away, the phoenix at his side flew above the Imperial Academy and burned to death in the sky. After the phoenix died, its true flame burned for 3 days and 3 nights, reducing the library tower to ashes, along with more than 400 stone classics handed down from the sages of the previous dynasty. Yu Shun rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. I've heard of it. Whether the legend is true or not, the Imperial Academy's library tower really was burned to the ground. Qingping spun a book on one fingertip. The books I have here are from that old library tower. Many of them are one-of-a-kind copies. You won't find them anywhere else. Holding a thick volume in his hand, Yu Shun gazed at it thoughtfully and said, Even setting aside those unique books from the library tower, there are many ordinary books here as well. ones ordinary people still would never get to see, right? He looked straight into Chengping's eyes. That's right. This is the gap between scholars born to humble clans and the children of aristocratic families. Why is it that most people from lesser clans can never break through their limits by the end of their lives? Because the world they can see from the moment of birth is already narrower than that of those born into the great houses. Standing amid the endless rows of books, Yu Shunshin murmured to himself with a book in hand, unable to break through. Chengping only smiled and encouraged him. My foolish Lang Jun will not be one of that most. One day, you will shatter the prejudice between humble clans and aristocratic houses and reach a place no one else can catch up to. She thought she was giving him more motivation, but Yu Shunshin instead said gloomily, Even I have no confidence that I can do such a thing. Your Highness is far too arrogant. But Chengping immediately brushed that aside. You will do it. She looked at him with hope. What I say will come true. A few days later, at the book courtyard, the two of them were still sitting in the room with books scattered all around them. Yu Shunshin was instructing Chengping. No, that's not right. In the biography of Lord Sun, this matter really is recorded. But Chengping angrily snatched the book away through gritted teeth. The copy you're reading is a pirated one. It's not even as good as records of Yiming. Lord Sun's courtesy name was Yunshu, and Yunshu was also his ancestral homeland, as well as the place where his bones were finally buried. Anyone who reads this passage will know that what they've read about Lord Sun has all been inadequate. I've never even heard of this book before. Let me read it first, then I'll analyze it. Yu Shunshin felt secretly resentful. Damn it, who would have thought that the supposedly brainless, useless princess of rumor had memorized an entire library pavilion? He stared fixedly at the princess as she sat there absorbed in reading. Princess, just how many things about you have the outside world misunderstood? Why do you have to pretend to be a spoiled, overbearing fool? His gaze grew even more intent. So that means I'm the only one who gets to see the real you? At that moment, Chengping suddenly leaned close and stared at him. Hey, Yulang, why is your face red? Embarrassed, Yu Shunshin turned away and covered his face with one hand. It's not. Knowing he was flustered, Chengping smiled, looped her arm through his, and asked, Really not? Could it be that after being alone with me for so long, my Yu Lang is having some strange thoughts? Just as things were turning intimate, Jixiang suddenly appeared and coughed a few times, though it still did nothing to curb the princess's love-struck mood. Chengping looked at Yu Shunshin with hearts practically bursting from her eyes, nearly drooling. Jixiang frowned and reminded her, Princess, the 100,000 taels of silver you asked for have been prepared. Yu Shunshin was startled. What does the princess need 100,000 taels for? He thought, even if the princess is favored, 100,000 taels would nearly empty the entire princess residence. Chengping smiled. Yulang, don't you know? The national examinations are drawing near, and betting has already started in the capital. Everyone is betting on who this year's Zhuang Yuan will be. Naturally, I have to take all the money in the princess residence and make one huge wager. Hearing that, Yu Shunshin was stunned, eyes wide. Elsewhere, in a large tavern, people were crowding together, shaking slips and placing their bets. A young man said, I'm betting on Gu Fengqi, heir to the Marquis of Jing'an. He's the eldest son of the Gu family. In terms of martial skill, how many people in the capital can beat him? The man beside him snorted with laughter. This is the national examination, not a martial contest. Better to choose young master Yao Chun, grandson of Yao Songyan of the Yao family. He's one of the top students at Mingda Academy. Someone else chimed in, the Yao family hasn't produced many Jinshi in years. They've been declining for ages. If you ask me, the second young master of the Li family, Li Xian. Just then, Yu Shunshin appeared. The national examination is about true talent and learning, not a competition among aristocratic houses. You're judging the results based only on family background. Where does that leave the poor students who have studied bitterly all their lives? As silver was still being placed on the table, everyone turned to look at him, then looked at one another. Who are you? If you're not betting on the noble students of Mingda Academy, then what? Are you betting on those dirt-poor scholars from Wanyan Academy? They burst out laughing. Must be one of those poor scholars from Wanyan Academy, right? What a pity. What use is reading so many books? Everyone knows the national examination is the playground of the aristocratic houses. People from humble clans should stop daydreaming. You think you can leap onto a high branch and turn into a phoenix. Insulted, Yu Shunshan was so furious he could barely speak. Before he could finish, a hand slammed down on the table with a sharp shout. A pack of fools. It was Chengping. Her ornaments glittered as she declared, I, this princess, am wagering my entire fortune on Yu Shunshan of Wanyan Academy. Only then did the people there panic, their faces going slack in shock. Princess Chengping. They immediately dropped to their knees and bowed. Princess, 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 upon 10,000 years. They were terrified. The demon princess had arrived. Yu Shunshan, too, was stunned. Chengping then spoke. Who says the national examination is the playground of the aristocratic houses? Who says students from humble clans will never have a day to shine? Today, I will leave my words here, before everyone kneeling in the tavern, she declared. With me here, this year's examination will have only fairness, justice, and openness. There will absolutely not be the slightest bit of fraud. Then Chengping slung an arm around Yu Shunshan's shoulders. My Yulang has a talent that could stir the nine heavens. No filthy hand will cut off his wings. Elsewhere in the imperial palace, voices could already be heard from outside. Your Majesty, your ministers begged to impeach Princess Chengping. The emperor sat on the throne while the officials below spoke in turn. Princess Chengping is wanton and lawless. It would be one thing if she merely kept male favorites in private, but now she even wants to send one to take the examination and demands that this year's examination be graded publicly. She is breaking the ancestral rules. What decorum is this? Wanton and lawless. Utterly indecorous. The emperor looked momentarily stunned. You all. Just then a foot stepped in and a clear voice rang out. Indecorous? Me, Chengping. She strode in, flicking back her hair. Today I'll show you what indecorous really means. The court officials went pale with shock, their eyes nearly bulging out. Oh no, the demon princess is here. Don't look at me, don't look at me. In the great hall, no one irrelevant dared interfere. Princess, please. Chengping strode up to Li Xiangfu, grabbed his beard, and yanked hard as she shouted in his face. Li Xiangfu, you rotten old thing. Right there in the throne hall, with no regard for the emperor's presence, Chengping seized his beard and yelled at him. For years, the national examination has been manipulated and controlled by the four great clans. Who in this world doesn't know it? The four great aristocratic houses protect one another and collude with one another. Xiangfu glared, mouth open, crying out, It hurts. Let go. But with too much force, Chengping tore off a handful of his beard on the spot. This princess is only asking you for fairness once, and you still dare slander me and try to impeach me. Xiangfu fell backward. Two others hurried to help him up. Xiangfu's face was purple with rage. Such chaos in court. Men dragged the princess away. He dared issue the order because he thought, the power of the four great clans reaches the heavens and the earth. They have countless retainers and aides. Normally, even His Majesty can only follow our lead. He even has to listen to me if he wants to sleep with a woman. Yet this lawless Chengping actually dares. He had thought the emperor would be afraid, but instead the emperor slammed his hand down and roared, I'd like to see who dares. He rose to his feet. Whoever dares lay even a finger on Chengping, I will exterminate all 9 degrees of their kin. Only then did Xiangfu bow his head. Your Majesty, the national examination is a matter of great state importance. If we allow the princess to break the ancestral rules for the sake of a mere male favorite, then in the future, I fear our 4 great clans will find it difficult to continue serving the great Shang court with full loyalty. The emperor's face darkened with fury. Li Xiangfu, since when has Great Sheng borne your Li surname? Or would you like to come up here and sit on the dragon throne yourself? Hearing that, Xiangfu finally trembled and cupped his hands. That is not what this subject meant. He thought in alarm, this is bad. I shouldn't have confronted Chengping in a moment of anger. His Majesty may be forced to listen to us in all other matters, but whenever it involves Chengping, he turns mad and throws caution to the wind. An official beside him quietly reminded him, Lord Li, His Majesty is protecting his daughter. Don't clash head-on. Chengping is only a princess. She cannot inherit the throne. Why force the late emperor into a fish dies and net split situation over her? In any case, a student from a humble clan won't amount to much. Hearing that, Xiangfu understood. Stroking what remained of his beard, he said sternly, If that is the case, then let each side yield one step. We agree not to stop the princess's male favorite from taking the examination alone. As for the other students, things will still proceed according to our old rules. How about that? As Chengping turned to leave, she tossed the torn handful of beard aside and glanced back. Fina, at least you old man know what's good for you. As long as my Yu Lang is pleased, this princess is pleased too. The rest is up to you. Once the princess had left, the official beside Li Xiangfu said, "See, this way we don't offend His Majesty, and we don't ruin our own plans either." Two birds with one stone. The other officials exchanged looks and chuckled awkwardly. The princess is just too fond of making trouble. That's all. Ridiculous, really. All this uproar, just for a male favorite. A while later, the emperor came to Chengping's quarters. Yuna. He reached out and patted her head as she washed her hands, soothing her gently. You've had a hard. Chengping turned back with a smile. What's so hard about this? I wanted to rip that old man's beard off for ages. Today, I finally vented some of my anger. Then the emperor carefully lifted Chengping's hand, where red marks had formed. If you really didn't care, why are you scrubbing your hands so hard? Look, your skin is chafed. He gently wrapped it with a soft cloth. The national examination has been controlled by the four great clans for far too long. By now, nearly everyone in court belongs to them. If that boy's surname you truly is as outstanding as you say, then it won't be in vain for you and I to risk provoking the four great clans and stage this scene. Chengping obediently clasped his hand with both of hers, her expression innocent. Imperial father, rest assured. Then they looked out into the distance beyond the window. Yu Lang is my first move, she said, and he will also become the most important move in turning the tides of heaven and earth. That night, at the princess residence, Ji Xiang helped her down from the carriage. Looking tired, she said, I'm exhausted today. I have no appetite, so don't prepare dinner. At that moment, Yu Shunshin came running out carrying a lantern. Princess, you're back. Though exhausted, the sight of a handsome young man waiting for her made Chengping instantly perk up, practically drooling again. My Yu Lang is waiting for me at the gate. Doesn't this look exactly like a husband waiting at home for his wife to return at night? Yu Shunshin answered seriously. If your highness is tired and doesn't want to smile, then don't force yourself. The uproar at court today must have worn on your spirit. He stepped closer to Chengping. You forced me into the princess residence and endured so many curses and accusations you should never have had to bear. Aren't you wrong? He suddenly halted, thinking, why am I so stupid? Only now do I understand why the princess brought me into her residence. Hearing that, Chengping raised a hand and covered his mouth, stopping him from speaking. Smiling gently, she said, as expected of my Yu Lang, so clever. One look and you understood. But there are some things you shouldn't say too much. You only need to be Yu Shunshin. Yu Shunshin froze, his eyes deep in thought as he looked at Chengping. Yes, this is the princess. She doesn't need anyone's pity or sympathy. She doesn't even need to be understood. He had just started to lift a hand to wrap around her waist, but then lowered it again. Perhaps, right now, I don't even have the right to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. My understanding means nothing to the princess. Then Yu Shunshin said solemnly, very well. I won't disappoint your highness. Whatever your highness wishes, I will make it happen. The moment those words left his mouth, Chengping blinked, startled. In the next instant, Yu Shunshin took a punch to his flushed cheek and fell to the ground. Chengping cried out in alarm. Yu Lang. It was Ji Xiang. With an ugly expression, he thought, this bastard actually dares treat the princess like this. Just as he was about to continue, Chengping shouted, Little Ji Xiang, stop. The princess stepped in front of Yu Shunshin to shield him. What are you trying to do? Kill Yu Shunshin? Since when did I permit you to act this recklessly? Ji Xiang began. But princess, before he could finish, Chengping glanced at Yu Shunshin, who was dazed on the floor, and said, Yu Shunshin is drunk. If he were sober, he definitely wouldn't have said even half a sentence too much. She thought, he has always been this kind of person, never wanting to put me in a difficult position. Yu Shunshin, half-conscious, mumbled weakly, Princess. Chengping bent down to help him up, sent him back to his residence. From how he looks, he's drunk enough that by tomorrow, when he wakes, he'll have forgotten everything. Late that night, in the quiet residence, Chang'an was helping Yu Shunshin into his room. At the same time, a young woman followed behind them, calling anxiously, Langjun. After Chang'an helped you Shunshin onto the bed, he said, "My lord, lie down." The girl standing nearby looked worried. How did he get this drunk? She took a cloth to wipe his face, but Yu Shunshin brushed it aside and said coldly, "Leave." The girl froze, her eyes full of sadness. Just then, Madame Rong, Yu Shunshin's mother, entered and ordered, "Go out. Chang'an is here. From now on, you needn't come in to attend him. He doesn't like maid servants in his room." The young woman lowered her head shyly and answered yes. Madame Rong then fixed Chang'an with a hard glare, making him scratch his head awkwardly. "Madam, tonight my lord drank a few cups with Imperial Physician Zhang, then sent me away first, saying he wanted to sit a while longer at the princess residence. The more he spoke, the more frightened he became. I was worried, so after returning, I waited at the door for a long time. Then I saw the princess send people to bring my lord back. His heart was pounding in terror." Madame looked furious. Madame Rong went to the wash basin, wrung out a cloth, and said, "Go to the kitchen and tell them to make a bowl of sobering soup." Chang'an hurried off at once. Madame Rong washed the cloth while gripping it tightly in anger. She pressed the cloth hard against Yu Shunshin's neck. "What kind of bad habit is this? No one else is allowed to touch you. You're trying to drive your mother mad, are you?" Yu Shunshin murmured uncomfortably, "Mother can touch me. The princess can touch me." Only then did she gently wipe his face. "Some things cannot be fought for. It's better to let go early." She remembered when he was young, sitting by the stream, reading while she washed clothes in ragged garments. "Since childhood, you've always been stubborn. After your father abandoned you, I raised you alone. I washed clothes for others to make a living. In winter, the cold cut into the flesh. My fingers froze numb. You wanted to help, but I wouldn't allow it. I only let you study." She remembered hiding behind a tree and seeing Yu Shunshin quietly taking clothes out of the basket. "On the surface, you listened to me, but at night, despite the freezing winter wind, you would go alone to finish washing the clothes I hadn't done yet." As she spoke, Madame Rong's eyes filled with tears. "All these years, you refused to marry, and I never forced you because I know your temperament. Once you've decided something, not even 10 oxen could drag you back. But love is best not forced. You can plainly see that the princess has no such feelings for you. Think about it. Why do you think I never supported you from the start? If the princess truly cared for you, she would never have openly held a selection for a prince consort." Lying on the bed, one hand against his forehead, Yu Shunshin said sadly, "It's not like that, mother. You don't understand." Then he covered his face, exhausted. "It's not like that." After a while, he gradually drifted off to sleep. Madame Rong pulled the blanket up over him. "Silly child, deep love never lasts long. Too much clarity only brings hurt. Why can't you understand that?" The next day, Yu Shunshin walked through the busy Easter market. Rubbing his chin, he thought back on yesterday. "I shouldn't have drunk. Every time I sleep it off until the next day, I forget all the important things." Speaking of which, the princess's residence is still short on some bricks and timber. I need to replenish them in the next few days. Suddenly, someone called loudly from behind, "Junyao." Yu Shunshin turned in surprise. It was his friends waving at him. "Junyao, over here." The moment he went over, they dragged him along before he could do more than ask blankly, "What is it?" His friend answered excitedly, "We're picking fabric and clothes. Come take a look." Inside the fabric shop, Song Onqing bowed in salute. "This student, Song Onqing, greets Lord Yu. A few years ago, I was fortunate enough to receive your guidance, sir, and benefited greatly from it. All these years, I have taken you as my example and studied diligently. I only hope that one day I may serve as your colleague." Shunshin answered seriously, "We haven't met in years, and you've grown up quite a bit." Then his companion threw an arm around Onqing's shoulders and laughed cheerfully. "Well, the Mid-Autumn Festival is almost here, isn't it? The Grand Empress Dowager wants to hold a moon-viewing banquet and invite all the talented and handsome young men to attend. She plans to choose a prince consort from among them. This little cousin of mine is on the list too, so we came today to pick out clothes for the banquet." Onqing immediately blushed in embarrassment. "Third brother-in-law, stop making fun of me." The moment he heard that, Shunshin's expression darkened. A moon-viewing banquet? Choosing a prince consort? The other two were startled. Onqing stammered, "Third brother-in-law, why did Lord Yu's face suddenly change?" Junyao has always devoted himself wholeheartedly to study. Could it be that Lord Yu thinks we've been too negligent and haven't focused enough on scholarship? Then Shunshin stepped forward and touched a bolt of cloth. "This fabric is indeed not bad." The shopkeeper hurried over and replied warmly, thinking to himself that this lord truly had a good eye. "This is the new ice silk gauze from our Nikhang pavilion. Just the other day, young Master Fanbeing of the Fan family and young Master Yao Chun of the Yao family both came here to order outfits for the princess's banquet. Truly celestial bearing. Just the look of future prince consorts." After hearing that, Shunshin grew even more displeased. Rubbing his hands, he said, "A scholar should place self-cultivation and discipline above all else. He should not be swayed so easily by outward adornments. Otherwise, he will be nothing but glittering emptiness." The friend immediately wilted. "Junyao and I are both scholars from side branches. We toiled and studied bitterly for over a decade, and now that we've gained a little success, we've started chasing superficial splendor. How shameful." Anqing Tu looked awkward. "Lord Yu is absolutely right. I'm too ashamed to show my face." After saying that, the two of them turned to leave. "Too embarrassing. We'll be going now." Suddenly Shunshin added, however, his eyes glittered as he looked over the fabrics. "A scholar learns propriety, cultivates himself, and maintains a proper bearing. Dressing neatly and elegantly is also part of a scholar's cultivation." The shopkeeper quickly asked, "Then Lord Yu, what you mean is?" Shunshin said, "Wrap up this bolt for me." At the princess's residence, everything was still as magnificent and splendid as ever. A knock sounded outside her room. "Princess, urgent news." A palace maid entered and reported. "Word has come from the palace. Empress Dowager Shao has suddenly decreed that she will host a mid-autumn banquet, inviting the young masters and young ladies of the great aristocratic families in the capital." Hearing this, Princess Chengping twirled a lock of hair and guessed. Xiaoing deliberately chose the same day as grandmother's moon-viewing banquet to make things difficult for her. The Xiao clan is powerful. Most people will choose her banquet instead. By then, hardly anyone will attend the Grand Empress Dowager's banquet, and others will say. Propping up her chin, Chengping looked smug. "That no one pays attention to me?" She thought to herself, "Xiaoing really disappoints me. A reigning Empress Dowager, yet she has no sense of the bigger picture. All day long, she only knows how to fight petty battles in the inner palace over personal grudges." But then the palace maid said anxiously, "The Grand Empress Dowager is so angry, she can't eat a thing." Mama sent word to ask whether the princess has any solution. Chengping pouted. "She's the noble reigning Empress Dowager. If she wants to hold a banquet, who would dare stop her? In my opinion, only a thunderbolt from heaven striking Xiao Ying would do." Just then a eunuch ran and flustered. "Princess, Lord Yu has arrived." Chengping immediately rose to her feet. "Perfect timing. I have something I want to ask you, Lang, as well." She walked out into the courtyard and saw Shunshin waiting outside. She called out, "Yu Lang." Hearing her, Shunshin turned and walked toward the princess. Chengping stood there blankly staring ahead. He took one step toward her. The moment they met, Shunshin leaned his face close and called softly, "Princess." She immediately regained the initiative, cupped his face, and praised him with delight. "Yu Lang, you look absolutely beautiful dressed like this. I nearly lost myself just now." Shunshin touched the clothes he was wearing and muttered, "I was in a hurry to go out today, so I just put something on at random. If Princess goes out, you'll see. These days in the capital, 8 out of 10 men are dressed like this." But Chengping held her face and gazed at him with utter fascination. "To me, this outfit only truly suits Yu Lang. Now that I've seen Yu Lang wear it, when I see anyone else dressed the same way, it feels like they're copying you." Inwardly, he could hardly stop smiling. This is exactly the effect I wanted. The two of them strolled through the garden. Chengping said, "As for those parts of the estate, just follow the design on the drawings Yu Lang made." He nodded. "All right." Then he asked directly what was on his mind. "I've heard that the princess is selecting a prince consort." She cleared her throat, walked a few steps ahead, and shook her head. "It's not that I want to choose a prince consort. It's grandmother who wants to choose one for me." His footsteps suddenly halted. Then has the princess already seen anyone she finds satisfactory? Startled, she turned around and rested her chin in thought. The people grandmother chose are all quite good. Shunshin immediately felt a surge of jealous displeasure. But then she suddenly reached out and touched his cheek, whispering, "However, as long as Yu Lang is standing here, none of them can enter my eyes." He pursed his lips and tentatively offered one possibility. If this subject were also to take part. But Qingping immediately raised a hand to stop him, her enamored gaze fixed on him. If I could, I wouldn't want to refuse any request from you, Lang. So don't say those words. I cannot grant you that. Shunshin felt deeply wronged. Princess Chengping, this subject understands. They walked on toward the estate. With determination filling his heart, Shunshin pushed open the door. No matter what, renovating this residence for the princess was the more urgent matter. As for everything else, but just then someone came running over in panic. My lord, this is bad. The ground in the back courtyard has collapsed. Chang'an led him over and explained, we were just about to finish this courtyard today, but when we dug down, the earth suddenly gave way and revealed a huge hole like this. Judging from the craftsman's experience, there may be an underground chamber beneath this patch of ground. I thought a chamber this large might be hiding gold and treasure, so I personally led men down to inspect it. But inside, it was nothing but a heap of broken stones covered in carvings. Shunshin frowned and asked, did you see clearly what characters were carved on them? The man propped up his chin, trying to recall. It was too dark down there. I only vaguely saw a few words, something about annotations to the 9 classics. Shunshin's eyes widened in shock. Annotations to the 9 classics? Isn't that one of the more than 300 stone classics handed down by the sages of former dynasties, now only known in legend? It was said that not long after the founding emperor of their dynasty passed away, the phoenix at his side flew over the Imperial Academy and burst into flames in the sky. After the phoenix died, its true fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights, reducing the Academy's library tower and more than 300 inherited stone classics from the sages of previous dynasties to ashes. Shunshin recalled the past. The stone classics in the Imperial Academy had long since been burned away. Most of the other books were also gone. At the time, Princess Changping had once told him, the books in my possession came from the old library tower, and many of them are unique copies. Of course, you won't find them elsewhere. Thinking of this, a startling idea came to him. Could this be the real reason the princess wanted this residence renovated? After a moment's thought, Shunshin ordered post guards around those stones. Under no circumstances is word to get out. I'm going to the princess's residence. As for the truth behind why Yu Lang had casually put on this outfit before rushing out, an hour earlier, Shunshin had been frantically rummaging through his things. No, that won't do. Too flashy. He tried one set after another. No, this one is too severe. At last he found an outfit he liked. Now this looks good. At that moment, Madame Rong happened to see him. So the reason you made Aunt Nyo stay up overnight to rush a new outfit for you is this. Startled and flustered, Shunshin said, Mother, before he left. She still teased him, warning her son, using beauty to keep someone's heart won't last long. Shunshin didn't want to hear it and turned away irritably. At the princess's residence, a servant announced, Princess, Lord Yu has arrived. Qingping turned in surprise. Yu Lang. Shunshin had rushed over so quickly that he had only just remembered. He had come at noon, right at mealtime. Qingping immediately invited him, and happily. Perfect timing. Eat with me, and we can talk while we dine. She also called out, Little Jixiang, bring another set of bowls and chopsticks. Jixiang let out a dispirited sigh. Yes, but she understood him all too well. Little Jixiang, if you dare make trouble, I won't let you off. With her permission, he sat down after saluting. Many thanks. Then Shunshin spoke frankly. Princess, we discovered something beneath the back courtyard of the old residence. Qingping acted as though she already knew and only asked, the stone classics, right? She smiled. I didn't expect you to find them so quickly. Shunshin stared blankly at her. What the princess was using was her chopsticks. His gaze fixed on those rosy lips, and he instinctively looked away in embarrassment. I remember the princess once told me that the Fire Phoenix burned more than 300 stone classics of the Imperial Academy. Qingping did not hide it. Yu Lang guessed correctly. The stone classics you found are precisely the ones burned during the founding emperor's reign. Hearing this, he frowned and continued. The world believes that the more than 300 stone classics were destroyed in the Great Fire long ago. At present, only 48 newly recarved classics remain in the Imperial Academy. These 48 new classics have been kept deep within the Imperial Academy for many years. Only a few institutions, such as the Hamlin Academy and Mingda Academy, are allowed access to study them. Most ordinary scholars of humble birth will never have the chance to read the authentic texts in their entire lives. Shunshin understood this matter all too well. Time and time again, the national examinations draw most of their content from these 48 new classics. That is why, for so long, the sons and grandsons of official families from the four great clans have dominated the examination lists and entered court as officials. It isn't that poor families cannot produce talented sons. The truth is that they have no books to read and no classics to understand. At this point, Shunshin dimly grasped a horrifying truth. The tale of the Phoenix, reborn, burning the Imperial Academy. Perhaps it was only a conspiracy. Its true purpose was to sever learning, manipulate the examinations, and control the court. Before he could finish, Chengping stuffed a bite of food into his mouth and replied in an even voice. The four great clans manipulating the examinations is nothing new. Yulang need not be so angry. Flowing water does not rot, and a moving hinge does not gather worms. But this world has long since become a stagnant pool, crawling with maggots everywhere. It is about time for change. Without seeming overly concerned, she casually asked for his opinion. Why not let Yulang decide how these stone classics should be handled? Only then did Shunshin realize the princess had planned everything from the start. He finally let out a breath and bowed respectfully. This subject was too hasty. Composing himself, he said, "The stone classics belong to all scholars under heaven. Why not place them in Wanyan Academy, which ignores birth and status, gathers worthy talent, and values learning?" Dean Sun once said that if the stone classics of former dynasties were available, the path of study for poor scholars would not be so difficult. Just then Jixiang brought over food and shot Chengping a murderous look as if to say, "Lord Yu is from Wanyan Academy. Doesn't he have selfish motives?" But Chengping was so completely captivated by Shunshin that she paid no attention to him at all. If you don't understand, then don't speak nonsense. Resting her chin on one hand, she cast Shunshin a delighted sidelong glance. "Yulang and I truly are of one mind. You think exactly as I do. Then is Yulang willing to make a trip to Wanyan Academy on my behalf and meet Dean Sun? I'm afraid I wouldn't even be allowed through the academy gates. Convey a message to Dean Sun for me. I wish to donate the stone classics to Wanyan Academy. I hope he will choose an auspicious day and invite the scholars of the capital to the academy to study the meanings of the classics." Chengping counted on her fingers. Tomorrow, mid-autumn, is an auspicious day. Shunshin immediately praised her. "Princess, your foresight is divine. Tomorrow truly is an auspicious day. Dean Sun will certainly agree." Chengping had already fixed on tomorrow from the start and laughed inwardly. Tomorrow is the day of the Grand Empress Dowager's moon viewing banquet and the Empress Dowager's mid-autumn feast. If I do this, then all the scholars will skip both banquets, and the matter of choosing a prince consort will come to nothing as well. Just then a maidservant presented a plate of pastries. "Princess, please enjoy." Shunshin looked at the woman with suspicion. Chengping also suddenly frowned and waved her away. "You're not needed here. Withdraw." "Yes." As soon as the maid retreated, Shunshin immediately probed. "That maid is one of the Grand Empress Dowager's people?" Chengping nodded. "You mean Huamian?" "Yes. Yulang really is clever." He voiced his thoughts. She knows martial arts. When she bent down to set the dish down, her stance was different from an ordinary person's. She could almost launch an attack at any moment. And when the princess spoke, she turned her face slightly. Her ears reacted before her eyes did. She has likely spent a long time living in darkness, so her hearing is extremely sharp. Hearing this, Chengping was a little startled and curious. "That I didn't know. Then who does Yulang think she is?" Shunshin did not say it outright, only describing a few distinctive traits. "It's not convenient for me to say, but a few years ago, I once captured an assassin from a moon worship sect. That person's hearing was also better than their sight." Chengping propped up her chin and nodded with interest. "The moon worship sect? How interesting." But Shunshin's expression was not nearly so relaxed. He reminded her, "Princess, this is not something interesting. The moon worship sect acts with extreme methods. They have repeatedly assassinated court officials and members of the imperial family, and every time they succeeded." Chengping had heard him and nodded in acknowledgement. "Yulang can rest assured. I value my life very much, so I'll be careful. Thank you for the warning, Yulang. Someone who resembles a moon worship sect assassin? That is rather interesting." The day before mid-autumn, Wanyan Academy announced that the long-lost annotations to the 9 classics from the reign of Emperor Taizong had once again appeared in the world. The moment the news broke, all under heaven was shaken. The stone classics had been personally delivered to Wanyan Academy by Central Secretariat Minister Yu Shanshin, and the academy would open them to scholars everywhere free of charge for study. At the princess's residence, Qingping was toying with her jewelry. Grandmother still dotes on me best. She knows what I like. Then she cast Mama Hua a suspicious glance. Since Mama came in person, does grandmother have some message for me? Mama Hua respectfully and sternly reminded her. I heard that Lord Yu came to the residence today, and that the princess kept him for a meal. Afterward, Lord Yu somehow produced the 9 classics annotations that had been missing for many years. Could it be that the princess, before she could finish, Chengping angrily smashed a jade ornament onto the floor, her irritation obvious. Huamian told Mama, didn't she? Even the smallest matter on my side has to be reported to Mama. How annoying. Mama Hua was displeased, but still tried to keep a gentle tone. The Grand Empress Dowager is worried about the princess, which is why this old servant ordered Huamian to report back to the palace. Chengping answered calmly and succinctly. Yulang found those stone classics beneath the old residence. He came to ask whether they could be given to Wanyan Academy. Keeping those stones would serve no purpose, so I agreed. Mama Hua's expression immediately hardened. Then Yu Shanshin must have known long ago that something would be unearthed beneath that estate, which is why he was willing to help the princess renovate it. Otherwise, he is a Central Secretariat minister. Why would he help the princess with such a major matter? And why did the princess agree so easily? If those stone classics were in our hands, then wouldn't that? Suddenly Chengping covered her mouth and giggled. Waving her hand, she explained, My dear Mama, the 4 great clans won't be shaken by a few stone classics. Better to give the stones to Wanyan Academy and let them take the lead in shaking the 4 great clans' hold over the examinations and their manipulation of the court. Then we can wait for the right opportunity to act. Hearing this, Mama Hua sighed, and before leaving, carefully reminded her, the princess's plan this time is no small one. This old servant must return and discuss it with the Grand Empress Dowager. However, I must remind the princess, no matter how good this plan is, it absolutely is not something she herself could have conceived. I fear Yu Shanshin is the one pulling the strings behind it. Her sharp gaze remained fixed on Qingping. Lord Yu is from a collateral branch, and yet he has climbed so high today. His scheming and methods are certainly not simple. This old servant fears the princess may be used by him. But Qingping simply propped up her chin and turned her face away, unwilling to hear more. Mama needn't trouble herself over such matters. Seeing that the princess refused to listen, Mama Hua could only flick her sleeves and leave. Then this old servant takes her leave. After she was gone, Qingping could no longer remain cheerful. Night fell, and Chengping was still busy in the study. Jixiang came rushing in with a letter. Princess, a letter has arrived. She immediately turned and asked, It's from Madam Sun of Wanyan Academy, isn't it? Jixiang nodded eagerly. Amazing. How did Princess know? Only then did he vaguely understand her intention. I get it now. That day, Princess deliberately had Lord Yu help, because your real goal was to make Madam Sun take the initiative to invite you. After all, Madam Sun was close to Empress Shin back then, and she is always like you. Suddenly Chengping's mood sank, and she looked dejected. But am I terrible? Using every scheme I have, even taking advantage of the feelings between my mother, the late Empress, and Madam Sun too. Jixiang shook his head. No matter what trouble came, he always chose to stand by her side. This cannot be called wrong. The princess was only left with no choice. If Her Majesty the Empress knows in the underworld, she will only pity the princess and understand you. Princess Chengping let out a weary sigh. I have plotted against many people and used many people too. One day, when they discover the truth, they will all leave me in the end. Only Mother Empress. She unfolded the portrait painted of her and asked tearfully in a low voice, Mother Empress will never despise Juner, right? On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, one of Yu Xuanshin's guards appeared in her room early in the morning. Princess. He respectfully presented 2 items. Lord, you had someone deliver a potted flower early this morning, along with a letter. She took the letter and read the sentiments he had written. I happened to obtain this flower by chance. Its name is Beauty-Cherishing Jade. It suits the princess well, and may be given to Madam Sunday. Madam Sun is most fond of orchids. Chengping pouted in grievance. I thought it was for me. Fine then. Seeing how thoughtful and careful Yu Lang is, I won't argue with him this time. After getting herself ready, Chengping rose, looked at Jixiang, and ordered, Let's go to Wanyan Academy. There's a good show to watch today. Meanwhile, Madame Rong was happily hurrying over to the flower. "My precious beauty, cherishing jade, mother is here." But then she froze in shock and flew into a rage. "Where's my pot of beauty, cherishing jade?" The maidservant beside her was sweating buckets as she stammered in explanation. "We're done for. Madame treasures that pot like her life and wishes she could hug it to sleep every night." The maid, trembling, spoke a name. It seems it was the young master. Early this morning, the young master came and had that orchid moved away, saying he wanted to send it to the princess's residence. Furious, Madame Rong snapped a coconut ladle in half. "That brat! The Yu clan spent so much effort to finally obtain that flower, and he secretly took it away to give as a gift. I raised it for a whole year before it looked this good. When he gets back, I'll let him know exactly why flowers are red." Voices rang out in Wanning Academy. "It's Princess Chengping." She stepped forward to support the woman and said respectfully, "Madam, you are Father Emperor's teacher's wife. I would not dare accept such courtesy." Madame Sun studied her face and exclaimed in admiration, "The princess resembles the late Empress 8 or 9 parts out of 10. Just now, when this old woman saw you, I was stunned for a moment, as though I had returned 30 years into the past, when Her Majesty had not yet entered the palace." No sooner had she arrived than Chengping presented her gift. "I heard Madame is fond of orchids. This is a gift for you. Its name is Beauty Cherishing Jade." Madame Sun stepped forward and lightly touched the flower, nodding as she did. "In the past, I only knew this name from old records. This species of orchid usually grows in mountain ravines and waterways. Even if people pick it, they can rarely cultivate it successfully. Only today have I finally seen it with my own eyes." She smiled and invited her inside. "The princess is too thoughtful. This old woman has prepared green plum wine and a few dishes to go with it. Princess, drink a few cups with me." She gently poured out a cup, her even voice sounding out. "My green plum wine is called 5 Flavors. Back when Her Majesty had not yet entered the palace, she loved this 5 Flavors wine. When eating soy-braised pig trotters, she especially liked pairing them together. At the time, she did not drink much sweet wine. This cut the greasiness." Chengping, too, glanced at the wine in her cup, full of nostalgia. Once a person has eaten too much bitterness, they come to prefer sweetness. But before one knows the taste of sorrow, one wants to try all 5 flavors. The two raised their cups and lightly clinked them. "I drink this cup to Madam on Mother Empress's behalf," Chengping said. "May Madam enjoy health and long life." Madame Sun nodded in return. "This old woman thanks Her Highness. I also wish the princess peace and good health." She drained it in one breath. After returning the toast, Madame Sun had already seen through her mood. Did the princess come today only to drink with this old woman? Chengping did not beat around the bush and answered frankly, "Academy head son was my father Emperor's teacher in his youth, and Madam, you were close to my mother Empress as well. I slept in confusion for 10 years. After waking, I have felt like someone stranded on a deserted island. Since I finally have a chance to come to the Academy, of course I wish to seek out old acquaintances and speak of the past." Madame Sun nodded, as though she understood. This old woman has also been waiting for this day. From her sleeve, she drew out a treasure she had kept for many years. Chengping's arm trembled as she looked at the brocade pouch. "This is," Madame Sun sighed softly in reply. "Where Her Majesty was gravely ill that year, she entrusted this item to me. She said that if one day her little Junior came to find me, I was to hand this to her. She also said that if you never came, then I was to keep this pouch and take it with me into my coffin." At the sight of her mother's keepsake, tears welled up in Chengping's eyes as she lifted it in both hands. Madame Sun gently comforted her. "Her Majesty in heaven has always been watching over and protecting the princess. Princess, you must live well." Chengping hurriedly rose and bowed in thanks. "Chengping, thanks, madam." They had not spoken for very long before Jixiang rushed over. "Something's wrong." He brought alarming news. At the front courtyard, people from Mingda Academy have come to debate the classics and have surrounded Lord Yu. Over there, the two sides were already bitterly attacking each other. Where do these old classics come from? I think they're all forgeries. The 48 new classics in the Imperial Academy are the true orthodox learning of the world. Nonsense. Just because most examinations test the 48 new classics does not mean all other learning under heaven is fake and useless. What do poor scholars from Wanting know? You are not qualified to read the 48 new classics. You are all frogs at the bottom of a well." Just then, Princess Changping arrived and watched from afar. Mingda Academy represented the great aristocratic families. Wanting Academy represented sons of concubines and poor scholars. Were not these two great academies so mismatched in standing, merely a miniature of the world as it now was? Yao Chun, leading the students of Mingda Academy, confronted Yu Shunshin openly. "That's right, Lord Yu. Ordinarily, we all respect you. But in order to uphold the dignity of scholars everywhere, we cannot avoid this discourtesy today. We ask Lord Yu to answer plainly. Were these stone classics forged by you?" Hearing this, Song Anqing nearly lunged at Yao Chun. "Stop throwing mud at Lord Yu. Lord Yu would absolutely never do such a thing." Yao Chun was startled by his aggression. "Song Anqing, you are one of our Mingda Academy people. Don't forget your identity." But Song Anqing, upright in spirit, answered bluntly, "I, Song Anqing, have never joined factions. I care only for the truth." Facing Yao Chun's slander, Yu Shunshin merely explained calmly, "The stone classics are a common treasure for all scholars under heaven. Since there are doubts, this official will naturally answer them." Hearing that, Yao Chun tapped the scripture board behind him smugly. "Good. Then let me ask Lord Yu this. The content of this text is almost identical to the stone classics in the Imperial Academy, but some of the wording and annotations differ. Therefore, your stone classics must be fake." At that, Yu Shunshin frowned slightly and asked, "If the wording and annotations differ, why does that make it false?" Yao Chun flicked open his fan and sneered. "Why? Do you even need to ask? The 48 new classics of the Imperial Academy are the orthodox text of the realm. Anything besides that is miscellaneous trash. It seems Lord Yu only lives for reputation after all." Yu Shunshin's voice turned sharp. "The realm." He immediately strode forward, pressed close to Yao Chun, and rebuked him. "The realm you speak of, is it the realm of all people under heaven, or the realm headed by the 4 great clans?" To sever the transmission of knowledge, Yao Chun was frightened into trembling. "Lord Yu, you cannot speak such words carelessly." Yu Shunshan walked solemnly to the text and pointed at the first line. "Does the inscription look familiar to you?" Yao Chun looked at it with defiance. "Luoshi Yilao? Some wandering vagrant from who knows where? I don't know him." He waved his fan as he and the scholars behind him burst into laughter. "Well, that's no surprise. For poor scholars, it isn't easy to study. One way is to secretly copy an extra manuscript while transcribing books for others. Another is borrowing manuscripts and copying them everywhere. Copy after copy after copy, and of course errors appear, making them different from the original." "Exactly. Lord Yu himself came from a humble background. You dare mock even Lord Yu? Are you tired of living?" Yu Shunshin's people were not about to back down either, and they stepped forward to defend his reputation. "Yao Chun, how dare you sneer at Lord Yu's origins? A hero is not judged by where he comes from. Yao Chun, don't think you're so impressive just because the Yao family stand behind you. Even licking Lord Yu's shoes, you still wouldn't be worthy. Don't go too far, Mingda Academy." Off to one side, Changping also stood in a corner, chuckling to herself. Jixiang could not understand it and asked aloud, "Princess, your Yulang is being put on the spot like this, and you can still laugh?" She shrugged. Someone actually dares to show off scholarship in front of Yulang. This Yao Chun must have something wrong with his brain. Grandmother even put him on my list of potential consorts. Was she afraid I wasn't miserable enough already? Yu Shunshin, still stern-faced, asked Yao Chun, "Then let me ask you this. Who wrote the new classics in the Imperial Academy?" Yao Chun continued grandly in his nonsense. "They were written by the great scholars famed throughout the realm during Emperor Taizong's reign. Lord Li Rumei, Lord Yao Gongsuo, and the old worthy Xiao Sheng'an. Speaking of which, Lord Yao Gongsuo is precisely this one's honored ancestor." At once, voices came from behind. "Ridiculous." The head of Wanning Academy and Xiao Chengzhong arrived at the same time. "Headmaster Xiao is here." "Greetings, Headmaster Sunday." "Greetings, Headmaster Xiao." The moment he arrived, the old man harshly scolded Yao Chun. "You have learned nothing and still came here to disgrace yourself. If Lord Yao has any spirit in heaven, hearing your words would make smoke rise from his grave in anger." "Headmaster, what do you mean?" Then the old man stepped forward and saluted Yu Shunshin. "Lord Yu, This junior has been rude and offended you. Yu Shunshin shook his head, unconcerned. It's nothing. Questions should be answered, doubts should be resolved, and arguments should be debated. This is the long-standing culture of our Wanting Academy. All the scholars looked at him in admiration. Calm under pressure, not arrogant when praised. Lord Yu was simply too impressive. This was the bearing a true scholar ought to have. Of course, Yao Chun refused to submit, only to be disciplined on the spot by the headmaster of Mingda Academy as well. You ignorant fools, your names may rot, but the river still flows. You may vanish unknown, while true worth endures like an endless current. The headmaster explained unhurriedly. Luoshi Yelao, his real name was Gu Shinlu. He was born to a fishing family. His household was poor when he was young, so he read by lamplight in the snow. In the end, he rose to high office and became Grand Tutor under the founding emperor. Your ancestor, Lord Yao Gongsuo, as well as Lord Li Rume and Lord Xiao Shengyan, all came from his school. In other words, he was your grand teacher, Yao Chun. Grand Tutor Gu never forgot the hardships of his childhood, and took the style name Luoshi Yelao to remind himself at all times of his humble origins and how hard it was to stand in high halls. This, Master Sun stroked his beard and continued, is the authentic commentary. In Luoshi Yelao's discussion, the 48 new classics and the annotations to the 9 classics differ only in the details of their commentary. One cannot distinguish truth from falsehood on that basis. If we speak of which came first, the annotations to the 9 classics are the original. Even the people who had followed Yao Chun began turning on him. Who doesn't know Grand Tutor Gu's name? I really didn't expect him to be this ignorant. Stop talking already. Isn't this humiliating enough? Suddenly, one man pushed out from the crowd and shouted, I refuse to accept this. Huang Ling strode forward angrily. Even if this text is genuine, it still cannot erase Lord Yu's crime of fishing for fame by deception. Over on the princess's side, she had no intention of joining in and was simply enjoying the spectacle. Watermelon, clear wine, peanuts. Come on, let's snack and watch the show. Another one sticking his head out. Why are these people so stupid? Huang Ling sneered and pointed to the text. The illusion of the woodcutter cutting the silver tree is not only fake. It is also ironclad evidence of Lord Yu's improper private affair with Empress Dowager Xiao. The people from Mingda Academy made no effort to distinguish black from white and immediately joined the uproar. Lord Yu and Empress Dowager Xiao. There's more than 1 or 2 old stories between Lord Yu and the Empress Dowager. Yu Shunshin suddenly turned and looked behind him, momentarily awkward. At once, Chengping recognized what was going on and stamped her foot in irritation. So Yulang really does have a past with Xiaoing. Men really know how to deceive people, especially handsome men. Jixiang seized the moment to add fuel to the fire. I told you already, Lord Yu is no good. He'll fool little maidens for sure. Song Anqing immediately stood with Wanting Academy and attacked Huang Ling. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you slander Lord Yu like this? What evidence do you have? That's right. You can't just make things up. Hey, aren't you from Mingda Academy? Why are you standing with our side? Huang Ling snapped his fingers and flaunted his status. My paternal aunt is the mother of the current Empress Dowager Xiao. In other words, the Empress Dowager is my cousin. I know the affairs of our family very clearly. Bring the book. His servant stepped forward respectfully and presented it. Young Master Li, the biography of Lord Sun is here. The moment Chengping saw that servant, she recognized him. In Nanting, this brat had infiltrated Mingda Academy and become a book boy doing odd jobs. He really did have some ability. Huang Ling opened the book, pointed to a few lines, and read aloud. The illusion of the woodcutter cutting the silver tree comes from the biography of Lord Sun. The biography of Lord Sun is the only copy under heaven, kept by my aunt's Xiao family and never lent to outsiders. Yet in his youth, Lord Yu served as tutor to the Xiao family. So perhaps Lord Yu secretly entered the library tower to copy books. Or perhaps when the Empress Dowager was bewitched by Lord Yu, she secretly gave him access to the collection. The two sides immediately erupted into argument again. You're accusing Lord Yu of stealing books and using baseless rumors to defame him. What evidence do you have? Li Huangling, don't go too far. The matter between Empress Dowager, Xiao, and Lord Yu has spread all over the capital. It's not as if we made it up. He even knowingly handed the book to the two respected academy elders. Is this book real or fake? The two headmasters know best. I asked the two headmasters to examine it and see whether this is an authentic copy. The two exchanged a glance, then both acknowledged it. This book is genuine. It is indeed authentic. If we are discussing library collections, the students of our Mingda Academy do not lose to anyone. Just when matters had reached a critical point, laughter suddenly rang out. They all recognized her at once. Princess. Everyone respectfully lowered their heads. Greetings, Princess. Greetings, Princess. Yu Shunshin stepped forward, bowed, and asked her to clarify the matter. Since the princess has arrived, this is perfect. I invite the princess to help explain. Of course, the princess knew the truth of it all, yet she still teased him and watched the excitement. After all, the library in the princess's residence had once been arranged under the princess's own direction, so he boldly sought her opinion. This humble minister wishes to borrow a book from the princess. It is on the second shelf in the library hall at the princess's residence, 9 books from the left. Behind them, Wanning and Mingda academies were still bickering. Everyone knows it. What's so surprising? Lord Yu knows the princess's library collection like the back of his hand. That really is surprising. In his youth, Lord Yu was once a guest at the princess's residence. Jixiang stood to one side, cracking his knuckles in anger. This bastard was deliberately seizing the chance to latch onto the princess in front of everyone again. But no matter what Jixiang wanted, the princess always went against his wishes. Since it is Yulang's request, this princess will naturally fulfill it. Little Jixiang, why are you still standing there? Hurry and fetch the book. Everyone, please wait a moment. And Jixiang, without disappointing the crowd's expectations, soon came hurrying back with the treasure. Yu Shunshin presented the book to Xiao Chengzhang. The book has arrived. As for whether the Yinning technical manual is genuine or false, the princess can testify. Headmaster Xiao may also inspect it. The old man nodded and accepted the book. A book from a princess. I trust it completely. The people from Mingda Academy were baffled. What Yinning technical manual? Never heard of it. Wanting Academy immediately shot back. Just because you've never heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Have you read every book under heaven? As the two headmasters took the book, Yu Shunshin slowly explained. The biography of Lord Sun was compiled in the 20th year of Emperor Taizong's reign. The Yinning technical manual contained within it was compiled in the 30th year of the founding emperor's reign. In other words, the Yinning technical manual predates the biography of Lord Sun. Headmaster Xiao, please open the Yinning technical manual to page 67. Page 67. On seeing it, the old man's eyes widened in shock. This is the illusion of the woodcutter cutting the silver tree first appeared in the Yinning technical manual. The biography of Lord Sun merely quoted it. Yu Shunshin nodded and continued. The biography of Lord Sun is indeed a unique copy, but this illusion had already appeared in an earlier text. Therefore, the principle behind the annotations to the 9 classics is genuine. At the same time, he turned to expose Li Huangling. Do you understand now? These stone classics will henceforth be placed in Wanning Academy, and students from both academies may come to inspect them. Anyone who discovers an error in these stone classics may come directly to this official. With that, Yu Shunshin turned and left, while Huangling remained unable to swallow this humiliation. Just how many books had he read? Was there any book under heaven he had not read? Who would dare debate him? Yu Shunshin is a monster. Once he sees something, he never forgets it. After leaving for the outer corridor, he hurried off to look for her. Just now, after dealing with those people, the princess had already disappeared. Princess. As it happened, Princess Chumping had been waiting there for some time. Yulang not only possesses extraordinary learning, but also very sharp eyes. Smiling, he walked over and replied with practiced sweetness. The princess clearly knew I was looking for you, and still wanted to tease me. She only shook her head with a smile. Not at all. I was afraid of delaying Yulang's important business. Today, Yulang dazzled the whole hall and made hearts flutter. I wonder how many young ladies have already fallen for you. Even Empress Dowager Xiao admired Yulang. After all, hearing this, Yu Shunshin sighed in distress and deliberately put on a pitiful expression to invite her sympathy. As for others, I do not know. I only know that the princess is always avoiding me. Every time I look for you, I must exhaust all my efforts. How would I have a mind for any other young lady? Chungping's mood eased a little. Yulang really does know how to coax people. Hearing those words, he froze again. So it was like this after all. Now, no matter how sincerely the princess treated her, she refused to accept it, refused to believe it, and did not want to talk about it. Chungping immediately changed the subject. Right? I noticed the stone tablets placed here seem to be missing a few pieces today. Shunshin nodded respectfully. I was just about to report this to your highness. I still haven't moved over those military treatises from the other day. Our target today is the Leaf family. Putting them here would be letting the guest overshadow the host. She smiled faintly and reached out to pinch his cheek. Yulang is still the most thoughtful. He coughed and steadied himself before replying. There is another reason as well. There do not seem to be many books on military strategy, so I fear there may be omissions. The princess took the chance to lean in and tease him again. Is there really anything Yulang doesn't know? His cheeks reddened slightly as he stepped back and explained, Your subject will study the military text seriously. The princess nodded and gently stroked Shunshin's head. Good. Then I shall wait for the day Yulang becomes a match for 10,000 enemies. Very well. As long as your highness is willing to wait, your subject will accomplish it for you. Their sweetness had barely lasted a moment before Ji Xiang dragged out a man who had been eavesdropping. Don't hit me. If you really must hit me, at least not in the face. I said not the face. It was Yao Chun. His hair was practically about to be torn out. Ji Xiang stepped forward angrily and mouthed to Chungping that this man had been standing behind the wall listening to them talk. Eavesdropping, even after being beaten black and blue, he still tried to deny it. I, Yao Chun, come from a prestigious family. I am an upright gentleman. How could I possibly do something so despicable? I came here to ask Lord Yu to take me as his disciple. Although Lord Yu is profoundly learned, his birth is humble. If he accepts me as a student with my Yao family as his backing. He rambled on until Yu Shunshin could bear it no longer and covered his mouth. Enough. No need to say any more. I have no intention of taking a disciple. Your Yao family has 10,000 volumes in its library and talents in abundance. There is no need to study under anyone else. Yao Chun frowned and slapped Shunshin's hand away, acting boorishly. Lord Yu, don't be so unappreciative. Our Yao family is, after all, a great aristocratic house. This student is willing to acknowledge you as master. You should consider an honor. The princess covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Lord Yu's name is renowned throughout the world. You want to become his disciple because you want both to pull him into serving the Yao family and to build yourself an image of knowing how to employ talent before the public. So tell me, in the end, who exactly is basking in whose glory? Yao Chun snapped. Princess, please don't speak nonsense and slander others. You, before he could finish, the two main parties had already waved him off and left together. Hey, I'm not finished talking yet. Shunshin lightly tugged at her and said, Princess, let's go. All right. He angrily snapped his fan in half. Damn it. That bitch Dongjun dares look down on me. Just wait. I've decided I will definitely win the princess. He stormed off, determined to take revenge. Grandfather's health was no longer what it used to be, and the Yao family status at court was weakening day by day. As long as he became the imperial son-in-law, then by borrowing the power of the Grand Empress Dowager and the princess, the Yao family could rise again. Yu Shunshin was just a commoner. Back then, the princess had protected him and helped him enter the state examinations, and from there he soared straight into the clouds, ending up on equal footing with Grandfather. Grandfather had once said that Yu Shunshin's mind ran too deep to fathom. There must be something on the princess that he wanted. Yao Chun began scheming in secret. No matter what it is, whatever Yu Shunshin wants, I, Yao Chun, will definitely snatch it away. At the princess's residence, she had summoned someone. Lu Xingyang pays respects to the princess. May I ask what instructions your highness has? Chungping pushed the box of jewelry toward her and instructed, sell off all these treasures. Once you have the money, bring back for me the items and people listed here. Seeing the letter, Lu Xingyang was startled. But Chongping reminded her in time, be discreet. Lu Xingyang immediately grew solemn and bowed. Yes, since it is your highness's command, this servant will certainly do her utmost. Nearby, Ji Xiang held his head and complained tiredly. Has there ever been a princess in history poorer than you? Repairing the residence already cost quite a bit. The Grand Empress Dowager finally sent over a little subsidy, and now it's been taken out again in the blink of an eye. If it needs to be spent, then spend it. If it needs to be made into a fuss, then make it. There's nothing to regret. She was fiddling with the brocade pouch in her hand, and Ji Xiang grew curious too. What did Her Majesty leave for the princess in that pouch? Looking at it, Chengping wondered as well. That's right. What exactly is the last thing Mother left me? At last, Chengping opened the pouch. She examined it very carefully, but all she found was a jade token, plain and unmarked. Ji Xiang, a little disappointed, picked up the pouch and checked it. Just a single jade token? No banknotes, no priceless treasure, no other written message left for you? When Madame Sun handed the pouch to you, did she say anything else? She shook her head and sighed softly. No, she said nothing. Either she didn't know, or she couldn't say. Looking at the jade token, Chengping made a guess. When I was little, Mother loved playing guessing games with me. As long as I guessed right, there would be a reward. This jade token must be the final riddle she left for me. One day, I'll figure out just like I did before. After the stone classics reappeared, Yu Shunshin verbally defeated all challengers and shattered each suspicion one by one. Meanwhile, the great clan's act of hiding ancient books, severing knowledge, and throwing their weight around only stirred up even more anger among the many students from commoner families. With Yu Shunshin's help, Wanyan Academy opened its doors to students from all under heaven, so they could observe and study the stone classics. The students were overjoyed. Following Lord Yu's example and reading widely, they dug up evidence proving that the Li family's ancestors had forged their claims. They had plagiarized the stone classics, and a reputation the Li family had built up all these years collapsed. At the Empress Dowager's palace, Li Shuangfu spoke respectfully, though his face was full of dissatisfaction. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager, recently many of the scholars in the capital have been most improper. They spread baseless rumors and neglect their studies. We ministers propose that the rumor mongers be investigated, so the rumors may be suppressed and the Li family's name restored. Song Anqing immediately stepped forward and argued back. I say, Lord Li Huangling is also a member of the Li family. As for what Li Huangling said that day, I don't mind repeating it word for word in front of Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. He repeated it without missing a single word. That block of stone classics and the tale of Wu chopping down the silver tree are not only fake, but also irrefutable evidence of Lord Yu's improper conduct and private affair with Empress Dowager Xiao. Hearing this, her face darkened with displeasure. Those Li family dogs have gotten bold. Down below, Song Anqing still had not finished tattling. You hide books and read them yourselves. You plagiarize texts. And now you even want to silence everyone under heaven. Li Shuangfu angrily barked back. What nonsense are you spouting? Then he turned respectfully and asked the Empress Dowager to judge fairly. Your Majesty, what Li Huangling said that day was only a momentary slip of the tongue. I ask that all the stone classics be withdrawn to the Imperial Academy, so that the public's impression may be corrected. Right now, rumors are spreading everywhere, and some people have even begun to doubt the annual examinations. If this continues, where will Imperial authority be? What kind of decorum is this? Shunshin slowly stepped forward and mocked him. Ridiculous. This official has already verified the claims of the Yao and Li families. So far, no one has been able to point out a single error in the stone classics. Trying to take them back to the Imperial Academy is nothing but an attempt to monopolize knowledge. No sooner had he finished speaking than a guard ran in breathlessly to report. At the western side of the city, scholars are publicly burning books. They kept burning and burning, and even set fire to the archives room of Grand Historian Shun. Shunshin flew into a rage. Who is burning books? Li Shuangfu also jumped in shock. Burning books? What? They've burned this official's room? The guard turned and replied respectfully. In response to Lord Li, the books burned were the writings of Li Rumai, ancestor of the Li family and famous minister of the previous dynasty. In response to Lord Yu, those burning the books are students from Wanyan Academy and some scholars who enter the capital. His expression darkened in disbelief. They dare burn the books of a famous minister of the previous dynasty, a Li family's ancestor? Are these people tired of living? He immediately turned to the Empress Dowager respectfully. Your Majesty, the matter is urgent. This minister will first send men to arrest the book burners. Please allow me to withdraw. Right? If he didn't go now, his family's foundation would be ruined. The Empress Dowager's face turned black with displeasure. I have not yet given permission, and he has already made the decision himself. This Li Shuangfu is treating me with less and less regard. Does he truly think I can forever be nothing more than a puppet of the Li family? That day, certain scholars burned old books from the previous dynasty in protest against the Li family for severing knowledge, revising and plagiarizing texts to deceive the world, and throwing history into chaos. At dusk, Gu Fengqi personally led the flying cavalry guards to capture all the students who had burned books. That night, Huamian reported to Dong Jun what had happened in court and the Li family's actions. At the pavilion, Princess Chengping propped up her chin and sighed. People who read too many books are the easiest to incite. There's no need to worry. Headmaster's son always protects the weak. He'll find a way to rescue those students from Wanyan Academy himself. But Huamian murmured and made the intention clear. Princess, the Grand Empress Dowager's meaning is that Wanyan Academy must not be allowed to rescue them. Kill those students who burn the books, then frame the Li family for it. If we do that, it will certainly stir up the anger of scholars throughout the realm. She looked up and frowned. But then Chengping suddenly clapped her hands in admiration. Mama truly is a genius. How did you come up with such a wonderful idea? That way, we could just sit on the sidelines and watch the show. Then she added, but the prison has always been Li family territory. Can Mama kill people there without anyone noticing? Huamian nodded stiffly and continued. The book burning was arranged by Mama in the first place. Among those scholars, we have one of our own. He could be told to poison them in prison, and in the end we can frame the Li family for it. She nodded and only praised it. That is indeed a good plan. After speaking, Huamian automatically withdrew. Then this servant will take her leave first. Jixiang understood the moment he saw it. Princess, you want to save those scholars. Chengping only shrugged and sighed. I hold no power and no influence. I can't even enter the censorate. How am I supposed to save anyone? Besides, when they burn the books, they never mention me. Why come deliberately to tell me only right before they're to be killed? A thought suddenly flashed through Jixiang's mind, and he voiced his conclusion. Princess, you mean the Grand Empress Dowager's side has started to suspect you, and this time they're testing you? She lowered her gaze into her teacup and thought it over. The chances that grandmother suspects me aren't high. This style of doing things is more like Lu Guang's. At the doorway, Huamian happened to run into Shunshin. Greetings, Lord Yu. You may dispense with the formalities. Before leaving, he glanced back at Huamian with suspicion. But in the end, the two simply passed each other. Lord Yu is here. At the sight of him, Chengping's whole expression brightened at once. Yu Lang. Jixiang glanced over with obvious disgust. What is he doing here again? He had also brought a book. Princess. She pulled him by the hand toward a seat. Yilang, come here quickly. Little Jixiang, clear the table at once. Yes. Shunshin did not waste time and got straight to the point. I have copied out for you the isolated passages in ancient script from the old stele that your highness mentioned the other day. She sat close beside him without the slightest shyness and encouraged him. Yu Lang is truly thoughtful. Shunshin smiled and turned to look at her. Your highness has read 10,000 volumes and never forgets what you see. Is there really any text you wouldn't remember? If there's time, we can go to the academy and study it together, just like before. She waved the book and teased him softly. I want Yu Lang's handwriting. Is that not allowed? Yu Shunshin, of course, had never refused her. Of course it is. But Chengping's heart was heavy now. It's just a pity that I'm not in the mood to appreciate calligraphy at the moment. Because of those old classics, the scholars in the capital are becoming more and more agitated. I heard that today someone, Shunshin, understood immediately. Right, your subject has something to ask. Princess, are you referring to the book burning and arrests? I fear that person hasn't gone far yet. Then he turned to ask for Jixiang's help. Please bring some brush and ink. All right. Even Jixiang himself could not understand it. Why was he obediently listening to this man? Once the brush and paper were prepared, he began to write. There is a passage in this old text. There are some words I don't quite understand. I would like to ask the princess to take a look. A line of characters appeared on the page, entrusting a petty life, preserving a lowly body. Lowly is a word with several meanings. In this context, what does it mean? Meanwhile, Huamian was still in a corner, eavesdropping on their conversation. Chengping understood at a glance and whispered into his ear. In this context, it means shallow knowledge and base conduct. Give me the brush. That made Xuanxin's cheeks burn scarlet. And on the page, she wrote the truest interpretation of the sentence. Does Yulang understand now? After their exchange of feelings through writing, Shun rose to take his leave. It is late. Your subject will not disturb the princess further. I asked permission to depart. Before he left, Chengping held him back a moment longer. Yulang. She even rose on tiptoe and pressed close to him, full of concern. Be careful. Teased to the point of embarrassment, he hurriedly stepped back. Your subject takes his leave. Watching Xuanxin's retreating figure, she felt reluctant to part from him. Only after he was gone did Jixiang hesitate and ask, didn't the princess say she wouldn't interfere? Then why tell Lord Yu the information? That bitch Huamian might be lurking nearby. If Lu Guang finds out, he'll know the princess leaked the secret. In truth, it had all been part of her plan. It's all right. The whole world knows I've been bewitched by a handsome face. With Yulang standing in front of me, of course I would obediently spill everything. As for what Yulang wants to do afterward, that is his own affair. It was not ordered by me. Outside, Chang'an had already been waiting. Lang Jun. He was obviously very concerned about his master. Lang Jun, why are your ears red? Are you feeling unwell? Embarrassed, he avoided the look. It's nothing. Just a little warm. Shun leapt into the carriage. Go. To Wanyan Academy. Yes, that night in the prison, the food was brought in. Eat. But every one of the scholars remained firm. A gentleman does not eat alms. Take it away. That's right. Exactly. We'll go on a hunger strike in protest. The jailer sneered. Open your eyes and look clearly. This is fish for the new year. Since in Chinese the word for fish is a homophone of surplus, they quickly understood the hint and hurried over. Nian stands for Wanyan Academy, and fish stand for Lord Yu, a homophone. This food was sent by Lord Yu. They immediately began picking through it frantically. Quick, see if there's any message hidden in it. Soon enough, they found a secret note. Found it, but there were only a few strokes of writing, and none of them understood it. Never mind that. In any case, eat. Eat the paper too. Don't leave any evidence. Hurry and eat. Just after they finished, the room began spinning for them. Why do I suddenly feel dizzy? In the end, they all collapsed onto the floor. Someone's fainted. Quickly call the doctor. At morning court, everyone hurried to the audience hall. Shun entered at the head of them, and the moment he came in, Li Shuangfu aimed his accusation directly at him. You Shun, the people who burned books last night were all students from Wanyan Academy. Was this chaos stirred up by you from behind the scenes? Song Anqing immediately sprang up to argue with him. Lord Li, the students in prison were collectively poisoned last night. The censorate and the prisons are all under your Li family's people. So how do you explain that? Li Shuangfu instantly began evading responsibility again. You Shun, don't go around accusing people falsely. I should be the one asking whether you did this. Yet you dare question me instead. Shun frowned and strode forward without the least restraint. Good. Then let me ask you this. The flying cavalry guards are the Emperor's personal guards. They have always obeyed only the Emperor's orders. The command tally for mobilizing the Imperial Guards is in Her Majesty the Empress Dowager's hands. Why did you have to order the flying cavalry guards around? Does your Li family even regard His Majesty at all? Li Shuangfu replied, the censorate merely borrowed their deployment. It is just as when the Dali Temple revises a case and borrows the Jinla Guards. Shun smiled and answered at once. It is customary for the Dali Temple to borrow the Jinla Guards. But as for borrowing the flying cavalry guards as Lord Li did, it is rare, though not unheard of. No sooner had he finished than the little emperor suddenly cut in. I know, the boy declared loudly. Prince Qinghe during Emperor Gaozong's reign also once borrowed the guards. As soon as they heard that, the ministers began whispering among themselves. Prince Qinghe was Emperor Gaozong's granduncle. At the time, he was considered powerful in court. Later, he was executed by dismemberment for treason. That's right, he was the only imperial clansman of the great Shang dynasty. Yet after his death, he was not even buried in proper robes. Doesn't that mean Lord Li is acting like Prince Qinghe of the former era, committing insubordination from below? The very next moment, Li Shuangfu suddenly dropped to his knees and said, "This minister was rash in his urgency and exceeded proper bounds. But this minister is wholeheartedly loyal to the great Shang dynasty and absolutely harbors no disloyalty." Gu Fengqi also hurriedly spoke up. This general was momentarily muddled and obeyed Li Shuangfu's words, following him to arrest people. As a guard of the imperial house, I should not have obeyed another's orders. This was my dereliction of duty. At that, Li Shuangfu's face tightened in displeasure. "Gu Fengqi, are you pushing all the blame onto this official?" Gu Fengqi ground his teeth and replied, "I would not dare. I'm only speaking the truth." As soon as he said it, Gu Fengqi thought to himself, the Gu family's backer is the Empress Dowager. No matter how important the Li family may be, I cannot, for the Li family's sake, make the Empress Dowager wary of me. This attitude seemed to infuriate Li Shuangfu, and he pointed straight at Gu Fengqi as he spoke. At that very moment, the little emperor suddenly climbed onto his back and happily rode him like a horse, making all the assembled officials burst into amused laughter. "This is what Grand Tutor you taught me," he said. "The Grand Tutor said we must remember history and understand the proper order between ruler and subject." Meanwhile, Li Xiangpu could only force a helpless smile as he reminded him, "Your Majesty, please be careful." Just then, Xiaoying suddenly spoke up. "Your Majesty is right. Ruler as ruler, minister as minister. Such order must not be thrown into chaos." Gu Fengqi has shown contempt for the imperial house. Drag Gu Fengqi away and give him 20 strokes as a warning to the rest. "Guards!" At once, the attendant stepped forward and answered loudly, "Yes." As Gu Fengqi was being taken away, he said, "This subject thanks Your Majesty the Empress Dowager for your mercy." While escorting him off, the guard said politely, "Lord Gu, forgive the offense." Gu Fengqi could not help thinking to himself, the Empress Dowager is only giving me 20 strokes. That already counts as letting me off lightly. Meanwhile, Xiao Ying continued sternly, "As for Li Xiangpu, from this day forward he is suspended from office for half a year and confined to his residence." The moment he heard this, Li Xiangpu looked up in alarm. Empress Dowager. The little emperor was jolted by the movement and nearly lost his balance, falling backward in front of the terrified Li Xiangpu. "Your Majesty, Li Xiangpu panika." If the emperor fell, even 10 heads would not be enough for him to lose. Fortunately, an arm caught the little emperor in time, then gently said, "Your Majesty, sit properly. You must sit steady." The little emperor looked at Yu Shunshin and smiled brightly. "Lord Yu has protected me well. I must reward you." Walking over to Li Xiangpu, who was serving as the little emperor's horse, Yu Shunshin asked calmly, "If carelessness caused His Majesty to fall, then even dragging you out and chopping off your head to feed the dogs would be justified. Don't you agree, Lord Li?" Li Xiangpu replied helplessly, "Lord Yu's words make sense. I have been instructed." At that moment, Xiao Ying suddenly asked, "Lord Li, do you still have any objections to my arrangements?" Li Xiangpu clenched his teeth and endured it. This subject dares not. As soon as he said it, he had already figured it out. Clearly, the Empress Dowager was using Yu Shunshin to intimidate him. Even so, he still forced himself to say, "This subject thanks the Empress Dowager for her grace." Outside, the sunlight was dazzling. The Grand Empress Dowager smiled in delight and remarked, "This Yu Shunshin is quite something." Then she turned to Qingping and said, "Grandmother thinks that although Yu Shunshin comes from humble origins, he truly has some talent. Now that he is one of the 4 regent ministers, it is not as if he is unworthy of our Qingping." Hearing this, Qingping sighed and replied, "Even if Yu Lang is excellent, he is not suitable for me. In the end, I will still choose a husband from one of the great aristocratic families on grandmother's list. I think several of them are not bad." The Grand Empress Dowager only smiled stiffly and said nothing, though she had her own calculations in mind. Yu Shunshin's position was different now. Rumor had it he bore Qingping some affection. Even if they did not truly intend a marriage alliance, he could still be drawn over to their side. How could Qingping fail to understand something so obvious? Thinking this, the Grand Empress Dowager tried again to persuade her. "Qingping, don't you quite like Grand Tutor Yu? Though he is not from a noble house, he is very renowned among the common clans." "Qingping cercamli. No, I am the eldest princess of exalted status. How could I marry into a common clan? I want to choose a consort from the great noble families." The more she listened, the angrier and more frustrated the Grand Empress Dowager became. She took a deep breath and thought, "No, I can't hit her. The child is grown now. She can't be hit anymore." Then she said, "There is no rush about this. You can think it over slowly. In 2 days, grandmother will hold a flower viewing banquet for you. All the young heirs of the great families will attend. And Grand Tutor, you may be invited as well." Qingping remained completely unconcerned and replied leisurely, "There is nothing for me to think about. I will only marry a son of an aristocratic family." That only left the Grand Empress Dowager grinding her teeth in helpless frustration. One day, many of the prospective consorts in the capital unexpectedly received an enormous lotus root with the words clearly written on it, "Eat lotus root at the princess's residence." After puzzling over it without understanding, they decided to seek out Yu Shunshin, the capital's foremost scholar. At a glance, Yu Shunshin immediately said, "This? Eat lotus root. Lotus root? Lotus root? It means rejection, rejection. That's what it means." Hearing that, everyone burst into tears and turned to leave at once. "So the princess despises us. This is too damaging to our dignity. I'd better withdraw from the consort selection." The one who had sent the lotus roots was none other than Yu Shunshin himself. With a crafty smile, he thought to himself, "That's a few more rivals dealt with." That evening, in the quiet room, Chang'an spoke briskly. "In the end, Princess Qingping is still firmly refusing to marry you, my lord. That's what our informants reported." Hearing this, Yu Shunshin's face darkened with anger. Then, burning with determination, he said, "Looks like I can't help but make a move myself." Seeing him like this, Chang'an could not help feeling frightened and uneasy. "My lord looks terrifying." The flower viewing banquet. Many people had gathered to admire flowers and drink tea, strolling about and chatting merrily. Inside the room, Chengping looked out and said, "Last time I saw you help Li Huangling get those books. You must have managed to infiltrate Mingda Academy by now. Tell me, what have you found out?" Hearing this, the subordinate immediately replied, "Yes, princess. First, regarding the fourth young master of the Song family, Song Anqing. Although he studies at Mingda Academy, because he once met Lord Yu, he has admired Lord Yu ever since. Because of that, he has distanced himself from his fellow students and officials and instead become rather close to the students from Wanyan." Hearing this, Chengping smiled slightly. "That's interesting." The subordinate continued, "Yao Chun of the Yao family excels in his studies, but it is said that his grandfather, Yao Songnian, may not hold on much longer. The Yao family has invited many physicians to try to save his life. Old Master Yao served as prime minister for more than 10 years during my imperial father's reign. But after he retired, the Yao family declined more and more. If he falls now as well, the Yao family will be even more hopeless." Nanning added, "I also heard that Yao Songnian has proactively tried to push Yao Chun toward your highness. He likely wants to use the princess to lean on the Grand Empress Dowager. Yao Chun himself also seems to be trying hard in that direction. He probably wants to use this to restore the Yao family." After hearing this, Chengping smiled and said, "Then that depends on what abilities he has." The subordinate quickly moved on to another. "And there's also Fan Being of the Fan family. He is handsome, steady in temperament, gentle and refined. Though he is from a noble family, he is not arrogant or domineering at all. More importantly, he has practiced martial arts since childhood and has some real skill." Chengping gently pushed open the window and, while looking at the men outside, appraised them. "That is indeed rare. Young masters these days all value literary pursuits and look down on martial ones. There are very few who are accomplished in both." Meanwhile, the young men outside were greeting one another politely, as expected of young Master Fan. "Truly 1 in 100. You flatter me, you flatter me. Admirable, admirable. Lord Yu is here." Song Anqing suddenly caught a few withered leaves drifting down, then raised his hand with a bright smile and greeting. "Lord Yu, you've come too? Wonderful." Hearing this, Chengping inside the room also curiously leaned out to look. Yu Shunshan advanced with calm composure and detached elegance. Song Anqing and the others immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Greetings, Lord Yu, Lord Yu. Please come in. It's very lively today." Yu Shunshin smiled and replied, "Greetings, gentlemen." Just then, Yao Chun suddenly asked in curiosity, "Where are all these flower petals coming from?" Meanwhile, inside the room, Chengping stared intently at Yu Shunshin in utter fascination and could not stop marveling. Yu Lang truly is a gentleman like jade, unmatched in the world. Far too outstanding. Outside, Chang'an was scattering petals everywhere and earnestly urging, "Come on, everyone, blow harder. Blow all the petals toward our Lord Yu. He absolutely has to be the most impressive one here." The children fanning with all their might were generously paid for their trouble, and the flower petals drifting toward Yu Shunshin created an increasingly romantic atmosphere. In the very next moment, Yu Shunshin and Chengping's eyes suddenly met. Right then, Song Anqing suddenly said, "Lord Yu, there are many fun games today. Would you like to show us your skills?" Yu Shunshin smiled and answered, hard to refuse. Then, with rising vigor, he said, "Very well, let's play." Seeing that expression on his face, Song Anqing was a little stunned. What is this invisible, killing intent? He could only cheer with all his might. Pitch-pot, every throw a hit. Meanwhile, Yu Shunshin smoothly tossed each arrow into the pot. Under Song Anqing's enthusiastic support, he continued sweeping through the other games as well. Encircling chess, 3 rounds, 3 wins. Wooden archery, 10 out of 10. Before long, everyone was exhausted to tears by Yu Shunshin's overwhelming presence. How stupid was I to challenge Lord Yu? I don't want to play with him anymore. Even Yao Chun and the others frowned and turned away at once. What game is there left to play? Let's go drink. That's right, Lord Yu can't drink. Surely he can't beat us at that. At that moment, Yu Shunshin suddenly turned toward Qingping. Resting a hand on the window, he asked, "Princess, did you see? I beat everyone." As he spoke, he wore a face full of confidence. Qingping smiled and said, "I saw it. Yu Lang truly lives up to the phrase peerless and unrivaled. Even I find my heart stirred by you." The moment she finished speaking, Yu Shunshin moved directly close to her and asked, "Princess, do you truly not know why I came?" Qingping merely answered calmly, "Yu Lang, do you know? Aside from life and death, social rank is the hardest distance to cross in this world. When my grandmother entered the palace, her status was humble. It was only after my imperial father ascended the throne that the Yang family was accepted among the great aristocratic houses. She is someone who values rank and hierarchy above all else. You, Yu Lang, are talented, but you come from a common clan. Even if grandmother is considering a marriage alliance, she only wishes to use you. You should understand that I am refusing because I want what is best for you. I will not let grandmother use the name of a betrothal to scheme against you." Hearing this, Yu Shunshin immediately retorted, "I don't care. Whether it is exploitation or falsehood, as long as there is even the slightest hope, I will make it real." Changping coldly withdrew her hand from his and cut in, "But I care." Her face turned icy as she continued, "I care if my husband's status is that of a lowly common clan. And even more, I cannot accept anyone obstructing the path I want to walk." At these words, Yu Shunshin froze. Then, as he slowly closed the window, she reminded him, "Yu Lang, go. From the very beginning, you never should have appeared here. You and I were never destined to walk the same road." With that, she shut the window coldly, leaving Yu Shunshin standing alone outside with a dark expression. Sometime later, Chengping opened the main door and stepped out, greeting everyone in a cheerful voice. "Greetings, gentlemen." The moment they saw her, everyone gathered around and chatted eagerly. "Princess, you took far too long. Princess, come this way." As Yao Chun poured wine for Qingping, he said, "Princess, you invited us to admire flowers, yet you hid in your room for so long before coming out. That was too cruel. Shouldn't you be punished?" Before she could reply, the others immediately chimed in, "Punished with a cup of wine." Yao Chun seemed to slip something into the cup, intending to hand it to Qingping. Yu Shunshin seemed to sense something was wrong and hurriedly stood up. "Princess, this wine." He could not help worrying inwardly. "Why do I feel that Yao Chun means no good, forcing the princess to drink this wine?" However, Qingping did not notice anything. Innocently, she picked up the cup and said, "What is there to fear? I've been secretly drinking since I was 10. Do you think this little bit of wine could trouble me?" The moment they saw her drink, everyone lavished her with praise. "Excellent. The princess can really hold her liquor. The princess has remarkable capacity." Meanwhile, Yu Shunshin stiffened. As he sat back down, he kept his eyes fixed on them. Qingping smiled and said, "Come, fill it up." The others quickly poured more wine for her. Right away, the men clustered around Qingping, talking endlessly, drinking and singing. How many such moments are there in life? When life goes your way, one must enjoy it to the fullest. Do not face the moon with an empty cup. Meanwhile, Yu Shunshin sat off to the side, all alone. Once night had fallen, everyone left merrily, their faces flushed with drunkenness. "Let's go, I can't drink anymore." "Don't go, just 3 more cups." "How often does the bright moon appear?" With wine in hand, I asked the blue heavens. At this moment, Changping was trying to stand, her body trembling. She seemed unsteady on her feet. Seeing this, Yao Chun directly supported her and said softly, "Princess, you're drunk." Changping abruptly smacked him across the face, then replied, "I am not drunk. Why is your annoying ghost still here?" Yao Chun was not angry at all. He still spoke gently and tenderly. "I can see that the princess is drunk. I can't feel at ease leaving first. Let me escort the princess back to her room." The instant he finished speaking, Jixiang suddenly appeared behind him out of nowhere and threatened, "If you dare enter the princess's room, I'll kill you." This made Yao Chun's face go pale as cold sweat poured down. Changping quickly knocked Jixiang on the head and reminded him, "Little Jixiang, you really don't understand romance." While enduring it, Jixiang cried out, "Princess!" After hitting Jixiang, Changping directly leaned into Yao Chun's arms and said, "Young Master Yao is kindly offering to take me back to my room, so stop making trouble. Then I'll trouble young Master Yao." The moment Chang'an saw Yu Shunshin, he called out, "My lord, has the flower viewing banquet ended already?" No sooner had he asked than he saw Yu Shunshin's displeased expression and could not help feeling alarmed and uneasy. Heavens, my lord's expression is terrifying. We worked so hard today. Could it be that my lord still lost to some other little vixen? With an indifferent, emotionless face, Yu Shunshin said, "Let's go. We're returning." At that moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual. The Yao family's carriage. Why hasn't Yao Chun left yet? The earlier scene flashed back through his mind. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. Something just feels wrong. I could have sworn I saw something fall into the cup Yao Chun gave the princess. But perhaps I saw it wrong. No sooner had he thought that than he turned back at once and said seriously, "We're not returning to the residence just yet. There's something I need to confirm first." In the room, Yao Chun was helping Changping onto the bed. "Princess, are you all right?" With a flushed face, Changping panted and muttered to herself, "So uncomfortable, so hot." Hearing this, Yao Chun smiled slyly and replied, "The princess only feels hot because she's drunk. Let me help the princess remove her clothes and attend to her rest. This humble student will surely serve the princess well and make her feel comfortable." At that moment, Yu Shunshin suddenly burst in through the door and shouted, "Princess!" Yao Chun, who had been about to remove Chingping's clothes, froze on the spot. Without the slightest restraint, Yu Shunshin punched Yao Chun straight in the face and cursed, "Bastard!" Then he hurried to Chengping's side and pulled a blanket over her to shield her. Thankfully, I was not one step too late. The princess is unharmed. As soon as he spoke, Yu Shunshin turned toward Yao Chun and sternly asked, "Which hand were you planning to use on the princess just now?" Yao Chun stammered in fright, "Lord you misunderstand." Yu Shunshin paid no attention at all and directly seized Yao Chun's arm, wrenching it hard. "This one, was it? Or this one?" Just then, someone's voice suddenly stopped him. "Yu Shunshin, stop." It was none other than Chingping. Fully clear-headed, she said, "Enough. He's already passed out from the pain. If you keep this up, you'll kill him." Hearing that, Yu Shunshin immediately flung Yao Chun's hand away, then hurried over to Chingping and asked anxiously, "Princess, are you all right?" His heart filled with doubt. Had the princess deliberately given Yao Chun a chance to approach her body? Chingping replied calmly, "From the very beginning, I was never affected by the drug Yao Chun slipped to me. I knew he meant to make a move against me, so I deliberately sent little Jixiang away to give him the opportunity. Once Yao Chun acted, even if you had not appeared, the magistrate of the Zhou family would have brought men to catch him." Hearing this, Yu Shunshin was utterly bewildered. "Why, princess, you put yourself in danger. What if something had happened?" Chingping, however, showed no change in expression as she answered, "This is the kind of person I am. For the sake of my goals, I can stop at nothing. I can even wager my own chastity. If I did not use myself as bait, how could I lure Yao Chun into taking the hook? I needed to seize this chance to put the Yao family in the wrong before me, so I could obtain what I want. I'm not all-powerful. I cannot avoid all risk, avoid paying any price, and still accomplish everything with ease." The more Yu Shunshin listened, the more rigid he became. Then his face darkened, and he said coldly, "This subject understands. I was meddling where I should not. Regarding Yao Chun, I will act as a witness for the princess and testify to his crime. As for everything else, the princess may decide for herself." Just as he was leaving, Chingping suddenly called out, "Yu Lang." Yu Shunshin stopped at once. He listened intently, as Changping spoke, her hand trembling slightly. No matter what, thank you for today. The fact that you came back for me, I am very grateful. Yu Shunshin replied, there is no need. I once said that the princess never needs to thank me. Then he left at once, cold and distant. The next morning, two people were waiting outside the princess's residence to be allowed in. Ji Xiang quickly went in to report. Princess, Yao Songyan and his wife have been waiting outside for more than an hour. Shall I let them in? Changping replied calmly. After sending Yao Chun back last night before dawn had even broken today, the two of them were already waiting at the gate. They did not even ask to be announced. They only want to rely on their age and act pitiful. Ignoring them for an hour is enough. In a little while, this princess cannot bear the charge of disrespect. Pass on the order. Ji Xiang immediately obeyed. Yes, Elder Chancellor Yao, Madam Yao, please enter. The two of them entered at once and respectfully greeted her. Greetings, princess. Changping stepped forward to receive them and said, Elder Yao, madam, why come without sending word? If you catch a chill, that would not be good. Yao Songyan, the aged former chancellor of the previous reign, was struggling to rise, and Madam Yao, behind him, could not help paying close attention. Seeing this, Changping hurriedly reminded him, Elder Yao, be careful. Though his whole body trembled, Yao Songyan seemed to be calculating something in his heart. Why is she still not helping me up? Can she not see I cannot stand? Meanwhile, Changping had her own thoughts. Why is the old man still not kneeling? Does he think this princess will really help him up? Thinking this, she quickly said, Elder Yao is advanced in years and his legs are inconvenient. You may dispense with the formalities. As soon as he heard that, Yao Songyan promptly sat down. Madam Yao, standing beside him, immediately said, Many thanks, princess. My husband's health has not been as good these past years. Not only his legs, even his speech is no longer fluent. If there is anything to say, I will say it on his behalf. Last night, after Yao Chun was sent back to the Yao residence, we learned the whole story. That brat was overcome by lust. Breaking one of his arms was already lenient. Many thanks to the princess for sparing his life. Changping answered flatly. Madam Yao continued. Last night, we already punished Yao Chun with 30 strokes of the family rod. Then she added, We only hope the princess, for the sake of my husband's former loyalty to the late emperor, will spare Yao Chun this once. As she spoke, Yao Songyan kept groaning weakly. Madam Yao took out a small gift from her sleeve and added, Today, my husband has prepared a token of sincerity for the princess. He said the princess will surely have use for 100,000 taels in silver notes. We hope the princess will accept them. Changping lifted her eyes coldly. Then, while counting the silver notes, she said, After Elder Yao retired, the Yao family has declined for many years. I fear these 100,000 taels may well have emptied out the Yao family entirely. Then she added, Still, Elder Yao has sent silver at just the right time. This princess will accept it. Yao Songyan quickly lowered his head and mumbled something, and Madam Yao, standing beside him, had to interpret for him. My husband says, Many thanks, princess. Hearing that, Changping was somewhat surprised. How strange. This princess has already accepted your gift, yet you still thank me. Yao Songyan hurriedly tried to explain, though he could barely form the words, and Madam Yao immediately cut in. My husband says that if not for the princess's promotion in the past, he would never have been able to attain the post of Shizhong, and the Yao family would never have what it has today. He does not have many days left. If possible, he hopes the princess can continue to look after the Yao family from now on. Changping replied evenly. This princess already said it. Today, Elder Yao has come both to deliver silver and to reminisce about old ties. You truly never do anything at a loss, do you, Elder? Madam Yao quickly lowered her head and said, My husband says that his devotion to the princess is sincere. Yao Chun acted rashly and foolishly. The princess sparing the Yao family is already a great mercy. As for asking the princess to look after us, that was only a request for a passing favor. We would not dare force it. As soon as she finished speaking, Changping suddenly turned her face away and said, Let fate decide. After the conversation ended, Changping and Ji Xiang stood outside and saw Yao Songyan and Madam Yao off. Ji Xiang could not help pouting as he said, Princess, do we really have to form an alliance with the Yao family? The moment he said that, he thought to himself, If the princess hadn't pulled me away then, I would have made that brat Yao Chun a eunuch. Yet the princess actually let him off. Should I just sneak in at midnight and cripple him anyway? Qingping suddenly flicked him on the head and warned, "Stop thinking crooked thoughts in front of this princess. If Yao Chun hadn't caused trouble, do you think this money would have been so easy to get? Just try ruining this princess's good business." Jixiang could only grit his teeth, endure it, and call out tearfully in a small voice, "Princess." Qingping immediately turned and left. Fine then. Since they delivered tribute right to my door, I have no reason not to accept it. They did not openly propose an alliance, and this princess did not agree to protect the Yao family either. At most, it means one less enemy. The carriage sped swiftly down the road. Madame Yao, seated in the carriage, said, "Old man, why do you care so much about Princess Qingping's attitude? The late emperor is gone, and the princess has long since fallen from power." At those words, Yao Songnian frowned, displeased. Then he let out a sigh and answered solemnly, "This princess of ours is ruthless. After decades as an official, I learned one unwritten rule: never, under any circumstances, offend Princess Qingping. Chun'er was originally a good seedling. It is a pity that after this incident, he is ruined and burdened with a bad name. There is no one left in the Yao family in court now. If we want to live in peace in the future, we will have to rely on the princess." At that same moment, Yu Shunshin, looking utterly dejected, thought to himself, "The princess rejected me again. I am angry. I've decided to give her the cold shoulder to the bitter end." Chang'an, standing beside him, immediately asked, "How long does my lord intend for this cold war to last?" Pointing at the drops of water plopping down onto the stone floor, Shunshin replied, "Until water wears through stone." Chang'an was stunned. "My lord, wouldn't that take many years?" A moment later, nothing had changed. 2 moments later, it was still the same. The longer he waited, the more impatient Shunshin became, until he shouted, "We're through already. Hurry up and we're through." Chang'an reported. Yao Songnian waited at the princess's residence for almost half the day before leaving. We do not know what exactly he said to the princess, but we did find out that before going there, Yao Songnian sold off the Yao family's remaining property. There is definitely some scheme behind this. Hearing this, Shunshin's expression turned serious. Yao Songnian wanted to make amends to the princess. That little bit of money in exchange for the princess's forgiveness. It was a clever move. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought to himself, "Only, I fear this was also the princess's aim." The princess knew Yao Songnian was wary of her, and Yao Chun was a wastrel, which is why she chose him as her target. Chang'an suddenly looked at Shunshin, who was busily copying text, and asked, "My lord, are you still copying the stone classics for the princess? But the princess has already rejected you. Shouldn't we try another method?" Shunshin put down his brush and continued, "I was too impatient. In the princess's heart, love has never come first. Since the princess wants a partner who can stand shoulder to shoulder with her, then I will become the most suitable choice for her." Having said this, he sank into thought. What I should do now is not rush to pour out my sincerity to the princess. That would only make her avoid me. Instead, I must slowly, imperceptibly, enter her life and each step of her plans until the princess grows used to my presence. Princess, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will make it impossible for you to leave me. Seeing the determined look on Shunshin's face, Chang'an, standing before him, could not help feeling frightened. My lord is terrifying. At the outskirts of the city, the moment Qingping stepped down from the carriage, a subordinate came forward to report, "Princess, the matter you ordered has been properly handled. Today, we invite you to inspect it." She replied briskly, "Good." Just then, Shunshin also stepped out through the door. The moment he saw Qingping, he lowered his head respectfully in greeting. "Princess, you have arrived." The subordinate beside Qingping also lowered his head and answered, "Lord Yu." At that moment, Qingping suddenly moved close to Shunshin and said, "Yu Lang, I have a secret to tell you." She whispered in his ear, "Do you feel like someone has been following us?" Hearing that, Shunshin swept his gaze around. A flash of clothing passed by in an instant. As he looked, he said, very alert, "They're already gone, but it seemed to be a woman." Qingping took hold of Shunshin and replied, It's probably some young lady infatuated with Yulang's looks. That's hardly unusual. Let's go in. As soon as they entered, all the subordinates greeted her in unison. Greetings, princess. Chengping said at once, Rise. You've all worked hard. Looking at her gently, Shunshin said, This time, I invited the princess here to see whether the estate has been properly renovated. Fourth Lady Lu has prepared the tools and other necessities. It is fit for people to move in. Looking around at the surroundings, Chengping could not help praising him. Yulang comes from a scholarly background, yet is also skilled at repairing houses. Truly impressive. Shunshin replied happily, as long as the princess likes it. At that moment, Fourth Lady Lu suddenly cut in. As it happens, the matter the princess instructed earlier has also been completed. This is the Gu family invited from Puzhou. The Gu clan has printed books for generations, and this time they have brought quite a few members of the family with them as well. Hearing that, Chengping was delighted. Then the work of printing from now on will depend on Master Gu. The people of the Gu family quickly responded. The princess honors us with her trust. To be recognized by the princess and to devote our lives to the imperial house is the glory of our Gu clan. The next moment, Fourth Lady Lu led Changping to tour the printing room. Princess, please look. The residence has gradually begun preparing the movable type printing tools. Looking around, Changping praised it repeatedly. Good. Shunshin also could not help remarking. Perhaps these things may stir some waves across the realm. You, on behalf of the scholars under heaven, must thank the princess. The prosperous age the princess hopes for will surely come true. Chengping replied with a smile, Why thank me? This princess is not so great. I'm only doing it to win people's hearts. Shunshin scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Whatever the princess says, so it is. Fourth Lady Lu beside, Chengping continued, The Gu family, as the lead household, will move in first. For now, they will copy the stone classics of Wanyan Academy. Once the residence has been fully renovated, another 50 or so craftsmen will move in after them. The more Chengping heard, the more impressed she became. Fourth Lady Lu, you've handled this very well. After touring the place for a while, she happily stretched and thought to herself, Wonderful. Once enough people are here, we can start printing books. At that moment, a stone pillar suddenly cracked with a sharp crackling sound, then came crashing straight toward Chengping. The moment they saw it, Shunshin and Jixiang rushed toward her and shouted, Princess! As Shunshin ran over, he thought in alarm, Is this distance enough? Can I make it in time? However, in the very next instant, a figure suddenly flashed past, leaving Shunshin deeply startled. Who? That person directly caught the falling stone pillar. Fortunately, Chengping had not been hurt. She stared fixedly at the person holding up the massive stone pillar before her, trembling from the effort. 13th Lang threw the stone pillar to the ground. In the next moment, he reached out toward her and said, Are you all right, princess? As soon as he said that, 13th Lang happily thought to himself, Heavens, I'm so cool. But before even a few seconds had passed, the head of the Gu family smacked him on the head and admonished him. 13th Lang, there you go showing off again. Kneel and bow to her highness at once. This made 13th Lang yelp, Ow. Shunshin hurriedly rushed to Chengping's side and asked anxiously, You're not hurt, are you? He looked her over from every angle and questioned her nonstop. You didn't fall, did you? You weren't struck, were you? Should we call a physician to examine you? Seeing this, Chengping quickly reassured him, Yulang, I'm fine. Shunshin's actions immediately became the subject of whispers among the attendants. Our young master really cares about the princess. Exactly. They truly look so well-matched. I ship them. Chengping got to her feet and asked coolly, How old is this 13th Lang? He is trained in martial arts, yes? 13th Lang answered cheerfully, Princess, I rank 30th in my clan, so everyone calls me 13th Lang. My real name is Yu Buffon. I'm 17 this year. I've never practiced martial arts. I was simply born as strong as an ox. Hearing that, Chengping said, 17? Then it's not too late yet. If you want to learn martial arts, come to the princess's residence. This shocked 13th Lang. Me? Go to the princess's residence. The people standing nearby were equally stunned and secretly guessed. Has the princess taken a fancy to 13th Lang? 13th Lang scratched his head and gave an awkward smile as he looked toward Shunshin. Young master, well, mother only told me to listen to you and work for you. Chengping smiled and immediately asked him, Yulang, what do you think? Shunshin replied irritably, Of course I think nothing of it. With killing intent blazing He looked at 13th Lang and said, "Since the princess wants you to come, then go. Go back and pack up a little. Come over tomorrow." 13th Lang answered yes, trembling with fear. He could not help thinking in confusion. Why do I feel like young master wants to eliminate me? I personally inspected the whole estate. There shouldn't have been any serious problem like this. If the pillar collapsed, I'm afraid it was not an accident. Shunshin suddenly fixed his attention on the broken stone pillar from before. He frowned in displeasure and asked, "Chang'an, were you running around making trouble again? With so many people here, and you still dare do this sort of thing?" Chang'an immediately replied, "Lord, you, wasn't me. Haven't I been following you the whole time?" Hearing that, Shunshin judged inwardly, could it be someone tampered with it? That night, the air outside was peaceful and still. Lying in bed, Shunshin pondered deeply. Too many things have happened lately. Yao Chun drugged her, the pillar collapsed. At all times, the princess is in danger. Just how many people want to drive the princess to her death? Just then, in his hazy state, he suddenly caught the scent of something drifting over. Floral fragrance? Does mother keep such strongly scented flowers? Someone suddenly climbed over him. The moment his clothes were being pulled off, Shunshin shyly murmured, "Princess." Then he slowly opened his eyes. Propping himself up, Shunshin asked in confusion, "Princess, why are you here?" Qingping immediately replied, "Yu Lang asked such a strange question. Didn't you call me here? In your dream, you kept calling Princess, Princess, so I came." As she spoke, she began taking off his clothes, and with a look full of desire, Qingping continued, "Could it be that Yu Lang is unhappy? Beneath flowers and under moonlight, you and I should be as fish in water, willing to melt into one another." Hearing those words, Shunshin thought to himself, "Unhappy? How could I be unhappy? The princess is willing to accept me. No, that's not right. How could the princess willingly accept me at a time like this?" The instant that thought ended, he quickly pulled the hairpin from Qingping's head. In the next moment, without hesitation, Shunshin stabbed it into his own hand, drawing blood from his palm. This scene made the Qingping before him cry out in panic. No, yet the Qingping in front of him seemed only an illusion. Another face suddenly appeared before him, full of worry. "Young master, you." At once, Shunshin flung the person away and shouted, "Get away from me." The woman was utterly stunned. "Young master." In that situation, Shunshin said firmly, "I knew it. The princess would never say such things or do such things. Anything so beautiful as a dream must be fake." A little later, Shunshin was moving his brush furiously. Seeing this, Madame Rong cast him a glance and asked, puzzled, "What are you writing? You look as though you bear some blood-deep grudge." Shunshin kept writing without pause. After stopping for a moment, he took a sip of tea and thought deeply, "I have to tighten things up quickly. There are still 108 rules I haven't finished listing." But in the very next second, Shunshin's face turned pale and he spat out the tea, crying, "So bitter. What kind of tea is this?" Madame Rong replied coldly, "Gooding tea." Bitterness suppresses sourness. Jealousy too. Drink more and suppress the sourness in your heart. As soon as she said that, she thought to herself, although 13th Lang's features are proper enough, he cannot be called exceptionally handsome. If it were someone better looking than him, younger than him, would this son of mine still be willing to let the person go to the princess's residence? With that thought, Madame Rome continued, "Is your vision really that narrow?" Shunshin happily averted his eyes and replied, "Whether it is or isn't, you understand best." While Shunshin was breathing hard, Xianyun asked helplessly, "Young master, what is it the princess can give you that I cannot? What is so good about her?" Shunshin paid no attention to that. He was only staring at her body and thinking, the tattoo on Xianyun's chest seems a little like a moon pattern. This is bad. Xianyun quickly hid the tattoo on her body, then said with tears brimming in her eyes, "Xianyun has been by your side for so many years. I can give you everything." Shunshin instead coldly shook her hand off, then shouted, "Men!" At once, Chang'an and the others rushed in and asked worriedly, "What's all this noise? My lord, are you all right?" The moment she saw Madame Rong, Xianyan trembled in fear and cried out, "Madam!" As Shunshin stood up, he said coldly, "Mother, Xianyan can no longer be kept. Take her away." Immediately, Madame Rong seized Xianyan's wrist and ordered, "You've got quite some nerve. Come outside with me." Xianyan cried helplessly, "Madam, please don't." As she spoke, she turned and begged Shunshin, "Young master, save me." He suddenly spoke up, "Mother." Hearing this, Xianyan smiled with a trace of hope. "Young master, I knew you wouldn't be so heartless." However, it was not what she imagined. Shunshin merely reminded her, "Don't make this matter public. As for this maidservant, I'll trouble Mother to deal with it properly." This left Team Van utterly stunned. She stammered, "Husband." At the same time, Madame Rong dragged her away and answered loudly, "Of course." Right then, Team Van's face suddenly darkened. Full of resentment, she shouted coldly, "You Shunshin, one day you'll regret this." A few days later, as soon as Princess Changping saw the scenery around her, she praised it non-stop. "Wonderful. This courtyard in the outskirts can be considered fully renovated now. Yulang's handwriting is truly beautiful." Shunshin immediately replied, "The princess's title implies peace and prosperity. My mother boldly borrowed it from that name." After saying that, he thought to himself, "I want the people of the world to know that this is the princess's achievement." While they were acting affectionate, Jixiang passed by with a pout and muttered, "What's the use of it being pretty? It doesn't earn money. The princess spent so much to have the stone classics printed, and she even has to lower the price for those poor scholars. It wasn't easy squeezing money out of that family, and in the blink of an eye it's all gone. Lord Yu is so capable, but I haven't seen him spend a single coin to help the princess." Princess Changping seemed to hear him and quickly reminded him, "Little Jixiang, what do you know? These books aren't meant to make money. If we want to make money, there are plenty of other ways. Besides, Yulang was the one who started copying the books." Jixiang still refused to accept it and immediately argued back, "It's just copying a few books. What's so impressive about that?" Princess Changping smiled and explained, "You don't understand the significance of a Stone Classics edition personally copied by Central Secretariat Minister Yu Shunshin." As she spoke, she happily hugged Shunshin and praised him. "It's all thanks to Yulang's help. Yulang is really amazing." Shunshin replied shyly, "I merely did what I could." After chatting for a while, everyone set off. "All right, let's go." As he saw them off, 13th Lang called after them, "Go on, have a smooth journey." Princess Changping leaned close to Shunshin and said, "The scholars in the capital will go straight to Wanyan Academy to copy books. As for those in distant prefectures and provinces, our Changping bookshop will add more woodblocks and print the books locally." Luckily, the Yao family handed over a large sum of money. "It'll be enough to last us quite a while." After saying that, she turned around, then said with great delight, "Now it's our turn to make a fortune." Hearing this, Shunshin was a little puzzled. "Aren't the Stone Classics editions being sold at charity prices? Why is your highness carrying an abacus?" Princess Changping answered confidently, "You'll know in a moment, Yulang." Outside, Shunshin carefully looked around in the darkness of night. He could not help tiptoeing forward, thinking to himself, "Mother Cymbidium blooms are beautiful. The princess liked that beauty orchid pot last time. Now that there are more beautiful flowers, I must take them to offer to the princess." But before he could touch them, something suddenly shot past, startling Shunshin greatly. As he dodged the weapons in front of him, he cried out in panic, "A trap? Mother is actually guarding against her own son like this." Madame Rong suddenly appeared from nowhere and said with a gloomy face, "I'm guarding against a thief, and that thief is you. I worked hard for years raising these flowers, only for you to steal them all to court someone? You unfilial child." The main point was that while she was scolding him, Shunshin merely let out a sigh of relief and thought, "Perfect dodge." Madame Rong suddenly grew even angrier and shouted, "You've stolen all the flowers and still haven't managed to bring home a wife. Aren't you ashamed?" Hearing this, Shunshin immediately understood. So that was the real point. Then he picked up the flower basket and left, turning back as he replied, "I understand. Then I'll steal a few more pots until I manage to bring my wife back." At Wentan Bookshop, a place often visited by the sons of wealthy families, the moment a stack of books was set down on the table with a thump, a voice rang out, "Shopkeeper, take a look at these books." Yu Shunshin and Princess Changping were disguised as common merchants. The instant the shopkeeper saw the books before him, he cried out in shock, "A handwritten edition of the annotated 9 classics, personally copied by Minister Yu? Where did this come from? As soon as he said that, he could not help thinking, since the stone classics appeared, the whole realm has been shaken. Not only scholars seeking official success, but also the great clans have all been throwing around money to get hold of these stone classics. Princess Changping said with a cheerful smile, "Easy, easy. I happened to get hold of this copied edition by chance, so I had it printed. I only managed to print this much. Shopkeeper, would you like them?" At once, the shopkeeper's face lit up. "Yes, yes. How much for one copy?" Princess Changping answered with a sly smile, 50 taels. That reply left Jixiang beside her gaping in shock. 100 times the cost price. The shopkeeper was no exception. He was so startled he dropped the book and shouted, "Are you robbing me?" Princess Qingping remained perfectly calm and explained, "Shopkeeper, you should know that rare things are precious. Out of these few thousand copies, who else in such a short time could copy the stone classics and turn them into printed editions? If you don't want them, plenty of others will. Besides, all the customers at your bookshop are sons of great clans. Who among them lacks this bit of money?" Meanwhile, as Shunshin touched the stack of books before him, he thought deeply. So this is why the princess specially had this batch printed separately. Though the contents are exactly the same, they've been changed to exquisite golden covers. The paper is high quality, and the ink is scented. What these books are selling is not their value, but the vanity of the great clans. The moment that thought ended, he spoke up. "Shopkeeper, just look at the quality of these books. Ordinary books can't compare. The children of noble houses do not use cheap things. If you lower the price for them, they'll instead feel you're insulting them. A high price is what matches their status." After being persuaded by the two of them, the shopkeeper finally decided, "Fine, I'll take them. If you get more books like these, you must come sell them to me again." This made Shunshin and Princess Changping extremely delighted. They exchanged sly smiles and rejoiced inwardly. "We're getting rich." Out on the street, hawking cries rang out one after another. "Come buy, come buy." It was Princess Changping and Shunshin smiling as they sold books. The newest Stone Classics edition published by Wanyan Academy. Exam prep books for this year's imperial examinations. As soon as people heard the sales pitch, they were puzzled and suspicious. What? There's a printed Stone Classics edition? Every day, there are hundreds lining up to get in, and each person is only allowed to read for 2 hours. There's no way to finish reading it. How could anyone possibly copy it and make a printed edition? The moment they opened the book, their eyes lit up. It really is a Stone Classics printed edition. It even bears the seal of Minister Yu. Princess Changping stood at the stall and smiled as she added, "This book is indeed an authentic edition. It was written by Lord Yu personally together with one of his friends, and this friend then had it engraved by the best hand-carving artisan from Yangzhou." At once, a scholar pulled out his money pouch and said, "I'll buy one." However, Princess Changping pushed his pouch back and calmly said, "You're a student of Wanyan Academy, aren't you? This book isn't for sale to students of Wanyan Academy." The person who printed the book said that students of Wanyan Academy and Mingdao Academy can both enter the Wenjing Pavilion. If they want to read the Stone Classics, they only need to walk a few steps. But in our great Shang dynasty, there are still countless scholars for whom buying a single book is harder than reaching the heavens. These books are not for students of Wanyan Academy or Mingda Academy to hoard. They are meant to give one more chance to read to those scholars who wholeheartedly pursue learning, yet suffer hardship and have no path forward. Standing beside her, Shunshin listened intently to Princess Changping's words and could not help smiling to himself. "Princess." The others were also so moved that their eyes reddened, and they praised her. "Well said." As Princess Changping handed books to everyone, she said gently, "This book only costs 10 coins. The person who printed it used their own money to do so. Unfortunately, that person's family resources are limited, so the books can only be sold to those who truly need them." As they received the books, everyone beamed and replied, "My heavens, only 10 coins? Isn't the printer practically throwing money away and getting nothing back? I wonder who the printer is." Looking at Princess Changping, Shunshin interjected coolly, "The printer does not wish to reveal their identity, but that person is Minister Yu's most important and irreplaceable companion." The more they heard, the more deeply moved they became. A friend worthy of having Lord Yu personally copy books for them must surely be someone of noble and pure character. This person is truly a benevolent scholar. It's a pity we don't know who it is. Otherwise, I would definitely spread that person's name far and wide." Hearing that, Shunshin patted them on the shoulder and praised them. "Well said. It should indeed be spread widely. Sooner or later, everyone will know this friend's name." As soon as Dain entered, he called out, "Junyao." Nearly in tears, he said, "So you really did secretly copy other parts of the Stone Classic for that friend of yours? Who exactly is this friend of yours?" Right now, the whole realm is talking about Minister Yu's mysterious friend. In scholarly circles, that person's reputation has already exploded. "You and I have known each other for so many years. Am I not your best friend? And yet I've never gotten a copied edition from you." As soon as Shunshin heard this, he asked at once in confusion, "If I copied books for you, would you use your entire family fortune to print them for poor scholars all under heaven?" Dain immediately replied guiltily, "No, I wouldn't. But I still want a copied edition from you. You Shunshin. You heartless wretch. You actually betrayed me and found yourself another bosom friend." After Dain left, Chang'an, who was standing at the side, asked curiously, "My lord, why didn't you tell Lord Jiang the truth, that the one printing the books is the princess?" Shunshin replied, while continuing to copy, "The fact that the princess is the printer must be made public at the proper time for it to have the greatest effect. Now is not the time. Chang'an, do you know? If the princess wishes to fulfill her ambitions, she cannot lack fame, money, or power." At this point, he suddenly began to explain, since the affair with Xia Dain, the princess's former bad reputation has changed greatly. To protect Xia Dain, she willingly accepted imprisonment. In the streets, everyone is saying she is the most righteous princess of the great Shang dynasty. At the same time, the reputation of the Empress Dowager for shielding the four great clans and their tyranny has spread far and wide. And after the Stone Classics appeared, the wicked deeds of the four great clans in manipulating the imperial examinations and controlling the court have also been condemned by the people. What the realm urgently needs is someone who can transform the current court, and the princess happens to be the royal family member with the highest reputation among the common people. Now the princess's fame is booming. After the Yao family matter and the book sales, she has also started accumulating some wealth. If I'm not mistaken, the princess already has plans in secret to earn even more money, and I believe that will not be difficult for her. It's only that after 10 years in a coma, the structure of the court has long since been torn apart by the four great clans. During this period, the princess has gradually begun driving wedges between them. Perhaps others have not yet noticed, but Li Changfu, the head of the four great clans, and the Empress Dowager have already begun to grow suspicious. And I, as one of the princess's few allies, ought to become an important minister of the court. I should have eyes and ears everywhere. Yet I have never formed factions with others, and from beginning to end, I have never stepped into the center of power controlled by the four great clans. Perhaps, for the princess's sake, I should change as well." Hearing this, Chang'an was baffled. "But my lord, are you willing to collude with the four great clans in their wrongdoing?" Shunshin smiled calmly and replied, "Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. The rivers and mountains of the state do not belong to the four great clans, but to the people of the realm. What I must revere is not the four great clans, but the people under heaven. I must become the princess's eyes and ears and help accomplish her great undertaking for the ages." Seeing the determination in his expression, Chang'an sighed emotionally. "My lord is so impressive." Just then, a carrier pigeon suddenly arrived. Chang'an quickly said, "My lord, there's news." The moment he read the letter, Chang'an panicked and reported, "This is bad. Bad news has come from the Gu clan." The letter clearly says that the provincial routes were attacked by bandits. They're now trying to find a way back to the capital. Most of the printing blocks were destroyed. Fortunately, the skilled workers are unharmed. After hearing all, Shunshin's expression did not change as he said, "It's all right. As long as the people are safe, that's what matters. We made our operation on such a large scale precisely so the four great clans would see it." At Li Changfu's residence, a loud voice came from outside. "Lord Li, there's news." Li Changfu immediately asked, "It must be good news. Those printing blocks have been destroyed by our men, haven't they?" The subordinate quickly replied, "That's right. The carts transporting the printing blocks were destroyed by the men we sent. But the news coming from all over says that a great many newly printed books are still being published locally." Upon hearing this, Li Changfu was so shocked he nearly collapsed and shouted, "What?" His face darkened as he angrily demanded, "How could this be? Weren't all the printing blocks destroyed?" The subordinate casually picked his nose and answered leisurely, "How would I know? You only sent people to smash the carts. As for everything else, we haven't investigated yet." The more he heard, the more Li Changfu gnashed his teeth in confusion. What exactly is going on here? At Xuanxin's place, excited voices rang out. "Brilliant!" Li Changfu really fell for it. Xuanxin and Princess Changping high-fived each other smugly and said, "Lure the tiger away from the mountain. A fine move, making the Li family fuss for nothing. Yu Lang is truly formidable." Xuanxin immediately replied, "No, it was the princess who came up with this perfect plan." Hearing that, Princess Changping praised him. "Yu Lang needn't be modest. Although I guess the Li family would send people to stop the scriptures from spreading. If you hadn't acted, I wouldn't have been able to use the carts as bait while secretly having the students of Wanyan Academy send the printed woodblocks to villages and counties. And the only one who could mobilize the people of Wanyan Academy was you." Xuanxin smiled and answered, "I am glad to offer even my small strength for the princess." Chang'an, standing to one side, also could not help admiring him. "Wow, my lord is incredible. This is exactly how it should be. Using every means without batting an eye, getting the princess used to relying on you, so she can never leave you." Before he could finish, Xuanxin immediately covered Chang'an's mouth. Then he said to Princess Changping with an awkward smile, "Chang'an ate something bad today, so his stomach is unwell and he's talking nonsense. Please don't blame him, princess." Chang'an hurriedly mumbled an explanation. "My lord, I didn't eat anything bad." Just then, Xuanxin changed the subject. "By the way, princess, you asked me to handle something else the other day. I've finished that as well." As he opened the door, he introduced most of the academy representatives and the scholars who came to the capital to prepare for the examinations have already gathered here. Yin Buyu looked on in confusion. "Is that really Princess Changping? Her reputation has improved recently, but I'm still doubtful." The person beside him immediately replied, "Exactly. And yet Lord Yu still associates with someone like her." At this moment, Princess Changping stepped onto the platform and said, "Greetings, gentlemen. I am Princess Changping. All of you are scholars who passed this year's autumn provincial exam. Today, Lord Yu and I have gathered everyone here because there is something we wish to discuss with you." She declared loudly, "I have obtained the exam questions for next year's spring metropolitan examination. If you're interested, I can provide them to you and help you pass the examination and have your names inscribed on the golden list." Hearing this, everyone was instantly filled with suspicion. What? The exam questions? Is this real or fake? The next moment, Yin Buyu and the others began discussing it noisily. What is the current eldest princess plotting by doing this? If it's true, wouldn't that mean soaring straight to success? An opportunity like this comes once in 100 years. Don't let yourself be bewitched. Have all those years spent studying by lamplight taught you to seek private gain? Princess Changping continued with a solemn expression. "I swear on the title of princess that this is absolutely real and fully confidential. Of course, the reason I went to such effort in this matter is because of Yu Lang's request. I want to clear a path for my Yu Lang." Seeing her like this, Ji Xiang, standing to one side, turned pale and thought helplessly. This was obviously the princess's plan. Why is it that every time Princess uses Yu Xuanxin as a shield, he still blushes shyly? At that moment, Yin Buyu suddenly cut in angrily. "Yu Xuanxin, you are the only person in Great Shang to have taken first place in all 3 levels of the examinations consecutively. I thought you were a model for all under heaven. I never expected you would do such a thing. I studied not to form cliques with the likes of you and collude in evil. You truly disappoint me." As he spoke, Yin Buyu flung a book straight at Xuanxin's face. The others also spoke up timidly. "But now that it's been said this plainly, if we don't accept the princess's offer, won't the exam be unfair and unreliable anyway?" That's right. The candidates who agree get the exam questions. How can those who don't possibly compete? From the moment the princess made this offer, the examination has already ceased to be fair. Now it only depends on whether we choose conscience or our future. How vicious! Yin Biyu and his group stormed out directly in anger, slamming the door open. "I would rather fail than board the same boat as them. Right and wrong will be decided in the examination hall. You and I will settle who is superior there. Let's go." Princess Qingping, however, remained entirely calm and continued. Those who do not share the same aspirations cannot work together. In that case, those who wish to join us may stay. That night, voices could be heard talking inside the room. As expected, only 5 people rejected the exam questions and left. The majority stayed. Just as he picked up his teacup, Changping answered, "Yes. The human heart is the least able to withstand trials." Ji Xiang continued. Those scholars thought there was a shortcut. It was only because of that the evil thoughts in human nature were drawn out. If this hadn't happened, they might have followed the old rules all their lives. Perhaps by relying on themselves, they could also have found a path forward, instead of being advised to return home as they are now. But in the end, this too is karma. Gazing at the bright moon before him, Changping fell into thought and added, "Officialdom is deeper than the sea. How could anyone remain forever untempted? Not everyone has a heart like the moon, pure and unsullied. Even without our prompting, those with greed in their hearts would one day walk a road of no return. So it is better to experience such trials early. If they wait until they have fully spread their wings, achieved fame and success, and only then go astray, they will be doomed beyond redemption." Yu Lang was born of a lesser clan and struggled upward for more than 10 years to gain the position he holds today. He understands this truth better than anyone. At that moment, someone suddenly stamped hard on the ground. Seeing Yu Shunshin standing right behind him, Yin Biyu asked suspiciously, "Yu Shunshin, you couldn't recruit me, and after I threw a book at you, now you've come for revenge? I'm not afraid of you." Shunshin said nothing, only directly extended a hand toward him, leaving Yin Biyu utterly confused. But the moment Shunshin set a hand on his shoulder, he said cheerfully, "Congratulations. You passed." He quickly explained, "There was never any exam question from the start. We only hope to use this method to find like-minded people who wish to work for the state and change a court being hollowed out by the 4 great clans. The road ahead is long. If you do not fear it, then I will walk the path with you." Hearing this, Yin Biyu pressed his lips tightly together, then lowered his head respectfully and said, "This student, Yin Biyu, is willing to follow you, sir." Shunshin hurriedly replied, "You overpraise me. We have already secretly contacted all the students who opposed us today. From now on, you will all come to Changping's bookshop, where I will personally guide you. Extra chapter at Shunshin's residence." With a pout on his face, Shunshin thought to himself, "My name is Yu Shunshin, and right now, I really want to hit someone." Not long ago, we gathered a number of students and secretly protected them, letting them study and prepare for the exams in our bookshop. At first, there was no problem, but these students are all very young and very handsome, and every one of them keeps crowding around the princess. This is basically inviting wolves into the house. Worse still, I personally brought these wolves in. What a sin. Yin Biyu said with shining eyes, full of excitement. "Lord Yu, Her Highness the Princess truly is a rare talent, learned beyond measure. We thought the princess only knew pleasure and beauty, but who would have thought that even when several of us took turns debating her, none of us could win? She really can serve as our teacher." The moment he heard this, Shunshin hid the knife behind his back and tried hard to calm himself. "Calm down. Don't chop this man." Seeing his expression, Yin Biyu could not help but feel confused. "Lord Yu, why do you look so unhappy?" Shunshin hurriedly replied, "I'm not. Don't talk nonsense." Outside the hall, Changping spoke the moment she saw him. "Yu Lang, you've worked hard. The response to the lectures lately has been very good." Shunshin replied, "I am fine. It's just that our bookshop is soon not going to be able to hold so many people. The students themselves are manageable, but the cost of printing books keeps increasing." At this, Changping hesitated a little. "Speaking of which, a few days ago I was granted the title of eldest princess, and I still haven't entered the palace to receive the reward and offer my thanks. I had wanted to take the opportunity to ask my little emperor for a bit of grain money, but compared with that, there is something even more important that I need to retrieve." Shunshin said seriously, "I fear His Majesty and the Empress Dowager will not let the princess have her way so easily. Most likely, they will not even give Your Highness anything truly valuable." valuable. Does the princess have a plan? Chengping sighed and answered at once. I do, but I'm short of manpower. Without one key person, this plan cannot be carried out. Hearing this, Shunshin sat down, full of curiosity, and asked, the key person is, what kind of person does the princess need? Chengping answered in a sonorous voice, I need an invincible martial arts master. This made Shunshin a little surprised. A martial arts master. He kept his eyes on Chengping as she turned and left, and Shunshin said to himself, if the princess truly needs one, then it's not impossible. At the imperial palace, Shunshin and Chengping were talking pleasantly. The moment Li Shuangfu saw them, he immediately came forward to greet them. Your Highness the Princess, Lord Yu. How strange. Why are the two of you together? Chengping, looking quite infatuated, immediately replied for Shunshin. I happen to be entering the palace to pay my respects to His Majesty and the Empress Dowager, and just so happened to run into Yu Lang, who had business to report to His Majesty. Is this not fate? Hearing this, Li Shuangfu replied, the fate between the two of you seems rather deep. I hear that Lord Yu has taken in many people outside the city to explain the classics and lecture on books, and that the princess has provided him with an estate. As soon as he said this, he thought disdainfully, Yu Shunshin is clearly trying to cultivate his own power, arranging for those people to pass the state examinations and enter court as officials. Chengping really is foolish, tricked without even realizing it, and still thinking Yu Shunshin has feelings for her. Who doesn't know that Yu Shunshin and Princess Chengping have a grudge between them? At that moment, Shunshin suddenly stepped forward and said, I merely guide the students to gain a deeper understanding of literature. Li Shuangfu burst out laughing at this. Lord Yu is lofty and upright. Naturally, you would never form factions. But I would advise the princess not to think herself too involved in state affairs, only to be used by others without knowing it. After all, you're no longer the Princess Chengping of old, with the late emperor backing you. As soon as he left, Chengping leaned close to Shunshin and asked, Yu Lang noticed it too? Shunshin gave a low hum. His illegitimate son, Li Zizai, was only recently exiled, and not long before that he himself was punished by Empress Dowager Xiao. How could he possibly still be as complacent as usual? Hearing this, Chengping smiled with interest and thought to herself, if something is abnormal, there must be a reason. It seems I must send someone to investigate thoroughly. At Yangxin Hall, Chang'an stood outside, teary-eyed, peeking into the room and thinking, so boring. I can only wait out here. It should be fine if I sneak a look at what the princess and Empress Dowager Xiao are saying, right? As Shunshin passed by, he immediately rapped him on the head and reminded him, mind the rules. Inside, Chengping lowered her head respectfully and greeted them. This subject, the eldest princess Dongjun, comes forward to offer thanks for imperial grace. At that moment, the little emperor suddenly pointed at her and asked, Elder sister, what's that on your shoulder? Chengping smiled and replied, who knows where this cicada shell came from? These vulgar little things are not something your majesty sees often. Would you like to take a look? The little emperor, full of interest, moved closer to her. Let me play with it. Let me play with it. However, before he could do anything, a cough from Xiaoing made the boy freeze. Then the little emperor quickly sat back down in his place and asked in a stern voice, Elder sister, why aren't you kneeling when you see me? Chengping smiled calmly and replied, it has been many years since I performed formal obeisance to anyone. Back then, Master Yu Yang read my fate and said that aside from outsiders and elders, if I bowed to anyone else, that person would suffer bad luck. Hearing this, the little emperor angrily retorted, I am the emperor. I receive the bows of everyone. Stop with your superstitious nonsense. Xiaoing also shot Chengping a sidelong glance and sneered. Has the eldest princess forgotten all the etiquette of the palace after being unconscious for 10 years? Seeing this, Chengping could only give way a little. As she bent her knees, she replied, very well. I pay my respects to your majesty the Empress Dowager. Your majesty. At that moment, the mirror placed in the room suddenly began to crack with a strange sound, and in the next second it shattered completely, leaving Xiao Ying and the little emperor stunned with fear. The little emperor clung to Xiao Ying in terror. At once, Xiao Ying pointed straight ahead and demanded, Dongjun, what did you do? Changping replied helplessly, Your Majesty, I just came in from outside. The screen is a full 10 paces away from me, and somehow that gets pinned on me too? If Your Majesty wants to pin a crime on me, could you at least use your brain a little? The next moment, Xiaoying called out, Summon Gu Fengqi. Gu Fengqi quickly entered and could not help greeting Shunshin, who was standing not far away. As he passed Chang'an, Gu Fengqi looked him up and down carefully, then could not help judging inwardly. Yu Shunshin is really shabby. Who knows where he found this fool to bring back as an attendant? Isn't he embarrassed? The moment he stepped into the hall, Gu Fengqi said, Your subject is here. After examining the shattered mirror before him, he immediately reported, Your Majesty, there are no signs that anyone tampered with the frame of the screen. The jade on it has broken apart, but it does not look as though it was shattered by external force. Hearing this, Xiaoying stood up and interrogated him. You mean the screen broke on its own? Then is it possible that someone with powerful martial arts used inner force to shatter it? At that moment, Changping suddenly burst out laughing, leaving Xiaoying utterly confused. What are you laughing at? Changping replied calmly, If Your Majesty suspects that I am some peerless martial arts master, then you think too highly of me. Gu Fengqi respectfully reported, I am the commander of the flying cavalry and am fairly skilled in martial arts myself. Yet even I do not possess such ability. Naturally, the princess could not have done it. As for whether such a master exists in the world, even if one does, such a person could not possibly be in this hall. As he spoke, he thought of the scholarly Shunshin and the silly Chang'an catching butterflies outside. Seeing this, Xiaoying did not continue investigating. Irritated, she flicked her sleeve and said, Enough. Withdraw. Gu Fengqi immediately replied, Yes. Before he had even gone far, Xiaoying threw out an assessment of him, utterly useless. This left Gu Fengqi with no choice but to grit his teeth and endure it. Watching Gu Fengqi leave, Changping could not help thinking to herself, not long ago, Gu Fengqi was implicated by Li Shuangfu and publicly punished, losing a great deal of face. And now Xiaoying keeps humiliating him again and again. It seems the relationship between Xiaoying and the Gu family will not last much longer either. At that moment, the little emperor suddenly asked, Elder sister, you've already offered thanks, so why haven't you left yet? Changping shamelessly smiled and answered at once, I'm waiting for a reward. When Father Emperor was still alive, whenever ministers had happy occasions and came to offer thanks, Father Emperor would always reward them with a little property. The little emperor immediately said, I know, I just so happen to have something worth 100,000 to reward you with. Attendance. Changping's face instantly turned pouty, her dissatisfaction written all over it. Holding the jade cicada in her hand, she asked in confusion, Your Majesty, are you certain this thing is worth 100,000 and that you wish to bestow it on me? The little emperor replied brightly, If I say it's valuable, then it's valuable. This jade cicada was a treasure of Emperor Taizong. Emperor Taizong always held it in his hand and played with it. It's just a pity that later it was dropped and cracked, so it was put away. As soon as he said this, the boy laughed slyly and thought, Elder sister happened to bring a cicada shell in today, so I'm in the mood to tease her. I'll reward her with this. Yet contrary to what the little emperor expected, Changping casually tossed the jade cicada aside and said, I do not want it. The Son of Heaven does not jest. The little emperor immediately grew angry and reminded her, I said I'm rewarding you, so I'm rewarding you. And you still don't want it? Do you believe I won't punish you for this? Changping sighed helplessly, then picked up the jade cicada she had just thrown aside and said, Thank you for your majesty's boundless grace. Then Changping will take her leave first. Only after she left could Xiaoying finally breathe a sigh of relief. At last this plague god is leaving. As he moved closer to Xiaoying, the little emperor said with a grin, That broken jade cicada is fragile. If elder sister breaks it, I will definitely make her kneel before the ancestral tablets of our forefathers. Looking at the shattered mirror before her, Xiaoying could not help feeling full of suspicion. Cicada, broken, were all these things really just coincidences? Changping moved extremely quickly, ignoring the calls behind her. Princess. As soon as he saw her get into the carriage, Shunshin, who was behind her, asked, Princess, why are you in such a hurry? He then quickly entered the carriage to check on her condition. Princess, the moment he saw Changping lying there limp with exhaustion, Shunshin called out, Princess. Gently helping her up, he asked in confusion, Has your old illness flared up again? Changping struggled to reach for the medicine pouch on her body and said, Medicine, the medicine pouch. Seeing this, Shunshin immediately pulled it out. She quickly seized the pouch and urged, Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Leaning against Shunshin, Chengping comforted him. Yulang, don't worry. It's only my old illness. Every time I see Xiaoying, I feel sick and nauseated. 9 times out of 10, it flares up. That woman is truly hateful. Hearing this, Shunshin ground his teeth in furious frustration, then immediately ordered, quickly, back to the princess residence. That night in the palace, Xiaoying was in her room. She suddenly turned the ornament before her, making it shift slightly. In the very next instant, a hidden door opened. Xiaoying picked up a bottle of poison, then could not help saying happily, my precious, you must live well. Only if you live, well can that bitch continue to suffer in peace. At Shunshin's place, Jixiang came to report to him, the princess is asking for you. Shunshin immediately went in and called, Princess. Looking at him, Chengping smiled lightly and asked, why does Yulang look like that? Did I frighten you? As he tightly clasped her hand, Shunshin asked worriedly, the poison in the princess's body, is there truly no medicine that can cure it? His question made Chengping freeze for a moment. Chengping smiled and said, as expected, there is nothing Yulang does not know. Placing her hand against his forehead, Shunshin said gently, Princess, I can refrain from asking about anything. Whatever your highness wishes to do, I will help you accomplish it all. I only ask that the princess allow me to remain by your side and share your burdens, so long as you live well. As soon as he said this, he thought to himself, so long as you do not leave again as you did 10 years ago. At that moment, Chengping suddenly asked with a serious expression, you Shunshin, did you already discover my purpose long ago? To seize the throne. As soon as she said this, she gently withdrew her hand from Shunshin's. With unwavering eyes, Shunshin said, before the late emperor passed, he once made me promise him that if the princess awoke, I was to protect you at all costs and stand behind you. At the time, I did not understand the deeper meaning in the late emperor's words. Later, the late emperor died of illness before naming a crown prince. When the third prince ascended the throne, I understood. The second prince was dead, the princess lay unconscious, and the third prince only became emperor because there was no other candidate for crown prince. Yet there was no edict from his majesty, no dragon-patterned jade tally. None of the things that could prove the identity of the chosen heir were given by his majesty to the third prince. That is because you are the one his majesty truly wished to pass the throne to. After listening to him say all this, Chengping suddenly lifted his chin and said, so what? Aren't you afraid? You Shunshin, I am only using you to fulfill my own ambition. The road to seizing the throne will be one of blood and slaughter. One moment of carelessness, and you will be doomed beyond redemption. Staying by my side like this, aren't you afraid I'll drag you down into hell with me? Shunshin immediately answered calmly, if the princess is only using me, then all the better. That way, you will not hold back out of concern for me, nor bear all suffering alone. Of all the things the princess has asked me to do until now, which one has not elevated my reputation among the lesser clans? Which one has not been open and honorable, without shame? The more she listened, the more Chengping felt puzzled. Then why would Yulang choose to walk this path with me? I'm only a woman, and what I wish to do is rebellion. Are you not afraid of bearing an infamy that will last 10,000 years? Shunshin answered at once, it was not my choice. Long ago. Then he immediately continued, from the day the princess brought me into the princess residence to protect me from the 4 great clans, I had already stepped onto the road you chose. The princess wants to destroy the 4 great clans, change this worm-eaten court, and restore purity to the realm. Only the princess can do this. Empress Xiao could not. The Grand Empress Dowager Yang could not. No matter how difficult it is, I will remain by the princess's side and follow in your footsteps. As for the curses of later generations, right and wrong, black and white, justice all lie in the hearts of men. I do not need my life recorded in the history books. I only believe in my own choice. Chang'an suddenly drew in a deep breath, puffing out his chest, then let out a thunderous sneeze that startled Jixiang, who was standing beside him. At that very moment, up ahead, Shunshin gathered his strength and drove a punch straight into the stone wall blocking the way. The terrifying force instantly shattered the obstacle to pieces. And witnessing this earth-shaking sight, Ji Xiang could not help staring in utter shock and thinking, since when does Yu Shunshin possess martial arts like this? Impossible. After clearing the path, Shunshin turned to Qingping with great respect and said, "Princess, this way." Seeing Shunshin's extraordinary move, Qingping immediately clapped and praised him. Yu Lang is truly amazing. At this moment, Chang'an also excitedly stepped forward, looking around as he said, "So we've finally arrived at Peach Blossom Village." The scene before them was bustling beyond compare. Throughout the village, skilled blacksmiths were wholly focused on their forging work. Interwoven with the sound of hammering were soldiers training with all their might. Qingping carefully surveyed the large-scale scene before her and thought to herself, "This truly is no ordinary village. This is a military foundry, an armory, and a drill ground." Amid the busy scene, Chang'an walked up to a petite figure sitting there eating. Mistaking her for a little girl from the village, he asked without the slightest caution, "Little friend, do you know where the village chief is?" The girl suddenly froze with her rice bowl in hand when she heard that form of address. Her shoulders trembled as she held back her anger, and she ground out each word through clenched teeth. "Little friend?" An oppressive aura burst out from her as she stood up and said, "Which eye of yours thinks I look like a little friend?" In an instant, the girl sprang to her feet, revealing herself to be a young woman with a round, plump figure just like her name, Tang Yuan. But tragically enough, even standing up straight, she was still only slightly taller than Chang'an in his currently bent-over posture. Seeing this comical height difference, he burst out laughing. "You're this tiny. Of course you're a little friend." Tang Yuan's fury exploded the moment she heard that. Without another word, she angrily grabbed the sledgehammer beside her and smashed it straight at the tactless fool's head, shouting, "You want to die?" Even though the full force of the 1,000-pound blow knocked Chang'an rolling across the ground, strangely enough, he still smiled and said as if nothing had happened, "Wow, you're amazing." Watching this accidental display of iron head skill, Ji Xiang, standing nearby, couldn't help wondering to himself, "Damn, this brat can really take a beating?" Meanwhile, Tang Yuan, the culprit herself, stared in shock at the hammer, then at the victim. Her mind was full of questions. Why hadn't this guy been knocked unconscious? Setting aside her surprise, Tang Yuan finally regained her dignified bearing and began introducing herself. "You've heard already. I am the chief of Peach Blossom Village, the 13th clan leader of the Tang clan, Tang Yuan." Upon hearing her identify herself, Qingping spoke up. "Since you're the clan leader, then let me ask you this." She gently held out a token, an exquisitely beautiful crystal green cicada. Holding it before Tang Yuan's eyes, Princess Changping asked, "Do you recognize this?" The instant the jade appeared, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. As if by instinct, Tang Yuan and all the villagers present dropped to their knees at once and said in unison, "We pay our respects to the eldest princess." Overwhelmed with emotion, Tang Yuan looked up, tears streaming down her face as she cried, and said in extreme joy, "Princess, it's been 15 years. Why have you only come now? Our Tang clan has been waiting for you for 15 years. 20 years ago, Tang, who had been the great general who guards the state. The other members of the Tang clan were brave and skilled in battle, victorious in 100 campaigns. Sadly, in a war 15 years ago, General Tang was thrown into prison because of a strategic mistake, and the entire family nearly had their heads cut off. At the time, the late emperor was still the crown prince, and he and General Tang had once fought side by side, bound by a life-and-death friendship. The late emperor disregarded everything, knelt in the rain for 3 days and 3 nights to plead with Emperor Taizong, and was even berated to the point of being stripped of his position as crown prince before General Tang was finally spared the death penalty. Though his life was spared, General Tang could no longer remain in court affairs, so the late emperor secretly took the risk of sending the Tang clan away. Before Tang Hu left, he said, "Though I can no longer devote myself to the Ying clan, every generation of the Tang family will remain the Ying clan's household retainers. From this day on, whenever the descendants of the Ying clan summon us, even if it means climbing mountains of blades or plunging into seas of fire, we will not refuse." This cicada jade pendant is that token. Tang Hu was my father. When the Tang clan came to Peach Blossom Village, I was only 3 years old. Tang Yuan continued, "I listened to my father's laments for many years. He often said, "The Tang clan reveres martial valor. We ought to be on the battlefield protecting our families and our country, not hiding away in this poor little village." But until the year before the late emperor passed away, my father never received the late emperor's call to arms. That only deepened his sorrow, and in the end, he followed the late emperor in death. Back in the present, Tang Yuan was still immersed in emotion. Her eyes were wet with tears, yet a radiant smile spread across her face as she said, "Before my father died, he entrusted me with the great aspiration of our entire clan." Princess, seeing the cicada jade is like seeing the late emperor still alive. From now on, the lives of the entire Tang clan belong to you. We are willing to devote the full strength of our whole clan to protect our rightful lord and defend the rivers and mountains of the realm. The heroic atmosphere was abruptly shattered when a warm but provocative male voice came from behind them. "That's only what you, the clan leader, want, isn't it?" The owner of those words, heavy with gunpowder, was none other than Tang Mu. Stepping out from the crowd with a sharp gaze, he continued, "Our Tang clan has hidden our names in Peach Blossom Village for so many years and lived peaceful, stable lives. You want to inherit your father's will, but have you ever asked the people of the clan whether they want to stake their lives on it?" At once, the two men standing behind him quickly chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. "That's right. We've been living perfectly well. Why should we suddenly risk our lives for some stranger we don't even know? Besides, this princess, even though people say her temperament seems to have changed for the better lately, everyone knows she used to be a notorious tyrant." Hearing those insulting words, Tang Yuan spun around furiously and shouted, "Tang Mu, what do you mean by that? If the late emperor hadn't saved us back then, our clan would have died out long ago. And now it's your turn to stand here and speak so ungratefully?" Unshaken, Tang Mu slowly advanced, his face cold as he said, "Yes, the late emperor did indeed show us a kindness as great as rebirth. If it were truly the late emperor himself arriving today, I would have no objections. But Dongjun, a useless princess whose disgraceful reputation has spread throughout the land, what right does she have to lead us?" Hearing that, Jixiang trembled with rage and immediately began gesturing furiously. This bastard dared show such disrespect to the princess. As soon as that thought flashed through him, he flicked his hand, sending 3 sharp needles whistling through the air straight at Tang Mu. But Tang Mu merely tilted his body slightly and effortlessly caught all the hidden weapons. Curling his lip in disdain, he said, "Childish tricks. Looks like if the princess's attendant is useless, then useless is all useless attracts. Is that all you've got?" Standing nearby with his arms folded, Yu Shunshin had been observing the whole time, his eyes narrowing as he silently assessed the situation. Little Jixiang's skills were by no means poor. Though he wasn't a top expert of the martial world, he was more than enough to deal with ordinary people. Yet this Tang Mu had not even moved and still managed to catch the hidden needles Jixiang fired by surprise with complete ease. What now? If Yu Shunshin made a move, he could defeat Tang Mu instantly. But what the princess needed right now was to win over people's hearts so they would submit both in word and in spirit. In the midst of the tension, Princess Qingping finally spoke, slowly breaking the silence. As expected of an outstanding descendant of the Tang clan. As she spoke, she deliberately revealed an admiring expression and stared at Tang Mu. "This young gentleman Tang Mu is quite handsome and strong, isn't he?" Then she suddenly lowered her voice, her gaze turning dark and cold. "In that case, if I can defeat Tang Mu, then no one else will have any objections, correct?" Hearing his mistress make such a bold declaration, Jixiang grew anxious and waved his hands frantically. "Princess, please don't act rashly. Has Her Highness come up with some clever plan?" Hearing the challenge, Tang Mu crossed his arms and replied arrogantly, "Your Highness the Princess needn't force yourself. One look at your bearing tells me you've never practiced martial arts in your life. I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to touch a corner of my robe. If I accidentally injure a precious golden branch like the princess, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility." Princess Chengping immediately let out a cold laugh and provoked him in return. "Use martial arts? No, this princess doesn't need martial arts. I only need one finger to defeat you. Do you dare to wager on it?" His pride stung by those outrageously arrogant words. Tang Mu grew irritated. He drew the sword at his waist in one swift motion and stabbed it into the ground, saying sharply, "Why wouldn't I dare?" "Fine. Within one shurchen, if that finger of yours can touch me, then I will willingly admit defeat." Time passed quickly, and the sky gradually turned to dusk, staining one corner of the courtyard red. Seeing that Princess Qingping was still taking her time, Tang Mu reminded her, "The sun is about to set. Princess, you'd better hurry and choose a suitable weapon. Once it gets dark, visibility will be poor, and for someone like you who doesn't practice martial arts, that will only make things worse." In contrast to everyone's concern, Princess Changping remained cheerful and unconcerned. "Night is even better. The daytime sun is too dazzling. What if it blinds me and I get hurt?" she said. "I don't need those heavy swords and blades. They're so heavy. How could I possibly hold them? Little Tang Yuan will go prepare another kind of weapon for me, one much more formidable." Right then, Tang Yuan came running over laboriously with a basket of pebbles, panting and flustered as she said, "Princess, here's the special weapon you wanted." Looking at the basket full of lifeless stones, the three men, Jixiang, Yu Shunshin, and Chang'an, stared at one another in bewilderment, all asking themselves the same question. What the hell is this? Surely the princess doesn't naively think she can stone a master like Tang Mu to death? Seeing Tang Yuan struggling to bring it over, Princess Changping smiled gently, reached out to pat the girl's head, and said gratefully, "Thank you, little Tang Yuan." Pampered by that affectionate gesture, Tang Yuan closed her eyes in enjoyment, clenched her fists happily, and cheered, "Go, princess! You absolutely have to smack that hateful Tang Mu in the face and teach him a lesson." Princess Changping picked up a stone, lightly tossed it in her hand to test it, then grimaced and complained, "Ugh, these stones were just fished out of the swamp, weren't they? They're all slimy and disgusting." However, her gaze suddenly turned sharp and cold. "But now that the weapon is in my hands, let's begin." The moment she finished speaking, she swung her arm and hurled a stone forcefully at Tang Mu as a signal that the match had begun. Once the contest officially started, Princess Changping continuously flung pebble after pebble at her opponent, all the while shouting in a teasing tone, "Take this." In complete contrast to her noisy enthusiasm, Tang Mu only needed to tilt his body to calmly avoid them all. Seeing her keep throwing stones in utter disorder without the slightest pattern, he frowned and asked, "Are you done throwing stones yet? Does the princess really think this childish game is fun?" Faced with his contempt, Princess Changping remained perfectly calm and replied, "Of course it's fun. If you don't have the patience, then just rush over, capture me, and knock me unconscious. Wouldn't that end everything?" Hearing the taunt, Tang Mu thought to himself, "Fine then, let's end this. No need to waste more time on this madwoman." But just as he was about to charge forward, he abruptly halted, confusion flashing through his mind. Wait, something isn't right. Why is it that no matter which direction I move, I still can't get close to where she's standing? Only then did the bizarre situation gradually become clear. The stones Princess Changping had seemed to throw around randomly and meaninglessly had now, without anyone noticing, formed a Bagua formation around Tang Mu, leaving him completely disoriented and unable to approach his target. Watching from outside, Chang'an rubbed his eyes in disbelief and turned to ask, "My lord, the distance is clearly only a few steps. Why is Tang Mu running around like a headless chicken instead of reaching the princess?" Yu Shun fixed his gaze on the strange scene before him and explained calmly to his subordinate, "It's not that he wants to run in circles. He's being held back, unable to get past those stones and reach the princess. Those stones that seem to have been thrown at random are actually a profound formation the princess secretly laid out." Yu Shunshin analyzed it more deeply in his heart. The princess had deliberately chosen stones taken from a filthy swamp. Tang Mu was a clean freak by nature and looked down on the princess, so subconsciously he would avoid those stones when charging forward. After that, even if he realized the stones formed a formation, a proud and arrogant man like him would absolutely never choose to retreat if he wanted to truly defeat the princess and accept the result wholeheartedly. Because if he could not break this formation, that would prove he had already lost to the princess in intellect. To see through the human heart and fully grasp every scheme, only the princess could accomplish such a heaven-shaking feat at the same time, Tang Yuan, standing beside him, was already staring at Princess Changping with sparkling eyes full of admiration. She rejoiced inwardly. Oh heavens, is this the legendary Qimen Duanjia formation? The princess actually knows this Law Supreme art too. No wonder she's the one Tang Yuan chose. Back inside the formation, Tang Mu had apparently realized that he was trapped in the bizarre array created by Princess Changping. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he thought anxiously, damn it, is there really no way out? Seeing him flustered and losing his composure, Princess Changping smiled in triumph and said, looks like you can't break my formation on your own. In that case, let me help you. As she spoke, she moved lightly through the stones, swiftly reaching Tang Mu before he could even react. Princess Changping's slender finger gently touched his forehead, and she declared clearly, I win. Caught completely off guard, Tang Mu could only stammer you, but before he could finish, Princess Changping seemed to have reached her limit. Her face pale, she forced out, winning this match really was a little tiring. Sorry, everyone. As soon as she finished speaking, she slowly collapsed and fainted. Seeing this, Ji Xiang, Yu Shunshan, and Chang'an all rushed forward in alarm and shouted in unison. Princess! Night fell. Beside the sickbed, Ji Xiang remained by her side, taking care of her with a face full of reproach. He gestured anxiously again and again. I already said the princess hasn't fully recovered yet. With such a weak body, you mustn't rush out into the wind. But the princess insisted on not listening. Look, now the poison in your body has flared up again. Just then, Tang Yuan hurried in with an older woman who had an imposing appearance. Flustered, she said, Granny Xue is here. Granny Xue is the best physician in our Tang clan. Hurry and move aside so Granny Xue can take the princess's pulse. Princess Changping drowsily woke and saw the unfamiliar old woman examining her. She weakly reassured her, there's no need, Granny. No physician in the entire Great Shang dynasty can cure my illness. I just need to rest for a bit and I'll be fine. Hearing this, the old woman known as Granny Xue finally explained sternly, of course, those quacks couldn't treat this strange affliction, because this fundamentally isn't an illness at all, nor is it ordinary poison. It is a cruel goo poison, one that has no antidote in this world. Let me tell you this, princess, an evil person has planted a goo into your very marrow. As long as the mother worm remains alive, you can forget about ever being rid of this poison in your lifetime. At these words, both Ji Xiang and Yu Shunshan could not hide their utter shock and exclaimed together, Goo poison? Ji Xiang hurried to Princess Changping's side, his hands moving rapidly in sign. I always thought what you had was ordinary poison, but it isn't poison at all? No wonder no one has been able to cure it all these years. Hearing this, Princess Changping clutched her chest and struggled to sit up, asking with difficulty, Goo poison, what does that mean? Only then did Granny Xue lower her voice and explain everything in detail. The root of this goo poison was never in your body, princess. It was brought to you through your mother while she was pregnant with you, wasn't it? The one who cast this goo was truly vicious. I'm afraid he bore some deep grudge against your mother. He not only wanted to slowly devour the person afflicted, but also wanted to cut off her descendants entirely. Normally, a person struck by such a tyrannical goo poison would never be able to give birth to a living child. Most likely, your mother chose to draw the poison into her own lungs and organs to protect her flesh and blood. That is why you barely managed to survive until now. Granny Xue suddenly paused, then asked a sorrowful question. Your mother did not live to see your 5th birthday, did she? Princess Changping's gaze dimmed, and she answered softly, that's right. The Empress Mother passed away just after I turned 5. Unable to suppress his fury any longer, Yu Shunshan spoke up. Then if we can find out who planted the goo poison on the late Empress and destroy the mother worm in that person's possession, the princess's poison will be completely cured, correct? Granny Xue slowly took a bottle of medicine from her robes, placed it on the table, and said, that's right. If you can't find it, then even with this old woman's abilities, I can at most help the little princess hold on for no more than 3 more years. Yu Shunshan clenched his hands tightly after hearing that, gritting his teeth in silence. 3 years. Only a mere 3 years? Jixiang beside him could not hide his fury either. He gestured agitatedly. What happened back then was hidden so well. Even the late emperor couldn't uncover any clues. Who on earth was cruel enough to harm the late empress like that? And now more than 10 years have already passed. How could it be easy to uncover the real mastermind behind all? Seeing this, Princess Chengping reached out, gently patted Jixiang on the head, and smiled to reassure him. It's all right. A net spread for so many years. Once we kill all the fish caught in it, the big fish will naturally lose patience and jump out on its own. For the death of my mother and the pain carved in my bones, I will definitely make that person repay it 100,000 times over. Tang Yuan was so moved that she immediately knelt down, tears filling her eyes as she declared firmly, Princess, our Tang clan is willing to follow you with one heart. No matter what the future brings, I, Tang Yuan, will definitely use my life to protect you. Inwardly, Tang Yuan was filled with admiration. The princess had endured such agony in a poisoned body, yet she had still persevered so tenaciously until today. Princess Changping gently helped her up and said, Tang Yuan, from now on you are to follow me as my personal maid. As for the rest of the Tang family troops, divide them into small groups and have them secretly enter the capital. Once they arrive, I will have Baozhu make arrangements for all of you to be properly settled. At that moment, the image of Princess Chengping's poor accountant surfaced in her mind, already screaming. Dear heavens, the princess residence has only just made a little money, and now it's about to burn through it all again? Can I quit? Tang Yuan replied respectfully. This servant will obey all of your highness's orders. After settling everything, Princess Chengping called out through the window, where Tang Mu's figure stood in silent thought. So then, young Master Tang Mu has already been defeated by me and the others who opposed him. Do you still have any objections now? Tang Mu answered radili, abetisabet. No one in the Tang family has ever gone back on their word. With that, the figure quietly departed. Seeing that things had more or less been settled, Princess Chengping finally felt a little of the weight lifted from her heart. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. As soon as Steward Zhou learned of the matter, he burst into tears and ran to Princess Chengping to complain. 10,000 people. The entire Tang clan has 10,000 mouths to feed, and they're all full-grown men with monstrous appetites. Princess, how am I supposed to keep that many people alive? The princess residence only has this tiny bit of money left. Inside, he was already wailing in despair. The money squeezed out of the Yao family had all been poured into expanding the shops, and it was still too early to see any profits. The land tax wouldn't come in for several more months. How could it possibly keep up with the princess's rate of spending money like water? Princess Chengping calmly glanced at Tang Yuan, who was eating heartily beside her, and said softly, How should I know? Aren't you the steward? The finances of the princess residence are entirely under your management. I'm only responsible for spending it. The man said helplessly, What your highness says is true. As the steward of the princess residence, in theory, all the assets and lands under your highness's name are under my administration. But the problem is, before your highness fell into a coma, all the silver in the residence was tightly controlled by the Grand Empress Dowager's people. I can't exactly march into the palace and demand it back from her. Seeing this, Princess Chengping comforted him. All right, Steward Zhou, don't be so troubled. In a few days, I'll personally go to grandmother and ask for money. This time, I'll definitely be able to get back quite a bit. You just need to find a way to hold things together for me for these next few days. Hearing this, the steward sighed, but he could only accept it. Yes, this servant will continue balancing the accounts. A trace of sympathy also stirred in his heart. The princess really hadn't had it easy. Others had only seen her arrogance and tyranny in the past, but who would have known that all her money had been kept in the Grand Empress Dowager's hands? Just as the steward turned to leave, Princess Chengping suddenly called after him. By the way, Steward Zhou, you've worked hard all these years in the princess residence. Thank you for continuing to support this place while I lay unconscious all these years. Hearing such heartfelt words, the steward was deeply moved. Wiping away his tearful eyes, he said firmly, Your Highness's words have awakened this servant. It was all this servant's duty to begin with. This servant will go at once and continue working himself to death for your highness. Standing beside them, Jixiang curled his lip as if exposing the truth. The princess had said that on purpose, because she wanted Steward Joe to work his life away for her, didn't she? Princess Chungping smiled and admitted it without shame. When has my steward ever had such a good temper? If I praise him a little, naturally he'll be all the more willing to give his life for me. But then Princess Chungping lowered her voice and said sincerely, "Still, the people father chose for me truly are loyal beyond compare. Steward Joe is simple and honest. I lay unconscious for 10 years, and after he was transferred here to serve as steward, he worked diligently all the while, never slacking for a single day. By then Tang Yuan had already wiped out all the food. She wiped her mouth and said, "Princess, I've observed carefully. The others in this residence are all fairly loyal. Zhou Yin and Lu Xinyang are both very capable. Except for that Huang Mian. She sneaks around all day like some ghost creeping in the dark. And I don't know what she's trying to eavesdrop on. Besides, one look is enough to tell she's an expert at hiding her martial arts." With killing intent all over her face, Tang Yuan continued, "How about I help your highness kill her? I guarantee no one will know. I'm really strong." Princess Qingping did not panic in the least. She merely waved a hand lightly and said, "It's fine. Just make sure she doesn't get close enough to overhear what she shouldn't. If she dies now, it will only make grandmother suspicious and wary instead." After saying that, she stood up, stretched lazily, and her eyes lit up with calculation. "Gulme, since Steward Zhou has cried so pitifully, it's about time I went into the palace and brought back some sweet fruit for him." In the imposing Shoshin Palace, Princess Changping entered with a well-behaved and respectful manner and greeted, "Greetings, grandmother." Seeing her beloved granddaughter, the Grand Empress Dowager happily motioned for her to sit and said with a smile, "Qingping, you're here. Sit down." As it happens, grandmother was just about to ask how the chrysanthemum appreciation banquet went. The moment she sat down, Princess Changping put on her usual infatuated expression, her eyes shining as she said, "It went quite smoothly. There were far too many handsome young men." This princess was dazzled. Why choose just one prince consort? Why not simply take them all into my residence? Hearing that teasing tone, the Grand Empress Dowager gave a mild, stern warning. Chungping, after letting out a sigh, the Grand Empress Dowager finally got straight to the point and asked wearily, "Tell grandmother the truth. The reason you keep dragging this out and refusing to decide, does it have something to do with that fool Yushenshin? Grandmother heard that recently you generously gave him the stone scriptures excavated from the estate in the outer suburbs, so that he and the scholars of the capital could discuss the classics and debate doctrine there." Seeing her suspicion, Princess Changping hurriedly soothed her. "What is there to make of that? Those old dusty writings are useless to me anyway. If Yulang wanted them, then I gave them to him. If it makes Yulang happy, I also get a bit of a good reputation out of it. Isn't that wonderful? At least then I won't be like before, getting cursed out the moment I step outside like a rat everyone wants to be. Besides, I no longer have father to back me up, so I can't act as tyrannically as before." Hearing her granddaughter's explanation, the Grand Empress Dowager let out a light snort. It's best if you know how to restrain yourself. Inwardly, she calculated that it was no wonder Chengping no longer acted as she had before. After all, times were different now. Seizing the moment, Princess Changping grabbed the Grand Empress Dowager's hand, her eyes gleaming as she asked loudly, "Speaking of which, grandmother, have you prepared your granddaughter's dowry yet?" Seeing the older woman momentarily stunned, she pressed on, "Could it be that grandmother has never thought about preparing a dowry for me? Surely grandmother hasn't forgotten that you once promised this granddaughter 1,000,000 taels." Hearing such an enormous figure, the Grand Empress Dowager blurted out in surprise, "What 1,000,000 taels? When did I ever promise you 1,000,000? Her attitude changing instantly, Princess Changping jumped to her feet and said, "Does grandmother truly not remember, or are you trying to deny the debt? 10 years ago, all the money and lands under my name were handed over to grandmother. Grandmother said that when I married, you would return it to me doubled." Once reminded, the Grand Empress Dowager thought it over. It did seem there had been such a matter. At the time, the Yang family had run into difficulties, and she had taken all of Chengping's money, casually promising to return it doubled. Yet the girl still remembered it so clearly. Taking advantage of that, Princess Changping continued calculating. At the time, the properties I handed over to grandmother were worth at least 100,000 taels, yes? During these 10 years that I was unconscious, all the tax silver collected under my name was also managed by grandmother. Add to that the 100,000 taels borrowed from the National Treasury, and altogether, it's already several 100,000 taels. So asking grandmother for 1 million taels isn't excessive, is it? It's only a bit of added interest. Feeling somewhat in the wrong, the Grand Empress Dowager irritably asked back, "Even if that's so, what do you need so much money for?" Princess Chengping puffed out her cheeks and said in grievance, "If I'm to be married off, then first I need to restore the face of the princess residence, don't I? Mama Hua has been to my residence. She saw it herself. So many courtyards are deserted and left empty. Even a minor princess like Ningxiang has 20 guards. Yet I, a dignified eldest princess, have only one steward in my residence. Where is the dignity of the imperial house in that? According to the regulations, isn't it time to fully staff the princess residence?" She continued her emotional assault, her eyes glistening. "All I want is the dignity that an eldest princess ought to have. Besides, I'm doing this for grandmother's prestige too. In the great Shang dynasty, who doesn't know I'm the granddaughter you dote on most? If I marry off in abject poverty, what will people think of you? Of course, they won't doubt your love for your granddaughter. They'll only think, has the Grand Empress Dowager become this poor?" Hearing how pleasingly it was put, the Grand Empress Dowager began to reconsider. Chengping did have a point. She was currently negotiating with the great clans, and if Chengping, an eldest princess, did not even have the slightest face, others would think the Grand Empress Dowager truly no longer valued her. That would put the negotiations at a disadvantage. She spoke in a low voice. "Even if you hadn't mentioned it, grandmother would not have let you go without what you should have. But grandmother does not currently have 1 million taels here. I could give you 50,000 first." The amount being far too little, Princess Chengping immediately put on a sulky face and turned to leave. She said angrily, "What can 50,000 do? The money I lent grandmother back then was far more than that. Fine then, I don't need a prince consort anymore. There are countless beautiful young men in this world. As long as they're warm and can warm my bed, that'll do." Afraid she would ruin the larger plan, the Grand Empress Dowager hurriedly said, "Come back. 100,000 taels, all right? In the future, all the properties on your fief will also be returned to your own management. You wretched girl, if you don't get your way, you turn your face at once. If I had the money, would I refuse to give it to you? Are you trying to anger me to death?" Having achieved her goal, Princess Chengping immediately ran back and coaxed her sweetly. "All right, your granddaughter loves grandmother and doesn't want to make things hard for you. Then 100,000 will do." Watching her granddaughter's departing figure, the Grand Empress Dowager could not help but sigh. Ever since Chengping woke up, why had troublesome matters only seemed to multiply? Elsewhere, Empress Dowager Xiao was sitting before a mirror while someone combed her hair. With a thoughtful gaze, she said, "You Taifu went to Chengping's book lodge again today?" The maidservant standing behind her replied softly, "Yes, but your majesty need not worry. It said that Princess Chengping rarely goes to the suburban book lodge. Most likely Lord Yu doesn't want her there either." The maid continued respectfully, "Some time ago, didn't Lord Yu even help your majesty put pressure on the Li family? It's clear Lord Yu's heart still leans toward your majesty. Lord Yu and those common-born scholars are merely seeking a place to discuss the classics and debate doctrine. Everyone knows that Lord Yu has always liked helping poor scholars." Hearing this, Empress Dowager Xiao still did not feel reassured. In a gloomy tone, she said, "Is that so? But Ijia keeps feeling that something is wrong. These days, the contact between those two has become far too frequent." Unease churned within her as she thought, "Even though he helps me so much, I still feel that his heart is not with me." After a moment, Empress Dowager Xiao turned and ordered the maidservant, "Go deliver my command. Tell Yu Taifu to come to the palace. Say that I have something to discuss with him." After receiving the summons, Yu Shunshin appeared before Empress Dowager Xiao and bowed respectfully. "This minister greets your majesty, Empress Dowager." Empress Dowager Xiao looked at the man of her dreams and replied calmly, "There are no outsiders here, so there is no need for such formality. I invited you Taifu here this time because there is an important matter I wish to discuss with you." Then she decisively announced, "Ijia has already decided. I want to expand the Imperial Guard. In addition to the 3 branches, the Shunwei, Jinjia, and Fiki, I plan to establish another branch, the Heavenly Eagle Guard. Hearing such shocking news, Yu Shunshin said coolly in protest. According to precedent, after a new emperor ascends the throne, reorganizing the Imperial Guard is a common matter. But right now, the four great families have just suffered a blow. The Fiki Guard is connected to them. If your majesty acts this way, I fear it will provoke their dissatisfaction. Empress Dowager Xiao immediately changed her expression and put on a pitiful look. To protect his majesty, Aijia has no other choice. Yu Lang, I need your help. Empress Dowager Xiao continued explaining the tangled situation at hand. Of the three branches of the Imperial Guard, the Shunwei army obeys Lu Guang. This palace cannot insert even half a hand into it, though the Jinjia Guard is loyal at present and was cultivated by you single-handedly in your capacity as acting Chief Justice of the Court of Judicial Review. They're usually stationed outside the palace and are responsible for patrols in the capital. They're too far from the palace. As for the Fiki Guard, they're all sons of the great clans and obey Gu Fengqi. Just like an only family matter before, the Gu family has its hands in far too many court affairs. When they act, it is inevitable they want things to go their own way. Yu Shunshan pondered for a moment, then replied calmly, "So your majesty wants a force entirely under your own control. Only then can you avoid being constrained by others." Hearing this, Empress Dowager Xiao adopted a pitiful expression and sighed, "Exactly. But as Yu Taifu said, the four great families may not support this matter." Yu Shunshan maintained the same distant attitude and replied coolly, "Even so, your majesty can draw some ordinary soldiers out of the Jinjia Guard and the Fiki Guard, then select another group from among the descendants of officials of 7th rank and above. That way, the four great families may be temporarily reassured, and it will show that your majesty does not intend to eliminate them at once. As for ordinary soldiers of low rank, they may not necessarily be under the control of the Li family, and their backgrounds are relatively clean. Once the Heavenly Eagle Guard is established, all high-ranking officers can be appointed personally by your majesty. Set strict military discipline, and the ordinary soldiers below need only obey orders." A glimmer of hope flashed in Empress Dowager Zhao's eyes. She reached out as if to take Yu Shunshin's hand and said, "A brilliant plan. This way, things can remain steady and unshaken." But Yu Shunshin quickly avoided her. A flicker of astonishment appeared on Empress Dowager Zhao's face when she saw how openly distant he was being. Her heart aching, she still forced a smile and continued, "Thank you for relieving Aijia's worries. In the future, will you still be willing to offer me counsel as you did today?" In response to that expectation, Yu Shunshin still answered coldly and respectfully, "This minister has never offered counsel for your majesty. In the future as well, this minister will only fulfill the duty of a subject. If your majesty has no other business, then this minister requests leave to withdraw." Seeing his retreating back as he hurried away, Empress Dowager Xiao could not restrain herself and called out, "Yu Lang." Yu Shunshin stopped at the sound, turned back, and asked coldly, "Does your majesty have any further instructions?" Empress Dowager Xiao, sounding anxious as she probed, asked, "Aijia has heard that recently you and Qingping are often together. Is it because she keeps clinging to you and won't let go? If you find it troublesome, I can." Before she could finish, Yu Shunshin answered with an icy face, "Your majesty misunderstands. The princess is not clinging to me and refusing to let go. It is this minister who is willing to be entangled with the princess." That sentence struck Empress Dowager Xiao like a bolt from the blue, leaving her stunned. With that, Yu Shunshin left, leaving Empress Dowager Xiao rooted to the spot in a daze, her whole body already trembling. In a frightened voice, she murmured, "Impossible." Her emotions erupted. At this point, Empress Dowager Xiao was already in tears as she screamed, "No! Why is it always Princess Chengping's residence?" At the princess residence, Princess Chengping praised happily. Yulang's plan truly is excellent. On the surface, it relieves Empress Dowager Zhao's worries, but in truth it brings her an even greater disaster. No matter how she handles it, if she establishes a new imperial guard, it is bound to make the four great families suspicious and dissatisfied. But since Empress Dowager Xiao has already decided to establish the Heavenly Eagle Guard, Thinking of this, she suddenly called out loudly, "You 13th Lang?" Steward Zhou, hearing her call, the two poked their heads out and asked, "Princess, did you call for us?" Princess Changping happily asked, "If I tell him to go take part in the Heavenly Eagle Guard selection, do you think he can get in?" Yu Shunshen, standing beside her, also analyzed the matter. It will be somewhat difficult, even if the Heavenly Eagle Guard broadens its requirements. Apart from those drawn from the Jinjia and Fiki Guards, the rest of the new recruits must still be descendants of officials of 7th rank or above. Moreover, the Heavenly Eagle Guard also has appearance requirements. Completely unfazed, Princess Qingping immediately added, "Status is not a problem. I'll have the Yao family help, so you Bufon can apply under the identity of a descendant of the Yao family." As for appearance, she then began laying out her detailed makeover plan. Steward Zhou, go to the Chongting Pavilion and have several sets of clothes made for him. Dress him up properly. Starting today, have him with the kind of clothes noble sons wear when practicing martial arts. He must not lose in bearing. Also, go to Huaron Pavilion and have them prepare some useful ointments for him. All the powders and fragrances must be the most expensive kind. Soften that rough skin of his for me. Hearing this, Steward Zhou agreed at once with enthusiasm. "Yes, Princess. Rest assured." Inside, he thought happily, "The princess residence has money now. What do I have to fear?" In contrast to that excitement, 13th Lang raised a hand in objection. "Princess, how about I stay in the residence and guard the gate for you instead?" But his protest was useless. Steward Zhou immediately dragged 13th Lang outside, despite his tearful reluctance. Once the room had gone quiet again, Princess Changping said seriously, "The Heavenly Eagle Guard selection should be held next year. The spring examinations are also about to begin. It seems the time for heaven and earth to be turned upside down is almost here." Looking at the girl before him, Yu Shunshan replied with a faint smile, "The change your highness has long hoped for will surely come." Inwardly, he thought with anticipation, "So, Princess, you must wait for me." Winter passed, and spring came. In the second year spring examinations, Yin Bujing unexpectedly took first place as Zhuang Yuan. One after another, the other scholars from Princess Chungping's book lodge also made the golden list and entered officialdom. Not long after the state examinations ended, the royal family's triennial spring hunt was held. The imperial clan and the high ministers, leading the three branches of the imperial guard, the Fiki, Jinjia, and Shenwei, set out for Chiu Mountain to hold a 5-day hunt. At that moment, Empress Dowager Xiao lifted the carriage curtain and looked out. Her eyes were icy, filled with hatred, as she thought to herself, "Yu Shunshen, Ying Dongjun." The more she thought about it, the darker her expression became, and she fumed inwardly. Why did I only realize it now? How ridiculous. I've been their joke all along. Those two have been colluding behind my back. Sitting beside her, the young emperor saw how upset his imperial mother was, and looked outside, secretly making up his mind. Imperial sister has upset Mother Empress again. I have to find a chance to teach her a lesson. By evening, the Imperial hunting party began setting up camp at the grounds outside the city. And when the moon had risen high and darkness had spread across the sky, Empress Dowager Xiao was walking alone by the riverbank, thinking to herself, "How long has it been since I last left the Deep Palace? I cared so deeply for Yu Shunshin for so many years, yet he could be so heartless. It's all because of Ying Dongjun. Back then, that Shun woman stole the affection that should have been mine. And now her daughter wants to steal the only remaining hope in my life as well." Jealousy flared up. Thinking of this, Empress Dowager Xiao trembled with rage and cried out, "Why? Why should she?" Elsewhere, Nanding was strolling through the dark forest, looking bored as he thought, "I've more or less finished the task young Master Fan gave me. Since we're out on this hunting trip, I should find the princess and report the information I've gathered recently." Before his thoughts could finish, he heard Empress Dowager Xiao in the distance still shouting, "Why should she?" Startled by the sudden cry, Nanding let out an "huh." The strange sound startled her as well. Empress Dowager Xiao, still in tears, whipped around to glare. The moment she realized someone was behind her, she covered her face and hurried away. Panicking inwardly, she thought, "This is bad. I didn't expect there to still be a man out here this late." Seeing her running toward danger, Nanding called out from behind, "Wait, miss. There's a trap there." But before Empress Dowager Xiao could hear him, she stepped right into the trap and fell. Seeing this, Nanding rushed over and caught her, and the two of them fell in together. In that moment of panic, he tried to use his own body to cushion Empress Dowager Zhao's fall. The impact made her sit up with a cry. That hurts, having served as a human cushion for a beauty. Nanding also cried out at the same time, I'm hurting too, miss. Could you get up? Hearing that, Empress Dowager Zhao finally realized she was sitting on top of him and blushed in embarrassment. She hurriedly stood up and asked, Hey, are you all right? Brushing the dirt off himself, Nanding said, Luckily this trap wasn't set very deep. Otherwise, if we'd fallen in, both of us would have lost half our lives. Why did you come running out here in the middle of the night? Didn't you know the Fan family and a few of the princesses set traps here to hunt beasts? Seeing that he hadn't recognized who she was, Empress Dowager Zhao felt secretly relieved, so my disguise worked. This man thinks I'm just an ordinary maidservant. Good. If anyone found out that the dignified Empress Dowager, was out here with a man, my reputation would be ruined. Steadying herself, she replied, I didn't know. I never asked about such things. Hearing her naive answer, Nanding spoke while struggling to stand. How can you not know anything? Never mind. It's good that you're fine. Hurry and get up. Inwardly, he wondered. This young lady is rather strange. She says she's a maid, but she doesn't know anything. But before he could stay upright for long, the man had already collapsed again. Seeing how pale he had gone from pain, Empress Dowager Zhao hurriedly asked, What's wrong with you? Nanning bent down to check his leg, then frowned and said, I probably twisted my ankle. Miss, can you climb out on your own? My leg is injured, and my right hand was injured before too, so I can't use any strength with it. I'm afraid I won't be able to pull you up like this. Looking at the steep dirt wall in front of her, Empress Dowager Zhao replied anxiously, I'm afraid not. I've never climbed a slope like this before. But another concern rose in her heart. If I call the guards over, I can get out easily enough, but then my reputation will be finished. While she was still thinking, Empress Dowager Zhao saw Nanding fiddling with something and asked, What are you doing? Tearing strips from his clothes to prepare a bandage, Nanding quickly replied, Tearing off some cloth. If I use cloth and a branch to secure the leg, I might still be able to force myself up, but my right hand really can't use any strength. Watching him struggle, Empress Dowager Zhao hesitated for a moment, then held out her handkerchief and said, Will this handkerchief do? He took the soft item, blushing slightly, and replied, Thank you. Holding the handkerchief in his hand, Nanding thought to himself, A handkerchief is a woman's personal item. She can't just give it away to anyone. But cutting off the thought, he gritted his teeth and began binding the wound. Inwardly, he cursed the situation. My right hand can't use strength, and now my left hand is hurt too. What a mess. Unable to bear, just watching, Empress Dowager Zhao saw how much Nanding was struggling and stepped forward. Let me do it. Flushing awkwardly, he replied, Then I'll trouble you, miss. As Empress Dowager Zhao carefully worked on the bandage, she said somewhat embarrassed as well, No, I should be thanking you. We only met by chance. If you hadn't tried to save me, you wouldn't have been injured. Nanding looked at her intently and quickly replied, It's nothing. I couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. Back when I was in despair, someone once saved me too. Between people, isn't that only natural? Moved by his sincerity, Empress Dowager Zhao lifted her face, about to continue, only to see that he was reaching a hand toward her. Mistakenly thinking he was teasing her, she hurriedly scooted back and said shyly, How dare you? What are you doing? Seeing her alarm, Nanding quickly explained, Sorry, I was being rude. I was only trying to pick the leaf out of your hair. A lady is beautiful, as you shouldn't have leaves in her hair. It doesn't suit you. Far too embarrassed by his honeyed compliment, Empress Dowager Zhao immediately stood up, her face flushed red, and exclaimed, What do you mean, as beautiful as a nation? How can you speak so frivolously? Fine, the bandaging is done. See for yourself whether you can stand now. Only then did Nanding force himself to his feet, still saying, Miss, you truly are a beauty who puts flowers to shame and the moon to blush. Why hide it? But if you don't like hearing it, then I won't say it anymore. Then he turned and said, I'll climb up first, and then I'll think of a way to pull you up after. After much clumsy effort, the two of them finally managed to get out of the pit. Both let out sighs of relief. They had finally made it out. Seeing that it was over and that she needed to return at once, Empress Dowager Zhao quickly left, not forgetting to say, Thank you for today, young master. But I must trouble you not to speak of meeting me. Standing behind her, Nanding asked in confusion, Then how am I supposed to return this handkerchief to you? Empress Dowager Zhao turned around, her gaze cold and calm, and replied, "No need. Burn it." Inwardly she thought, "We're never going to see each other again anyway." Watching her figure gradually disappear into the night, he called after her silently, with a trace of regret in his heart. "Miss." Nanding watched Empress Dowager Zhao's retreating back as she left without hesitation and thought with some regret, "We won't meet again?" Well, that makes sense. This young lady's gentleness today was only temporary. I'm just a servant. Back then, at Shuyue Tower, no one had ever treated me kindly. Later, when Ningxiang abused me, I saw even less of the light of day. As he thought, he remembered that painful time in his past and felt aggrieved. Lately, I've been doing odd jobs at Mingda Academy. Most of those young masters from noble families are at least educated and reasonable, and they don't make things hard for me. But a servant is still a servant. For someone like me, having food to eat and not being bullied is enough to be satisfied with in this life. And now, I even have the princess protecting me. I'd better stop overthinking and hurry to find the princess. Back at Princess Qingping's camp, the atmosphere was lively. Ji Xiang was playing tic-tac-toe with Chang'an, and while making his move, he looked at him disdainfully and signed, "An idiot like you wants to beat me?" Just then, Nanding lifted the tent flap and entered, respectfully reporting, "Greetings, eldest princess." Recently, on the Mingda Academy side. Before he could finish, Chengping, sharp-eyed as ever, noticed his injuries and stepped forward to ask, "Why are you in such a sorry state?" "You're hurt." Nanding hurriedly concealed his pain and quickly replied, "I ran into a bit of trouble on the way." "It's nothing." Seeing the princess's concern, he felt a flicker of joy and thought. The princess didn't say anything, but the first thing she noticed was my injury. But Chengping's sharp gaze suddenly stopped on something unusual. She immediately pointed at his bandage and ordered, "Where did you get this handkerchief? Take it off and let me see." Not daring to disobey, Nanding bent down to remove it while explaining, "When I got hurt, a young lady gave it to me to use as a bandage. Princess, I promised her I wouldn't tell anyone about meeting her." Though he had promised to keep it secret, he thought firmly to himself, "The princess is my benefactor and my master. I can't deceive her." Holding the evidence in her hand, Qingping glanced over it and thought, as expected. The handkerchief carries the faint scent of Hengwu incense, and the material is Jiaojin silk, something only the palace possesses. Her eyes deepened. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "What did that woman look like? And what did you and she do?" Hearing this, Nanding immediately answered, "She was wearing an ordinary long robe, but she was extremely beautiful. She accidentally slipped and fell into a hunting trap, and I saved her. Afterward, I tried to return the handkerchief to her, but she said there was no need. She said we would never meet again." Seeing the princess grow pensive, he worried inwardly. The princess's expression suddenly changed. The atmosphere abruptly grew heavy. Then Chengping suddenly called out, "Nanding." Startled, he immediately answered, "Yes, this servant is here." Chengping slowly explained, "The person you met was no young lady at all, but the current Empress Dowager, Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying has always stood high above everyone else, cold and harsh in the way she treats others. Perhaps because you save her, she treated you differently. Or perhaps I'm simply being overly suspicious." Those words left Nanding too stunned to speak, and Qingping continued, "But I have never let slip any opportunity that might be seized. What I'm about to say to you next is not an order, nor is it a request. Whether you do it or not, and whether it succeeds or not, will depend entirely on your own heart." Outside the tent, the board game still hadn't been decided. Ji Xiang and Chang'an kept playing tic-tac-toe, muttering as they went. Ji Xiang signed, "Damn it, I won." Early the next morning, under clear skies, Chengping was strolling through the forest with Ji Xiang and said, "An imperial hunting meet is already an imperial hunting meet. Why does this Xiaoing still have to hold some banquet on top of it? How troublesome." Walking beside her, Ji Xiang gestured in agreement. "Exactly. Why don't we just pretend to be sick and not go?" Before the conversation could continue, a scream suddenly rang out. "Help! Help!" Qingping looked up in shock and saw a maid being attacked by a hawk. Seeing her, the maid cried loudly for help. "Your Highness, save me!" In the chaos, the maid suddenly stumbled toward Qingping. But thanks to her quick reflexes, Qingping narrowly dodged in time. Refusing to give up, The maid lunged at her again and shouted, "Princess, save me!" Ji Xiang, anxious to protect his mistress, immediately rushed forward and signed, "How dare you?" But the maid's true intention was already clear. The moment she spotted the jade pouch hanging from Chengping's waist, she snatched it. Feeling her belt suddenly grow light, Chengping was startled inwardly. "It's the pouch holding my cicada jade." At once, the maid threw the jade pouch into the air. In the urgent moment, Chengping immediately said sharply, "Their target is the cicada jade." Seeing the foreign object tossed upward, the bird swooped down, seized it in its beak, and shot away. Chengping did not panic in the slightest and loudly ordered, "Tang Mu, stop that hawk." Tang Mu, who had already been hiding in a tree with his bow drawn, released the string without hesitation. An arrow ripped through the air and struck the bird squarely in the wing, sending it spinning before it crashed to the ground. At the same time, below, Ji Xiang drove a kick straight into the maid's stomach and signed, "Get lost." The maid was sent flying by the heavy blow. Ji Xiang quickly stepped forward to check her breathing, then signed, "She stopped breathing." Then he pried open the maid's mouth to inspect it and turned to sign to Chengping, "Princess, she had poison hidden under her tongue." At the crucial moment, she bit it and killed herself. She was a dead soldier. Carrying the hawk upside down, Tang Mu walked over and asked in a puzzled tone, "They sent a dead soldier just to snatch the cicada jade? Could it be someone has learned about the Tang clan?" Chengping calmly took back the jade pouch and said, "No, the matter of the cicada jade is known only to Imperial Father and me. Most likely Xiao Ying is suspicious and wary of me and wanted to take back the jade she bestowed on me, while incidentally finding some pretext to punish me. Her mind only works this far. What a disappointment." Holding up the half-dead hawk, Tang Mu asked, "Then shall I kill this hawk?" Chengping gave a meaningful smile and replied, "No need. Release it later. Since Xiao Ying spent so much effort trying to get the cicada jade back, then we may as well give it to her." But then she narrowed her eyes and continued in a sinister tone, "Though, of course, we should still add a little return gift." By the time of the grand banquet, Yang Guowei sat beside the Grand Empress Dowager and greeted her respectfully. "Elder sister, have you been well?" Elsewhere, Nanding also stepped forward to pour tea for his father-in-law and said respectfully, "Father-in-law, please have some tea." Another person raised a cup and invited, "Lord Yu, please." Yu Shunshin courteously raised his cup in response. Just then, Princess Chengping arrived with Ji Xiang standing guard beside her and began her greeting. "Chengping has arrived late. I beg the Grand Empress Dowager and Her Majesty the Empress Dowager to forgive me." After that, Chengping stepped forward to greet her relatives. "Imperial Uncle, it has been a long time." Chengping pays her respects. Hearing that, Guowei waved a hand dismissively and said to her, "Chengping has grown up. There's no need to stand on such ceremony." Seated beside him, Deputy Director Shuang let out a mocking laugh and sneered, "The eldest princess is becoming more and more unruly. Never mind us old men, but how could your highness keep the Empress Dowager, your grandmother, and your imperial uncle waiting so long?" Standing nearby, Nanding glared at him furiously and thought irritably, "What a big-mouthed old man." At that moment, Chengping put on a pitiful expression, her eyes brimming with tears, and choked out, "Don't even mention it. On the way here, I ran into a female thief who stole the cicada jade His Majesty bestowed upon me." The entire room instantly cried out in shock. "What?" Hearing this, Yu Shunshin analyzed inwardly. A female thief? But Tang Mu and little Ji Xiang were both by her side, so the princess should be unharmed. The Grand Empress Dowager immediately asked in concern, "A female thief? Were you injured?" In contrast to everyone else, the young emperor sprang to his feet, unable to hide his delight, and said, "The cicada jade is gone?" The young emperor pointed at Chengping and said smugly, "You're finished. That cicada jade wasn't just an authentic treasure I bestowed on you. It was also something Emperor Taizong treasured. Such disrespect and unfilial conduct. I'm sentencing you to kneel overnight in the Fengxian Hall." Chengping immediately put on a wronged look and pleaded, "I didn't lose the cicada jade on purpose. What crime have I committed?" The young emperor remained cold and indifferent. "I don't care." At that moment, Yu Shunshin rose to smooth things over and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, For a thief to infiltrate the imperial hunting grounds shows there are still gaps in security. For the safety of your majesty, Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, and the Grand Empress Dowager, defenses should be strengthened. Hearing this, the young emperor nodded in praise. As expected of Grand Tutor Yu, truly thoughtful. But Empress Dowager Xiao, seated at the place of honor, suddenly cut in. Grand Tutor, there is no need to change the subject for the eldest princess. In a low voice and with a sinister smile, she said, "It is a fact that the eldest princess lost the cicada jade. She must be punished." Faced with that threat, Chengping showed not the slightest trace of fear and kept her calm smile. "If your majesty the Empress Dowager insists on punishing me, how about Chengping first punishes herself with a cup of wine?" As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly snatched the wine cup that a maid had been about to present to Empress Dowager Xiao. Seeing such insolence, Empress Dowager Xiao could no longer contain her fury and shouted, "You dare take even this Empress Dowager's wine? In that case, is there anything at all you won't dare take in the future?" Hearing that, Chengping immediately put on a remorseful expression and bowed her head. Chengping would not dare. But while bowing, she deliberately let her hand slip, spilling the wine all over the maid's hand. The instant the wine soaked into the wound on the maid's hand, the maid let out a shrill scream. "It hurts! It hurts!" Annoyed by the nuisance, Empress Dowager Xiao coldly ordered the nearby guards, "Men, drag her away." The guards answered in unison, "Yes." But suddenly Yu Shunshin rose hurriedly and stopped them. "Wait. There is something strange about the wine-serving maid's hand. This is a serious matter. She must not be taken away." At that moment, he was secretly calculating the princess's moves. It seemed the princess was trying to uncover some kind of evidence. Ninyu must not be taken away. Seated on the phoenix throne, Empress Dowager Xiao felt resentment surge in her heart. "Yulang, it's one thing if you won't help me, but now you even..." Chengping strolled forward leisurely, putting on a look of warm concern as she slowly explained, "This palace knows what is wrong with her hand." As she spoke, she stepped closer to the maid to expose the trick. "To protect the cicada jade, I deliberately placed medicinal powder inside the pouch. Whoever opened it would be struck." With that, she reached into the maid's clothing and pulled out the brocade pouch hidden on her person. Seeing this, Ninyu immediately panicked and cried out in desperate supplication. "No!" Princess Chengping ignored her resistance, reached straight into her pouch, pulled out the evidence, and loudly announced to everyone, "Look, it really was the jade cicada on her person. The truth is clear now. Ninyu sent people to attack me and stole the jade cicada as well. But she is only a lowly maid. She certainly could not have done all this on her own. There must be someone behind her giving orders. I propose that she be severely interrogated under torture so my innocence can be restored." Being so pointedly accused, Empress Dowager Xiao gave a cold snort in anger. "Ew." The assembled guests below, having witnessed everything, immediately broke into hushed discussion. Ninyu was the Empress Dowager's personal maid. If the eldest princess said someone was backing her, wasn't she practically saying it was the Empress Dowager? The eldest princess truly had nerve. Still, some sharper-minded people quickly reminded the others, "Lower your voices." Knowing she could not deny it, Ninyu could only kneel with her head bowed to the ground, trembling as she respectfully said, "Grand Empress Dowager, this pouch holding the jade cicada was picked up by this servant. When this servant found it, the jade cicada was already broken. Knowing this object was precious and fearing punishment, I panicked and hid it. This servant is guilty. I beg your majesty to punish me." The Grand Empress Dowager calmly sipped her tea, her seasoned eyes seeing through the situation as she thought to herself, "Ninyu is clever." It seems Xiao Ying spent no little effort training her. In any case, there is no proof now that they sent a thief. As long as she insists she merely picked it up and takes all the blame onto herself, a major matter can be reduced to a minor one, and she can seize the chance to escape danger. Empress Dowager Xiao immediately spoke gently to smooth things over. People naturally seek benefit and avoid harm. Though you made a mistake today, you may still be forgiven. Standing right beside her, Princess Changping clapped her hands in exaggerated admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is indeed broad-minded and lenient toward your own people. She continued calmly, her words full of sarcasm. It seems the safety of the reigning eldest princess is worth less than a maid favored by your Majesty. A moment ago, your Majesty wanted to punish me for breaking the jade cicada. But when it's your own maid, you are suddenly generous enough to forgive her. Hearing her inflammatory words, the young emperor immediately spoke up in defense. If Imperial elder sister is dissatisfied, in the boy's immature mind, he secretly calculated. It's such a trivial matter. How could mother still be held by this eldest princess? Thinking this, the young emperor continued. This is simple. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly snatched the sword from the guard standing beside him. This impulsive act shocked all the civil and military officials around them. The young emperor gripped the sharp sword and charged forward, aggressively shouting, "As long as we kill that lowly maid, Imperial elder sister's anger will be appeased, right?" Seeing the blade at her neck, Ninyu was so frightened that she kowtowed repeatedly and begged, "Your Majesty, spare my life." At that critical moment, a man suddenly rushed out and stood in front of the young emperor, loudly stopping him. "Your Majesty, you must not. This case has not yet been fully investigated. Killing someone like this would be inappropriate." Seeing someone dare to block him, the young emperor immediately pointed the tip of his sword at the man and threatened, "You dare oppose me? Do you believe I won't cut you down too?" Seeing the situation growing tense, Empress Dowager Xiao hurried forward to placate him. "Your Majesty, there is no need to make such a scene over this. Men, drag Ninyu away and give her 20 strokes. Dock her stipend for 1 year." Like someone clutching a log in the middle of a river, Ninyu quickly kowtowed and answered, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ninyu accepts the punishment. The young emperor, disappointed, muttered irritably, "Boring." Princess Changping took in the child's arrogant manner and thought to herself, "This little brat's temper is getting worse and worse." The young emperor returned to the banquet table, pointed at the man standing meekly before him, and said, "Yan Aiqing, you just placed first in the imperial examinations. Today I'll give you some face." Hearing this, the young official hurriedly cupped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty is wise. But this case is serious. It should be handed to the Court of Judicial Review or the Censorate for strict investigation and a proper verdict." Realizing the matter still showed no sign of ending, Empress Dowager Xiao angrily cut in, "It is only a small matter." "You all," before she could finish, Princess Changping loudly interrupted, "It seems Your Majesty the Empress Dowager is too kind-hearted to handle this fairly." "Fine, I will not make things difficult for Your Majesty's benevolent heart." With that, Princess Changping turned and walked toward her grandmother, her eyes glistening as she pleaded aggrievedly, "Then I can only ask the Grand Empress Dowager to uphold justice for me. After all, grandmother dotes on me the most." Hearing this, the Grand Empress Dowager pondered for a moment before offering, "How about this? Since Changping says that jade cicada is worth 1,000,000 taels, why not have both sides take a step back? If the Empress Dowager's maid was at fault and broke the jade cicada, then since the Empress Dowager failed to discipline her properly, let her compensate 500,000 taels. What do you think?" After hearing that, Empress Dowager Xiao revealed a dark, calculating smile. 500,000, is it? Speaking of which, Ing Dongjun, if I remember correctly, 10 years ago you still owed the National Treasury 100,000 taels of silver, didn't you? As she spoke, she slowly approached Princess Changping, her tone full of menace. "Before anyone pays you 500,000 taels, if the eldest princess cannot first hand over the 100,000 taels she owes the treasury, I'm afraid I cannot simply let the eldest princess off so easily." Faced with that threat, Princess Changping put on an innocent expression and stammered, 100,000 taels? That wasn't this princess Sensing her granddaughter was about to say something disastrous, the Grand Empress Dowager anxiously tugged at her sleeve in warning. But Princess Qingping seemed to ignore the signal. She pointed straight at her grandmother and loudly exposed the truth. That 100,000 taels wasn't mine. Back then, grandmother took it to buy an official post for Uncle Yang. The moment those words came out, both her grandmother and all the civil and military officials around them were stunned, speechless. Shuang Fu, seated at a nearby table and enjoying the spectacle, thought to himself, has Dongjun gone mad? She actually wants to drag her own grandmother and imperial granduncle into the fire. Only then did Princess Changping pretend to realize she had misspoken, covering her mouth in alarm. Oh no, grandmother told me not to say it. Hearing this, the Grand Empress Dowager ground her teeth, cursing inwardly. Seizing on her opponent's weakness, Empress Dowager Xiao sneered and said, "So there was such a matter? Then it really must be thoroughly investigated." Driven into a corner, the Grand Empress Dowager angrily slammed the table and shouted furiously in an attempt to cover it up. Nonsense! Qingping was just babbling a few words in jest, and now the Empress Dowager wants to take the chance to bully this old woman? Do you still have this Grand Empress Dowager in your eyes or not? Ignoring her rage, Empress Dowager Xiao calmly replied, "Mother, as Empress Dowager, I naturally must distinguish clearly between public and private matters." Hearing this, the Grand Empress Dowager was so furious that her chest tightened with pain. Her voice trembling, she pointed at them and cursed, "You unfilial wretches." Before she could finish, she collapsed back in her chair and fainted. The crowd around her immediately panicked and cried out, "Grand Empress Dowager! This is bad. The Grand Empress Dowager has fainted." Inside the resting tent, a maid was attentively caring for the Grand Empress Dowager. Seeing her slowly open her eyes, the maid exclaimed, "Your Majesty, you're awake." She suddenly noticed Empress Dowager Xiao sitting right beside her, leisurely drinking tea, and asked warily, "What are you doing here?" Empress Dowager Xiao set down her teacup and replied softly, with hidden meaning, "I came to tell you that regarding what Changping said about you buying an official post for the Yang family, I have already sent people to investigate. In addition, by His Majesty's decree, in order to calm the outrage of the officials at court, you have been confined." The old woman pointed straight at her daughter-in-law and retorted, "Don't use the young emperor as a shield. This is clearly your idea. Xiaoing, don't forget, back then, Madame Shun was one of your people." Empress Dowager Xiao coldly cut off the accusation at once. "Without evidence, I advise Mother not to speak nonsense. And besides, in what happened to Empress Shen that year, Mother, you were hardly blameless." After saying that, she cast the old woman a sinister look. She continued pressing at the other's mind. "I wonder what Princess Qingping would do if she learned the truth. Or perhaps she is long known already and simply waited until today to take revenge on you. How laughable. In the end, you were bitten in the chest by the very granddaughter you raised with your own hands." Hearing those knife-sharp words, the Grand Empress Dowager began coughing violently in anger. The maid beside her hurriedly patted her back and reminded her, "Your Majesty, be careful of your health." Empress Dowager Xiao, meanwhile, rose and left with great swagger, her smug laughter echoing through the space. Clutching her aching chest, the Grand Empress Dowager suppressed her fury and ordered a trusted servant, "Find a way to send a letter to Qingping. Ask her clearly what in the world is going on." The servant hurriedly bowed in obedience. Yes. The scene then shifted to the spacious imperial garden, where Princess Changping was leisurely strolling with Yu Shanshin, while behind them came the noisy play-fighting of Tang Yuan and Chang'an. "Take this, my 18 dragon-subduing palms, and this, my 9 white bone claw." After walking some distance, Yu Shanshin glanced at the profile of the person beside him and broke the silence. After the Grand Empress Dowager was taken away, "Your Highness seems to be in an excellent mood." Princess Changping lazily stretched and answered offhandedly, "Not at all." The very next moment, however, she changed her expression, putting on a pitiful look as she lamented, "This time, such a huge trap has been exposed. Empress Dowager Xiao will definitely bite down on the Yang family and never let go. The Yang family is finished, and I don't even know whether grandmother is safe now. Of course I'm worried." Seeing her put on such an act, Yu Shanshin coldly exposed her. "Though everyone says your Highness and the Grand Empress Dowager are deeply attached, I know that back then, His Majesty was always wary of the Grand Empress Dowager. If the goo poison in your body truly has something to do with the Grand Empress Dowager, then this may be a good opportunity. Before the topic could continue, a childish yet murderous voice suddenly rang out. Good, Your Majesty, aim carefully at him. Yin Buyu, don't move around. Seeing the scene before them, the two eunuchs attending the young emperor both raised their voices in flattery. Your Majesty is born divinely martial. You will surely hit the mark every time. Top scholar Yin, put your mind at ease. At that moment, the top scholar, serving as the target, could only stand there stiffly. While the young emperor drew his bow, a cruel light flashing in his eyes as he thought, Who told you to defy me just now? I'll punish you severely. Just as the arrow was about to leave the string, Princess Changping suddenly placed a hand on the young emperor, snatched the bow away, and said, Your Majesty, what's fun about this? Taking advantage of that moment, Yu Shunshin quickly moved the man away from behind them. Having his game interrupted, the young emperor ignored the fact that the victim had escaped and resentfully asked, Then you tell me, what is fun? Princess Changping decisively snapped the wooden bow in half and threw it to the ground. If we're going to play, let's play big. Once they reached a broad grassy field, she pointed at the rabbits hopping before them and explained, The rules are simple. Your Majesty and I will each choose one person to shoot rabbits. Whoever hits more wins. The young emperor frowned and asked unhappily, What's interesting about that? She shrugged calmly. How we play isn't important. What matters is that gambling makes it exciting. Let Your Majesty and I wager this. The loser must obey and carry out one order from the winner. What do you say? Hearing that, the young emperor pulled Gu Fengqi closer and said in a scheming tone, Fine, I choose Gu Fengqi. If elder sister loses, you must kneel at Chao Tian Gate for 3 days and 3 nights. And you must also serve as my maid for 1 month. Princess Changping calmly nodded. Fine, if Your Majesty loses, then grant me the Qishao sword. Well, hearing her request, the young emperor was puzzled. The Qishao sword? Inwardly, he wondered, isn't that the former dynasty's imperial sword? What does she want it for? Suspicion rising, the young emperor leaned close to Gu Fengqi's ear and whispered, If I grant the Qishao sword to imperial elder sister, then one day if I find her displeasing, can that sword stop me from killing her? Gu Fengqi quickly answered with respectful deference, It cannot. The Son of Heaven's authority is supreme. It is not something a rusty old sword can obstruct. The young emperor was somewhat reassured. Then fine. After settling it, he turned and smugly said to Princess Changping, As you wish. General Gu is the commander of the Flying Cavalry Guard and one of the finest archers in all Great Shang. I refuse to believe there is anyone here who can beat him. Hearing this, Gu Fengqi's face darkened as he thought to himself, His Majesty's bloodthirst is growing worse and worse. He even wants to kill his own flesh and blood. In his eyes, the lives of people like us are even less than grass. Princess Changping ignored all that arrogance and turned to the crowd. Then I'll have to think about whom to choose. Is there anyone here skilled at archery? As long as someone is willing to step forward, I will reward them. Even if they lose, I absolutely will not blame them. At that moment, a scholarly-looking man stepped forward and respectfully said, Eldest princess, perhaps this subject may try? I usually enjoy hunting in the woods. I am fairly practiced with a bow. Seeing this, Yu Shunshin felt displeased inside. Being so eager for no reason. If not a thief, then up to no good. He turned to Princess Changping and quietly said, I'm afraid young Master Fan's archery is no match for General Gu's. She merely smiled and replied, It's fine. After saying that, she walked over to Fan Bing and leaned close to whisper, That rabbit over there. Hearing her words, young Master Fan immediately replied, Yes. Fan Bing will obey the princess's command. Seeing his opponent, Gu Fengqi said with some displeasure, Young Master Fan, I am a martial man, while you're only a scholar. If I compete against you like this, even if I win, it will not be much of a glory. The young emperor, seated in his chair, heard this and loudly said in irritation, Imperial elder sister already agreed. Why are you talking so much? I say compete, then you compete. Do you dare disobey my command? Standing beside him, Princess Changping also gave a faint smile and added, Since His Majesty has spoken, then compete. From what I can see, some of these rabbits run very fast, and some run very slowly. Young Master Fan only needs to chase the slower, foolish ones. She continued, smiling meaningfully. But if General Gu is truly willing, I'm afraid even the slow ones would be snatched away and killed by him before anyone else could reach them. Provoked by her words, Gu Fengqi thumped his chest and declared, "Eldest Princess, I am a military general. I would never bully a scholar." Inwardly, he calculated arrogantly, "I'll choose the fast runners. Otherwise, if word gets out that a great general like me bullied some scholar, how will I command people in the future?" At that moment, both Fan Bing and Gu Fengqi stood at the starting position, bows in hand, ready. The young emperor excitedly stood up and shouted, "Ready, begin!" As soon as he finished, both men loosed their arrows decisively, shooting one rabbit after another with perfect accuracy, so swiftly that the rabbits had no time even to flee. Seeing this, Princess Changping praised, "Young Master Fan is a scholar, yet he can contend evenly with Gu Fengqi. Truly rare." Inwardly, she also silently thanked the success of her little scheme. Of course, she also had Gu Fengqi's arrogance to thank, since he would only pursue the rabbits that ran fast. The rabbits before them had now all fallen beneath the arrows that had been shot. Fan Bing and Gu Fengqi stared at each other so fiercely it was as if sparks flew between them. In both their minds was the same tense calculation. It is 6-6. Only one last rabbit remains. I must win. Thinking this, both men simultaneously fired toward the field, but one arrow had already flown ahead, piercing the rabbit before them. Fan Bing cried out, "I won." Seeing that, the young emperor clapped and cheered. "Wonderful, wonderful. 7-6. I won." When the match ended, Fan Bing turned and greeted Gu Fengqi. "General Gu truly lives up to his reputation. Fan Bing has learned much." Gu Fengqi also politely replied, "Young Master Fan is accomplished in both letters and arms. This general admires you." Inwardly, he felt relieved. "Fortunately, I still won. Otherwise, once His Majesty grew displeased." The young emperor pointed at Princess Changping and said, "You lost. You said it yourself. You have to kneel for 3 days and 3 nights, and you have to be my maid." She smiled mysteriously, pointed at the rabbit lying on the ground, and ordered the servant beside her. Who won and who lost is not yet clear. "Men, cut open that rabbit for me." The servant bowed his head. "Yes." After doing so, the servant reported, "Replying to your majesty and the eldest princess, inside the rabbit's belly are 4 unborn kits." The young emperor let out a stunned, "Huh." Furious, he jumped up, clawed at his own hair, and shouted, "I don't care. I don't care. A win is a win." Yu Shunshen stepped forward and explained coolly, "Your majesty, according to the rules set beforehand, in terms of total number, the eldest princess has indeed won. The ruler of all under heaven cannot go back on his word. One must be willing to accept the result of a wager." The young emperor angrily turned to leave, but not before looking back and saying resentfully, "Since Minister Yu has said so, if I keep dragging this out, wouldn't that mean I'm breaking my word? It's only a broken old sword anyway. I'll reward you with it." Yu Shunshin and Princess Changping both bowed respectfully in reply, "Your Majesty is wise. We thank the sovereign for his grace." At that moment, Yu Shunshin and Princess Changping were looking at each other with great tenderness. Suddenly, Fan Bing cut in. Cheerfully, he said, "The princess truly has a good eye. You actually noticed that it was a mother rabbit carrying young and let me win so splendidly. A happy day like today is rare. In the past, I once passed by Phoenix Weeping Pond and found a place beside it as beautiful as a fairyland on earth. Might the princess have the leisure to go admire the scenery there with Fan Bing?" As he spoke, Fan Bing casually took hold of Princess Changping's hand, not noticing Yu Shunshin's extremely angry gaze. Yu Shunshin grabbed Fan Bing's hand. Though annoyed, he still forced out a smile and said, "Certainly. I'll come along as well." This left Fan Bing completely bewildered. At this moment, inside Yu Shunshin's tent, Chang'an swiftly helped his master straighten his robes while trying to reassure him. "My lord, there's nothing to be afraid of," the young man went on, still brimming with fervor. "Even if that young Master Fan is younger than you and sweeter tongued than you, when it comes to clinging tightly to our princess, My lord is absolutely #1 in the world. Faced with such a bizarre compliment, even Yu Shunshin could only fall silent. He gave a light wave of his hand and said gently, "Go out for a walk today. You don't have to stay by my side all the time." Chang'an froze in surprise and asked, "Huh? But I have to protect you, my lord." Yu Shunshin patiently explained so the boy would feel at ease. "Security is extremely tight during the royal hunt, and I'll be with the other young masters and ladies. In front of so many people, it won't be convenient for you to act, so there's no point in following me. Besides, this is mountain forest land. You wanted to come out and play to your heart's content for a long time, haven't you? Usually in the capital, that's one thing, but chances to come to the mountains are rare. Go relax for a while." Seeing the bright excitement in the youth's eyes, he thought to himself that Chang'an had grown up in the mountains, and yet for all this time he had been confined to a cramped place like the capital. He really had suffered for it. Hearing this, Chang'an was so moved his eyes turned red. Forgetting all concerns of rank, he threw himself at Yu Shunshin and hugged him tightly, crying out, "Thank you, my lord. You're the best." Yu Shunshin lightly tapped Chang'an on the forehead and instructed him with concern, "All right, remember this well." Chang'an immediately patted his chest and replied confidently, "I'm not allowed to reveal my martial arts to outsiders." "You said it 10,000 times, my lord. I remember." Yu Shunshin fell silent as he recalled the past, then said, "It's good that you remember. Last time, when you helped the princess get the Jade Cicada, and I had you stand outside the hall and use your inner force to shatter the screen, that was already a risky move. Empress Dowager Xiao and Feng Qi must surely be suspicious." Fortunately, his thoughts continued. Chang'an looked foolish enough. That ordinary people would never suspect he was a martial arts master. As if seeing through his master's thoughts, Chang'an asked suspiciously, "My lord, why do I feel like you're scolding me in your heart?" He quickly withdrew his evaluating gaze and answered with a sly smile, "How could that be? You're overthinking it." At that moment, Chang'an suddenly remembered something and asked, "My lord, you said Empress Dowager Xiao is suspicious? Then does that mean the princess and little Ji Xiang definitely noticed too? Last time at Peach Blossom Village, I also secretly used my inner force to help you break open the village gate." Yu Shunshin spoke in a low voice as he analyzed the situation. "Little Ji Xiang probably hasn't, but the princess is perceptive. She must have noticed already. It's just that I've never explained it clearly to her, and she hasn't asked either. The princess has always been like that. She looks very willful, but in truth, she is gentler and more considerate than anyone." Chang'an looked at Yu Shunshin's faintly flushed, embarrassed expression and shrugged to himself. "Actually, I think the princess just can't be bothered to ask, but I'd better not say that to my lord." By the clear stream, Chang'an stared intently at the shadows swimming beneath the water, silently calculating. It was hard enough to get my silly lord to give me a day off and let me come out to play. Today, I'm definitely going to catch a few big fish and bring them back to nourish him. On the opposite bank, there was also a middle-aged man fumbling around trying to catch fish. Seeing how clumsy he was, Chang'an couldn't help muttering, "How dumb." The man's hearing was exceptionally sharp, and as soon as he heard that, he angrily used Qin Gong to skim over the water and rush straight at Chang'an, shouting, "You little brat, what did you just say?" He grabbed Chang'an by the collar and lifted him up, growling, "You dare call me dumb?" Even suspended in the air, Chang'an answered calmly, "But you really don't look very smart." Catching a strange smell with his nose, he thought to himself, "Heavens, this old man reeks of alcohol. He's drunk out of his mind." His pride stung. The man roared irritably, "What nonsense! I fought on battlefields for decades, and now some snot-nosed boy like you looks down on me? If you've got the guts, fight me." Chang'an shook his head vigorously and refused without hesitation. "No, I won't fight you. There's no way you can beat me." Inwardly, he recalled the careful warning. My lord said I mustn't casually reveal my martial arts in front of others. The man was infuriated until his blood nearly boiled. Raising his fist, he said fiercely, "You ignorant brat who doesn't know the height of heaven or the depth of earth. Today, I'll teach you a lesson and show you why flowers are so red." Faced with the attack, Chang'an casually blocked it with one hand. The man was stunned and inwardly bewildered. Impossible. Even if I only used 30% of my strength, this kid blocked my palm strike with one hand. Chang'an easily neutralized the move and complained, "Why are you sneaking an attack on me? I already said I didn't want to fight you." The man's interest was aroused. Interesting, he thought, then declared resolutely, "You may not dare fight, but I insist on having a match with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw all his strength into knocking Chang'an down, producing a thunderous crash that echoed through the entire mountain. By then, both Chang'an and the man were sprawled on the ground, their clothes already covered in miserable streaks of mud. Though his body ached from the blows, the man still laughed heartily, overwhelming delight rising in his heart. "It's been a long time since anyone gave me such a satisfying fight." Chang'an, on the verge of tears from grievance, cursed, "You bastard! I told you I didn't want to fight, but you forced me into it." Deep down, he thought gloomily, if my lord finds out I used martial arts to fight someone outside, he'll definitely be furious. The man struggled to prop himself up and said, "What are you talking about? Didn't you enjoy that too?" Hearing that, Chang'an held one side of his swollen face and said, "It was fun, I guess. It's been a long time since I fought anyone like that." But still, seeing his manner, the man folded his arms and questioned him sternly. "That's not right. A real man shouldn't be sneaking around and hiding all the time. Since you possess this level of martial arts, you should use it to earn merit and build a career. Why hide it and keep others from knowing?" Chang'an immediately replied firmly, "You wouldn't understand." In his heart, the youth made up his mind. "As long as I can protect my lord, that's enough." Hearing that, the man could only take out a jade token from his clothes and say, "If you don't want to talk, I won't ask anymore. But your martial arts are exceptional. Letting them go to waste like this is truly a pity. If you ever change your mind in the future, bring this jade token to the Flying Cavalry Guard." Taking the token, Chang'an asked curiously, "Why should I go to the Flying Cavalry Guard?" "Uncle, are you being bullied by the Flying Cavalry Guard? So you want me to go save you?" Hearing that, the man thought to himself, "Why does this child look so foolish? He's a bit like her in temperament. If the child she and I had still been alive, perhaps he would have been like this too." The man laughed and said, "That's right. Maybe I really will get bullied. So when the time comes, come to the Flying Cavalry Guard and save me." After saying that, he stretched out a hand and gave Chang'an's shoulder a firm pat. In another part of the forest, Tang Mu was hiding in a tree. Below him on the ground were Princess Qingping, Tang Yuan, Fan Bing, and Yu Shunshin. Holding a dog by one hand, Fan Bing said proudly to Qingping, "My Hong Long is king among dogs. Its sense of smell is incredibly sharp. No matter what animal it is, even from miles away, it can sniff it out." Qingping replied perfunctorily, "Really? That impressive." Yu Shunshin glanced at Fan Bing, suspicion stirring in his heart. This was already near the edge of the hunting grounds, with few people and many beasts. If he wanted to stand out in front of the princess, there were many places he could have gone. Why come all the way out here? Suddenly, the dog barked loudly, and seeing Hong Long barking furiously at the tree where Tang Mu was hiding, Fan Bing asked, "Hong Long, did you find something?" Both Yu Shunshin and Qingping immediately sensed something was wrong. Tang Mu had been discovered. Qingping discreetly signaled Tang Mu, "Leave." Seeing the signal, Tang Mu immediately used Qinggong to dart away through the treetops. Catching sight of the shadow flashing past, Fan Bing shouted, "An assassin! Hong Long, chase him!" Yu Shunshin hurriedly spoke up to stop him. "Young Master Fan." Qingping calmly stepped forward to soothe the situation. "Forget it. There's no need to mind it, young Master Fan. With his ability, he won't catch up to Tang Mu." Yu Shunshin frowned and voiced the unease in his heart. "I keep feeling that everything that's happened today is a little off." All at once, an arrow tore through the air and shot straight toward Qingping. Yu Shunshin cried out in alarm, "Princess, be careful." Then, as swift as lightning, he rushed forward and used his own body to shield her. Loud cries immediately rang out around them. "An assassin! Yu Lung!" Tang Yuan at once stepped forward bravely and shouted, "Who's shooting arrows? Get out here!" Yu Shunshin kept Qingping protected behind him. "Princess, don't come out." Inwardly, he was on full alert. The enemy's target was clearly the princess. In the crisis, Tang Yuan stepped in front of Qingping and said loudly, "Princess, there are at least 20 people in ambush around us." Her eyes darted about as she quickly calculated 19, 20. Quite a number. If they shoot all at once, protecting both the princess and Lord Yu at the same time won't be easy. Ji Xiang, as an inner palace attendant, could move around more freely, and the princess had already sent him to investigate Li Shuangfu's matter. Suddenly, from the hazy mist came a mocking voice. The eldest princess really has raised herself a good dog. Hearing that arrogant tone, Chengping provoked her in return. What? You don't dare come out and face people? Are you hiding because what you've done is too low and shameless to show your face? Or is it because you're ugly? The hidden person let out a cold snort and said through clenched teeth, "Enough nonsense. Leave both your lives here." Along with that threat, another arrow whistled through the air and grazed Yu Shunshin's cheek, drawing blood. Ignoring the stinging pain, Yu Shunshin immediately turned and said urgently to Qingping, "Leave this place at once. She only shot me to threaten you. She doesn't dare harm my life. If you stay here, we'll all be wounded. If you leave, we'll all be safe." That icy voice continued to ring out. If the princess wants to watch the man she loves die, then by all means walk away. Faced with that threat, Yu Shunshin said coldly, "Is that so? Then let's test it." As he finished speaking, he moved to shield Qingping and called out in challenge, "Come kill me." Enraged, the owner of the voice finally emerged gradually from behind the trees. "You think I don't dare?" Seeing how tense things had become, Yu Shunshin turned to Qingping and comforted her in a low voice. "Eldest princess, do you see now? She doesn't dare strike. Go quickly. Don't let me be implicated." Qingping frowned at him and asked, "Yu Shunshin, what do you mean by that?" Then she decisively shoved him aside and said sharply, "Tang Yuan, let's go. Does this princess still need to save you?" Ningxiang, who had been standing in the forest with her bow drawn in threat all this time, immediately shouted, "Stop! No one is leaving." The bowstring snapped, and another arrow shot past Yu Shunshin. "Princess!" But the missed arrow made Ningxiang falter in surprise for a split second. Seizing the chance, Yu Shunshin immediately raised his bow and shot back. The arrow flew out with a sharp hiss and pierced straight into the girl's shoulder. The people concealed around them, who had remained hidden until now, were thrown into panic and cried out in unison, "County Princess!" Seeing the enemy thrown into confusion, Chengping knew it was the perfect chance. Supporting Yu Shunshin, she said, "Go. We can't stay here long." Clutching her wound in pain, Ningxiang saw Chengping leaving and immediately screamed madly, "Kill them at once." As soon as she gave the order, a rain of arrows shot toward Qingping, but Tang Yuan bravely stepped forward and blocked the entire attack. Seeing that, Ningxiang ground her teeth and cursed furiously, "Dongjun camp, you bitch." Breaking out of the encirclement, Chengping, Yu Shunshin, and Tang Yuan continued running desperately. Noticing that the man beside her looked unwell, Chengping told him to stop. But Yu Shunshin acted as though he hadn't heard her and kept staggering forward, until Chengping halted and barked in a low voice, "I said stop, Yu Shunshin. Are you deaf?" Not waiting for his reaction, she pressed him down to inspect the wound from earlier, saying with concern, "Let this princess take a look." Tang Yuan, witnessing the ambiguous scene right in front of her, could not help blushing furiously and hurriedly turned away. The princess is way too bold. Yu Shunshin carefully studied the expression on Chengping's beautiful face and softly asked, "Is the princess angry with me?" With one hand gently checking his wound and the other holding his shoulder in place, Qingping frowned and reproached him. "You also knew Ningxiang was targeting me, didn't you? Yu Shunshin, what kind of hero act was that? Throwing yourself in front of me. You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Unease welled up in her heart. Tang Yuan was clearly there to protect us. We still had other, more thorough ways to deal with Ningxiang. Yet he used his own body as bait. Faced with that accusation, Yu Shunshin admitted frankly, "Yes, I did it on purpose." In his heart, he silently recited his careful plan. "I did it deliberately. I calculated the extent of the injury. Compared with Tang Yuan being wounded protecting the princess, if I'm the one injured, the princess will feel guiltier." Qingping looked deeply into the man's eyes and asked in a low, threatening voice, "Does Yulang have a death wish? This princess is perfectly capable of killing people." Hearing that, Yu Shunshin calmly replied, "Princess, I still do not wish to die. I still have many things left unfinished. The princess is this angry. Does that mean there's more of a place for me in your heart now?" Those meaningful words made Changping fall silent for a moment. After a while, she took a bottle of wound medicine from her robe and said, "Count yourself lucky this time. The wound isn't serious. Fortunately, you provoked her and led her into talking. That was how we were gradually able to pinpoint her exact location." As she spoke, she gently applied the medicine to Yu Xuanxin's shoulder. Feeling her soft hand tending to him, he quickly responded. She fired 3 arrows. She had already exposed her position long before that. If I still couldn't find her, that would only prove I'm useless. In my youth, because my family needed to survive, I often hunted. Since I had to study during the day, most of the time, I could only go into the mountains at night. So my hearing is quite good. While applying the medicine, Chengping suddenly leaned her face very close to Yu Xuanxin's and asked suspiciously, "Yulang, why did Ningxiang suddenly make a move against you? You'd better tell me the truth." Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Xuanxin promptly explained, "County Princess Ningxiang has still been keeping people watching Xia Daiyun. It seems she wanted to strike again. Xia Daiyun is innocent. I don't think he deserves to suffer such misfortune. But as the princess guessed, I deliberately guided her into learning about the matter between the princess and me. I do not want anyone to misunderstand a relationship between the princess and me ever again." At that moment, his resolve was unwavering. That is why I made it clear to Empress Dowager Xiao. I want everyone to know that my heart belongs to the princess. The only person who can stand beside the princess is me. After hearing him, Chengping lifted a brow and asked, "Xia Daiyun doesn't deserve disaster, but you do?" Yu Xuanxin merely smiled lightly and said gently, "Does the princess think I deserve it?" Standing nearby and watching the exchange between the two, Tang Yuan inwardly marveled. Heavens, Lord Yu is really bold. Just to pursue the princess and declare his claim over her. He even dares provoke that mad dog Ningxiang. Chengping gave a soft huff and turned away. "Fine, if Yulang wants to suffer, then suffer." Seeing that she was about to leave, Yu Xuanxin hurriedly caught her hand and pleaded, "Princess, I do not want to endure her malice. I only want to solve the problem. Even if Ningxiang was seriously wounded this time, she still won't dare announce it publicly. If she did, she would have to admit that she first intended to assassinate the eldest princess. I had thought everything through before acting. Princess, please don't be angry anymore." Chengping turned to him and enunciated each word sternly. "This princess hopes that from now on, before Yulang acts, you will think very carefully. In anything involving me, you must follow my rules. Otherwise, not only will this princess not be grateful, I will punish Yulang mercilessly." Though he had just been scolded, Yu Xuanxin only blushed and said shyly, "I understand. Then could the princess stay a little farther away from Fan Being? Fan Being is not simple. Today, when the princess and I were ambushed by County Princess Ningxiang, too many things were too coincidental. It's hard to say there wasn't someone secretly arranging things behind the scenes. If the princess continues to allow his deliberate approach, I'll be very worried. I'll worry so much that I'll lose my head." Looking at his jealous expression, Changping thought to herself, "This look on Yu Xuanxin's face is clearly him threatening me." But then, with a soft sigh of helplessness, she explained, "I only went with Fan Being because I wanted to sound him out for information. But if Yulang dislikes him so much, then in the future, this princess simply won't deal with him anymore." Taking advantage of her concession, Yu Xuanxin immediately said, "There's no guarantee he would tell the princess the truth, but I would never deceive the princess. Whatever the princess wants to know, rather than trying to pry it out of Fan Being, wouldn't it be better to ask me directly?" Seeing him go on, Changping supported Yu Xuanxin as they walked and said, "Enough, let's go. Your injury needs proper treatment when we get back." The three of them left together. From a distance behind them, Fan Being watched their retreating figures with a faint look of anger in his eyes. At that moment, the maid carefully treated the wound while softly advising, "Commandery Princess, please bear with it a little longer. It was far too dangerous. If it had gone even half an inch deeper, it would have injured your internal organs. Fortunately, the arrow missed by half an inch, so your highness's life is not in danger." Lying on the bed, Ningxiang clenched her teeth against the pain and thought bitterly, "Yu Xuanxin, I never expected a mere scholar like you to have such ability. I will make you pay for this." Just then, someone lifted the curtain and entered, asking with concern, "Commandery Princess, are you all right?" Ningxiang glanced at the person before her and coldly told the maid, "You've finished dressing the wound. Leave." The maid hurriedly withdrew with a quick yes. Once only the two of them remained in the tent, Ningxiang sneered and asked, "Who are you? Didn't you go to the eastern camp to be their dog?" Fam Tadon? Tadon slowly approached her bedside and said in a tone full of false concern, "This time, at least, your highness was fortunate. Rest and recuperate for a few months, and the wound will heal." Hearing that, Ningxiang curled her lip and shot back. "What? Are you disappointed?" Tadon looked at her with a complicated expression, then said tenderly, "Of course, I hope the commandery princess lives a long life. It's just that your highness never cherishes your own body. As for something like today, it would be best if you never did it again." "All right." Ningxiang brushed his hand away at once and snapped, "Fam Tadon, are you ordering me around? You're nothing more than a bed warmer and male favorite of mine. Since when do I need your approval for anything I do?" Rejected, Tadon immediately put on a pitiful look and said, "Your highness truly has no conscience. Haven't I always stood on your side? You wanted me to become the imperial consort, then divorce the eldest princess and use that to humiliate her. I agreed without hesitation. Today, you wanted me to lure the eldest princess there. I went to great lengths to draw away the guard at her side." Ningxiang still looked at him with arrogant disdain and replied mockingly, "Wasn't it you who wanted to become the imperial consort in the first place? After all, being the husband of the eldest princess surely has a better future than warming my bed." Seeing that she was still sharp-tongued, Tadon pressed Ningxiang down onto the bed and leaned close to whisper in her ear, "Those words really wound me. The one I've always loved is you, commandery princess. Once I become the imperial consort and obtain the method to activate the Dragon Vein underground palace from the princess's hands, then I can stay by your side like a shadow and secretly share pleasure with you. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Satisfied, Ningxiang wrapped her arms around him and said with a sinister smile, "I want you to marry her, then still sleep in my bed. Once we get the key to the underground palace, we'll kick her aside immediately." Tadon obediently replied, "All right." Outside Princess Chengping's tent, suddenly ambiguous sounds came from within. "Princess, no, don't take it off for me." Standing outside and eavesdropping, Chang'an blushed furiously and whispered, "Didn't they say Lord Yu was injured? Why doesn't that sound like an injury?" Tang Yuan, standing beside him, flicked him on the head and scolded, "Idiot, learn something, or no one will ever marry a fool like you." Inside the tent, seeing that Princess Chengping had nearly stripped off all his clothes, Shunshin panicked and said, "No, I only injured one shoulder. There's no need to take everything off." Quiet, ignoring his weak resistance, she said calmly, "This princess has already seen all of Yulang's body. What is there to be shy about now?" Hearing that, Shunshin flushed red with embarrassment. Then, while carefully bandaging his wound, she suddenly paused and softly said, "Still, no matter what, I must thank you this time, Yulang." Then she wearily rested her head against his shoulder. Since Father Emperor passed away, it seemed it had been a very long time since she had leaned on anyone at all. Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Shunshin looked at her with firm protectiveness in his eyes and said, "Princess, you may rely on me forever." A trace of warmth rose in Princess Chengping's heart. "So, even you Shunshin, the frail scholar from before, has now become someone who can protect me?" Just as the atmosphere turned romantic, Shunshin suddenly sneezed. Seeing this, Princess Chengping straightened up at once and gently reminded him, "Yu Lang is still injured. The weather during the spring equinox hunt is cold. Don't catch a chill." Shunshin turned away, red-faced, inwardly cursing that ill-timed sneeze. To dispel the awkwardness, he suddenly asked, "That reminds me, ever since the Grand Empress Dowager was sent back to the palace and confined, she has kept sending letters asking after you. Are you not planning to reply?" Princess Chengping stood up and folded her arms, answering coldly, "No need to mind her. She's already useless now. Letting her slowly taste the feeling of anxious waiting isn't so bad, is it?" At that moment, Ji Xiang, busily attending to Princess Chengping, could not help gesturing indignantly. "I told you I couldn't leave your highness's side, yet you insisted on sending me to watch that Li Xiaofu. Look, just while I was away, those people tried to assassinate you." Princess Chengping rubbed her temples tiredly and said, "The Li family's security is tight. Under normal circumstances, you can't even get within half a step of them. Opportunities like this imperial hunt are rare, so naturally we couldn't miss it. I keep feeling that Li Xiaofu is hiding something. You followed him all day today. Did you find anything?" Hearing that, Ji Xiang immediately reported seriously, Today, under the pretext of hunting for your highness, I roamed all over while trailing Li Xiaofu, but I didn't notice anything unusual. If there was anything odd, it was that Li Xiaofu seemed extremely spirited and in high spirits. You'd never guess he had only just lost his only son. If you say he's hiding his grief because Li Zicai was his illegitimate son and he doesn't dare show sorrow in public, then his acting is simply too convincing. After hearing that, Princess Chengping let out a quiet sigh, deep in thought. Exactly. That's why I feel something is off. Suddenly, a eunuch's shrill voice sounded from outside the tent. His Majesty has arrived. Immediately after, the young emperor hurried into Princess Chengping's tent, clutching something tightly to his chest. Seeing this, she at once rose to straighten her robes and prepared to greet him. Greetings. But the young emperor quickly waved her off. No need for formalities. Eldest sister, come here a moment. I have something to say to you. Inside, he nervously thought, who knows what might break if she bows this time. I don't want that bad luck. The young emperor hurriedly shoved the sword into Princess Chengping's hands and said in a rush, Here, the Qishao sword you wanted. Take it quickly. Now I don't owe you anymore. Holding the sword, Princess Chengping narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, Why did your majesty sneak over carrying the sword yourself? Don't tell me you brought it behind the Empress Dowager's back. Having his secret exposed, the young emperor's face darkened and he stammered, I am the ruler of a nation. Why would I be afraid of delivering a sword? I can't be bothered talking to you. In any case, I've brought it, so I'm leaving. Don't go saying nonsense outside. With that, he quickly turned and left as if fleeing. Jixiang looked curiously at the old sword in Princess Chengping's hand and asked, This is the Qishao sword? What can a rusty sword even do? Why did your highness bother going to such lengths to get back? She gently stroked the body of the sword and replied, Just because it's useless now doesn't mean it will be useless in the future. Recalling the young emperor's furtive expression just now, Jixiang was puzzled too. But looking at his majesty like that, did he really sneak the sword here behind the Empress Dowager's back? If the Empress Dowager finds out, won't she be furious? Princess Chengping curled her lips and said indifferently, If he hadn't hidden it from her, do you think this sword could ever have reached my hands? Xiao Ying is suspicious by nature. Seeing that I wanted the Qishao sword, she would definitely think it was useful. If not for Gu Fengqi drawing her attention away, I'm afraid the young emperor wouldn't have one so easily. As for whether Xiao Ying will be angry, wouldn't that be perfect? That mother and son are rather interesting. Let them have a world-shaking quarrel. Just then, Tang Yuan lifted the curtain and entered, loudly reporting, Princess, Tongmu has urgent news. You ordered him to temporarily keep watch on Commandery Princess Ningxiang. And sure enough, he saw Pham Tat on entering her tent. On hearing that, Jixiang ground his teeth and cursed. That damned Pham Tat on. So he really is in league with Ningxiang. I'm gonna cut him down right now. Princess Chengping remained perfectly calm and said leisurely, What's the rush? Since that adulterous pair is in such a hurry to meet in secret, let's go enjoy the spectacle. Night fell. The two soldiers guarding the front of Ningxiang's tent were suddenly struck hard in the neck by someone and collapsed unconscious. It was Tang Yuan. She dusted off her hands and thought, Infiltration successful. Hiding nearby, Princess Chengping lowered her voice in praise. Well done, little Tang Yuan. At that moment, tense voices suddenly came from inside Ningxiang's tent. You mean it was deliberate back then? Hearing this from outside, Princess Chengping also let out a faint sigh of regret. It's this lively inside, so it seems Ningxiang didn't die after all. What a pity about Yulang's arrow. Inside the tent, Ningxiang and Tat On seemed completely unaware that someone was eavesdropping outside. Ningxiang continued in a vicious tone, Back then, after I ran into Empress Shun, she went into premature labor because of it. I was still young then, and the Grand Empress Dowager protected me. No matter how much the late emperor hated it, he could do nothing to me. All these years, everyone believed it was just my carelessness at the time. But in truth, it was intentional. Hearing this, Princess Chengping's eyes darkened, cold to a terrifying degree. Ningxiang proudly revealed the truth. My father ordered me to do it. Tang Yuan clenched her teeth, the sword in her hand, trembling with rage as she learned the truth about the Empress's death that year. That adulterous pair, I'll kill them right now. Tongmu immediately reached out to stop her, calm and rational. Tang Yuan turned back, not understanding why he would do that. Why are you stopping me? I have to avenge the princess and Empress Shun in the underworld. Tongmu only reminded her. The princess is enduring this for now. He explained the bigger picture and the princess's deeper plan. If we kill them now, the dead will leave no testimony. And even if they don't die, it will only alert the enemy and affect the princess's future plans. Even so, Tung Yuan's whole body trembled violently, hating that she could not butcher the pair on the spot. Ningxiang still had not finished. She went on, back then, the late emperor doted solely on the Shun woman, and even said that whether the child was male or female, he would pass the throne to that unborn child. How could the great Shun dynasty allow the Shun woman to rule? Not to mention, she was only a common-born woman with no family backing at all. The conversation between Ningxiang and Tat on laid bare the heartlessness of those who serve power. But now it's Empress Dowager Xiao who holds power. So many years have already passed. What benefit has our Prince Huai's estate gained from it? Hearing that, Ningxiang mocked him with a laugh. What do you mean, our Prince Huai's estate? You're not one of ours. What benefits our family has gained? Why should I tell you? Or is it that if the reward isn't great enough, Pham Tadon, you won't climb into my bed? The man surnamed Pham immediately tried to soothe her with flatteries. How could that be? He moved closer, already sinking into lust. The one I love is you. I don't care about those things. Standing in the darkness, Princess Qingping gave her attendants their orders to set the trap in motion. Tang Yuan, light the incense Jixiang gave you. Do it discreetly. Don't leave any trace for others to discover. Then she assigned Tongmu the task of luring the targets. Tongmu, go invite the young emperor and Empress Dowager Xiao over here. Mind your own safety. Since they like doing wicked things so much, let them do them thoroughly. Inside the tent, Ningxiang and Tadon began to sink into the haze of the drug. Why do you want me? When have I ever not wanted your highness? It's just a pity the commandery princess is injured. The two of them failed to notice that outside, Tang Yuan had already acted, blowing a faint wisp of barely visible smoke into the tent. While the pair were preparing to tangle together, Ningxiang purred with enjoyment. Even if I'm injured, there are still plenty of other amusements. Isn't serving me your specialty? Tadon threw caution to the wind as well. The commandery princess is right. Then let me serve your highness until you're truly satisfied. And so the two of them wound themselves around each other in pleasure. In the main hall, Xiaoying flew into a rage upon hearing about the emperor's gift to Princess Qingping. What? You bestowed the Qishao sword on Qingping. She scolded her son for his recklessness. Did I not tell you before not to provoke the Eastern army? Why does your majesty refuse to listen? The young emperor retorted, his face full of wounded pride and resentment toward his mother's control. I am the ruler of a nation. Why should I fear a princess like my elder sister? Besides, the Grand Tutor said so too. I have to keep my promise. If I said I'd give it to my sister, then I'd give it to my sister. A ruler's word is no joke. If I break my promise, what face will I have left? Inside, he seethed. In front of so many people, Mother won't even leave me a shred of dignity. All you do is scold me. Xiaoying froze, her hand half raised to slap him. You. At that moment, she realized Yu Xunshin's influence over the emperor was only growing. Yu Xunshin again. Must he help Qingping's scheme against Aijia again and again? The young emperor was not afraid in the least and reminded her of his status. I'm the son of heaven. Mother, do you dare strike me? After those words, her hand slowly dropped. Xiaoying regained her imposing air and coldly forced the emperor into obedience. This is the last time. I hope your majesty will be cautious in both word and deed and not disappoint Aijia again. The young emperor lowered his head, but his eyes flashed with silent resistance. I know my own limits. If Mother has nothing else, I'm going hunting. Empress Dowager Xiao watched him go, feeling the widening crack in their mother-son relationship. The imperial child is becoming less and less obedient. Since when did he begin wanting to use the title of emperor against Aijia as well? At that moment, the young emperor raised his bow to shoot, but at his age, missing the mark was hardly strange. On the hunting grounds, he grew irritated after missing his prey. Why can't I hit it? Suddenly, he heard movement in the nearby bushes. Then a deer burst out, drawing all his attention. A deer. This time, I must catch it no matter what. Seeing this, Xiaoying simply ordered the guards behind him, follow his majesty. They all acknowledged at once, yes. Not far off in the woods, someone was secretly making a move, tossing a stone toward the deer. As if everything had been calculated in advance, Tongmu silently manipulated things from afar, driving the party toward Ningxiang's tent. Just like that, by constantly adjusting the deer's path, he guided it all the way toward Ningxiang's camp tent. Exactly as he had planned, The young emperor and the empress dowager arrived at Ningxiang's tent and stopped there. Everyone heard the strange sounds coming from within. The boy asked innocently, "Mother, what is that sound?" Any adult who understood such matters knew exactly what was happening. She immediately soothed him. "It's nothing." The tent guard hurried out in alarm. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Empress Dowager." He wanted to raise the alarm, but it was already too late. "We're finished. Why have His Majesty and the Empress Dowager suddenly come here? I only hope the Commandery Princess hears my voice and notices what's happening outside." But contrary to his hopes, only more lewd words came from inside. "Faster, furious, Empress Dowager, Shao ordered the tent searched because of such debauchery in a sacred place. This is the women's tent area. The imperial hunt is a grand ancestral rite. Who dares commit indecency here?" Man, seeing everything unfold according to plan, Tang Yuan hurried off to hide. When the curtain was thrown open, the filthy scene of Commandery Princess Ningxiang and Tat On was laid bare. Shao Ying froze, unable to contain her fury. Ningxiang. The next day, gossip erupted everywhere. The reputation of Prince Huai's estate collapsed overnight. Heavens, was what happened to Commandery Princess Ningxiang last night true? Of course it was true. I heard many guards saw it with their own eyes. Commandery Princess Ningxiang was even injured, yet she still went mad in the tent with Pham Tat On and didn't even notice when His Majesty arrived. The noble ladies and young misses covered their mouths as they laughed at her shamelessness. I'd heard before that Commandery Princess Ningxiang kept quite a few male favorites, but this is too disgraceful. Her reputation is ruined now. What young master would dare marry her in the future? Forget marriage for now. The imperial hunt was established to honor the ancestors. So men and women stay in separate tents. Even close siblings are not allowed to lodge together. Yet Commandery Princess Ningxiang secretly met a man and committed such licentious acts. That is a grave act of disrespect toward the ancestors. Inside the tent, Empress Dowager Shao stood before the two trembling offenders. The murmurs outside had not ceased. This time, the Empress Dowager would probably punish Ningxiang and Tat On severely. "Ningxiang, Pham Tat On," she asked them harshly, "do you know your crime?" Kneeling on the ground, Ningxiang tried to defend herself by claiming they had been framed. "Empress Dowager, please see clearly. How could Ningxiang fail to know propriety and behave so wildly? Yesterday, I was injured while hunting, and young Master Pham came to visit me." She began to cry. "I don't know why I suddenly lost all reason. Someone must have secretly plotted against us and drugged us. I had already begun to suspect something. Yesterday, the guards signaled outside several times, yet I heard nothing. The state that Pham Tat On and I were in at the time was clearly not normal." Shao Ying narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "You mean someone deliberately set you up?" Shunshin stepped forward and coldly dismantled her baseless excuse. "Commandery Princess Ningxiang, your words are without evidence. Do you have proof? If you cannot prove your innocence, then the Empress Dowager should punish you according to the law." Furiously, Ningxiang pointed at him. "You Shunshin, you're clearly using public office to avenge a private grudge." His calm rebuttal left her speechless. The princess sure does speak strangely. What personal grudge could this official possibly have with your highness? Or rather, what exactly has your highness done to make others hate you so much? She was struck dumb. The man beside her cut in. The Empress Dowager had intended to deal with this leniently by placing them under house arrest to calm public opinion. What Lord Yu says also makes sense. If someone really framed the princess, there would surely be traces left behind. But the tent was destroyed by strong winds, and nothing suspicious was found inside. Seeing that both sides had their arguments, she temporarily set the matter aside. Enough. There are indeed suspicious points in this case. I shall send people to continue the investigation. Until then, Ningxiang and Fan Bing are both confined to their residences and are not permitted to leave. He was clearly dissatisfied with such blatant partiality. Disrespect toward the ancestors is a grave offense that cannot be lightly pardoned. Is Your Majesty not being unfair in handling it this way? A flash of hatred glinted in his eyes. Mia confined. After some time passed and the storm died down, this matter would likely be forgotten as though it had never happened. Empress Dowager Xiao brushed it aside and turned to the important military selection event. Does Grand Preceptor you mean that before the truth is uncovered, I should disregard right and wrong and assign guilt by default? Is this how Grand Preceptor Yu conducts investigations as head of the Court of Judicial Review? He quickly replied, still trying to salvage the situation. That is not what I mean. It is only that this matter is serious, and I fear it may affect your Majesty's reputation. She waved the matter away. There is no need for Grand Preceptor Yu to trouble himself over it. It is settled. Next is the selection for the Sky Eagle Guard. You are all dismissed. Go make your preparations. He stood there, watching the cracks within the court widen, and sighed. The Empress Dowager's attitude toward Yu Shunshin had become this bad. Li Shuangfu and Empress Dowager Xiao were now estranged, and even Yu Shunshin was no longer favored by her. Since when had the balance within the court been broken? It seemed that even someone like him, who had only sat and watched the tide shift, would not be able to continue doing so for much longer. Qingping and Sheng Yuan discussed the collusion between the Empress Dowager and Prince Huai's estate. Such obvious favoritism doesn't seem like Xiao Ying's usual style. Her reputation is no longer what it once was. Ever since Li Zicai's case, the people have grown dissatisfied with her. Logically speaking, she should be acting with even greater caution. Sheng Yuan continued. But the news lord you sent back is indeed like this. There are already many people outside secretly discussing it, saying Empress Dowager Xiao has accepted benefits from Prince Huai's estate. She explained to Sheng Yuan, benefits? Of course there are benefits, and I'm afraid they've existed for a very long time. I've also guessed something else. Grandmother always believed Prince Huai's estate stood on my imperial father's side and hers. But judging from today, Prince Huai's estate secretly colluded with Xiao Ying as early as 10 years ago. That is why they moved against my mother. Only my foolish grandmother still knows nothing of it even now. She rose and headed toward the arena. Come on, today is the day of the Sky Eagle Guard selection. I want to see what other tricks Xiao Ying still has up her sleeve. The drums sounded, and everyone had assembled. The little emperor shouted, "Beat the drums. Form ranks." Sheng Yuan walked over and asked her curiously, "Princess, this selection process is very complicated, isn't it?" Qingping explained the calculating selection procedure for the Imperial Guards. Not really. There are only 2 rounds. Looking into the distance, she continued. The first round is a chaotic mounted archery melee. Each person is assigned a horse and a bow, then enters the designated field to compete. Anyone shot in a vital spot or driven outside the marked circular boundary is eliminated. More than half will be removed in this round. The second round is actual one-on-one combat. She pointed out the true strength of the different military wings. But although it is called a selection, the Xunwei army will absolutely not fight with full strength. The men they send are all low-ranking officers who have seen real battle. In the end, they are loyal to Lu Guang. Xiao Ying understands this very well, so she would never want too many of Lu Guang's men mixed in her Sky Eagle Guard. The ones truly competing are the Flying Cavalry Guard and the Golden Armor Guard. Sheng Yuan gradually understood the issue. But the Flying Cavalry Guard is the Imperial Palace Guard, while the Golden Armor Guard is only the city patrol force. Even without competing, everyone would know there are bound to be more capable men in the Flying Cavalry Guard led by Gu Fengqi. She nodded. Yes, everyone would think so. But look, the result of the first round shocked everyone as the Golden Armor Guard surged ahead. The first round has ended. Xunwei Army, 48 winners. Flying Cavalry Guard, 94 winners. Golden Armor Guard, 167 winners. Xiao Ying sprang to her feet, unable to remain calm. Impossible. Empress Dowager Xiao slammed the table in fury when she saw the Flying Cavalry Guard lose to the Golden Armor Guard. Useless trash. When the world is wrong with the Flying Cavalry Guard, she berated the weakness of the Palace Guards. The Xunwei Army is one thing. They have always been troops hardened by the battlefield. But to lose, even to the Golden Armor Guard? You are the Palace Guard. Your pay is 3 times that of the Golden Armor Guard. Whose face are you throwing away? Gu Fengqi explained the Golden Armor Guard's quiet reforms under Yu Shunshin. The Flying Cavalry Guard's training has never been lax. It's that the Golden Armor Guard has grown stronger. A few years ago, it was still the loosest branch of the Imperial Guard. Ever since Yu Shunshin, with the late Emperor's support, reorganized the Golden Armor Guard, it has gradually changed beyond recognition. It's just that we had never competed against them before. So only today did I realize the extent of that change. Hearing Xunshin's name, the Empress Dowager ground her teeth and decided to resort to a despicable method. You Xunshin again. Why must he insist on opposing me? She gave the order. No matter what, in the second round this afternoon, the flying cavalry guard must not lose to the golden armor guard. She produced a mysterious bottle of medicine. This is Qingkuan pills, refined at Qingfeng Temple. Take them and have the flying cavalry guard members competing this afternoon swallow them. They can keep a person full of vigor for 1 to 2 shurchen and help them win this afternoon's matches. Feng Shi objected to such blatant cheating. Your Majesty, even without the Qingkuan pills, the flying cavalry guard will still win. I cannot do this. This is cheating. Empress Dowager, Xiao, coldly threatened him and forced him to obey. What if you lose? Gu Fengqi, I am helping you. Don't be ungrateful. Can you bear the responsibility for defeat? He clenched his teeth and looked at her, but in the end he had no choice. This subject obeys your Majesty's command. Over at the arena, the fighting was still underway, with both sides locked in fierce combat. The afternoon round unfolded with the flying cavalry guard unexpectedly dominating. Match 37. Flying cavalry guards, Chen Yong wins. Qingping and Xunshin both noticed something was wrong as the golden armor guard suffered defeat after defeat. No, this isn't right, he said thoughtfully. Judging by this morning's results, the golden armor guard shouldn't be losing to the flying cavalry guard. But in the afternoon matches, the golden armor guard kept losing one after another. How could the flying cavalry guard's strength suddenly soar like this? She was certain drugs were involved. Sure enough, Xiaoling won't just sit there and wait to die. Only a method that can suddenly boost a person's strength. The two of them both immediately understood where the problem lay. It's medicine. She turned to Ji Xiang, who had come with them. Little Ji Xiang, if you can't take their pulse, can you still determine whether the flying cavalry guard has used drugs? Ji Xiang promptly explained if they've taken medicine, their sweat, or even their blood will still carry traces of it. Princess, why don't I secretly get hold of the cloths they used to wipe their sweat? Unexpectedly, Chang'an had already brought back several sweat-soaked cloths. Princess, do you need these? Everyone was startled by his speed. So fast. Even Ji Xiang couldn't help exclaiming, this guy looks dumb, but sometimes he moves like a ghost. A moment later, Ji Xiang confirmed the presence of the banned drug. He immediately went over to report to her. Princess, they definitely took Qingkuan pills. This stuff can make a person feel brimming with energy for 2 shurchen, but afterward their body goes limp and weak. Qingping smiled, preparing a decisive counterattack. Then is there any way to neutralize it? A wicked grin appeared on Ji Xiang's face. Very simple. He immediately set to work preparing the antidote. One of my incense blends happens to counteract Qingkuan pills. As long as the incense is burned nearby, those who took the pills will react to it and vomit on the spot. And just as expected, the other side immediately began vomiting right there in the stands. The arena descended into chaos as soldiers began vomiting one after another. Seeing this, Feng Qi grew anxious. What is going on? From behind, Xiaoling gave an annoyed order. Someone, summon the imperial physicians. He froze. Summon the imperial physicians? Afraid the secret would be exposed, Feng Qi hastily tried to stop it. Reporting to the Empress Dowager, the flying cavalry guard must simply have eaten something wrong. They'll recover after resting for a while. There's no need to make a big deal of it. But inside, panic blazed through him. The Empress Dowager had clearly forced them to take the Qingkuan pills. Yet now she was calling the imperial physicians to examine them? Could it be? Standing before him, she made it seem as though everything had been arranged from the start. Has your flying cavalry guard done something shameful that cannot be brought to light? Every word carried a threat. Or can't it bear investigation? Gu Fengqi realized he had fallen into the Empress Dowager's trap to destroy the Gu family. It was the Empress Dowager's snare. In the end, she wanted to get rid of their flying cavalry guard entirely. The imperial physicians stepped in to examine them as well. They then announced a shocking result before the court. Reporting to the Empress Dowager, it is Qingkuan pills. The men of the Flying Cavalry Guard have taken Chinquan pills. This medicine can, for a short time, make a person overflow with energy, but side effects have now appeared, which is why they vomited. Lu Guang sensed that something about this was suspicious. Empress Dowager Xiao instantly changed her tone and pinned all the blame on Gu Fengqi. Very well. In front of all the civil and military officials, you dared to use such despicable methods. Gu Fengqi, your nerve is truly great. Fengqi dropped to his knees, his voice growing faint. Empress Dowager, this medicine was clearly what you told us. She immediately strode over and slapped him hard. Us? What do you mean us? Are you trying to say that I ordered you to take the medicine? Ridiculous. In agony, Gu Fengqi realized he had been betrayed. He decided to sacrifice himself to save his family. He must not speak. Even if he revealed the truth, no one would believe him. If he did, the entire Gu family and the entire Flying Cavalry Guard would die without a burial place. The Empress Dowager had prepared this long ago. This subject, he hesitated, then knocked his head to the ground and begged. This subject was momentarily muddled. In order to win, I resorted to underhanded means. But it was entirely this subject's own idea. It was I who forced them to take the Chinquan pills. It has nothing to do with them. I am willing to bear all responsibility alone. The soldiers cried out in anguish at the injustice done to their general. General, it clearly wasn't the general's fault. He said from the start that anyone who didn't want to drink it didn't have to. It was the Empress Dowager. From afar, Chengping watched as the game on the board took a brutally cruel turn. We were outplayed. Even if we hadn't discovered that the Flying Cavalry Guard used drugs, Xiaoying would have found another way to expose it. She wants to eliminate the Gu family and seize military power for herself. But the question is, without Gu Fengqi, what more suitable chess piece does she have? The Empress Dowager pushed Gu Fengqi into a corner. Gu Fengqi, you really think too highly of yourself. Do you think that by taking all the blame on yourself, the others can escape punishment? The little emperor stepped forward and, with an expressionless face, made a chilling proposal. This is simple. Aiqing, if you cut off one of your own arms, I will believe you. Trembling, he picked up the sword. Cries of shock echoed through the arena at the ruler's cruel demand. General, don't. If you cut off an arm, your whole life will be ruined. But at that moment, he could do nothing. He could only raise the sword and obey the emperor's words. The little emperor smiled coldly at another's suffering. How amusing. The blade was drenched in blood as the little emperor walked over and pointed it straight at Fengqi. Blood poured from the arm he had just severed. He looked at the young ruler with hatred in his eyes. Your Majesty, did you not say that if this subject cut off one arm, your Majesty would believe me? Standing above him, the little emperor smiled with cruel caprice. I said I would believe you. I never said I would spare your life. The Flying Cavalry Guard soldiers around them began to tremble. Terror engulfed the entire arena as they realized the tragic fate about to befall them. This is too much. Once the general dies, we're next. The Empress Dowager will definitely never let us off. We're about to be purged. The hands gripping the sword shook with rage, yet still had to restrain themselves. Shunshin stepped forward to stop them, his face openly furious at the ruler's tyranny. Your Majesty, Gu Fengqi was momentarily confused and committed wrongdoing in pursuit of victory, but his crime does not warrant death. If your Majesty kills a loyal subject on a whim, in the end it will only shake the hearts of soldiers across the realm. The little emperor pointed at Shunshin's face, resentment in his eyes from being remonstrated with. Grand Preceptor, you again. Every single time it's you. You just love defying me, don't you? Suddenly, Chang'an interrupted and pointed ahead. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, the old drunkard. Everyone turned their eyes in that direction. They all recognized him. General Gu, the cavalry general, had arrived. Gu Jingxian, the old general of the Gu family, stepped forward, looking grief-stricken, yet still imposing. He begged for a path to survival for his only son. My Gu family has served the court with loyalty for 100 years. Generation after generation, we have joined the army. And out of every 10, 7 or 8 have died on the battlefield, dying to defend the imperial city. The Gu family has only one last seed left. Fengqi, leave us this descendant to carry on our line. Shunshin was stunned when he saw Chang'an's strange reaction upon meeting the old general. Chang'an, Do you know General Gu? He felt uneasy as things were unfolding beyond his expectations. I never let Chang'an meet Gu Jingxian. So how could Chang'an explain their chance encounter? A few days ago, I met him in the woods, and I even fought him once. I didn't know he was such a high-ranking official. Xuanxin's expression darkened as a sense of wariness settled over him. Chang'an, old General Gu, looked straight at Empress Dowager Xiao, his words booming like thunder over the fate of the Imperial Guards. If my Gu family is cut off, then the flying cavalry guard, which has followed us for so many years, will be like a dragon without a head. Men's hearts will be thrown into confusion, relying only on the current Xunwei army and Golden Armor Guard. I fear the defense of the Imperial City cannot be properly maintained. The little emperor gritted his teeth, realizing this was an outright threat, yet one with tremendous weight. What did you say? Xiao Ying hurriedly stopped him. Your Majesty, she swallowed her fury. The old man was threatening her. If she did not leave them a way out, he would unite with the entire Flying Cavalry Guard in rebellion. The Flying Cavalry Guard had finally grown powerful enough. It was precisely because Gu Jingxian and Gu Fengqi were so hard to handle that she had never been able to place military power in their hands. In the end, the Empress Dowager delivered a judgment stripping them of power. Exile the Flying Cavalry Guard to the city frontier posts. They may be spared death, but living punishment cannot be avoided. From this moment on, Gu Fengqi is stripped of his post as commander of the Flying Cavalry Guard. Starting today, the entire Flying Cavalry Guard is removed from the Imperial Palace grounds and sent to guard the city gates. The Flying Cavalry soldiers lowered their heads. Their hearts were full of grievance at being treated like the lowest gatekeepers. What? This is far too unfair to General Gu. Our Flying Cavalry Guard has risked life and limb for years, and now we're being sent to guard city gates. Fengqi hurriedly stopped them. Do not be insolent. Suppressing his pain, Fengqi bitterly gave thanks for imperial mercy. This subject thanks your majesty for your grace. Gu Jingxian walked over to support him. Son, let's go. He fixed the people who had driven him into this desperate corner with a look of deep hatred. Their group gradually withdrew. Shun noticed Chang'an quietly shedding tears for no clear reason. Chang'an, why are you crying? He did not know either. I don't know why, but my heart hurts so much. The man looked at the sword and guessed that the course of events might already have changed. Even if he did not know the underlying reason, it was very clear that the Empress Dowager had removed the Gu family, which meant she definitely had a better ally now. Only then would she make such a decision. Could it be that she intended to raise up a new noble clan? Empress Dowager Xiao announced the replacement, officially bringing Prince Huai's estate into the center of power. Gu Fengqi committed wrongdoing and has been punished, but his majesty cannot be left without guards by his side. From today onward, the Sky Eagle Guard will replace the Flying Cavalry Guard in guarding the palace, and the commander of the Sky Eagle Guard will be the heir of Prince Huai's estate. At those words, everyone was shocked as a man stepped forward. Ning Junwu shall assume the post. That man was Ning Junwu, heir to Prince Huai's estate, and also Ning Xiang's father. Chengping stood frozen, piecing together the Empress Dowager faction's conspiracy that had stretched on for decades. So now I finally understand. Why did Xiaoan go to such lengths to drive the Gu family away? Why did Ning Xiang deliberately crash in my mother more than 10 years ago? So that's how it was. Looking at that group, she could not help thinking the Xiao family and Prince Huai's estate have been colluding for over a decade already. In the court, the neutral officials began speaking out against this blatantly partisan appointment. Yan Buyu was the first to step forward. This cannot be allowed. I beg the Empress Dowager and your majesty to think it over carefully. He knelt and laid out his reasoning. First, there are too many suspicious points surrounding the Chinkoan pills. To convict so hastily is far too arbitrary. Second, Ning has no merit and no achievements. It will be difficult for him to shoulder the position of commander of the Sky Eagle Guard. He wanted desperately to stop this. This was clearly factional favoritism. They cannot be allowed to continue doing whatever they pleased. Ning Junwu revealed an arrogant expression and, sword in hand, walked over to Yan Buyu. You say this prince lacks virtue and does not deserve the position? Then that also means the Empress Dowager's choice is wrong. He still stood firm, continuing to argue for justice on behalf of those with merit. That is not what I mean. But the commander of the Flying Cavalry Guard ought to be someone with greater military achievements and prestige. Relying on the heir's contributions alone, I fear it will be difficult to win over the people. The young emperor suddenly rushed over and snapped, "What nonsense are you babbling?" His face twisted with frenzied rage as he viciously snatched up a sword. "Just kill him and be done with it. This petty top scholar opposes me every single time. I've long since had enough of him." The blade slashed down, and fresh blood sprayed across the faces of those standing nearby. "Let's see who still dares oppose me now." Hurried footsteps rushed over as someone shouted, "Imperial Physician!" He crouched down and tried to administer first aid. "Imperial Physician, there's too much blood." Silence answered him. No one replied, but it was already too late for an innocent life. Xiaoling stepped forward to smooth things over. "Grand Tutor Yu, Minister Yin has already stopped breathing. Your Majesty only acted rashly in the heat of the moment. This was also unavoidable." Inwardly, she cursed her son's temperament. Had the second prince gone mad? He had actually killed an innocent minister in front of everyone. Yu Shunshin looked at Yin Buyu's corpse, his heart aching for a talent just beginning to bloom, now snuffed out. No longer breathing, he recalled that only yesterday the man had still been here. Yesterday, Yin Buyu had been discussing matters with me. He studied bitterly for 10 years for the sake of one day, building a great legacy and changing Great Shang. He had placed so much hope in the dynasty's future, yet because of just a few words of advice, he met this end. He forced his anger down. Torrential rain poured from the sky like heaven, and earth weeping for a dynasty slowly fading away. Only then did Qingping speak. "A heavy storm is coming. At last, the heavens are about to change." The balance of power at court shifted at dizzying speed. The Gu family's collapse made way for new forces. Now that the Gu family had fallen, Prince Huai's residence and the Ning family had taken a step forward to become one of the 4 new great houses, while the Li and Song families, which had not yet fallen, still maintained a middle position, already sensing the danger closing in. To cut off the Gu family's last road of survival, Empress Dowager Xiao forced through a broken marriage to eliminate them completely. Under her orders, her younger cousin, Xiao Hui, divorced Gu Fengqi. News of Empress Dowager Xiao plotting against the Gu family and the young emperor killing the newly crowned top scholar spread among the people, and the imperial family's reputation sank to an unprecedented low. People in the streets whispered heatedly, and the people's hearts began to waver because of the court's cruelty. "Have you heard? That so-called Universe Hall thing was given by Empress Dowager Xiao. Don't talk nonsense without evidence." Gu Fengqi himself admitted it. He was forced into it, only to protect the Gu family and the Flying Cavalry Guard. Empress Dowager Xiao is too vicious. The young emperor is even worse. He killed a man on the spot. Stop talking, unless you want to lose your head. The smaller military factions that had once followed the Gu family now had to seek new backers to survive. The Flying Cavalry Guard was reassigned to guard the city gates, and the minor aristocratic houses that had once attached themselves to the Gu army, under pressure from the Xiao and Ning families, had no choice but to start looking for a new path. At that moment, at the Gu residence, a voice rang out. Well, there are still high officials willing to visit our down-and-out Gu family." He turned and looked at the man behind him. "Grand Tutor Yu." Yu Shunshin came to visit the desolate Gu residence and saw the old general sitting gloomily beside a wine jar. "How is Gu Fengqi doing?" The old man swayed slightly. "The more you ask, the sadder it gets. How would he be well? He lost an arm, and Xiao Hui divorced him. These past few days, he's been recuperating in his room. Compared to the wound on his body, I'm afraid this stubborn son of mine hurts even more inside. I always taught him loyalty to sovereign and country. I never thought it would harm him instead." Yu Shunshin encouraged the old general with a resolute look, one directed toward a future wise ruler. "No, General Gu taught him nothing wrong. Loyalty to sovereign and country is not wrong. What is wrong is being loyal to a ruler without virtue, one unworthy of his position." Old General Gu immediately saw through the silent alliance between Yu Shunshin and the princess. "So, you came because of the eldest princess?" I was wondering why Yu Shunshin had suddenly begun visiting the eldest princess so frequently during this time, without the slightest restraint. So that's how it is. Because now, there's no longer any need for you to hide it. He walked over and sat down with Gu Jingxian. I am not loyal to any one person, only to a wise ruler who can lead Great Shang into prosperity. Even the old general could not help but marvel at how the princess dared do what no one else would. I heard the eldest princess ignored both His Majesty's and the Empress Dowager's displeasure and insisted on holding a funeral for Yin Biu, burying him with full honors. He explained why he had to stand up and defend the dead man's honor. Yin Biu's parents died early. He only had a few close friends from his years of study. I wanted to personally handle his funeral affairs. But the princess said. He suddenly recalled her words. The young emperor is smug right now. If Lord Yu gives a grand funeral to the man he killed, it would be no different from slapping him in the face. But I have always been the eldest princess who fears neither heaven nor earth, willful and overbearing. No matter how angry he gets, he could do nothing to me. Besides, provoking that mother and son is hardly something new for me. The old general raised his wine cup. For the first time, he truly acknowledged the princess's bold spirit. The eldest princess is very much like the late emperor. Old Gu should toast her with this cup. Suddenly, Chang'an burst in, snatched away the wine jar, and scolded him. You rotten old man, stop drinking already. Just look at all these empty jars around you. How many days and nights have you been drinking? Aren't you the grand general of the cavalry? The Gu family still has you holding things up. Gu Fengqi is only missing one arm. It's not like he's crippled for life. If all of you keep wallowing like this, that's when the Gu family will truly collapse. Without the slightest courtesy, Chang'an lunged forward and grabbed his collar, trying to awaken the mettle of a general. Didn't you tell me men should make achievements and build careers? You old men are all bark and no bite. If you keep muddling along like this, then I'll beat you until you sober up. The old man stared at Chang'an in stunned silence. This child, old General Gu, burst out laughing, warmed by the boy's blunt honesty. Good. Refreshing. Then the two of them rushed at each other and started brawling to their heart's content. If we're fighting, then fight. Let's see who's the old master here. You're not my old master. Thanks to the lively commotion, a figure was watching from afar. Fengqi stood there silently, watching, his heart burdened with countless thoughts. In the palace, Xiao Ying slapped the young emperor for his reckless murder. Yet the boy still craned his neck and argued back. Mother, you hit me again. She scolded her son for ruining the larger plan and stirring up public resentment. If no one restrains your majesty, who knows what else you'll do? Last time, without discussing it with anyone, you wanted to kill Ren Yu, and now you killed Yin Biu before the public. Do you know how many people you've angered? Right now, the eldest princess is only handling Yin Biu's funeral, and you still want to issue an edict to punish her. Do you think things aren't chaotic enough already? The young emperor remained stubborn, treating himself as the son of heaven with full power over life and death. She's my elder sister, yet she keeps opposing me, always trying to slap me in the face. I am the son of heaven. If I don't punish her, how will I command the masses in the future? The Empress Dowager sighed, realizing that her son's immaturity and cruelty would lead to disaster. If your majesty keeps indulging in these delusions, I fear not a single person will submit to you. You are the son of heaven. You must learn to endure. Even if you want someone dead, if the time has not yet come, then all you can do is endure. If a ruler can only use tears to gain sympathy, then what kind of son of heaven is that? Furious, she turned and left, not forgetting to warn him. The throne of a nation's ruler is not as simple as you think. Stay in your room and reflect on yourself. Come out only after you understand. Looking at the young emperor, she felt a trace of sadness. His Majesty is still far too young. When will he ever mature a little and understand the hardship I bear? Chengping entered Shaotian Palace, and before she even stepped inside, a familiar voice came drifting out. Facing the Grand Empress Dowager, the grandmother who had been left in the cold, she heard, I was wondering who would still come to the palace of this old woman no longer favored. So it's my good granddaughter. What is it? Haven't you long treated this old woman as dead? And now you suddenly want to visit me? The princess looked at her coldly and calmly took a seat nearby. I just had something I want to clarify, so I came personally. The Grand Empress Dowager angrily accused Chengping of ingratitude. You unfilial wretch. So that day really was deliberate. I treated you with such love, and this is how you repay kindness with grievance. Chengping caught the blow before it landed. Love me? Ping had barely sat down before rising to list out, one by one, the wrongs and exploitation the old woman had inflicted on her over the years. You loved me, so from childhood to adulthood, you made me bear all kinds of blame for your family. It was you who took 100,000 taels of silver from the state treasury. The second imperial brother lived a life of debauchery, committing every evil outside the palace and stirring up trouble everywhere. And in the end, all of it was pinned on me. You loved me, so anything of mine that could be taken, you took. My fief, all my money. You left nothing untouched. If this is the love you speak of, then I cannot bear such love. The mama beside her hurried over to support her. Grand Empress Dowager. The old woman tried to use filial piety to force Ping back to her side. You are my own flesh and blood granddaughter. If I were not helpless, why would I ever have let you suffer such humiliation and injustice? I had my own difficulties. I only hoped you could help me. Yet you hold such a grudge. Ping, is there still any filial piety left in your heart? Ping then struck with a decisive question about her mother's death, then was helping others add fuel to the fire. And poison my mother also something you did out of helplessness? The Grand Empress Dowager panicked and blurted out, shifting the blame onto Xiaoying. That wasn't done by me. It was that vile woman Xiaoying. Then she froze, realizing she had misspoken. This is bad. I shouldn't have said that. Ping narrowed her eyes, realizing the old woman had indeed been an accomplice in the assassination years ago. So you really were involved. For all these years, I always suspected it. You were jealous of father's feelings for mother, but you didn't want to act directly. So the only possibility was that you secretly helped another great clan do it. Because you would never have allowed a common-born woman like my mother to ascend to the position of empress. The old woman began speaking of her obsession and fear that the dynasty would collapse because of a commoner. It was not that I would not allow it. Your mother was the woman your father loved most in this life. After she died, your father lived as though already dead. If not for you, perhaps he would have followed her. Do you think I wanted to harm my own only son? But for the sake of Great Shang, for the future generations of our Ying clan, tears quickly welled in her eyes. I had no other choice. Her thoughts turned back 25 years, in a splendid yet scheming palace scene. A gentle young woman stepped forward to pay her respects. Greetings, Your Majesty, Your Highness the Empress Dowager. May Your Majesty live 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. May the Empress Dowager live 1,000 years, 1,000 times 1,000 years. The Empress Dowager feigned concern for the pregnant woman. Quickly, get up. Child, haven't I already told you that with your pregnancy, you needn't be so formal? What if something happened to my imperial eldest grandchild? Wei smiled gently, only wishing for a peaceful life. Your Highness jests. The imperial physician only just confirmed it, so we still don't know whether this child is a boy or a girl. Perhaps it will be a little princess. The Empress Dowager began pressing the late emperor to enthrone a daughter of the Yang family as empress. Boy or girl, it makes no difference. Your Majesty, in my opinion, once cousin Wei gives birth, it will also be time to appoint an empress. Shen Xian was moved. Your Highness, this... But at that moment, the late emperor firmly moved to protect the only love of his life. Mother, I came today precisely to tell you something. Xian'er is already pregnant as well. I have decided to enthrone Xian'er as empress, and whether the child is male or female, I will establish the child in her womb as the heir. The Empress Dowager slammed the table in fury, outraged at such an insult to the noble class. Absurd. Shen Xian is nothing but a common-born woman. How could she possibly bear the title of empress? Even if I agreed, the other great families would never agree to let such a woman sit in the position of empress. Besides, Wei has been deeply devoted to you. How could you betray her like this? Tears shimmered in Wei's eyes. Your Majesty, the late emperor made it clear that Shen Xian alone held that place in his heart. Wei is also very good. I will make her noble consort. But in this life, I have only one empress, and that is Xian'er. No matter what mother says, I will not yield. Flustered, Shen Xian did not want to throw the court into turmoil because of herself. Your Majesty, I have neither talent nor beauty. It truly is difficult for me to be empress. I beg your Majesty to take back this decree. Shen Xian lightly pinched the late emperor's cheek to ease the tension. Don't you like puffing out your cheeks? Don't be angry anymore. If you stay angry, you'll grow 10 years older. I'm still young and beautiful. If you keep getting angry and grow old, you won't suit me anymore. By then, I might just run away." The late emperor took her hand, his eyes overflowing with love. "You dare run?" I will." She gently fell into his arms and whispered, "Of course I wouldn't dare. I will always stay by your majesty's side. Forever." She expressed her wish to give up the title in order to preserve peace in the realm. "So I do not need the position of empress. I do not need your majesty to break the court's balance for my sake alone. I do not want your majesty to disappoint the empress dowager. Even if my status remains lowly, I do not mind." The late emperor drew her into his arms and silently vowed to protect her at all costs. "I know your heart, but Shinner, you do not understand. In this deep palace, you have no family backing. If your status is not high enough, it will be hard for you to survive." Shinner answered firmly, "I am not as fragile as your majesty thinks. Your majesty, do you believe me? I will remain peacefully by your side, by the side of our child." The late emperor held her, placing his trust in the woman he loved. "I believe you." Yet deep inside, he seemed already to have made up his mind. "But I do not trust the hearts of men. Shinner, wait for me." His eyes shone with determination. "I will make you my one and only empress." On another day, in the Grand Empress Dowager's palace. "Child, you're already 9 months along." She comforted her own niece. "Didn't the imperial physician tell you to calm your mind and focus on nourishing the pregnancy? If you keep moping like this, how will your body endure it?" Wei wept over the king's cold treatment of her. "Your Highness, how could I not wish to live happily? Just look, these past months, the number of times His Majesty has visited me can barely be counted on one hand. Every day, he stays with that Shun Xian. How can I not feel wronged? If this keeps up, I'm afraid even the position of Empress will be handed to that vixen." The old woman assured her that she would use her power to place her niece on the Empress's throne. "His Majesty already told me. As long as he makes you empress, I will support his making Shun Xian a consort. She would only be a consort. How could she surpass you?" Yet Wei still felt deeply uneasy about the late emperor's stubbornness. "Even if that's what he says, I still feel unsettled. His Majesty has always been stubborn. Will he really compromise so easily?" The Empress Dowager continued trying to reassure her. "Don't worry. These past months, His Majesty has cooperated very well with my arrangements. The Yang family has even helped him keep the other great clans in check. Once His Majesty announces the matter of appointing the Empress at court today, everything will be accomplished." Suddenly, a servant rushed in breathlessly with thunderous news. "Your Highness, something is wrong." She maintained her dignified bearing as she asked what was wrong. "What could be wrong? Has His Majesty not announced the matter of appointing the Empress today?" The servant panted, speaking cautiously. "No, His Majesty announced it. But the Empress he chose is Lady Shun." Wei was struck dumb with shock. She completely fell apart at the late Emperor's choice, and the Empress Dowager hurried over to support her. Vaya. That night, the two sat by the bed. A servant whispered, "Your Highness, just as you expected, noble consort Xiao has made her move. It seems the Xiao family intends to strike at Empress Shun. We discovered that one of the junior palace maids in Empress Shun's residence is a spy planted by the Xiao family." The Empress Dowager was furious when she realized her son had used her to protect that common woman. The emperor had acted on his own to make Shun empress. Naturally, the other great clans would not be pleased. "I want to see just how long the emperor can protect Shun in the harem without my support." The maid worried for Empress Shun's life as she approached childbirth. "But Your Highness, Empress Shun is also about to give birth. If Your Highness ignores it and something goes wrong with Lady Shun, I fear even the child in her womb won't survive." The old woman coldly refused to help, setting the tragedy of years past in motion. Then that wretch brought it upon herself. "Who told that vixen to bewitch the sovereign and incite the emperor to betray me?" Then she turned toward the girl, suffering in grievance before her. "My Wei, since that day, you've been swallowing your anger. Even the imperial physician said that even if Wei can give birth, I fear both mother and child may not survive. Wei is the legitimate eldest daughter of the Yang family. and also the granddaughter I have cherished since childhood. I always thought the emperor would treat her well. But for the sake of that vile woman, he used me and the Yang family to help him block the other great clans, gave Shen the status of a descendant of Marshal Shun, then issued the edict to enthrone her before all the important court ministers, delivering the Yang family a ruthless slap in the face. Grinding her teeth, she resolved to act. Keep an eye on Xiaoying. When necessary, I will help her along. I did not wear myself to the bone fighting for the Empress's seat only to make a wedding dress for someone else. Back in the room, Chengping looked straight into the Grand Empress Dowager's eyes, her voice dripping with mockery as she exposed the truth behind the old grudge. So, in order to avenge yourself on Mother, you helped Xiaoying. Only, you never expected that after Mother was poisoned by Xiaoying, she would still escape death long enough to give birth to me. She trembled, her eyes bloodshot with hatred that had never faded despite all these years. That bitch had a wretched life, but heaven has eyes. The Shun clan only kept rising because you were princess. At the very least, Avi left your second imperial brother to me. Even if your second imperial brother is gone, I still have Ingchen. Chengping let out a cold laugh. She pitied how deluded her grandmother was, still clinging to the last scraps of power. Grandmother, when you harmed my mother, you at least knew how to weigh the situation. But now you're truly muddle-headed. The Yang family's only backing, Ingchen, is gone. What are you going to use now to fight that mother and son, Xiaoying, that withered old face of yours? She choked on her words and could only point at Chengping helplessly, her scheme laid bare. Chengping continued, Xiaoying placing you under house arrest is the best proof. She isn't stupid. She's been waiting for a chance to get rid of all of us. The Grand Empress Dowager felt as if something were stuck in her throat. So back then, when you deliberately exposed the Yang family for secretly taking funds from the state treasury, it was to set a trap for Xiaoying and make her turn on us? A servant hurriedly supported her and tried to stop Chengping. Your Highness, please stop talking. Chengping gave a scornful smile. That's right. She stepped closer, imposing and dignified. Since things have come to this, there's no need for us to keep pretending to be a loving family. I came here today to tell you that everything you spent half your life pursuing amounts to nothing. Your whole life is a joke. She turned to leave, but did not forget to add, still, I can promise you this. As long as Ancient behaves, I will not touch him. The Grand Empress Dowager was horrified by her granddaughter's confidence and ambition. What do you mean? What are you trying to do? Chengping's eyes blazed with the desire to change the fate of the nation. One day, I will ascend the throne myself. I will carry on the wishes of Father Emperor and Mother Empress and bring peace to the realm, so that all the people may live in warmth and plenty. The old woman screamed in shock at such a heaven-defying idea. You want to proclaim yourself emperor? Absurd. Since ancient times, where has there ever been a female emperor? You are defying heaven and your ancestors. Chengping turned her back on her. My dear grandmother, you truly are foolish to the bitter end. Take that decaying body of yours down to the Yellow Springs and beg forgiveness from my mother. As soon as she finished speaking, the old woman collapsed. The servants rushed over, shouting, Grand Empress Dowager. The chamber instantly descended into chaos. Imperial physician, summon the imperial physician at once. Having achieved her purpose, Chengping walked out calmly. Elsewhere, a man set down his teacup and called out, General Gu. A private discussion was underway. Has your mind cleared a little? General Gu sighed, his face full of the weariness of a once glorious commander who had lost his former brilliance. Grand Tutor Yu, I understand what you mean, but the Gu family is now down to its last breath. In the end, Princess Chengping stands alone and weak. Even if the Gu family joins her, we won't be able to stir up much. Another hearty voice rang out, affirming the alliance of the great families. What if you add our Song family as well? General Gu turned and recognized the man. Old Song. He looked around in astonishment. You've all been secretly joining forces already? Not entirely, the man said after giving his son-in-law a smack, blaming it all on fate's arrangement through the useless fellow. It's all because of this worthless son-in-law of mine. My daughter is pregnant, and I'm about to become a grandfather. He turned back, suppressing his anger as he spoke. The Song family has always remained neutral. Yet my daughter married Yin Cheng, who belongs to Yu Xuanxin's faction. Now that the Empress Dowager has lumped the Song family together with Princess Chungping's side, for the sake of my daughter and grandchild, the Song family has no choice but to support the princess. Shunshin smiled, respectful of Lord Song's loyalty to the people and the state. Lord Song still carries the old concern for the nation and the common people of Great Shung in his heart. I deeply admire that. Lord Song waved a hand. Enough, Lord Yu. Don't flatter me. I'm only doing this for the Song family. It's all because of this useless son-in-law. Although he had taken a hit, the son-in-law seemed pleased that everything was going smoothly. He nodded in agreement. Old Song walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Even though the Song family is one of the 4 great clans, our strength alone is limited. So we need General Gu's power. General Gu looked at the 2 officials before him, still full of hesitation over his choice. Then he turned to Shunshin and said, "For my own protection, I have agreed to join you for now. But why hasn't Lord Yu left yet?" Shunshin replied, "I still have one more great gift to present to you." Then he looked straight into the old general's eyes and mentioned a small place on the frontier, startling him. Baishur County, Yunluo Village. Does that name sound familiar to you, General Gu? General Gu's face changed at once. The most painful memory of his life had suddenly been ripped open. Yunluo Village, that little remote village on the border. How do you know of it? Shunshin began recounting what he had personally experienced 10 years earlier, when the princess was still in a coma. 10 years ago, during the first year of the princess's coma, I had just passed the examinations and was assigned to Baishur County as magistrate. Not long after I arrived, bandits appeared in Yunluo Village, and I led the constables there to suppress them. But unexpectedly, by the time we reached the village, the bandits had already been wiped out. He paused, his gaze full of admiration as he spoke of the young hero from back then. The one who annihilated those bandits was a child. At the time, he truly was just a child, a 6-year-old child. He went on to describe the loneliness and cruelty that child had endured after his parents vanished. The villagers said that a few years before, the child had lived in the village too. Then his father disappeared, and his mother was gone as well. He was left alone, drifting through the mountains with no one to look after him. Even when he was starving to death, the villagers ignored him. And because he didn't know how to interact with other people, he couldn't speak to anyone. Shunshin recalled the first time that child had opened his mouth and uttered the 3 fateful words. At the time, I tried talking to him and discovered he only knew how to say 3 words. Both men said them at the same time. Gu Jingxian. General Gu began to tremble. Tears, years too late, finally started to fall as he faced the truth of that secret love from long ago. Impossible. 17 years ago, I really was stationed on the frontier. Back then, I already had a fiancé in the capital, but my marriage to Gu Fengqi's mother was only a political alliance. There was little affection between us. In Yunluo Village, I met the woman I loved most in this lifetime, and I spent the happiest days of my life there. He regretted bitterly that his own delay had led to his family's tragedy. 2 years later, I had no choice but to return to court. I had meant to go back to the capital, settle my family affairs, and then return openly and honorably to bring her back with me. I never imagined that trip would be our final farewell. After that, bandits attacked Yunluo Village. The mother and child were driven into the mountains, and their whereabouts became unknown. I even led men back to suppress the bandits, but after searching the entire mountain, I still couldn't find them. He stood up and looked at them, then asked, "You say he is my son. What proof do you have?" Without another word, Shunshin immediately rolled up a sleeve. But this conversation had been overheard by someone else as well. General Gu stepped forward and saw a face identical to the woman he had once loved. His voice caught in his throat as he called out, "It's you, it really is you. You are my son. You are my son, Fengqi's younger brother." The boy's hands shook as if he were trying to suppress his fury, but he could not hold it back. When the old man lunged toward him, he struck him, then looked at him with eyes full of hatred and estrangement. "I do not have a father like you." Chang'an stepped forward, every word like a knife stabbing into General Gu's remorseful heart. "When my mother and I were taken by the bandits, Where were you? After my mother died, and I wandered the mountains alone, where were you? The once renowned general dropped to his knees and painfully admitted his failure as a father. You're right. I do not deserve to be your father. I failed to protect you and your mother. Chang'an hit him again, resolutely rejecting this bond of blood. A father like you, I will never acknowledge. The blow sent the old man crashing to the ground. Chang'an wiped away his own tears, while General Gu could only stare after his retreating back. Then General Gu turned to Shun Shun, realizing the depth and precision of his arrangement. Grand Tutor Yu, he has been by your side for a very long time, hasn't he? Yet only at this crucial moment did you allow our father and son to recognize each other. All of this was in your calculations, wasn't it? Shun Shun did not deny it. He explained that the timing had been chosen to protect Chang'an's safety and serve the greater situation. When the Gu family was at the height of its power, even if I had told you about Chang'an, he might not have survived in the Gu household. I wanted Chang'an to have a good life. But Chang'an has the right to know the truth. Besides, as long as it benefits the future of Great Shang, I will do anything, even something like this, even if it means exhausting every ounce of scheming. At the princess's residence, Chengping received important news from a spy about Li Changfu's illegitimate son. Princess, we have news. Jixiang came to report. Didn't your highness ask me to investigate Li Changfu before? His illegitimate son, Li Zicai, was never actually exiled. He's been hiding in a small brothel outside the city. She was somewhat surprised. What? She curled her lips into a smile, realizing this was the fatal weakness that could completely destroy the Li family. No wonder Li Changfu was so full of energy after Li Zicai was convicted. So it turns out his son was perfectly fine all along. She immediately gave the order, draft a secret letter, and sent it to Prince Huai's residence. The Heavenly Eagle Guard has only just been established, and Ning Junwu urgently needs merit. I'll give him a great gift. That very day, Ning Junwu received the secret report and immediately set off with the Heavenly Eagle Guard. Sure enough, at the place indicated in the report, they captured Li Zicai, who was supposedly in exile on the frontier. The truth that someone else had been made to take his punishment in his place was exposed, and public outrage surged. Before Li Zicai's exile, Li Changfu had found a man of similar appearance to serve as his son's substitute. At the time, the censorate had also used many of its connections. An Empress Dowager, Xiao, seized the chance to execute him publicly, both to win popular support and purge a political faction. She deliberately arranged for Li Zicai to be paraded through the streets, and the scandal broke open. The Li family's contempt for the law enraged people across the realm. Li Zicai was publicly beheaded, slightly easing the people's fury. The Li family officially collapsed, and the authority within the censorate was taken over by the Empress Dowager's men. Li Changfu and the forces behind the censorate had fallen into Empress Dowager Zhao's grasp because of this affair. Not only was Li Changfu stripped of office on the spot, the censorate also underwent sweeping changes. Nearly all of the Li family's people were replaced by members of the Xiao and Ning factions. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The Li family was utterly ruined. Li Changfu lay bedridden, looking in despair at his family's destruction. After this incident, chest pains struck him, and he could no longer rise from bed. Feeling that death was not far off, he looked at the person standing by the door. The Li family is finished. No power, no influence, no wealth. Everyone has left. And you still haven't gone? Asi, his servant AC, expressed loyalty that moved him deeply in this moment of utter ruin. Master took me in when I was young. Without Master, there would be no AC. I will stay by your side always and look after you in your old age. Hearing this, Li Changfu was so touched that he nearly cried. AC, you really are the best one. Master, suddenly an unfamiliar voice rang out, carrying a dark proposal. At a time like this, you still have such deep feelings between master and servant. A woman walked in from outside. How touching. Li Changfu narrowed his eyes at the stranger who had intruded into his room. Who are you? The other party introduced herself. The Moon Worship Sect, the greatest hidden rebel force in Great Shang. What business does someone like you have, coming in the middle of the night to find an old man like me who has neither power nor influence? She played upon his hatred for Empress Dowager, Xiao, to invite him to cooperate. The Li family has been cut off, your house has declined, Everything was caused by the Xiao family. We share a common enemy. Of course, cooperation will benefit us both. Hidden in the darkness, a watcher recorded the entire exchange as it happened. AC realized that something major was about to happen. He quietly slipped outside to report back to Qingping. I have to inform the princess at once. The negotiation proceeded quickly, full of promises of future power. Then it's settled. If this plan succeeds, Lord Li will become chancellor in the future. Li Changfu remained wary. He no longer wanted power. He only wanted revenge. Today, this old man already has 1 foot in the grave. I'm afraid I won't live to enjoy the future you speak of. But if I can vent my hatred, then cooperating with you is fine. The other party turned to leave, secretly vowing to make him regret it. You Shunshin, you ignored me before. One day, I, Jian Yun, will make you regret it too late. The next morning, at the princess's residence, Chengping received AC's message, while Jixiang listened at the side. The moon worship sect? She read the letter, her mind already calculating. It seems things have drifted a little off course. Li Changfu oppressed the people and seized their land. AC's parents were driven to death by him. That foolish boy was then brought back by Li Changfu to serve as a servant. After I thoroughly investigated the matter, I told AC the truth. AC agreed to become our eyes and ears. She believed fortune was on her side now that she had gotten hold of the plan to attack the imperial palace. The Li residence used to be crowded and tightly guarded, so AC never had a chance to be useful. Who would have thought that now the Li family has no one left worth using? Yet this time he managed to overhear such important news. Even heaven is helping me. She asked about the key agents who had already infiltrated the palace. Jian Nanting and you, Shizenlang, both entered the palace smoothly, didn't they? Jixiang reported on the success of their carefully prepared covers. After the royal hunt ended, I used some connections to get Jian Nanting into the palace. No one knows he is one of ours. I believe it won't be long before he gets a chance to approach Empress Dowager Xiao. As for Shizenlang, we forged a household registration for him and concealed his connection to Lord Yu. Through civilian recruitment, he has also successfully joined the Heavenly Eagle Guard. She praised this efficiency and then ordered, "Good. Pass this news to them and tell them to wait for the right moment to act." Jixiang accepted the order. Chengping looked toward the imperial palace, her hatred for Xiao Ying rising higher. "Xiao, even 10,000 deaths would not be enough for your crimes. But your life, I still have to keep it for now." 10 days later, in the stillness of a sleepless night, the patrols were extremely strict. Suddenly, a group of people approached and stopped in front of them. The guards shouted when they spotted the suspicious figures beneath the palace wall. "Hey, this is beneath the palace wall, forbidden ground of the imperial family. Dressed like that, what do you think you're doing?" Both sides slowly drew their swords. In the middle of the clash, the soldiers recognized them. The moon worship sect. A bloody massacre in the night began. It's the moon worship sect. When a moon rises and the sun sets, kill. Blood stained the ground red. Buffon was thrilled. The moon worship sect really came. Alarm bells echoed throughout the imperial palace, and the Heavenly Eagle Guard immediately formed up to meet the attack. Enemy assault. Heavenly Eagle Guard. All units prepare for battle. News of the attack at the East Gate forced the troops to split their forces. The moon worship sect is attacking the East Gate. Hurry to the East Gate. The soldiers obeyed the order. Yes. First squad, remain behind to protect His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. Yes. Empress Dowager Xiao stood there, watching the chaos before her. The young emperor looked outside with dangerously excited curiosity, utterly unaware of how grave the situation was. How exciting. I must go see what sort of bold fool dares launch a sneak attack on the imperial palace. Xiao Ying felt something was off about the scale of the assault. The moon worship sect has always acted in secret. Why have they suddenly launched a direct, large-scale attack this time? Something feels strange. The young emperor gave an order. "Quick, go reinforce the East Gate." Yes. Meanwhile, guided by Li Changfu, a group of rebel troops had already slipped into the inner palace. Our feint to the east and strike in the west was the right choice. Most of them have gone to the East Gate. No one could have imagined that we had already infiltrated the inner palace. But we must thank you for that. Li Changfu led the strike team, his eyes bloodshot with hatred. "Lord Li, fortunately we had your plan en route. Otherwise, we could never have gotten in." Sword in hand, his face twisted with fury, he snapped, "Enough praising yourselves. This old man is doing this for my son." Flaming arrows were raised. They shot straight into the palace. Fire met wood, and the flames instantly surged upward. Xiao Ying had never expected things to become this dangerous. Jian Yun stood above, directing the assault. Duck and Pao D. Below, the defenses seemed on the verge of collapse. Enemy attack. Protect His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. Outside, Li Changfu kicked the doors open and charged in. Xiao Ying was horrified to see that the official who had once served her loyally had now become a traitor. Li Changfu, you colluded with outside enemies. The young emperor cursed. Old Li, you've got some nerve. Was the Li family not dying fast enough for you? Li Changfu did not hesitate to kick the young emperor away from him. Xiao Ying rushed over and caught him. Your Majesty, Li Changfu had gone mad. He had come bent solely on revenge. Li Changfu laughed like a lunatic. All of you can die for this old man. Pay with your lives for my son. I wasn't going to live much longer anyway. You might as well be buried with me. Xiao Ying, panicking, dragged the young emperor away while shouting, "Protect the throne." At the same time, she sent someone to the east gate to demand more reinforcements. Yes. In the midst of the chaos, fire spread through the entire palace. She pulled the young emperor and ran as fast as she could. She hurried toward the secret base and pushed the boy into a safe hiding place. Quick, hide inside. Unable to bear it, he turned back and said, Mother Empress, you should hide too. She had meant to hide as well, but at that moment Li Xiangfu had already arrived. Where are you running? Knowing she could no longer escape, she resigned herself to sacrificing her own life so the little emperor could survive. No, I've been discovered, she whispered. Mother Empress will lure him away. You hide in here. Don't make a sound. Li Xiangfu charged over. Hand over your life. The little boy sat inside, trembling, his mouth calling over and over, Mother Empress. Xiao Ying was running as fast as she could. Suddenly, a hand seized her arm. That person pulled her back, shielding her. When she lifted her face and saw more clearly, she was somewhat startled. In the chaotic palace corridor, hurried footsteps chased after Xiao Ying's shadow. Xiao Ying, you can't escape. Come out obediently and die. She raised her head to look at the person who had saved her. You are. Before she could finish, the other party pressed a finger up. In a lowered voice, he reminded her, don't make a sound. Xiao Ying looked at the handsome young man, standing extremely close to her. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat from his overwhelming masculinity. But it had been so long since this palace woman had so very long. She shut her eyes, not wanting to look any longer, afraid she would not be able to control herself. It had been so long since she had been this close to a man. Li Xiangfu burst in, shouting when he spotted his prey. Found you! Jian Nanting immediately ran out and stood in front of her. His gaze was firm and fearless. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager, run. Leave this lowly one to hold him off. His heroics lasted only a few seconds before the old man beat him down. Li struck decisively, knocking his opponent over. Xiao Ying looked at Jian Nanting's back, deeply moved. You? He still tried to hold the old man back and said to Xiao Ying, Empress Dowager, hurry and go. Enraged, the other side trampled him. Let go. Li Xiangfu, irritated by the obstacle underfoot, raised his sword. Release me, old man. Suddenly, an arrow flew in from nowhere and pierced straight into him. He collapsed to the ground as Xiao Ying stared in shock. Rapid footsteps sounded as the main force of the Sky Eagle Guard rushed in to relieve them. We were late in protecting your Majesty. Please forgive us, Empress Dowager. One of them stepped forward to report the situation to Xiao Ying. Reporting to the Empress Dowager, His Majesty is safe and sound. The followers of the moon worship sect have all been wiped out by our side. Somewhere in a corner, Jian Yun had been watching the whole time. She gave a cold snort. Useless trash. Below, the palace was gradually settling down again. Quick, move it over. Yes. Acting on her private secret orders, a guard quietly took out a bottle wrapped in cloth. Empress Dowager, I've taken it out. But why do we have to bring this cloth-wrapped thing? She did not answer the question. Enough talk. The guard knew he had been prying too much and understood his place, so he dared not ask further. Yes. Don Nanding stood there watching, suspicion in his eyes at the item the Empress Dowager treasured so carefully. Even at a time like this, she still hadn't forgotten to retrieve it. It must be extremely important. But what exactly was it? Suddenly, Xiao Ying turned back to look at the young man who had saved her life. You, what is your name? He dropped to his knees, pretending to be frightened to conceal his identity as a spy. This lowly one is called Don Nanding. I used to serve as a study companion to young Master Fan being. Recently, I've been working in the palace in miscellaneous duties to make a living. I carelessly offended your majesty. Please forgive me, your majesty. Pleased by his youth and loyalty, she helped him up. You saved me. Merit must be rewarded. From now on, stay by my side and serve me. The sound of galloping horses grew closer and closer. The soldiers gradually ran to Xiao Ying's location. Inside the hall, the generals and princes were kneeling to accept punishment. Your subordinates were late in rescuing your majesty. Please punish us, your majesty. Please punish us, your majesty. Everyone there immediately turned wary. What are you trying to do? We came to protect the throne. Xiao Ying looked at the people before her, unable to conceal her anger. Suddenly, Prince Ning stepped forward to defend himself, while also shifting the blame onto failures in the defense system. What crime has General Liu committed? The Shunwei army is an external army to begin with. Security and defense within the palace are the responsibility of our Sky Eagle Guard. If anyone must ask for punishment, then it is this old official for failing in his duty. A dispute over duties and responsibility immediately erupted among the military factions. By saying that, Prince Ning, are you accusing our Shunwei army of overstepping its role? We were attacked at night, and Their Majesty's lives were in danger. What crime is there in that? Prince Ning kept criticizing him. Young General Liu, it is not your turn to speak here. Their Majesties will naturally decide how this matter should be handled. Don't presume to guess the imperial will. The young man was so angry he could hardly speak. Only now did Xiao Ying finally speak after having been thoroughly ignored. Her face was solemn and murderous as she announced the punishment. This night attack was the work of the traitor Li Xiangfu colluding with the enemy, the Moon Worship sect. Even if the Sky Eagle Guard made mistakes, they still bear responsibility. I will reward and punish fairly. However, she stared fixedly at General Liu, clearly intending to purge those outside her faction. Without orders from His Majesty and me, General Liu swaggered into the palace with troops like this. What if rebel soldiers had been mixed into your army? What crime should you answer for? At those words, General Liu and Liu Li both froze. Cold sweat poured down General Liu's face as he hurriedly kowtowed to beg forgiveness. This subject was reckless. Please punish me, your majesty. She did not want to hear any more and turned to leave. For the sake of your loyal intention to protect your master, I will spare you this once. If there is a next time, your head will fall. General Liu gritted his teeth. Yes, thank you, your majesty, for sparing my life. Don Nanding watched Xiao Ying leave, his mind full of thought. It seemed the Empress Dowager no longer trusted the Shunwei army either. The situation in the palace would continue to change. At the princess's residence, she held a letter in her hand, reading the secret reports on the situation in the palace. News from Don Nanding. He had now successfully become Empress Dowager Zhao's personal male favorite. She frowned as she read the achievements and new discoveries reported by her planet agents. There was also news from 13th Lang. Because of his service in the battle to defend the Imperial City, he had now been promoted to squad leader. And there was also Don Nanding's report saying that the Empress Dowager had an extremely important bottle, but its contents were unknown, and he was waiting for a chance to investigate. She fell into thought about the mysterious disappearances of everyone connected to that bottle. Read this part too, in 13th Lang's report as well. The Sky Eagle Guard member who carried that mysterious bottle out of the Sea of Flames and delivered it to Xiao Ying has disappeared. He is suspected to have been silenced by the Empress Dowager. It seems this bottle is very important to her. What'll be inside it? It looks like I'll have to have Don Nanding investigate that bottle thoroughly. By this point, his ears could practically take no more. His eyes remained fixed on her as she leaned in close, while she went on talking without pause. I heard that when you were outside gathering forces for me, everyone said you were one of my people. She lifted her face and used her beauty to tempt him. Is that true? He answered her, his gaze still glued to her face. The princess is the sovereign, and your humble servant is the subject. Ruler as ruler, subject as subject, what is wrong with that? Chongping watched his retreating figure. These past few days, it seemed Niulong had changed a little. She could sense the increasingly obvious changes in this man's temperament. He thought only of strategizing for her, spoke little, and before she even knew it, All of her plans already involved his participation. Yet he himself remained calm, as if none of it was surprising. Is that so? She felt a little disappointed that he no longer had that shy demeanor from before. Nielong was no longer someone who blushed easily and only talked about official matters. Somehow, it made people feel a little uncomfortable. Shunshin was about to leave to deal with business. This subject will go reply to 13th Lang first. Before he could finish, she grabbed him. Wait a moment. Perhaps she used a bit too much force, because he stumbled straight toward her. He looked at her with a thoughtful gaze, then asked, "What is your highness doing?" Her face reddened, and she turned away awkwardly, avoiding his eyes. It was just an accident. I used too much force just now. Yu Shunshin turned back around, and the look in his eyes suddenly became heated and urgent. A simple accident won't settle this. This subject is suffering too, you know. Your Highness knows I have always been restraining myself. Chengping paused slightly, indescribable feelings surging up in her heart. Restraining himself? Her mind filled with questions. During all this time by my side, he says he's been restraining himself? He moved closer and confessed the secret thoughts of his painful, unrequited love. There are too many burdens in your Highness's heart. You do not spare attention for romantic feelings between man and woman. You do not pay attention to this subject's admiration. This subject never expected that your Highness would respond to my feelings today. However, he paused, then reached out and continued to bare his heart. I am only an ordinary man as well. I have desires too. I suffer for love too. I do not wish to, and yet I must keep it all suppressed. Chengping looked deeply into his eyes and softly answered, full of suggestion, "You don't have to endure it." He was visibly startled at this. "What did your Highness say?" She teased him, slipping her arms around his neck and pulling him closer. "I said, if it's Nielong, then you don't need to restrain yourself. Perhaps my feelings toward you are also—" The two of them seemed swept into the intoxication of each other's gaze, leaning closer and closer, their lips almost touching. But just as the air between them grew heated, a subordinate rushed in breathlessly with urgent news. "Princess, Lord Yu, something is wrong." Reflexively, he sprang away from her like a released spring. Tang Yuan scratched his head, realizing he had once again interrupted at the wrong moment. Did I come in at the wrong time again? He coughed lightly and changed the subject. "What is it? Speak." Remembering the mission that had brought him here, Tang Yuan immediately reported, "Two pieces of news have come out of the palace. First, traces of the moon worship sect have been discovered outside the city, and Empress Dowager Xiao is preparing to send the Sky Eagle Guard to suppress them. Second, Ning Junwu will serve as commander-in-chief, and Empress Dowager Xiao has deliberately appointed a military supervisor as well. And that person is—" She hesitated a little. "Lord Yu." The moment the words left her mouth, both their expressions turned grave. Xingping worried that this was a dangerous move meant to separate her from her most capable right hand. Now, almost everyone knows Nielong is one of my people. Yet Xiao Ying is still deliberately assigning him to her army. I'm afraid she has some scheme in mind. Shunshin nodded as well. It truly is unreasonable, but it suits my intentions perfectly. Hearing that, she did not understand. It suits you perfectly? Shunshin remained very calm. He wanted to use this chance to investigate the enemy army. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. I was just looking for an opportunity to infiltrate and understand the Sky Eagle Guard structure, as well as Ning Junwa's methods of warfare. This will be of great use to us later. Chingping still felt uneasy. No, I still think this is inappropriate. It feels like walking straight into a trap. He smiled and reassured her. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how will you catch the tiger cub? Could Xiao Ying and Ning Junwu really swallow me, the Central Secretariat Minister? Besides, I still have Chang'e by my side. No one can beat him. She ordered Tang Mu, "You will go with Lord Yu." The other party refused outright. My apologies. The descendants of the Tang clan are responsible only for assisting the Imperial Ying clan. Lord Yu does not fall within the scope of my duty. Tang Yuan rushed forward, though it did little good. Tang Mu, you really are a block of wood. Impossible to carve. But even after being insulted like that, Tang Mu did not waver at all. Say whatever you like. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. I'll go. Chang'en lifted his head and recognized the newcomer. Gu Fengqi. Gu Fengqi took the initiative and proposed leading the Flying Cavalry Guard to follow and support them from distance. The Flying Cavalry Guard has now been assigned to defend the city gates, and our original duty is to support combat outside the city. I can lead a small squad alongside the Sky Eagle Guard. If Lord Yu encounters danger, we can intervene at any time." He looked at Chang'an with the stern gaze of a military commander. After all, courage without strategy cannot stand against armies. But Chang'an sulked and would not even look at him. Yu Shunshin saluted. "Then I will trouble General Gu." Fengqi nodded in return. "Your safety and mine are bound together. I am only doing this for her sake. No need to thank me." Qingping watched the departing army, and a feeling of belated regret began to rise in her heart. At that time, I still did not realize it. As she watched his figure, she thought, letting Yolong go out on campaign would become the decision I regretted most in this life. The command horns sounded, and the army of the Sky Eagle Guard left the capital in great force. A few days later, Yu Shunshin followed the Sky Eagle Guard out of the city on the punitive campaign. Though the two sides did not belong to the same faction, they still stood on the same front against a common enemy. Prince Ning's eyes clearly revealed his sinister intent. Chang'an walked beside him and saw through the old man's scheme. My lord is only a military supervisor, and he is a civil official at that. Yet Ning Junwood deliberately has you survey the terrain. It's obvious he's trying to make things difficult for you. Shunshin, however, did not care much. Let him. We only need to do our own work well. I'm not some weak scholar either. What does a little hardship like this amount to? While Shunshin was observing the strategic terrain of the surrounding area, Chang'an was roaming about nearby. This place is 5 li from the capital, backed by mountains on 3 sides. The view is broad and elevated, easy to defend and easy to attack from. If a watch post were set here, it could scout far away and provide close support. It truly is a good place. But thanks to that endless curiosity of his, Chang'an noticed something. Without warning, dark figures charged out of the dense forest, killing intent blazing. The Moon Worship Sect. He jerked around in alarm. At that moment, the Moon Worship Sect had already surged forward and attacked the soldiers. When the sun falls and the moon rises, kill. One of them lunged at him, intending to strike him down, but luckily he dodged in time. In that fleeting instant, he smelled something strangely familiar. This scent, over on Chang'an's side. He was defending himself quite well. A single punch from him sent the whole group staggering. He hurried to Yu Shunshin's side and escorted him onto a horse. "My lord, get on the horse." Seeing that he had mounted, Chang'an immediately sent the horse galloping away. "Go!" Shunshin instantly understood his intention and hurriedly turned back to call out. Chang'an did not look back. He merely bent down, picked up a sword, and gave one reminder. "Lord Yu, hurry and go. I'll cover the rear." Unease surged his heart, but protecting Yu Shunshin came first. These men are all top assassins. I can't let my lord get hurt. The rebels laughed arrogantly at Chang'an's solitary resistance. "You think you can stop us all by yourself?" How naive. He had luckily managed to block the previous strike, but no matter how one looked at it, he was clearly at a disadvantage. And he knew it too. These men were all top experts, nothing like ordinary cult followers. While he was focused on the front, one of them silently moved behind him to finish him off. Out of nowhere, a figure flashed past. Before anyone knew it, Yu Shunshin was already standing behind him and had taken that sword strike instead. He could not bear to abandon his subordinate. When Chang'an saw him, he was part astonishment, part deeply moved. Lord Yu, even in this shortest reunion in history, he still first focused on cutting down the enemies in front, then turned to catch him, his voice trembling, tears already streaming down his face. "Lord Yu, why did you come back? Why?" Shunshin gripped the reins tightly, his determined eyes showing the deep bond between master and servant. "Knowing that if I left you alone, you might die, how could I possibly abandon you and run away by myself?" The assassins tightened the encirclement, preparing to kill them both. "Perfect. Then master and servant can die here together." Shunshin was struck. Blood soaked through his robes, startling Chang'an as he caught him. "My lord, hold on. I'll deal with the people here right away. Then I'll take you to find a physician." He said that, but he was panicking as well because there were simply too many enemies. "What do I do? There are too many of them." He himself was already injured by then, and his breathing was growing heavier and heavier. Could it be? Are we both going to die here? Just as that thought ended, a troop charged in from behind. In the distance, Gu Fengqi's force had finally arrived. "Chang'an, Lord Yu." At last, Chang'an felt an enormous weight lift from his heart. It was Gu Fengqi. In his emotion, he could only choke out a single phrase. On Gu Fengqi's side, he swung his sword and cut down the moon-worship cultists blocking the way. So you are the moon-worship sect? Mere ants daring to blot out the sun. With that, Fengqi gave the order to all the soldiers. Kill. Once the enemy had been driven back, Shunshin swayed, then collapsed. It seemed things were finally safe. At the princess's residence, hurried footsteps sounded as Chongping received the bad news. Her face turned cold as she ran straight into the sick room. Kneel long. Without waiting for anyone to speak, she went straight to him herself. Jixiang had also brought all the necessary tools for treatment. Fengqi looked at her as if wanting to say something. Princess, but at that moment she had no mind for anything else and immediately summoned her subordinates. Dang Yuan. She ordered the entire residence sealed off, preparing for the worst-case scenario of open rebellion. Send the Tang forces to Madame Rong's residence and secretly escort Madame Rong to the princess's manor for protection. In addition, pass down the order. The princess's residence is entering level 1 alert. Tell Tang Mu and the others of the Tang family guard to prepare for battle at any time. Tang Yuan was stunned by this decisive order from the princess, who had always been regarded as playful and carefree. Prepare for battle? Why are we suddenly preparing for battle? Chongping looked into the distance. Her instincts were warning her that a terrible political storm was approaching. It's only a precaution, just in case. Yulang being so gravely wounded is too strange. I have a bad feeling. In any case, carry out the orders first. This palace is about to see the heavens change. As Gu Fengqi treated Chang'an, watching her resolute bearing, a new sense of respect rose in his heart for her sharp judgment. He had always thought the eldest princess was nothing but a straw bag. Yet even in a time like this, she could still remain so calm and rational. I truly underestimated her before. In the sick room, Princess Chongping stood beside Yu Xuanshin's bed, her voice trembling as she asked Jixiang, "Little Jixiang, how are Yu Lang's wounds?" He sighed and shook his head at the patient's critical condition. Although Lord Yu's external wounds had been bandaged, he had lost far too much blood, and his internal injuries were also extremely severe. It was very likely that he would never wake up again. Every single word struck straight into her. And that's where this episode ends. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share, so I'll have more motivation to make more videos. Don't forget to follow to watch the next episodes. Wishing you all a day full of energy.